Chapter 31:18. After all, Heavenly Supremacy Bao Tu still had to rely on Night Sorrow to take part in the selection competition organized by Lu Tian Academy. Even if Night Sorrow caused some trouble, he would cover it up for him. Night Sorrow, who knew what he was thinking, only wanted to return to Baotu's city immediately. At this time, Bai Mei Sanren reminded him, "Brother Night Sorrow. I think Heavenly Supremacy Yunxi will definitely think of what we can think of. I'm afraid it's not a good idea for you to target Dreamy Cloud City, which is the nearest city. It's like this. But a Heavenly Supremacy is too fast. If we choose other cities, he will definitely catch up with us. We might as well risk it in Dreamy Cloud City." Yi Shang, who was under a lot of pressure, explained as he moved forward at top speed. "Is there anything we can do to help?" Chen Qingyun asked. "I don't think so. But I can let you guys out. After all, Heavenly Supremacy Yunxi has targeted me. You guys can find your own way to return to Baotu City." Night Sorrow continued. He believed that with the White Jade, Bai Mei Sanren could lead Chen Qingyun back to Baotu City. But at this time, Bai Mei Sanren rejected him. "Let's go through thick and thin together. If there's good stuff, we'll enjoy it. If we run when there's danger, what's the point of that?" "That's right. Although we don't have much power, we're definitely not afraid of death," Chen Qingyun said. He was not willing to leave Night Sorrow just to protect himself. Hearing this, Night Sorrow was very pleased and said, "All right. Then we'll run for our lives together. But I have to remind you. Don't underestimate any heavenly supremacy. They are completely different from earthly supremacies and earthly supremacies. There's no way we can fight against them. Don't worry. At most, my soul will be destroyed. I have no regrets in life to be able to save my wife with your help," Chen Qingyun said with a smile. At this time, Night Sorrow used the power of merit to purify the fog on Chen Qingyun's wife, Yang Fan. It didn't take long for it to be purified. "Where am I?" Yang Fan, who had been purified, was similar to Chen Qingyun, who had just woken up. Both of them were in a daze. Then, his head began to swell with pain as he was assaulted by a large wave of memories. Husband. When these memories settled down, Yang Fan immediately threw himself into Chen Qingyun's arms. She couldn't accept the reality in front of her. Their beautiful home had been destroyed and they had been enslaved for so many years. The reality was too cruel. "Fan, don't be sad. For us to be able to reunite is already the best arrangement." Chen Qingyun held Yang Fan in her arms and did not mention that they were being pursued by a heavenly supreme. He was afraid of destroying this rare peace. Seeing that the husband and wife had reunited, they did not say anything unnecessary and simply hugged each other. Peaceful and beautiful. Night Sorrow felt that he couldn't let Heavenly Cloud break Heavenly Supremacy ruin this beautiful moment. He immediately ignited the power of his bloodline and raised his strength to the maximum. When Night Sorrow arrived at the Dream Cloud City, Yunxi Heavenly Supremacy hadn't arrived yet. However, they discovered that the Dream Cloud City was already under martial law. One could only enter but not exit. Furthermore, the use of teleportation arrays had been banned. Clearly, this was an order from Yunxi Heavenly Supremacy. "What should we do? The teleportation array has been sealed. This is our only way out. Should we force our way in?" Realizing that the teleportation array had been banned, Bai Mei Sanren spoke. "There are no heavenly supremacies in the city, so there shouldn't be anyone who can stop me. We'll force our way in." Night Sorrow said and summoned the evil spirit clone and the chaotic heavenly crystal beast without any hesitation. They rushed toward the teleportation array together. He knew that they couldn't afford to waste any time. There was no room for hesitation. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! After Night Sorrow appeared with his men, the cultivators in charge of guarding the teleportation array immediately informed the experts in the city to rush over. "There's only one half-step Heavenly Supreme. If we kill him quickly, we'll be able to rush to the teleportation array. Activate the teleportation array by force. As Knight Sorrow spoke, he controlled the evil spirit clone and charged toward the half-step Heavenly Supreme in front of him. How dare you! How dare you covet Heavenly Supremacy Yunxi's belongings? You've really grown 2 brains. The half-step Heavenly Supreme was called Yun Tu, and he was one of the 3 experts in Dream Cloud City. He held a sword and slashed at the evil spirit clone. However, the moment he attacked, he realized that the evil spirit clone's body was at the level of a Heavenly Supreme. He cursed inwardly. Heavenly Supremacy Yunxi hadn't warned him about this. He thought that the main person who escaped was an intermediate-level Heavenly Supreme who could contend with an Earth Supreme. Boom! Yun Tu's sword slashed at the evil spirit clone with a loud sound. However, it didn't cause much damage. On the contrary, the evil spirit clone used its strong body to grab the sword with its bare hands. Cold sweat broke out on Yun Tu's forehead when the divine weapon was caught. However, before he could react, Knight Sorrow's attack had already arrived. On the surface, he was only an intermediate-level Heavenly Supreme, but in actual combat strength, he could already contend with a half-step Heavenly Supreme in the foggy area. The Azure Divine Spear technique was unleashed, and it immediately brought great pressure to Yun Tu. Why are they so strong? Facing Knight Sorrow and the evil spirit clone's attacks, Yun Tu was a little flustered. He immediately gave up on his sword and fled. Let's enter the teleportation portal. Knight Sorrow, who didn't want to waste time with him, immediately flew onto the teleportation portal when he saw Yun Tu dodge. He also summoned the Chaos Heavenly Crystal Beast that could fight against some Earth supremacies. He directly activated the teleportation portal with the Black Thorn Crystal. Oh no! Heavenly Supremacy Yunxi has already left Dream Cloud City. He should have reached the next city, Cloud Heaven City. Unable to stop Knight Sorrow, Yun Tu anxiously delivered the ship to Heavenly Supremacy Yunxi. Trash. You are all trash. None of you are of great use. Heavenly Supremacy Yunxi quickly sent a voice transmission over and scolded Yun Tu. At the same time, Heavenly Supremacy Yunxi teleported directly to Cloud Heaven City from the Yunxi mining area. He could also sense Knight Sorrow's aura appearing in Cloud Heaven City. However, by the time Heavenly Supremacy Yunxi arrived at Cloud Heaven City, Knight Sorrow had already teleported away again. This time, Heavenly Supremacy Yunxi sensed and discovered that Knight Sorrow and the others had actually teleported to his headquarters, Cloud Heaven City. Despicable ants. Heavenly Supremacy Yunxi, who was completely enraged, knew that even if he returned to Cloud Heaven City, he definitely wouldn't be able to make it in time. Therefore, he stopped chasing Knight Sorrow and took out the map to study it. He was prepared to calculate the city they would appear in. In front of the teleportation portal, he waited for Knight Sorrow and the others to appear. As long as he could meet them, he was 100% confident that he could kill Knight Sorrow directly. Retrieve the mutated Blackthorn Crystal Vein. Clan M. Chapter 31-19. After all, in the history of the Fog Zone, no supremacy or Earth supremacy had ever defeated a heavenly supremacy. He was 100% confident in himself. Heavenly Supremacy Cloudy Breath had chosen to wait in a city called Pingyao City. It was a place one had to pass through to leave Cloudy Breath territory. He judged that Knight Sorrow would definitely appear here if he wanted to leave through teleportation. And that was the truth. If Knight Sorrow and the rest wanted to return to Bao Tu City, they had to use the teleportation array in Pingyao City. Otherwise, they would have to pass through a famous and dangerous place called the Demon Fall Battlefield before reaching the next city and continuing to use the teleportation array. No one knew when the Demon Fall Battlefield was created. It was very evil. Even heavenly supremacies who entered the Fog Zone would find it difficult to come out, so no one dared to enter. When Knight Sorrow approached Pingyao City, Qin Qingyin's wife, Yang Fan, briefly explained the Demon Fall Battlefield to him. After listening to her explanation, Knight Sorrow looked at Pingyao City and said, "If I'm not wrong, Heavenly Supremacy Cloudy Breath is very likely waiting for us in the city ahead. I don't know how far away the mark he planted is. Can he sense us?" The environment outside Pingyao City is very special. It can block perception. Heavenly Supremacy Cloudy Breath shouldn't be able to track us. But once we enter the city, we should be exposed. Chen Qingyun's wife, Yang Fan, quickly analyzed. She had heard many people mention some things in the vicinity in the Cloudy Breath mining area, so she knew a little. After Yang Fan finished speaking, Knight Sorrow said, "If that's the case, then there are two paths we can take. We definitely can't enter Pingyao City. We can either contact Heavenly Supremacy Bao Tu or pass through the Demon Fall battlefield. The Demon Fall battlefield is too dangerous. Let's try to contact Heavenly Supremacy Bao Tu and ask him to come over," Bai Mei Sanren said. Yang Fan's description had traumatized him a lot about the Demon Fall battlefield. He didn't want to get involved. "Okay. I'll try to contact him." After Knight Sorrow finished speaking, he used the voice transmission jade that Heavenly Supremacy Bao Tu had left for him. However, there was no response even after 20 breaths. Knight Sorrow frowned. It seems that the surroundings can not only block Heavenly Supremacy Cloudy Breath's perception. It also blocked the sound transmission stone. Paragon Bao Tutian shouldn't be able to receive my message. That's not good. Why don't we leave this area and go somewhere where we can contact Paragon Bao Tutian? After Knight Sorrow finished speaking, Chen Qingyun asked doubtfully. The Devil Fall battlefield was too much of a deterrent for them. No one wanted to enter it. All right. After all, the Devil Fall battlefield is a place of death that no one is willing to enter, Knight Sorrow said as he activated the Sea Serpent's Eye and walked in the direction he had come from. However, as he walked, Knight Sorrow realized that something was wrong. Even he could not determine the direction. After walking for a while, Knight Sorrow realized that this area was not as simple as it seemed. However, it was already too late. He could only lead the group and walk forward aimlessly. Are we going to enter the Demon Fall battlefield? Realizing that Knight Sorrow could no longer identify the direction, Chen Qingyun asked doubtfully. Hearing that, Knight Sorrow smiled helplessly and said, "Things are out of control now. It's fine if we can enter the Demon Fall battlefield, but if we can't, I'm afraid we'll be trapped here." Sigh. What an unlucky year. Bai Mei Sanren sighed and continued, "If you really can't find the way forward, brother Knight Sorrow, why don't you just stay here and cultivate? Paragon Yunshi can't catch up with us here anyway. The problem now is that I want to enter the Killer Heaven Academy. If we spend too much time here, I'm afraid we'll delay the Killer Heaven Academy's qualifiers," Knight Sorrow said. He wanted to enter the Killer Heaven Academy to find a suitable body for supreme longevity. If he could find it, the Eternal Supreme World would have another Supreme Realm expert. This was too important. He could not miss it. That's true. If there's no other way, we'll look for the entrance to the Devil Fall battlefield. It's better than being trapped here forever, Bai Mei Sanren said after listening to Knight Sorrow. At that moment, Knight Sorrow transmitted his voice to Little Seven. Little Seven. If I want to cultivate, do you think I can completely absorb the mutated Blackthorn crystal vein in a short time? Hearing Knight Sorrow's question, Little Seven said, "The best use of the mutated Blackthorn crystal vein is to refine a heavenly artifact. If you insist on using it for cultivation, it's best not to use it directly. Instead, absorb it into your body and use it as a trump card." Use it as a trump card? Knight Sorrow asked doubtfully. Yes. Refine it directly and turn it into something similar to a divine artifact. According to my estimation, if you can successfully refine it, it'll be equivalent to having another heavenly artifact. Little Seven explained slowly. As for the mutated Blackthorn crystal vein in front of him, he had no intention of absorbing it himself. Because to Little Seven, finding Little Eight was the fastest way to increase his strength. Okay. Then I'll try to refine it now. After all, if we enter the Demon Fall battlefield, we'll need some life-saving means. Knight Sorrow said and asked Little Seven to cooperate with him and help him refine the mutated blackthorn crystal vein. Just like that, 18 years had passed. After 18 years, Knight Sorrow successfully refined the mutated blackthorn crystal vein. He made it work with him. After the mutated blackthorn crystal vein was refined, Knight Sorrow summoned it again. It was almost equivalent to having another heavenly artifact Black Dragon as a helper. Although the blackthorn crystal vein's intelligence had been completely destroyed, under the control of Knight Sorrow's godly soul, it could still unleash powerful attacks. It was even stronger than the evil spirit doppelganger. Because the blackthorn crystal vein itself contained endless energy, while the evil spirit doppelganger was only a heavenly artifact body. We can enter the Demon Fall battlefield now. It's best if we can leave within 10 years. After all, the time limit agreed with heavenly artifact Bao 2 is 30 years. Knight Sorrow said and continued, at the latest, we have to leave within 100 years. After all, the selection of Heavenly Artifact Academy will be held more than 100 years later. Okay. We'll do our best to help you. Bai Mei Sanren said. Knight Sorrow's strength was constantly improving, and the gap between them was getting wider and wider. This made Bai Mei Sanren feel a little helpless. As for Qin Qingyun and Yang Fan, there was nothing he could do. Don't worry. I'll grow with everyone. Knight Sorrow knew what everyone was thinking. After saying that, he began to look for the entrance to the Demon Fall battlefield. After wandering in the fog for about a year, they finally entered the Demon Fall battlefield. As soon as they entered the Demon Fall battlefield, Knight Sorrow and the rest found themselves in front of an opening. There was no fog in the Demon Fall battlefield, but there was a murderous aura that made people tremble in fear, flowing in the wind. It made people tremble with fear. Clan M. Chapter 31-20. This Devil Fall battlefield is a bit chilling. If an ordinary Supreme Being were to come here, they would probably go crazy. Bai Mei Sanren, who had been summoned by Knight Sorrow from the Space Grotto Heaven, started to tremble as soon as he came out. Although there was no fog here, the murderous aura made him feel suffocated. His voice was trembling as he said this. The murderous aura is indeed very strong. Countless cultivators must have fallen here. If one's temperament is not strong enough, fighting in this environment will probably affect them greatly. Knight Sorrow said and walked side by side with Bai Mei Sanren. At this time, he opened the sea serpent's eye and kept observing everything around him. This Demon Fall battlefield was full of broken walls and ruins. These collapsed buildings had experienced countless years of wind, frost, rain, and snow, and their original appearance could not be seen. In contrast, many of the corpses on the ruins were more well preserved. Although some of the cultivators had fallen many years ago, the flesh and blood on their bodies had not dissipated, but they were somewhat shriveled. They looked like dried corpses. The clothes worn by these dried corpses had long been blown out of shape by the wind and were scattered like rags. Some of the divine weapons scattered on the ground had long lost their spirituality and turned into ordinary iron. Desolation. Desolation. Knight Sorrow and Bai Mei Sanren walked in the ruins for 2 days and 2 nights, and this was what they felt. On the 3rd day, the two were still walking in the ruins. Bai Mei Sanren said, if this area is like this, no matter how big it is, we should be able to fly out within 10 years. It's just a battlefield. It shouldn't be so big that we can't fly out. Rumor has it that even heavenly supreme beings can't get out. I don't think this place is that simple. Knight Sorrow kept using the sea serpent's eye to observe the surroundings, but he could not see anything. It was precisely because he couldn't see anything that he was deeply worried. Analyzing some of the formations on the battlefield might be beyond his field of vision. While Yishang was pondering with a frown, Wanderer Whitebrow's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, "Younger brother Yishang, look. There seems to be an undamaged divine artifact in front of us." An undamaged divine artifact. When Yishan heard this, he looked over and saw an undamaged spear that was glowing with light. This long spear was silver-white in color, and there were 9 coiling dragons on the spear, which looked very lifelike. It was the same with the eyes of the divine dragon. The long spear was not occupied by the fog at all. It was impossible to see the evil aura on the spear. However, this long spear was filled with killing intent. Is this a heavenly supreme-level divine artifact? While Knight Sorrow was observing the spear, Bai Mei Sanren continued. Although he had once been a heavenly sovereign, he could not determine the grade of the spear in front of him with his current realm. Knight Sorrow, who was observing, said softly, "I'm afraid it's more than that. I think it's very likely to be a half-step to the supreme realm. Otherwise, it shouldn't be able to survive so easily in this demon fall battlefield until now." In fact, he could not observe the grade of this silver spear and could only guess based on his feelings. At this moment, Little Seven suddenly said, "You're right. It's a half-step to the supreme realm divine artifact. Don't look anymore. Stay away from it. Let's go around it. This silver spear's killing intent is too strong. If we're too close, we might be attacked. We can't withstand the attack of a half-step to the supreme realm." "Okay. Then let's go around it," Knight Sorrow said, then said to Bai Mei Sanren, "Brother, let's go around it." But at this moment, Knight Sorrow was surprised to find that Bai Mei Sanren had already rushed out and was flying toward the silver spear. "Brother, stop." Seeing Bai Mei Sanren flying toward the silver spear, Knight Sorrow immediately roared. He used his movement technique and chased after him. Usually, Knight Sorrow's speed was much faster than Bai Mei Sanren's, but at this moment, he felt like he could not catch up. What's going on? Knight Sorrow chased after him, but Bai Mei Sanren was flying toward the silver spear like a madman. "You're courting death. How dare you offend me?" At this moment, the 9 coiling dragons on the silver spear all flew out. They directly attacked Bai Mei Sanren. That intense murderous aura immediately pressured the surrounding space to the point that it changed shape. What's going on? Under such circumstances, Bai Mei Sanren suddenly recovered. He did not understand what had happened. Why did he suddenly appear here? "Brother, be careful." At this moment, Knight Sorrow suddenly caught up and summoned the black thorn crystal. The black dragon appeared and immediately fought with the 9 coiling dragons. At this moment, while Knight Sorrow was helping, he explained to Bai Mei Sanren what had happened. He also asked, "Brother, what happened to you just now?" "Just now, a thought suddenly appeared in my mind. I had to get the silver spear, so I lost control and rushed out." White-browed wanderer thought for a moment and then confirmed, "This is definitely not my own idea. Things are a little strange. There might be other existences around." Knight Sorrow transmitted his voice to Bai Mei Sanren while observing the surroundings. At this moment, the black dragon was fighting against the 9 coiling dragons and was not at a disadvantage. It was extremely valiant. This kind of combat power should be at the level of a heavenly supreme, even stronger than Knight Sorrow himself. However, after fighting for a while, a thought appeared in Knight Sorrow's mind, and that was to charge forward and self-destruct to kill the 9 coiling dragons. This thought became stronger and stronger. In the end, Knight Sorrow could not suppress it anymore. Something's not right. Just as he was about to lose control, Knight Sorrow suddenly used the power of merit to protect himself. This murderous and evil thought also disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the battle between the black dragon and the 9 coiling dragons had reached its climax. "Stop! This is a misunderstanding, our minds are being controlled." Knight Sorrow shouted at the silver spear as he summoned the black dragon back. The 9 coiling dragons originally wanted to chase after him, but at this moment, the silver spear's weapon spirit suddenly said, "Hey Jianghu, come out." After the silver spear's weapon spirit spoke, the 9 coiling dragons suddenly flew back. However, the silver spear's weapon spirit called out to He Jianghu, but there was no response from the void. At this moment, Knight Sorrow, who had completely activated the power of merit, felt that the silver spear's weapon spirit had withdrawn its hostility towards him. You are not a creature of the fog, why did you disguise yourself as them? Xianxia did not appear, so the silver spear's weapon spirit suddenly looked at Night Sorrow and asked. I came from the Eternal Supreme Realm, and I came to the fog to improve my strength. Naturally, I had to disguise myself as them. Night Sorrow explained. He could feel that the silver spear's weapon spirit did not come from the fog. Clan M. Chapter 31-21. Also, the silver spear had an aura that was very similar to the Eternal Supreme Realm. Night Sorrow concluded that the enemy must have been dispelled because he released the power of merit and restrained the aura of the foggy area. Since you're not from the foggy area, you're not my enemy. The spirit of the silver spear continued, just now, you must have been bewitched by Jianghu. That's why you suddenly charged at me. Night Sorrow looked at the silver spear and asked, Jianghu. What is that? Jianghu is Mia's battle pet countless years ago. It's half a step away from the Supreme Realm. However, it's best at ambushing and bewitching. We've been trapped here for countless years and it has ambushed me countless times. However, it failed every time. The spirit of the silver spear said disdainfully. It did not have a good impression of Jianghu at all. You can fight Mia's battle pet and not be at a disadvantage. So, are you a divine artifact refined by some big shot? Night Sorrow put Bai Mei Sanren, who was not in good condition, into the space and continued to ask. At that moment, Bai Mei Sanren had suffered a severe backlash after being bewitched by Jianghu. He was a bit weak and could no longer stay outside. My name is the Coiling Dragon Spear, Yanheng's natal divine artifact. At its peak, it was an ultimate divine artifact, but it was damaged in the battle later. Now, it's half a step away from the Supreme Realm. The Coiling Dragon Spear was very proud when it said Yanheng's name. Senior Yanheng's natal divine artifact. Night Sorrow was surprised when he heard the Coiling Dragon Spear say that. The wounded Bai Mei Sanren, on the other hand, was confused. After a moment of silence, he asked in confusion, I'm also someone who experienced the past. Why haven't I heard that Yanheng had a natal divine artifact called the Coiling Dragon Spear? I don't remember him having a natal divine artifact. If he did have one, it would be his own body. Ahem. Well, you might not know about some things back then. Hearing Bai Mei Sanren's words, the Coiling Dragon Spear felt a little awkward. In reality, even though it had been personally refined by Yanheng and was once a paramount divine artifact, it really wasn't Yanheng's personal divine artifact. Yanheng sure used his own body as a divine artifact to fight against the heavens and the earth. In the end, he died in the misty area. He didn't have a natal divine artifact on him. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. It's all in the past. Night Sorrow saw that the Coiling Dragon Spear was a little embarrassed, so he immediately changed the topic. Why didn't you choose to leave when you were trapped here? I don't see anything here that can trap you. This battlefield really can't trap me. But that Jianghu was extremely detestable. You've been restraining me all this while. The Coiling Dragon Spear explained in a resigned manner before continuing, even though it's no match for me, there's no way I'll be able to leave this place. You are the divine artifact of Senior Yanheng, so you can be considered as our senior. I wonder if we can help you. Night Sorrow said slowly. The Coiling Dragon Spear was a divine artifact refined by Yanheng. If it could be restored to its peak, it might be of great use in future battles. With your strength, I'm afraid it won't be of much use if you want to participate in a battle at our level. The weapon spirit of the Coiling Dragon Spear looked at Night Sorrow and said, however, if you can break through to the Heavenly Supreme level, with the help of the power of merit, you should be able to help me get rid of Jianghu once and for all. Senior Coiling Dragon, you must have experienced the last great calamity. To be honest, in about 10,000 years, the Misty Area will once again launch an attack on the Eternal Supreme World. Time is too tight. I don't know when I'll break through to the Heavenly Supreme level. By then, it might be too late. Why don't we try now and see if we can leave this battlefield under Jianghu's interference? If we want to leave this place successfully, we need to break through the battlefield's array core. I can't do it alone under He Yanhu's interference. If you help me hold He Yanhu back, are you sure you can last for 100 breaths of time? When the coiling dragon spear heard that the misty area was about to launch another massacre, its tone suddenly changed. However, with He Yanhu holding it back, it was indeed difficult for it to leave the battlefield. Hearing the coiling dragon spear's words, Knight Sorrow continued, "Senior coiling dragon spear, your strength is stronger than He Yanhu's. Why don't you tell me how to break the array? I'll break the array, and you can hold He Yanhu back. It's easier said than done to break the array in front of you. You're just a Middle Earthly sovereign. Even a Middle Earthly sovereign wouldn't be able to do it. This is because you can't withstand the attack of the array. The attack of the array core is at the level of a Heavenly Supreme. How are you going to withstand it?" After Knight Sorrow finished speaking, the coiling dragon spear in human form shook its head. Speaking of which, Knight Sorrow's realm was still too low. Believe in Knight Sorrow. He can do it. And I'll help him. At this time, Little Seven, who was in the space cave, suddenly spoke. In fact, after Little Seven had released the blackthorn crystal vein, it had fallen into a deep sleep. Otherwise, it would have spoken long ago. Because it had encountered the coiling dragon spear before. "It's you." Seeing Little Seven appear, the coiling dragon spear immediately said excitedly. After countless years, seeing an old acquaintance made it feel very different. "It's me. Not only me, but my two brothers as well." Little Seven said and asked Knight Sorrow to release it, Little Five, and Little Nine. It was prepared to gather the power of the three towers to help Knight Sorrow break the array. "With the help of the three of you, the hope is much greater. However, his strength is still too weak." When the coiling dragon spear saw Little Seven, it naturally chose to trust it. However, it still ridiculed Knight Sorrow's realm. "Senior, although my realm is low, the blackthorn crystal vein in my body has the combat power of a Heavenly Supreme. The evil spirit clone that I control also has the strength of a Heavenly Supreme. When the black dragon blocks the attack, I'll use the evil spirit clone to receive it. Who knows, we might be able to successfully resist the attack of the array's core." Knight Sorrow knew that the attack of the array's core was definitely not simple. However, he really did not want to be trapped in this array forever. It would delay 10,000 years of cultivation time. Therefore, he wanted to try his best. "According to what you said, there is some possibility. However, your strength is too low. How about this? I'll give you some laws and essence. Try to absorb them. Strive to advance to upper supremacy as soon as possible. Or peak supremacy. Or even try to break through to Earth Supreme. This way, you can increase your chances." As the coiling dragon spear spoke, it shot some laws and essence at Knight Sorrow. These came from the coiling dragon spear itself and were much more precious than ordinary Heavenly Supreme laws and essence. "Senior, don't worry. I will try my best to increase my strength as quickly as possible." At this moment, Knight Sorrow did not delay at all and started to cultivate on the spot. He believed that the coiling dragon spear could resist He Yanhu and not let him interfere with his cultivation. Clan M. Chapter 31-22. That was the truth. While Knight Sorrow was cultivating, He Yanhu had been waiting for an opportunity to attack Knight Sorrow. However, the coiling dragon spear had successfully blocked all of them. After all, it was slightly stronger than He Yanhu. As for the aftermath of some of the attacks, to Knight Sorrow, they could only be considered as a test and were not fatal. As time passed, Knight Sorrow gradually adapted to cultivating under a certain degree of interference. And the laws and essence provided by the coiling dragon spear was indeed the first good thing he had come into contact with in his life. These laws and essence contained a trace of extreme intent. It was a very subtle feeling. Although limited by his realm, Knight Sorrow could not fully comprehend it. However, it had an indescribable effect on his realm. As expected, My cultivation is still a little too low. If I were an Earth sovereign now, I should be able to comprehend the essence. Knight Sorrow pondered for a while and made his own judgment in his heart. At this moment, he was too far away from the extreme realm. However, through the things in front of him, he gained a lot of confidence. His talent was enough. What he lacked was only time. Not bad. His comprehension is very good. He should be able to advance to an upper sovereign in 3 to 5 years. Such talent is already not inferior to anyone. While guarding Night Sorrow, the coiling dragon spear made its own judgment. In fact, letting Night Sorrow use its own laws and essence to cultivate was also a test for Night Sorrow. If Night Sorrow's talent was not enough, there was no way he could use these laws and essence to improve his strength. His performance at this moment made the coiling dragon spear somewhat impressed. With its vision, it could see that Night Sorrow's future was limitless. Thinking of the great calamity that was about to befall the eternal supreme world. There were more thoughts in the coiling dragon spear's mind. Night Sorrow was not clear about some of the thoughts of the coiling dragon spear's weapon spirit. He was completely immersed in cultivation. After arriving at the eternal supreme world, he realized that his past glory was basically left in the divine world. Even the taboo attribute that was once a trump card was not surprising at all in the eternal supreme world. However, he did not lack the courage to start all over again. In this predicament, he would strive to catch up, climbing step by step towards the heights of the strong. Done. Upper supremacy. During his cultivation, Night Sorrow's state of mind had always been very tenacious. In the end, Jianghu's interference had become more and more serious. But Night Sorrow was not moved at all when he thought about how difficult it had been to come this far. With a heart as firm as a boulder, he successfully absorbed the laws and essence bestowed by the coiling dragon spear, advancing to the level of upper supremacy. After overcoming the lightning tribulation, Night Sorrow had successfully advanced to the next level. At this time, the coiling dragon spear looked at Night Sorrow and asked, "Can you advance to half-step earthly sovereign in one go?" "I have enough laws and essences here." "I can, but there's no need for that. It will take a few decades for me to advance to half-step to earthly sovereign, but there is no qualitative improvement to my strength." Night Sorrow explained and continued, "What I need now is not cultivation." Instead, he was researching the usage of the blackthorn crystal vein and the evil spirit doppelganger. After all, they will play a very important role in the process of breaking the formation. Actually, a few decades is not a long time. You can advance to half-step to earthly sovereign first, then study the blackthorn crystal vein and the evil spirit doppelganger. After Night Sorrow finished his explanation, the coiling dragon spear's artifact spirit continued. It felt that a few decades was nothing at all. At this time, Night Sorrow transmitted his voice, "But I have other things to do. To tell you the truth, in 100 years, I will find a way to enter the Lu Tian Academy and find a suitable body for a senior in the eternal supremacy world." Because of his body, his realm is stuck at the level of heavenly sovereign, unable to advance any further. Oh. There is such a peerless genius in the eternal supremacy world. Hearing this, the coiling dragon spear's artifact spirit immediately perked up. He pondered for a moment and said, "Tell me the specific situation, and I will see if I can help." If the eternal supremacy world can have one more supreme expert, the situation will be greatly improved. At this time, it knew that Xianxia had fallen, and the only high-end combat power left in the eternal supremacy world was Yen. Therefore, when it heard this, it was rather excited. It's like this, Night Sorrow did not hide anything and told it about supreme longevity. Although he promised supreme longevity that he would not reveal it, he felt that it should be fine to tell the coiling dragon spear. After all, it was the divine weapon of a predecessor of the eternal supremacy world. Bastard! The eternal supremacy world is now in the hands of those scum. How infuriating! They can't be the descendants of those evil creatures, right? He waited for Yishang to explain the entire situation. The coiling dragon spear's artifact spirit felt extremely regretful. According to Night Sorrow, Supreme Longevity's advancement to the Supreme Realm was basically a done deal. But it was crippled by the people of the Eternal Supremacy world. How could it not be angry? Senior, it's useless to be angry and regretful now. What we can do is to forge forward and do our best to do the things in the future. Knight Sorrow felt that the murderous aura around the coiling dragon spear was a little heavy, and immediately comforted it. At the same time, he used the power of merit to surround it. He felt that the murderous aura of the coiling dragon spear was a little evil, and it should have something to do with the foggy environment of the Demon Fall battlefield. To tell you the truth, I am extremely violent in the current environment. Your power of merit is very good, it can help me control my murderous aura. Thank you. The coiling dragon spear, which was surrounded by the power of merit, immediately recovered from its state of explosion. He spoke gratefully. Senior, you are too polite. We are all the hope of the Eternal Supremacy world. Naturally, we should take care of each other. Knight Sorrow did not put himself too low. He knew his own value. The coiling dragon spear did not refute Knight Sorrow's words. It continued, what you just said does have a possibility of success. But a body with such talent is something that can only be found by chance. If there is, it will definitely be guarded by those three existences. It will definitely not be easy to get it. Yes. The road ahead is definitely not easy, but we can't give up hope because of this. Knight Sorrow said sonorously, and then continued, Senior. I will go into seclusion for a period of time. When I come out, we will leave this damned place together. As for the next step, we will study it again. Okay. You go into seclusion, I will protect you again. The artifact spirit of the coiling dragon spear said and set up another array formation to protect Yishang. As for Knight Sorrow, he took a step forward in his research on the Blackthorn crystal vein and the demonic spirit doppelganger. About 10 years later, Knight Sorrow successfully came out of seclusion. He looked at the coiling dragon spear and said, Senior, we can try to break the formation. Chapter 31-23. Oh. Are you confident that you can withstand the attack of a heavenly supreme? The coiling dragon spear asked doubtfully. Yishang's tone sounded very confident. However, the coiling dragon spear felt that it was impossible for an upper earthly supreme to withstand the attack of a heavenly supreme. Knight Sorrow said, Senior, I have completely merged the Blackthorn crystal vein and the evil spirit doppelganger together to form a new doppelganger. I have also nourished it with the power of merit. Its strength has increased by a lot compared to before the merger. I will hide in the doppelganger and should be able to withstand the attack of a heavenly supreme for a while. However, I will definitely not be able to withstand He Yanhu's attack. He Yanhu's attack will naturally be blocked by me. When you are cultivating, he will not be able to disturb you. When you are breaking the formation, it will be even easier. The coiling dragon spear's weapon spirit said confidently and continued, I will teach you the method of breaking the formation completely. Comprehend it well. We will try to succeed once. Leave this godforsaken place. All right. Senior, you may begin. Knight Sorrow said and began to comprehend the method of breaking the formation that the coiling dragon spear had taught him. Soon, he had mastered it completely. After completely mastering the method of breaking the formation, Knight Sorrow gathered his thoughts and said, Senior, we may begin. At this moment, the coiling dragon spear suddenly said, Not yet. You are not prepared enough. Oh. Am I not prepared enough? Knight Sorrow asked doubtfully. As far as he was concerned, all the preparations were complete. Although your doppelganger is not bad, it is best to wear defensive equipment. That way, it can withstand the attack of the formation for a while longer. The coiling dragon spear said slowly. Indeed, as it said, although Knight Sorrow's doppelganger looked good, it was completely naked. That is the case, but there shouldn't be any suitable defensive equipment in the Devil Fall battlefield, right? Knight Sorrow said as he recalled some of the scenes when he entered the Devil Fall battlefield. He felt that in this battlefield, even heavenly supreme level items should have been completely destroyed. Only existences like the coiling dragon spear and Xianxia could survive until now. After all, the environment of the Devil Fall battlefield was too harsh. Even the foggy area could not compare to it. You're right. There's nothing else in the Devil Fall battlefield. This was because the other existences, including the survivors of the divine weapon, had already been devoured by the Black Jianghu. However, we can forge our own defensive divine artifacts. After saying this, the coiling dragon spear transformed back into a silver spear. Then he made the 9 dragons spit out pearls. Knight Sorrow observed with the sea serpent's eye and immediately saw that the pearls spat out by the 9 dragons were heavenly supreme level materials. At this time, he said with some uncertainty, "Senior, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for me to control heavenly supreme level materials. It can't be used to refine weapons." "Don't worry, you won't be able to handle ordinary heavenly supreme materials. But I was the one who brewed it. You can control it as you wish." The coiling dragon spear said and allowed Knight Sorrow to establish a mental connection with the 9 dragon balls. After this connection was successfully established, Knight Sorrow immediately felt that he and the 9 dragon balls were one. Then, he easily began to forge the heavenly supreme artifact. Not long after, he successfully refined the 9 dragon balls into the 9 dragons' defensive armor and put it on the newly merged clone. Very good. We can begin to break the formation. After Knight Sorrow put on the 9 dragons' defensive armor for the clone, the coiling dragon spear said with satisfaction. But this 9 dragons' defensive armor doesn't seem to have attracted the lightning tribulation. Knight Sorrow said with some confusion. He felt that he had successfully refined the materials in front of him into a heavenly supreme level defensive divine artifact. This should attract the lightning tribulation. Only by leaving the Devil Fall battlefield can you attract the lightning tribulation. Logically speaking, it'll be very difficult for you to withstand this level of lightning tribulation. But I'll help you. So, you don't have to worry. After the coiling dragon spear finished speaking, it led Knight Sorrow to the location of the formation. On the way, Knight Sorrow said doubtfully, that Black Jianghu seems to have been a little honest in recent decades. Is it brewing some conspiracy? Now that you mention it, I also feel that it's a little strange. But don't worry about it, it doesn't have much ability. The coiling dragon spear said indifferently and continued to lead Knight Sorrow to the center of the formation. This formation was indeed mysterious. Using the sea serpent's eye to observe the formation in front of him, Knight Sorrow praised. The level of complexity of the formation in front of him was not something he could set up. If the coiling dragon spear had not told him the method to break the formation, he would not have been able to break it himself. Alright. Go break the formation immediately. If Black Jianghu appears, I'll block it. Standing in front of the formation and observing for a while, the coiling dragon spear's artifact spirit said when it did not see Black Jianghu. Alright. I'll go break the formation immediately. After Knight Sorrow finished speaking, he flew toward the center of the formation. Danger! At that moment, the coiling dragon spear's artifact spirit suddenly shouted. What's going on? Knight Sorrow turned around in confusion. All of a sudden, Xianxia appeared behind him and struck him with a ferocious palm. Although Black Jianghu was not a match for the coiling dragon spear, he was still a half-step heavenly supreme existence. His attack was not something that Knight Sorrow could withstand. Immediately, Knight Sorrow, who was hiding in the clone, wanted to use his movement technique to dodge. However, Black Jianghu, who appeared out of thin air, was too fast. Not only was the coiling dragon spear unable to help in time, but Knight Sorrow could not dodge at all. With a boom, Black Jianghu's claw slapped directly on Knight Sorrow's clone. Knight Sorrow was immediately sent flying. The 9 dragons' defensive armor on his clone was directly shattered. His doppelganger also had several visible cracks on it. It was a ghastly sight. Fortunately, Black Jianghu's power was neutralized by the armor and clone. Knight Sorrow did not suffer too serious of an impact. Therefore, he only suffered light injuries. Ha! I've long predicted that you would appear here. That's why I waited here. Now, the armor is broken. Now that cracks have appeared on my clone, I'd like to see how an ant can break the array. After successfully shattering the armor, Xianxia immediately let out an arrogant laugh. He then attacked Night Sorrow again. Fortunately, the coiling dragon spear reacted at that moment and blocked the attack. It successfully blocked Black Xianxia. Then, it sent a telepathic message, I didn't think this through. How are you? Although cracks have appeared on my clone, it still has a certain amount of defensive power. Although the armor is completely broken, I can still give it a try. Night Sorrow made a judgment and replied. What? After being attacked by Black Xianxia, you still have a chance of breaking the array? The coiling dragon spear asked in disbelief. I can try my best, but I'm not sure if I can succeed. Night Sorrow replied and entered the array's core. Chapter 31-24. Alright. If you can't withstand the attack of the formation's core, come out directly. After all, where there's life, there's hope. He blocked Xianxia's coiling dragon spear and transmitted his voice. Enraged, he began to fight and soon suppressed Xianxia. However, he could not cause any actual damage to Xianxia. Both sides quickly entered a stalemate, neither could do anything to the other. At this moment, Xianxia said smugly, You and I have fought for so many years, don't you know that I can hide in the void? What a brainless weapon. Humph. What do you know? When the heavens are about to give a great responsibility to man, it must first torment his mind, tire his muscles and bones, and starve his body. This is my way of training him. After Xianxia finished speaking, the coiling dragon spear's artifact spirit said. He believed that the fragrance of plum blossoms came from the bitter cold, and the blade of a treasure was sharpened. Therefore, he deliberately left a chance for Xianxia to attack. He believed that if Night Sorrow was real gold, then he would not be afraid of being refined by fire. You really know how to comfort yourself. When Xianxia heard the coiling dragon spear say that, he immediately mocked in disdain. Then, he fought with him again. The coiling dragon spear laughed and said, You don't understand at all. I understand now. You think that this ant in front of you can advance to the supreme realm. Ha, what a joke, what a joke. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly understood the coiling dragon spear's idea and mocked him again. While they were fighting, Night Sorrow had completely entered the core of the formation. Just as he entered the core of the formation, he was attacked by the formation. Every attack of the formation was at the level of a heavenly supreme. These attacks bombarded the clone and immediately caused extremely ferocious damage. It caused the cracks that were slowly recovering on the clone to split open again at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the cracks grew larger, the attacks from the formation had already penetrated inside. Being swept by an attack of this level, he felt his internal organs churning. However, he still persevered in breaking the formation. Step by step, there was no deviation. However, according to Night Sorrow's judgment, according to the current progress, he definitely could not successfully break the formation before the clone was completely destroyed. What should I do? Faced with a mission that was almost impossible to complete, Night Sorrow continued to break the array while thinking about what he should do. In your current situation, if you want to succeed in breaking the formation, you can only rely on the attacks in front of you to strengthen your body. I'll try my best to let you hold on a little longer. Otherwise, it's useless to say anything. At this moment, Little Five, who was in the space paradise, reminded him. The three of them wanted to help, but they simply did not have the ability to do so. The attacks of the formation before them were all at the level of heavenly sovereigns. If the three of them were to come out, they would probably be smashed to bits. They were of no help at all. But when he heard this, Night Sorrow, who was closely involved, suddenly felt enlightened. Little Five, you're right. I must seize this opportunity to improve myself as soon as possible. After saying that, Night Sorrow began to temper his body while breaking the array. Let his body grow in the midst of the attack. The feeling was similar to when he was tempering his body during the tribulation. However, although only a little of the attacks of heavenly sovereigns had penetrated his body, the intensity of the attacks was very high. If not for Knight Sorrow's strong will, he definitely would not have been able to withstand the feeling of tempering. Very good. This is the way to improve. Knight Sorrow, you will definitely succeed. Little Seven encouraged him while Knight Sorrow strengthened his body through the attacks. At this moment, they were bound together for good or ill. Naturally, they hoped that Knight Sorrow could succeed. Don't worry, I will try my best to persevere. As Knight Sorrow spoke, he continued to break the array, and the damage to his body began to worsen. Therefore, the attacks of heavenly sovereigns became even more terrifying. Good. After being baptized by such powerful attacks, Knight Sorrow's body was in extreme pain. But mentally, he felt very carefree. He liked the feeling of fighting against the heavens and challenging his own limits. He didn't back down at all. But the cruelty of reality was definitely beyond anyone's imagination. Just as Knight Sorrow's body continued to improve, his clones suddenly shattered. A large number of heavenly sovereigns' attacks were all directed at Knight Sorrow. At this moment, the coiling dragon spear was still fighting with Xianxia and could not divert any energy to save Knight Sorrow. What should we do? This is a hopeless situation. The moment the clone shattered, Little 5, Little 7, and Little 9 all cried out in alarm. Knight Sorrow also realized that this might be the end of the world. However, he also knew that if he could not withstand the attacks of the heavenly sovereigns in front of him, then Bai Mei Sanren, the chaotic heavenly crystal beast, Chen Qingyun and his wife, the restriction-breaking hammer, Little 5, Little 7, Little 9, and even the golden heavenly halberd would all die. He thought to himself, no. I can't die like this. Then, he tried his best to summon the clone that had already collapsed and merged it into the phoenix armor. It allowed the phoenix armor's strength to increase by a level in an instant. After the phoenix armor was completely activated, it immediately blocked many heavenly sovereigns' attacks. This allowed Knight Sorrow to continue breaking the formation. However, this was only a temporary solution to the crisis. It was still not enough to support him to completely break the formation. Under such circumstances, the chaotic heavenly crystal beast suddenly woke up and sent a voice transmission to Knight Sorrow, I'll help you block the attacks, you break the formation. But you need to be faster. Are you sure you can do it? Knight Sorrow sensed and found that the chaotic heavenly crystal beast already had the strength of a middle earthly sovereign. However, he was not sure if he could withstand the attacks of a heavenly sovereign. Although I can't hold on for long, I'm definitely stronger than you. After all, our realms are still there. The chaotic heavenly crystal beast said and came out of Knight Sorrow's space to help Knight Sorrow resist the attacks in front of him. With its cooperation, Knight Sorrow finally succeeded in breaking the formation. Following that, the attacks that covered the sky and earth came to an end. At that moment, the chaotic heavenly crystal beast was seriously injured. Although it had advanced to the level of a middle earthly sovereign, the attacks of a heavenly sovereign were obviously beyond its endurance. Therefore, as soon as Knight Sorrow succeeded in breaking the formation, the chaotic heavenly crystal beast once again entered his space to recuperate. As for Little 5, Little 7, and the others, they were a little scared and felt that today was indeed a little dangerous. At this time, the battle between the coiling dragon spear and Xianxia had reached a climax. Seeing that Knight Sorrow had successfully broken the formation, he roared excitedly, I'll take you away. He put away the heavily injured Knight Sorrow and took him away from the Demon Fall battlefield. However, Xianxia also followed him out of the battlefield. Chapter 31-25. Xianxia left the Demon Fall battlefield and searched around, but he did not find Knight Sorrow or the coiling dragon spear. In the end, he flew straight into the void and went somewhere unknown. As for the coiling dragon spear that took Knight Sorrow away, he immediately took Knight Sorrow to find some natural treasures to help him recover from his injuries. After 5 to 6 years, Knight Sorrow's injuries slowly recovered. As for the chaotic heavenly crystal beast in his space grotto heaven, it was still in a deep sleep because of its serious injuries. After recovering, Knight Sorrow thanked the coiling dragon spear and said, "Senior, what do you plan to do in the future?" Speaking of which, the coiling dragon spear had the strength of a half-step heavenly supreme. Even in the fog, he was a decisive existence, second only to those supreme realm experts. An existence of this level was basically impossible to figure out. After Knight Sorrow finished asking, the coiling dragon spear, who had already transformed into human form, thought for a moment and said, "Now that Jianghu has fallen, I'm a little lost and don't know what path to take. If you don't have any ideas, why don't you come with me to the Slaughterer Academy and help that senior find a suitable body? When he breaks through to the Supreme Realm, we'll fight the fog together." Knight Sorrow saw that the coiling dragon spear did not have any ideas and immediately said. Hearing this, the coiling dragon spear shook his head and said, "You can't go to the Slaughterer Academy. Because those three existences might appear in the Slaughterer Academy. Even if you can successfully enter, you have to be careful. If I appear there, I'll be seen through immediately. Then I'll help you return to the Eternal Supreme World." Knight Sorrow asked after the coiling dragon spear finished speaking. He felt that the coiling dragon spear would definitely be exposed if he stayed in the fog for a long time. If those three existences discovered him, what awaited him would be destruction. What's the current situation in the Eternal Supreme World? Is everyone united and preparing for the battle against the fog? The coiling dragon spear asked. Hearing this, Knight Sorrow was speechless. The current Eternal Supreme World is divided into 10,000 realms, and these realms are basically a plate of loose sand. Most realms don't believe that a great calamity will come. Look at the time. How can they still be a plate of loose sand? How about this? You take me back to the Eternal Supreme World, and I'll go back and organize the situation. The coiling dragon spear looked at Knight Sorrow and said. Given his strength, there was indeed hope for him to unify the Eternal Supreme World. Good. Senior. I'll bring you to meet someone. Knight Sorrow said, then took the coiling dragon spear and began to search for the way to the Eternal Supreme Realm. Using the teleportation formation in the foggy area, he quickly returned to the Eternal Supreme World and headed to the Nine Mysteries territory. When they arrived at the Jianghu territory, they saw the Supreme Longevity. Knight Sorrow immediately summoned the coiling dragon spear and said to Supreme Longevity, "This is Senior Coiling Dragon Spear, the divine weapon of the Jianghu clan." He currently possessed the strength of a half-step heavenly sovereign. He had come back to help integrate the Eternal Supreme World. At present, the creatures in the fog are eyeing us covetously. The Eternal Supreme World can't be a sheet of loose sand. Indeed. But with my current strength, I can't do that at all. With Senior Coiling Dragon Spear around, things should be easier. As for the grudges between me and them, let's write them off. Supreme Longevity nodded and said after listening to Knight Sorrow. He would never forget the grudges of the past. Even after he had taken over the body, he had always wanted to take revenge. But in the face of the big picture, he was prepared to completely let go. Senior, you've suffered. Knight Sorrow will do his best to help you find a suitable body. Knight Sorrow said, then continued, then I'll leave the integration of the Eternal Supreme World to the two of you. As for me, I'll return to the foggy area immediately. Good. You can go in peace, but remember to be careful. Supreme Longevity said as he took out a space ring and handed it to Knight Sorrow. These are all heavenly sovereign rules and essences. Take them and use them there. Try to break through to the level of earthly sovereign as soon as possible. Speaking of which, your level is still too low. Yes. Senior. I'll work hard. Knight Sorrow did not refuse. He took the space ring and left the Nine Mysteries world. As for the other matters, he left them to Supreme Longevity and the Coiling Dragon Spear. The integration of the Eternal Supreme World was difficult. However, Supreme Longevity had already controlled many territories. There was a chance of success. After Knight Sorrow returned to the foggy area, he went straight to Baotou City. There were about 100 years before the Lu Tian Academy's selection. It was about the time they had agreed on. Ha! Little brother Night Devil, you've returned on time. I'm very happy. Seeing Night Sorrow's return, the governor of Baotou City heaved a sigh of relief. He then asked, "How's the matter of saving your friend?" His attitude was even more courteous than when Yishang had left. This was because another contestant from Baotou City had suddenly betrayed Baotou City a few years ago and joined the nearby Dark Hill City. Currently, Night Sorrow was the only contestant from Baotou City who could participate in the Lu Tian Academy's selection. Night Sorrow could sense that something had happened. The governor of Baotou City had suddenly become more polite. He asked, "City Lord, has anything happened recently?" Sigh. Yes. Wan Xinwu, who I've been cultivating, betrayed us at the critical moment and joined the Dark Hill City, which is our enemy. This is a huge blow to us. It's too late for me to look for other contestants. Hence, I can only place all my hopes on you. Heavenly Supremacy Bao Tutian checked Yishang's cultivation after saying that. Seeing that he had become an upper earthly sovereign, he said with satisfaction, "Very good. You're now an upper earthly sovereign. 100 years is enough for me to help you break through to the earthly sovereign level." Governor, to be honest, Night Devil has the ability to fight beyond his level. However, it's very difficult to break through at the same time. It requires a lot of resources. For example, if I want to break through to the earthly sovereign level, I need heavenly sovereign level rules and essences. Night Sorrow said embarrassedly. However, if the governor of Baotou City could really help him break through to the earthly sovereign level within 100 years, he would not mistreat him. Not only would he help him achieve good results, but he would also help him get rid of all the fog on him after his strength had increased. He would help him recover his original appearance. Night Sorrow only understood when he arrived at the foggy area. Originally, there were not many natives in the foggy area who could make a name for themselves. Currently, the cultivators who controlled the foggy area were all from the eternal sovereign world. Including the 3 earthly sovereigns, there were no exceptions. Hearing that Night Sorrow needed heavenly sovereign level rules and essences, the governor of Baotou City's expression became unnatural. This was because the heavenly sovereign level rules and essences were very important to him. Moreover, he was not very rich. After all, he only controlled one city. Clan. Chapter 31-26. Compared to Yunxi Heavenly Sovereign, who controlled 7 to 8 cities, it was nothing at all. If Night Sorrow took out enough resources to break through to the earthly sovereign level, he could basically empty it all in one go. However, when he thought of Anling's city master, Bao Tutian, who had been mocking him, he gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it. I'll take the risk this time. My lord. If I can successfully enter Lu Tian Academy, what kind of rewards will you and Bao Tutian get?" Yishang asked as soon as Supreme Bao Tutian finished his sentence. Although Bao Tutian was from the fog zone, Su Mo did not want to take advantage of him. However much he was prepared to give him, he would give him more. When Bao Tutian heard this, he immediately laughed and said, "I don't expect you to enter the top 10 and be selected by Lu Tian Academy. As long as you enter the top 1,000, I'll get back what I've invested." Are there any heavenly sovereigns participating in the selection? Night Sorrow continued to ask after Bao Tutian had finished speaking. He needed to have a rough understanding of the cultivators participating in the selection. Bao Tutian thought for a while and said, "Normally, there are no heavenly sovereigns. However, at the end of every selection, there are always people who can advance to the heavenly sovereign level. Usually, 3 to 5 people can break through. These people deliberately suppress their cultivation level and wait for the selection to break through. Generally speaking, there would be more than 10 half-step heavenly sovereigns participating in the selection of Lu Tian Academy. Therefore, Bao Tutian did not have any hope that Night Sorrow would enter the top 10. Got it. We can start now. 100 years is not long. I'll try my best to advance to the earthly sovereign level." Night Sorrow had a certain understanding of the people participating in the selection. He was very confident of getting a good result. If he could advance to the earthly sovereign level, he might even be able to enter the top 3. Then, he could accept the gift from Bao Tutian with peace of mind. Alright. I'll go get the resources. Just let me know if you need anything. After saying that, Bao Tutian brought Knight Sorrow into the cultivation room of the governor's mansion. He also left behind many heavenly sovereign rules and essences. Don't worry, City Lord, I will raise my strength as soon as possible. After Supreme Bao Tutian left, Xianxia set up a formation and began to cultivate. Because he was in the misty area, he had to conceal his identity and didn't dare to cultivate freely. Therefore, his cultivation progress wasn't fast. About 40 years later, Knight Sorrow successfully advanced to the level of a half-step earthly sovereign with the help of resources. In other words, he was a peak supreme martial artist. In the following 50 years, although Knight Sorrow tried his best to absorb the heavenly sovereign's rules and essence, he did not advance to become an earthly sovereign. At this time, Knight Sorrow entered the space with the heavenly spirit flower. He wondered if he should consume the heavenly spirit flower to help him become an earthly sovereign. The heavenly spirit flower was used by others to advance to heavenly sovereign, but he felt that if he used it, he could use it to advance to earthly sovereign. However, they were in Baotu City right now. If he were to consume it directly, there was no telling what would happen. After thinking for a while, Knight Sorrow decided to give up. Then, he observed the ancient coffin in the soil in the space. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with the ancient coffin, he was temporarily relieved. He was going to consume the heavenly spirit flower when he had the chance and then release the ancient coffin. He felt that carrying the ancient coffin was like carrying a time bomb. It didn't give him a sense of security. Wait until the Lu Tian Academy selection competition. 10 years before the competition started, Bao Tutian came to the secret room and asked Knight Sorrow to come out. When he found that Knight Sorrow had not advanced to earthly sovereign, his face turned pale. However, he only had Knight Sorrow in his hand now, so he didn't say anything. He just looked at Knight Sorrow and said, I don't have many requirements for the results. However, if you meet the cultivators of Anling City, you can't lose. Don't worry. I won't lose. If I lose, Night Demon will die on the stage. Knight Sorrow didn't know the strength of the cultivators in Anling City. However, Anling City was like Baotu City. It was located in a remote area. There shouldn't be any powerful cultivators who could break through to Heavenly Sovereign in the battle. Therefore, he was confident in dealing with them. Good. It's enough to have such determination. The city lord of Baotu City added, right. Wan Xinwu, the cultivator who betrayed Baotu City, is an upper earthly sovereign. I'll kill him if I meet him. Yishang glanced at Sovereign Bao Tutian and said confidently. For him, becoming an upper earthly sovereign was not a problem at all. Good. If you can kill him, I'll reward you handsomely. Bao Tutian said, the venue of the Lu Tian Academy's selection is a little special. We can't use the teleportation formation there. Let's go now. Good. Let's go. Don't worry about the results. Night Demon won't let you down. Don't forget that I was fighting across realms when you first met me. Knight Sorrow knew what Bao Tutian was thinking. He smiled and comforted him. In response, Bao Tutian smiled and said, you're right. I can't look at you normally. After saying that, Bao Tutian summoned his battleship. He brought Knight Sorrow and 4 half-step heavenly sovereigns to the venue of the Lu Tian Academy's selection. On the way, Bao Tutian suddenly asked, Brother Night Demon, where are you from? I feel that your aura is a little strange. Me? I'm not sure where I'm from. It's like I've been dormant for countless years and have just woken up. Knight Sorrow replied calmly when Bao Tutian said that. He said that because he was from the eternal sovereign world, he had only been corroded by the fog recently. Therefore, his aura was a little strange. Hearing that, Bao Tutian nodded and said, no wonder. It seems like I have to make some changes to my aura. Otherwise, if I meet an expert like He Yanhu, my identity might be exposed. Night Sorrow thought for a while and returned to his residence. He entered the space with the heavenly spirit flower and came to the ancient coffin to absorb some of the aura around the ancient coffin. The dark aura was much stronger than the ordinary aura in the foggy area. It also gave off an extremely evil feeling. After absorbing a little, Night Sorrow felt that his aura had become even darker than Bao Tutian's. However, under such circumstances, he had to divert some of his attention to resist the corrosion of the dark aura. Otherwise, one misstep would cause him to regret for eternity. Night Demon, why has your aura changed so much? When Night Sorrow appeared in front of Bao Tutian again, Bao Tutian was surprised. To be honest, I got a black stone by chance. It's because I kept absorbing its aura that my strength improved so quickly. However, its aura is very evil. Night Sorrow thought for a while and found a random reason. Stealing incense. Chapter 31-27. Black Stone. Hearing Night Sorrow's words, Bao Tutian asked in confusion. He was very interested. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he continued, forget it. Everyone has their own opportunities. I won't ask too much about you. Bao Tutian was afraid that Night Sorrow would overthink. After all, he was a heavenly sovereign, and Night Sorrow was only a half-step earthly sovereign. If he attacked, Night Sorrow would not be able to resist at all. City Governor, you worry too much. Night Sorrow said politely, but he did not take out the so-called black stone. After all, he had absorbed the aura from the ancient coffin. He could not carry the ancient coffin out directly. It doesn't matter how you got it. What matters is your strength. Bao Tutian continued, there should be some time on the way. If you have any questions, you can ask me. I'll tell you everything I know. Since the city governor has asked, I won't stand on ceremony. Upon hearing Heavenly Sovereign Bao Tu's words, Yishang immediately thanked him. He really had a lot of questions about the Heavenly Sovereign realm. Along the way, he asked a lot of questions. Although Bao Tutian was ruthless to others, he was very kind to Night Sorrow. He explained and analyzed everything he knew to Night Sorrow. He also taught him a lot about formations. The formations in the foggy area were not the same as those in the Eternal Sovereign realm. Night Sorrow had gained a lot along the way. In the end, he was really grateful to Bao Tutian. We're here. After passing through the mountain area in front, we'll be in the area controlled by the Lu Tian Academy. After piloting the warship for almost 9 years, Bao Tu earthly supremacy reminded Yishang as they passed by a mountain range. Although Night Sorrow had not cultivated in these years, his realm had stabilized a lot. He had reached the peak of the sovereign realm in all aspects. Hearing Bao Tutian's words, Night Sorrow came out of seclusion. He stood on the deck of the battleship and looked at the endless mountains in the distance. These mountains looked very tall, but they were different from the clouds in the Eternal Sovereign realm. They were shrouded in black gas, giving off an extremely evil feeling. The battleship entered the mountain range. Night Sorrow gradually felt his mind being affected, and he had the urge to kill. Moreover, this kind of impulse was gradually becoming uncontrollable. At this moment, if he utilized the energy of virtue, he would definitely be able to resist it. But it was possible. Thus, Night Sorrow looked at Supreme Bao Tutian and said, City Lord, why do I feel like I can't control myself? Ha! There is no need to panic. It would be a bad thing if you could control yourself. This was the area used to detect spies from the Eternal Supreme World. If a spy from the Eternal Paragon World enters this area, he won't be able to sense any killing intent. Heavenly Sovereign Bao Tu explained before he continued, however, this test is useless for Heavenly Sovereigns. Then, City Lord, since I've passed the test, can you help me resist this murderous aura? Night Demon doesn't like the feeling of being controlled. Night Sorrow said. He didn't want to lose control in this aura. Ha! This City Lord can't help, but you'll get used to it soon. Don't worry, this won't do you any harm. Heavenly Sovereign Bao Tu obviously knew what was going on, so he told Knight Sorrow to relax. Okay. Yi Shang knew that Prime Bao Tutian still had to rely on him, so he definitely would not make him unhappy. So he stopped resisting this dark aura. Gradually, the anger in his heart turned into black energy and wrapped around his body. Surrounded by this black energy, Knight Sorrow felt that his whole body was full of power. However, there was still a violent emotion in his heart, and he was only a step away from losing control. Seeing Knight Sorrow gradually calming down, Heavenly Sovereign Bao Tu said, "Don't be afraid, there will be a selection of the Heaven Slayer Academy later. The Academy won't let all of you lose control and become tools that only know how to kill. They just want to make you more excited." "I know." After replying, Knight Sorrow began to get used to this feeling. At the same time, he felt somewhat lucky. He guessed that if he hadn't absorbed the dark aura of the ancient coffin, he would have been detected. Then, in a state of excitement, Knight Sorrow followed Heavenly Sovereign Bao Tu to the city built for the selection of the Heaven Slayer Academy. Mang Mountain City. After entering the city, Heavenly Sovereign Bao Tu looked at the date and confirmed that there was still about a year before the selection officially began. Thus, he brought Yi Shang and found an inn to stay in. Originally, Knight Sorrow wanted to cultivate in the inn, but Heavenly Sovereign Bao Tu thought that he should take him to register first and inquire about the news at the same time. So, he took Knight Sorrow to the center of Mang Mountain City to register together. After asking around, Heavenly Sovereign Bao Tu panicked immediately. As of today, more than 100,000 people had registered for the competition, and none of them was below the earthly sovereign level. It seems that the number of people who will register in the end will be at least 200,000 to 300,000. This won't do. No matter what, I have to help you become an earthly sovereign as soon as possible. Otherwise, not to mention the results, I will become a laughing stock first. After returning to the inn from the registration area, Heavenly Sovereign Bao Tu thought about how to help Knight Sorrow become an earthly sovereign within a year. This was because it concerned his and Heavenly Sovereign Bao Tu's reputation. If there were many earthly sovereigns participating in the competition, it would be fine. However, among all of them, only Knight Sorrow was an earthly sovereign, which would be very embarrassing for him. City Governor, if anyone laughs at us, let them laugh first. Night Demon will fight back with his strength. Knight Sorrow knew what Heavenly Sovereign Bao Tu was thinking, so he comforted him. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. Hearing this, Heavenly Sovereign Bao Tu said, "No. Humans need their dignity, just like trees need their bark. I can't stand those people laughing at me. I will think of a way to get an earth spirit flower for you. I will let you become an earthly sovereign immediately." City Governor, the earth spirit flower is hard to come by. I think we should forget about it. Heavenly Sovereign Bao Tu was more anxious than Knight Sorrow to help him break through. Knight Sorrow felt a little awkward. However, he did not persuade Heavenly Sovereign Bao Tu at all. After Heavenly Sovereign Bao Tu said that, he went out to look for information about the earth spirit flower. However, he did not get any information for 3 months. On a certain day after 3 months, Heavenly Sovereign Bao Tu was teaching Knight Sorrow about arrays. A cultivator with a sinister face suddenly brought a few people to the courtyard that they rented. He sneered and said, Bao Tuesday. This time, you've really shown off your brilliance. You actually brought a half-step earthly sovereign to participate in the selection competition of Lu Tian Academy. Are you looking down on Lu Tian Academy or the heroes of the world? Stealing incense. Chapter 31-28. Knight Sorrow immediately used the sea serpent's eye to look over. The one who spoke was a cultivator who looked sinister but actually had the face of a rat. He had a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks. Before Supremacy Bao Tutian could speak, Knight Sorrow said coldly, "Where did this rat come from?" This sentence was just a normal reprimand to an ordinary person. However, Supremacy and Ling was a rat that had cultivated into a demon and then transformed into a human. He hated this sentence very much. As soon as Yi Shang finished speaking, he flew into a rage. He sneered, "You're the supremacy contestant Bao Tutian brought here. You're not that strong, but you're very arrogant. Believe it or not, I'll kill you immediately. If you have the ability to kill me directly, you would have done it long ago. Why are you still talking nonsense?" Knight Sorrow said to Supremacy and Ling in disdain. Supremacy Bao Tutian immediately laughed out loud and said, "Ha! That's right. He wouldn't dare to make a move on Lu Tian Academy's territory even if he had the guts of a rat." Then, he looked at Supremacy and Ling in disdain. Supremacy and Ling was naturally embarrassed to be looked down upon by Knight Sorrow and Bao Tutian. At this moment, he summoned the one Xinwu, who had betrayed Bao Tutian's city, and said, "Come. Say something to Supremacy Bao Tutian." "Yes. Lord and Ling." After one Xinwu was summoned, he looked at Supremacy Bao Tutian playfully and said, "Bao Tutian, it's not that I want to criticize you. Even if I, one Xinwu, give up on Bao Tutian's city, you can still find an earthly supremacy to participate in the competition, right? As a cultivator from Bao Tutian's city, I feel embarrassed because of this. How about this? Kneel down and kowtow to me 9 times, then I, one Xinwu, will continue to represent Bao Tutian's city in the competition." "How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you bark at me here? My Bao Tutian city has a goal. How can an ant like you join it so casually?" After one Xinwu finished speaking, Supremacy Bao Tutian scolded him in disdain. Hearing this, one Xinwu sneered and said, "Deceiving oneself and others is indeed useful sometimes. At least it can numb yourself. What can an ant like you understand? Do you think you can reach the top just because you joined Ling? You're just a dog in another place. If you have 1% of Night Demon, you won't be like this." Initially, Prime Bao Tutian was furious. However, Yi Shang comforted him with a voice transmission. One Xinwu disdain. To Supremes, Bao Tutian City, one Xinwu Luan become a supremacy Luan supremacy. Luo Tutian City Bao Tutian was Luan Luan supremacy. He was so excited that he could not control his emotions in such an environment created by the Killer Heaven Academy. Luan Tutian Luo Lu. Luan Luster the Lutian City Luster Luo. Lut Bao Luan. Lud. Luan. Then, he said, "I, the Night Demon, challenge you to a life and death challenge. According to the rules of the Killer Heaven Academy. Is Tutian. Let's go. Let's go to the city center." "Wow. You're just a supremacy. Aren't you afraid of death?" One Xinwu's face immediately revealed an impudent smile when he heard Yi Shan's challenge. Supremacy and Ling looked at Supremacy Bao Tutian and mocked, "Your subordinate seems to be more excited than you." "Excited? What's there to be excited about? What's there to be excited about? Who doesn't have thousands of lives on their hands?" Heavenly Supreme Bao Tu said indifferently after Heavenly Supreme Dark Hill finished speaking. When Knight Sorrow challenged one Xinwu, he had sent a message to one Xinwu. After confirming that one Xinwu was confident, he was relieved. "Ha! You're just comforting yourselves. Let's see how you're going to find another contestant after Night Demon is killed." One Xinwu released his aura and said, "With Lord and Ling's help, I've become a half-step heavenly supremacy. Do you think a half-step earthly supremacy can defeat a half-step heavenly supremacy? With your character, you're no match for Night Demon even if you're a half-step supreme realm." Supremacy Bao Tutian said disdainfully after one Xinwu finished speaking. At the same time, he sent a message to Knight Sorrow. "Night Demon, his strength has increased. Are you still confident? If not, we'll give up the challenge. Even if it's embarrassing, it's better than being killed. Don't worry. Although he has become a half-step heavenly supremacy, his realm is not stable. He's not much stronger than an ordinary upper earthly supremacy. He's no match for me." Knight Sorrow said with certainty. One Xinwu and Supremacy and Ling said, "Let's go. Let's go to the Ring of Life and Death in the city center. Since you're in such a hurry to die, we'll fulfill your wish." After Night Sorrow finished speaking, Supremacy and Ling looked at Wan Xinwu and said, "Let's end this battle." "Don't worry, Lord. He can kill supremacies like slaughtering chickens and rabbits. Let's kill him quickly and study the other opponents. This time, we'll strive to enter the top 10,000 and win glory for Anling City." After Wan Xinwu finished speaking, he looked at Night Sorrow and said, "Let's go. Follow me to meet your death." Pathetic. Until now, you still can't see your own fate. Night Sorrow mocked and flew toward the arena of life and death in the city with Supremacy Bao Tutian. Supremacy and Ling and Wan Xinwu followed behind. However, when they arrived at the arena of life and death, they realized that they had to line up. They were arranged for the 22nd battle because there were too many cultivators who had conflicts in their excitement. In the center of the city, there was only one arena of life and death. You can live a little longer and watch a few more battles between earthly supremacies. Seeing that they had to line up, Wan Xinwu looked at Night Sorrow coldly. Hearing this, Night Sorrow smiled and shook his head. "Soon, you'll know how ignorant you are." After he finished speaking, Yishang no longer paid any attention to the chattering Wan Xinwu. He watched the battles in the arena of life and death with Supremacy Bao Tutian. The first battle had successfully attracted everyone's attention. The two opponents were actually two heavenly supremacies. The probability of two heavenly supremacies entering the arena of life and death was very low. The two opponents were called Heavenly Supremacy Jianghu and Heavenly Supremacy Jianghu. Their names were very similar. It was also because of their names that they gradually had conflicts. It was also strange. After entering the arena, the two sides did not say anything and directly attacked. After they attacked, Night Sorrow opened the sea serpent's eye and could barely see some of the tracks. As for the other earthly supremacies present, they could not see anything clearly. Chapter 31-29. Heavenly Sovereign Jianghu and Heavenly Sovereign Jianghu. They were Jianghu and Jianghu, respectively. They were ferocious in battle, but they remained in their human forms. They did not transform into Jianghu and Jianghu. However, although they were in their human forms, their fighting style still maintained the primitive bestial nature of demonic beasts. When they fought, they were quite cold and bloodthirsty. Night Sorrow used the eye of the sea serpent to watch for a while. He had a better understanding of the battle between the heavenly sovereigns. At the same time, his understanding of the heavenly sovereigns also improved. He vaguely felt that he was getting closer and closer to becoming an earthly sovereign. It was as if he could see the window paper, and he was only one step away from breaking it. Very good. I have gained a lot from watching this battle. Under such circumstances, Night Sorrow became more and more fascinated as he watched. In the end, he was completely immersed in it. He even almost comprehended a unique skill. After the battle between the two heavenly sovereigns ended, Heavenly Sovereign Jianghu flew out of the arena as the winner. Night Sorrow looked at Heavenly Sovereign Bao Tu and said, "The battle between heavenly sovereigns is indeed different. In terms of rhythm, we can't keep up. Therefore, no matter what, we are no match for them." Ha! Even I can't see the battle between the two heavenly sovereigns clearly. Why are you pretending? You are even commenting. What a joke. Hearing Night Sorrow's words, Wan Xinwu mocked him before Heavenly Sovereign Bao Tu could say anything. As far as he was concerned, Yishan was simply playing to the gallery. Night Sorrow smiled and looked at Wan Xinwu. "You are a frog at the bottom of the well. How dare you talk about the sun and moon? You can't understand it, but it doesn't mean others can't. Fine. You are stubborn. Anyway, you won't be able to get out of the arena when you are in it." Wan Xinwu looked at Night Sorrow with disdain. He felt as if he was looking at a dead man. Night Sorrow couldn't be bothered with him. To him, Wan Xinwu was the real dead man. At this time, Bao Tu looked at Night Sorrow and said, "Night Demon, can you really see the battle between the two heavenly sovereigns clearly?" "I can't see it clearly, but I can vaguely see some of its tracks." Night Sorrow replied honestly, before he continued, but just looking at these tracks, I feel like I've benefited a lot, and I can vaguely feel like I'm about to become an earthly sovereign. Thank you so much, heavenly sovereigns. Alright. Very good. Upon hearing that Night Sorrow was about to become an earthly sovereign, Supremacy Bao Tutian nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, Heavenly Sovereign Dark Hai and Wan Xinwu had looks of disdain on their faces. They felt that Night Sorrow was simply bragging without thinking. At that moment, Heavenly Sovereign Green Fox, who had been about to leave the stage, suddenly stopped. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at Night Sorrow. I just realized that you can see something. Interesting. I'll give you this tiger skin. As he spoke, he tossed Sky Supremacy Qinghu's skin to Night Sorrow. Hurry up and thank Heavenly Sovereign Qinghu. A Heavenly Supreme level tiger skin could be refined into a decent defensive armor. It was a rare treasure for an earthly sovereign. Heavenly Sovereign Qinghu had given it to him. Supremacy Bao Tutian immediately asked Night Sorrow to express his gratitude. At this moment, Night Sorrow tossed the tiger skin back and said, "Thank you, Heavenly Sovereign Qinghu. However, I can't accept your gift without doing anything." "Ha, you are indeed an interesting little fellow." Heavenly Sovereign Qinghu smiled as he received Heavenly Sovereign Qinghu's skin. Then, he left. Night Sorrow, why didn't you accept the tiger skin? That is a Heavenly Sovereign skin. It can be refined into something good. After Heavenly Sovereign Qinghu left, Supremacy Bao Tutian said regretfully. City Lord. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Heavenly Sovereign Qinghu just wanted to prove that what I said was true and that he could see some traces of the battle. He didn't really want to give me the tiger skin. If I was greedy and accepted the tiger skin, I would definitely get into big trouble. Do you think that Heavenly Sovereign Qinghu, who fought with other Heavenly Sovereigns because of his name, would be so generous as to give away a Heavenly Sovereign's skin for no reason? Night Sorrow transmitted his voice to Supremacy Bao Tutian. Impressive. Your temperament is really good. After hearing Night Sorrow's analysis, Supremacy Bao Tutian was enlightened. Then, he said, perhaps your future achievements will be greater than mine. City Lord, you flatter me. Night Sorrow said and looked at Wan Xinwu. At this moment, Wan Xinwu was a little speechless. Heavenly Sovereign Qinghu had already said that Night Sorrow could see some traces of the battle. This made him act like a fool. When he saw Night Sorrow looking at him, he gritted his teeth and said murderously, let's meet in the arena. Okay. Let's meet in the arena. Yi Shuang didn't continue to say anything else since he was in the right. Instead, he watched the subsequent battles in peace. After watching the battle between the Heavenly Sovereigns, Night Sorrow felt that there was nothing to learn from watching the battle between the Earthly Sovereigns. The things that he could absorb were basically negligible. In the end, he simply closed his eyes and rested, waiting for his battle to begin. Finally, after 3 days, the opportunity to enter the arena came. After flying into the life and death arena, Night Sorrow looked at Wan Xinwu, who was already in the arena. At this moment, Wan Xinwu's expression was solemn, and he was no longer as arrogant as he was a few days ago. His temperament is not as bad as he looks. Night Sorrow muttered to himself after seeing Wan Xinwu's performance. Wan Xinwu was obviously arrogant and rude before the battle, but he was very serious when it came to the battle. Die! At the same time that Yi Shang looked over, Wan Xinwu suddenly threw a punch. He seemed to have only thrown one punch. However, thousands of fist prints appeared in the void. These fist prints were all made of primordial qi. Because of the special aura in the fog, they were all black. It looks very strong, but it actually doesn't have much attack power. To sum it up, it's just gaudy. Night Sorrow used the sea serpent's eye to see through the trajectory of the punch. Then, he suddenly threw a punch. Night Sorrow did not make any changes to this punch. It was just a simple punch, but the power it contained was definitely much more powerful than the thousands of punches that Wan Xinwu had thrown out. Remember, This is called the essence of the punch, not the quantity. With a loud roar, Yishan used a simple, unadorned punch to shatter Wan Xinwu's fist shadows. Then, he threw a punch at Wan Xinwu's chest. Boom! After being hit by this punch, Wan Xinwu immediately flew out and crashed into the protective shield of the arena. Good! Night Demon, you really did not disappoint me. Kill him. Seeing that Night Sorrow had sent Wan Xinwu flying with one punch, Sovereign Bao Tutian roared and started to think about how he could help Night Sorrow become an earthly sovereign quickly. Night Sorrow had not become an earthly sovereign yet, but he was already in such a battle. If he could help him become an earthly sovereign, there might be an unexpected surprise. Clan M. Chapter 3130. In Bao Tutian's opinion, this kind of investment should be a sure win. But at this time, he muttered to himself, that's not right. He has the strength to fight a top earthly sovereign now. If he wants to become an earthly sovereign, what he needs is not the earthly spirit flower, but the heavenly spirit flower. The heavenly spirit flower is a priceless treasure. Where can I get it? After thinking for a while, Bao Tutian felt that there was not much he could do to help Night Sorrow. After all, he was not a rich heavenly sovereign. I've said that you are no match for him. In the short period when Bao Tutian was distracted, Night Sorrow had successfully suppressed Wan Xinwu with his advantage. At first, Wan Xinwu felt humiliated when he was suppressed by Night Sorrow. In his opinion, he should be able to defeat his opponent easily. But after fighting for a while, he suddenly realized that he could not suppress Night Sorrow in any way. He started to panic and realized that he might be the one to die in the arena of life and death today. After thinking for a while, Wan Xinwu felt that he should not be careless anymore. He thought to himself, compared to my life, face is not important at all. I have to use the mentality of the weak to fight against the strong and start to defend patiently, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. He realized that Wan Xinwu had stopped underestimating him. Night Sorrow also started to take it seriously. He sneered, it's too late for you to take it seriously now. This is called being defeated like a landslide. After shouting, Night Sorrow used the Qingxian godly spear technique and attacked Wan Xinwu crazily. For a while, Wan Xinwu was suppressed very passively. He could only defend himself and could not fight back. This heavenly sovereign is not simple. He can actually force a half-step heavenly sovereign to such a state. Yes. He can suppress his opponent who is so many small realms above him. This kind of talent is highly valued by the Lu Tian Academy. Maybe he can be selected. Some of the spectators started to discuss the process of Night Sorrow suppressing Wan Xinwu. Hearing these discussions, Bao Tutian looked at Heavenly Sovereign and Ling proudly and said, the genius that you have painstakingly poached and nurtured doesn't look like much? Humph. Heavenly Supreme Dark Ling, who had been mocked, simply couldn't think of any words to refute. He transmitted his voice to Wan Xinwu, why is it so difficult to deal with a half-step earthly sovereign? Could it be that you want this city lord to become everyone's laughingstock? Back then when he poached Wan Xinwu over, Ling had put in a lot of capital. His goal was to embarrass supremacy Bao Tutian, who had a grudge against him. However, he did not expect that his face would be slapped so hard before the Killer Heaven Academy's qualifier even started. Reporting to the city lord, this night demon is indeed not simple. It was not something that an ordinary earthly sovereign could fight against. This subordinate has already done his best. Wan Xinwu replied helplessly. As the battle progressed, he had already used all his skills, but he was still no match for Night Sorrow. Since I'm no match for him, I'll self-detonate and kill him. This city lord will think of a way to help you reincarnate. It's better than your soul being destroyed. Heavenly Supreme Ling said viciously. Yes. Milord. Hearing Heavenly Supreme Ling's words, Wan Xinwu felt that it made sense. If he was killed in the arena, then it would definitely be the end of his divine sense being destroyed. However, if he self-detonated, both sides would be injured. Even if he died, he would still have a chance to be reincarnated. After a slight hesitation, he was ready to self-detonate. He began to look for an opportunity in the battle. Coincidentally, not long after the battle, Knight Sorrow used the Divine Essence trapping array and began to suppress him in close combat. At this time, Wan Xinwu's face revealed a ghostly smile, and he suddenly chose to self-detonate. Buzz! Although Wan Xinwu had just advanced to half-step Heavenly Supreme, the power of his self-detonation was still very terrifying. Knight Sorrow, who had not expected Wan Xinwu to be so decisive in choosing to self-detonate, did not dodge the attack. He was instantly sent flying and crashed into the energy shield. After a while, he finally managed to get up. After checking his body, Knight Sorrow found that there was nothing wrong with him. This was all thanks to the recent increase in his physical strength. If it were in the past, even if he did not die, he would have been seriously injured. He looked at Wan Xinwu, who had been completely shattered, leaving only a trace of his soul floating in the void. Knight Sorrow thought to himself, it's all thanks to the experience in the Demon Fall battlefield. And I've advanced to peak Heavenly Supreme. Otherwise, it would have been really unbearable. Then, he held Wan Xinwu's soul in his hand and sneered, good plan. However, as I said, the one who will die is you. Let me go, please let me go. I'll submit to you. Seeing that Knight Sorrow was about to kill him in the arena, Wan Xinwu lost his dignity. He begged for mercy in front of everyone. Hearing this, Bao Tutian, who was below the stage, immediately shouted, there's no need to keep such a slave of 3 surnames alive. Just kill him. Okay. Knight Sorrow also felt that there was no need to keep Wan Xinwu alive. With a wave of his hand, he would kill him directly. Night Demon, you're very good. However, do you think you can get away with offending me, Enling? Stop dreaming. When Knight Sorrow flew down from the life and death arena, Enling looked at him coldly and said, you better pray that no one from Enling City will meet you in the selection. Otherwise, you'll definitely die. Wan Xinwu thought the same as you. Now, his soul is destroyed. Knight Sorrow looked at Enling and said coldly, now that you've said this, I think your ending will be the same as his. Bastard! You're just an ant. How dare you threaten me? Enling had always thought that Heavenly Supremes were superior. Now that he was despised by Knight Sorrow, he immediately flew into a rage. So what if I'm threatening you? At this time, Bao Tutian stood in front of Knight Sorrow and said, Enling, let me tell you, what the Night Demon said is what I said. Sooner or later, we'll kill you. We'll destroy your soul. Okay. I'll wait for you. When we return, we'll launch a siege. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Enling, who was completely enraged, roared coldly. He was prepared to launch a war between Enling City and Bao Tutian City when he returned. Upon hearing this, Bao Tutian smiled and said, come on, I'm not afraid of you. I'm just afraid that Knight Sorrow will be chosen by Lu Tian Academy and you won't dare to send your troops. Humph. He'll be chosen by Lu Tian Academy? Dream on. Enling said disdainfully after hearing Bao Tutian's words. Then he added, if this ant can be chosen by Lu Tian Academy, I'll kill myself in front of you. If he can't be chosen, you, Bao Tutian, will kneel on the ground and kowtow to me 1,000 times. Do you dare to accept this bet? In his opinion, Knight Sorrow had no chance of being chosen by Lu Tian Academy. Clan M. Chapter 31-31. Since it was impossible for Yi Shang to be chosen by the Killer Heaven Academy, he, Tian Supreme Enling, would definitely win this bet. If Supremacy Bao Tutian agreed, then he would definitely lose. If he didn't agree, then he would lose face. In Enling's opinion, this was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He wouldn't lose no matter what. Supremacy Bao Tutian was speechless when he heard this. What he thought was similar to Supremacy Enling's. Although Knight Sorrow looked very outstanding, he should still be a distance away from the top 10. It would be difficult for him to be selected by Lu Tian Academy. If he agreed rashly, he might lose face. For a moment, he really didn't know how to respond. At this moment, Knight Sorrow, who saw through Supremacy Bao Tutian's thoughts, transmitted his voice to him, "City Lord, don't worry and agree to it. I should be able to advance to Earth supremacy soon. By then, I will have the strength to enter the top 10. And from the discussion of the audience just now, I heard that Lu Tian Academy not only values strength, but also potential. Night Demon's potential should be worthy of their attention. This. Night Demon, are you really confident?" Supremacy Bao Tutian asked doubtfully when he heard this. As the governor of a small city at the border, he had never thought that there would be a talent selected by the Killer Heaven Academy in his city. At this moment, he was a little stunned. "I can't say that I'm absolutely confident. After all, Lu Tian Academy has their own way of thinking, but I should not be weaker than others." Knight Sorrow transmitted his voice confidently. He didn't say these words in public. "All right. I'll believe you this time. If you succeed, I will benefit from it too. If you fail, we'll just kill Enling." Supremacy Bao Tutian transmitted his voice to Knight Sorrow. He looked at Supremacy Enling and said, "Okay. I agree to the bet." "Ha ha ha. Good. Then let's make a heavenly oath." Heavenly Supreme Enling laughed loudly as he swore an oath. Supremacy Bao Tutian thought for a moment and also made a heavenly oath. Then, Supremacy Bao Tutian and Knight Sorrow returned to the inn together. After arriving at the inn, Supremacy Bao Tutian kept thinking about the bet. He let Knight Sorrow cultivate in the inn while he went out to look for the heavenly spirit flower or other treasures that could help Knight Sorrow. Yi Shang was more or less grateful for this. But after Supremacy Bao Tutian left, he entered the inn's secret room. He set up a formation. Then he started to cultivate. Time was of the essence. He hoped to use the heavenly spirit flower to break through to the earthly sovereign realm. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous for him to remain in the Jizuan realm. If he got too much attention, he would be exposed to eternal supremacy's world. After setup was the heavenly spirit flowers, Knight Sorrow took the flower directly. There was a fragrance heavenly spirit. After taking it, Yi Shang's mouth still had a lingering fragrance. Was. After consuming the heavenly spirit flower, he immediately felt the bottleneck of the earthly sovereign level being broken. Without wasting much effort, he had directly advanced to the level of earthly sovereign. But at this moment, because he had completely released his energy, the aura around Yi Shang's body couldn't be concealed by the fog. In this case, he re-entered the space where the ancient coffin was and started to absorb the dark aura around the ancient coffin. He restored his aura to its dark state. Then, he flew out of the city to fight against the Thunder Tribulation energy clone. In about 2 days, Knight Sorrow successfully defeated the Thunder Tribulation energy clone and became an earthly supremacy. He checked his aura and found nothing wrong with it. Knight Sorrow returned to the city. Supremacy Bao Tutian still had not returned. Yi Shan and his 4 subordinates greeted each other. He asked them to send a voice transmission to Supremacy Bao Tutian to tell him that he had advanced to heavenly supremacy. Then, he was ready to enter the state of cultivation again. He was going to deduce some secret techniques. But after the subordinates sent him a voice transmission, they found out that he had obtained the heavenly spirit flower and was rushing back from outside the city. How did he get it? If I had known, I wouldn't have used my own heavenly spirit flower. Yi Shang said regretfully when he received the news. At this time, the chaotic heavenly crystal beast, who was still recuperating in the space abode, immediately sent a voice transmission. If you don't need it, you can give it to me. Wait until I advance to peak earthly supremacy. Then, I can use it to advance to heavenly supremacy. Okay. I'll find a way to get it for you. Knight Sorrow replied to the chaotic heavenly crystal beast, and then personally sent a voice transmission to Supremacy Bao Tutian. He told him that if he got the heavenly spirit flower, he would most likely advance to middle earthly supremacy. Supremacy Bao Tutian was overjoyed. He thought to himself, Night Demon can defeat a half-step heavenly supremacy at the supremacy stage. If I advance to middle earthly supremacy, then I can fight with a heavenly supremacy. While thinking, he replied to Night Sorrow, Night Demon, don't worry. I will definitely bring the heavenly spirit flower back for you. Thank you, Supremacy Bao Tutian. Night Sorrow said gratefully. This Bao Tutian is quite generous. However, at this moment, he heard Supremacy Bao Tutian's voice transmission. Night Demon. It's over. I've been ambushed. I'm afraid I won't be able to return to the city. What? The city governor has been ambushed. How many opponents are there? What are their cultivation levels? Night Sorrow heard this and quickly asked. If Bao Tutian was killed at this juncture, the heavenly spirit flower would be taken away, and it would be hard to say whether he could continue to participate in the selection. This was something Night Sorrow could not accept. And Ling and another heavenly supremacy are waiting for me. I'm no match for the two of them. And I don't have the advantage in speed. I might die. After Ling is done with me, he will definitely attack you. You'd better run. Bao Tutian was being suppressed by two heavenly supremacies, but he did not forget to send a voice transmission to Night Sorrow. Upon hearing his words, Night Sorrow continued to send a voice transmission. Tell me where you are fighting. I might be able to help. He felt that now that he had advanced to the level of earthly supremacy, he might be able to fight against a heavenly supremacy. After all, the resources that he consumed were all from a higher cultivation level. Ordinary people use the heavenly spirit flower to advance to the level of heavenly supremacy, but he had only advanced to the level of earthly supremacy. I'm not telling you the location because I'm afraid you'll come. It's useless. Run. Although you have advanced to the level of earthly supremacy, you're definitely no match for a heavenly supremacy. Give up. Bao Tutian continued to send a voice transmission. Cut the crap. Tell me the location. I'll go there immediately. Don't underestimate me. Night Sorrow had been in a state of excitement in the city. When Supremacy Bao Tutian did not tell him the location, he immediately flew into a rage. Sigh. All right. I'm 1,000,000 miles northwest of the city. Night Sorrow flew into a rage. Supremacy Bao Tutian, on the other hand, was very pleased. He thought that he could only try his best at this point. Hence, he told him where he was. Clan M. Chapter 31-32. After Night Sorrow learned from Sovereign Bao Tutian where he was being attacked, he immediately flew out of the city. 1,000,000 miles was not far for earthly sovereigns and heavenly sovereigns. Night Sorrow did not take long to reach the place where they were fighting. At this time, Sovereign Bao Tutian could not hold on any longer and had lost the ability to resist. He was being ravaged by Sovereign Ling. If it were not for Sovereign Ling's deep resentment towards Sovereign Bao Tutian, he would have killed him long ago. He would not have lasted until now. Aunt, you are here. Good, good. Today, I will kill both of you. Heavenly Supreme Anling, who was fighting Heavenly Supreme Bao Tu, smiled in surprise when he saw Yi Shang arrive. On the other hand, Sovereign Bao Tutian had a complicated expression on his face. It was impossible for him not to be moved by Night Sorrow's appearance, but on the other hand, he felt that Night Sorrow was just here to die. This was because heavenly sovereigns were superior existences. No matter how outstanding Night Sorrow was, he was only a lower earthly sovereign. The gap between them was huge. He thought to himself, why bother? At this time, he did not see any hope at all. After Night Sorrow appeared, he looked at Sovereign Ling and said, since we have a bet previously, let's make a bet. How about another bet? Bet? What ability do you have to bet with me? After Yi Shang spoke, Sky Supremacy and Ling looked at him coldly. The other heavenly sovereign beside Ling crossed his arms and looked like he was watching a show. After all, Sovereign Bao Tutian had no combat power at this time. Night Sorrow was only a lower earthly sovereign, so he was not strong enough. I bet that you can't hurt me within 100 moves. If I win, you let Sovereign Bao Tutian go today. If you win, Sovereign Bao Tutian and I will serve you forever. Do you dare to bet? After saying that, Yi Shang continued, do you want a dead heavenly sovereign, or do you want a living heavenly sovereign servant? Think about it yourself. Oh. This bet is interesting. The masked heavenly sovereign, who was standing beside Sovereign and Ling, immediately said with interest, I think you can bet on it. An earthly sovereign is still okay, but a heavenly sovereign slave is hard to come by. Our forces are like tigers that have grown wings. Upon hearing that, Sovereign and Ling smiled and said, I have to admit that this bet is very tempting. I have never thought of making my old rival Bao Tutian to serve me. Now, his dream was about to come true. How can I refuse such a bet? After saying that, Heavenly Supremacy and Ling turned to Heavenly Supremacy Bao Tu and asked, the question now is, Bao Tu, do you agree to this bet? This bet. At Sovereign Bao Tutian was the heavenly sovereign. Originally, he didn't have much hope of surviving. Hearing this bet, he was very nervous. He transmitted his voice to Night Sorrow, Night Demon, do you have the confidence to fight him, or is this a stalling tactic? With his pride, it was impossible for him to submit to Sky Sovereign and Ling. To him, it would be better to have his divine soul destroyed than to do that. This is a stalling tactic, but I have a chance to defend against his attack. I have a trump card. He should be unable to break through my defense. However, I don't know what will happen if I use it. Now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to use it. Night Sorrow said. He was almost 100% sure that he could defend against Sovereign and Ling. However, he might not be able to control the situation. In order to enter Lu Tian Academy, he had to save Sovereign Bao Tutian. He also wanted to protect the Heavenly Spirit Flower for the chaotic Heavenly Crystal Beast. After hearing Night Sorrow's words, Sovereign Bao Tutian pondered for a moment and said, how many chances can there be in life? Night Devil, I believe in you. Alright. City Lord, let's take a gamble. Let's see what will happen. No matter what, we can't let An Ling win. Night Sorrow said firmly. Although he was transmitting his voice, his tone was impassioned. Yes. We won't let him have an easy time. Sovereign Bao Tutian replied to Night Sorrow, then looked at Sovereign and Ling and said, I agree to this bet. And I'm willing to swear a heavenly Dao oath. After saying that, Sovereign Bao Tutian began to swear a heavenly Dao oath. Ha ha ha. Good, very good. I, An Ling, am happy to have 2 more servants. After Sovereign An Ling finished speaking, he began to swear a heavenly Dao oath. After he finished, he looked at Night Sorrow and said, Aunt, it's your turn. Swear a heavenly Dao oath, and we'll start the battle immediately. Alright. I, Night Devil. Night Sorrow did not hesitate and swore a heavenly Dao oath. He looked at the other party and said, go ahead. Let me see what kind of strength the Heavenly Sovereign has. As he spoke, he was recalling the battle between Heavenly Sovereign Jianghu and Heavenly Sovereign Jianghu. He could not see clearly that kind of speed before he advanced to Earth Sovereign. But now that he recalled it, he could more or less see it. He did not want to use his trump card right away. He wanted to test his true strength and see if he could fight a lower Heavenly Sovereign like An Ling. Ha! An ant is more arrogant than a dragon or a phoenix. I'll destroy your confidence now. Heavenly Supreme An Ling roared and sent a palm strike at Yi Shang. In his opinion, if he used his full strength, it was very likely that he would kill Night Sorrow. Therefore, he only used 30% of his strength. So weak? He shouldn't have used his full strength. Night Sorrow, who had already activated the 33 Heavens Battle Secret technique, observed with the Sea Serpent's eye and found that Sovereign An Ling's attack did not seem very strong. He did not use any secret technique at all, just a slap. Boom! After the two of them clashed, Night Sorrow, who had used about 70% of his strength, fought to a draw with Sovereign An Ling. This ant's strength is not bad. No wonder he dares to boast about fighting with you. Seeing that Sovereign Enling and Knight Sorrow had fought to a draw, the masked heavenly sovereign at the side suddenly became interested. It is indeed interesting. Although I have only used 30% of my strength. It is already very good for a lower earthly sovereign to be able to take this attack. Sovereign Enling was not upset that his attack had been blocked. Instead, he said excitedly, if such a servant is nurtured to the level of a heavenly sovereign, his future will be limitless. It will definitely be a good thing for our forces. Yes. Take him down immediately. The masked heavenly sovereign nodded in agreement. Don't worry. I can feel that he doesn't have much strength left. Sovereign Enling said. He then used 70% of his strength and slapped again. He judged that this was already beyond Knight Sorrow's limit. He did not want to use too much strength and kill Knight Sorrow directly. You are thinking too much. Knight Sorrow, who had seen through his opponent's thoughts, took out his golden heavenly halberd and used all his strength to attack with the divine spear. Clan M. Chapter 31-33. The godly spear technique was not as powerful as the Qingxian godly spear technique, but the latter was a combination technique, so it was not suitable to use it here. Boom! Knight Sorrow used the godly spear technique and clashed with Heavenly Sovereign Enling's palm wind. He was directly blasted away. However, he quickly stood up without any injuries. Although there was a huge gap in strength between them, Knight Sorrow's body had improved a lot through the tempering in the Demon Fall battlefield. After advancing to the Earth Sovereign level, there was not much difference between him and ordinary heavenly sovereigns. Compared to the gap in strength, Knight Sorrow's body was not much weaker than Heavenly Sovereign Enling's. Knight Demon, are you okay? Although Knight Sorrow knew that he was fine, Heavenly Sovereign Bao Tutian did not know. After the two finished exchanging blows, he asked with concern. Knight Sorrow's battle concerned their fates, so Heavenly Sovereign Bao Tutian was completely on his side. Be careful, City Lord. I'm fine. However, if he uses his ultimate technique, I'll have to use that thing. Knight Sorrow said, then looked at Heavenly Sovereign Enling and said, there's still a long way to go before 100 moves. Let's continue. Not bad. You took a move with 80% of my strength and didn't suffer any injuries. If nothing goes wrong, you'll be selected by Lu Tian Academy. To have a servant like you, I'll definitely have a huge amount of resources in the future. Heavenly Sovereign Enling laughed and said, next, I'll use my full strength and ultimate technique. If you can't take it, surrender quickly. Otherwise, I'll kill you directly. After saying that, Heavenly Sovereign Enling used an ordinary ultimate technique on Knight Sorrow. Dark Soul Palm. This was the ultimate technique that Heavenly Sovereign Enling used when he had just advanced to the Heavenly Sovereign level. Its power was relatively weak, and he had not used it for a long time. Now that he used it, he was a little rusty, and its power was ordinary. However, Knight Sorrow did not dare to be careless in the face of a Heavenly Sovereign's ultimate technique. He knew that he would only be seriously injured and would not be killed if he took it head-on. However, there was no need. Because what they agreed upon was not 3 moves, but 100. I'll let you have a taste of how it feels to attack it. When Sky Sovereign Dark Ling's attack approached, Knight Sorrow suddenly summoned the ancient coffin in the space, blocking in front of him. The moment the ancient coffin was summoned, it immediately released an endless aura of darkness. The dark aura was so dense that it seemed to have come from the abyss of hell, causing fear to rise in people's hearts. Sky Sovereign Enling's attack landed on the black chi surrounding the ancient coffin, but it didn't cause any damage. Seeing Enling's attack being neutralized so easily by the ancient coffin, Xianxia's eyes widened. Enling couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. After a brief investigation, he was certain that this ancient coffin wasn't something he could fight against. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. He transmitted his voice to the masked Heavenly Sovereign beside him. What is this ancient coffin? Why do I feel like I'm trembling? I don't want to attack him at all. I'm not sure either, but it's definitely not simple. We are all heavenly sovereigns, but when we face this ancient coffin, our hearts tremble. If I'm not wrong, it's very likely that a lemeter from a certain era is buried here. The masked heavenly sovereign guessed, but he had no idea. Indeed. When heavenly sovereign Ling heard this, he continued, "Tell me. Could this night demon in front of us have obtained the inheritance of a lemeter? Is that why he's so strong? As an earthly sovereign, he can take the attack of a heavenly sovereign head-on. It's possible. I think with the strength that he has displayed, it's not impossible for him to defeat a heavenly sovereign who has just advanced. This is a talent that can't be found in the entire fog zone. Today's matter is going to be tricky," the masked heavenly sovereign said slowly with a frown on his face. While they were conversing, heavenly sovereign Bao Tutian transmitted his voice to Night Sorrow. "Night Demon. This ancient coffin gives off an extremely dangerous feeling. It's not very good for you to bring it with you and summon it to fight against the enemy, right? Or do you have some connection with this ancient coffin? Aren't you afraid of the backlash?" When he said this, heavenly sovereign Bao Tutian recalled some of the things that Night Sorrow had said back then. He was sure that this was his trump card. Presumably, the sudden increase in the black chi around him was also related to the ancient coffin. "There's no connection between me and this ancient coffin. If a high-level existence awakens in it, I'm afraid I'll be killed immediately. But from the looks of it, it's necessary to summon it if we want to solve today's matter," Night Sorrow explained. Then, he continued, "After today, I'll think of a way to bury it in a place with good feng shui. It'll be considered as returning the favor to him. Do this as soon as possible. This ancient coffin gives off a very strange feeling. It makes one's heart tremble. You have to give up as soon as possible. Don't be greedy for its power. Most of the people in the fog zone use the energy in the fog zone to cultivate and improve their strength very quickly." However, heavenly sovereign Bao Tutian still reminded Night Sorrow not to use the ancient coffin's power for long periods of time. He was afraid that it would cause karma. Hearing this, Night Sorrow continued to transmit his voice. "After today's matter is settled, I'll do this." "Good. Let's solve this matter first. If nothing goes wrong, they won't dare to continue attacking. You should be the winner of this bet," heavenly sovereign Bao Tutian said with a smile. "You saved my life. It's hard to repay this favor. You and I are brothers in the future. If I have something, there will be something for you, Night Demon." "Good." When Night Sorrow heard Bao Tu's words, he looked at heavenly sovereign Dark Ling and said, "Continue attacking." In fact, he knew that heavenly sovereign Ling would not have the courage to attack the ancient coffin. That was the truth. Heavenly sovereign Ling pondered for a moment. Then, he looked at Night Sorrow and said, "How can I continue attacking when you take out such a thing? You've made a good plan today. I've lost the bet. You can leave now." This was what he had discussed with heavenly sovereign Ling. They could deal with Bao Tutian and heavenly sovereign Ling at any time, but they could not attack the ancient coffin. "You're a straightforward person." Hearing this, Night Sorrow said with a smile. Then, he continued, "Then we'll be leaving." After saying that, he helped heavenly sovereign Bao Tutian up and flew back to the city. After they returned to the city, they set up a formation to let heavenly sovereign Bao Tutian recover his vitality. After heavenly sovereign Bao Tutian recovered, the two went out of the city again to find a suitable burial place for the ancient coffin. They buried it on a dragon vein. The two returned to the city again and waited for the start of the selection. For the two of them, the selection was very important. Therefore, they were more cautious about it. However, on the night before the preliminaries began, it was already too late. Night Sorrow was depressed. Chapter 31-34. This was because the ancient coffin that he and Prime Bao Tutian had worked so hard to bury had flown back by itself. He stayed by Yishang's side and had no intention of leaving. In the following day, Night Sorrow and Prime Bao Tutian buried the ancient coffin more than 10 times. But every time, it would fly back by itself. It seemed to have stuck to Night Sorrow. There were only 2 hours left until the start of the selection. Prime Bao Tutian looked at Night Sorrow helplessly and said, "I think it's easier to invite the devil in than to send it away." "It's not easy to send it away. The selection is about to start. Why don't you keep it first and let's take part in the selection? That's the only way. We can't bring an ancient coffin to the selection." Night Sorrow sighed speechlessly and tried to keep the ancient coffin. Finally, he kept it in the space again. Then, he went to the competition venue with Prime Bao Tutian anxiously. When they arrived at the square in the center of the city, they waited patiently with the others for the arrival of the envoys from Lutian Academy. The few envoys from Killer Heaven Academy had descended from the sky just as the preliminaries were about to begin. The leader was a young cultivator. He looked arrogant, but he was indeed powerful. He had the strength of a middle heavenly sovereign, which was stronger than many of the people present. Behind him were 4 cultivators who looked like old men. Among the 4 old men, 2 were upper heavenly sovereigns, and the other 2 were middle heavenly sovereigns. However, it was obvious that the young cultivator was the leader. The young cultivator had his hands behind his back. Before he could speak, one of the old men cleared his throat and pointed at the young man, saying, "There are many cultivators participating in the selection. This is Lin Dongqing, the genius disciple who joined Lu Tian Academy in the last selection. When he joined Lu Tian Academy, he was an upper earthly sovereign. Now, he's a middle heavenly sovereign. He's already the first in the last selection." Then, the old man paused and continued, "If you want to join Lu Tian Academy, there are 2 ways. The first way is to choose Lin Dongqing and not lose. The other way is to fight your way into the top 10. At this moment, the challenge began. Those who want to enter Killer Heaven Academy through the first path, please step forward." Humph. After the old man finished speaking, Lin Dongqing floated down from the void and stood in the middle of the ring. He said coldly, "If you want to challenge me, you can come up to the stage immediately. But let me say this first, I will not show any mercy." This was a blatant threat. However, Lin Dongqing was one of the geniuses of Lu Tian Academy. He had the strength of a middle heavenly sovereign. Among the people below, there might be those who did not lose to Lin Dongqing in terms of potential, but in terms of strength, it was indeed very difficult for anyone to fight against him. If Night Sorrow took out that strange ancient coffin, they should be able to fight to a draw. But he felt that there was no need to show off. Besides, the ancient coffin was so strange. If he took it out, it might trigger a backlash or attract the attention of the Rending Heaven Academy. This wasn't good. Therefore, Night Sorrow did not step forward at all. As for the others, although there were a few who were confident in their own strength, they were only eager to give it a try. In the end, they were all persuaded by the people around them. He stood on the stage and waited for a while to make sure that no one came up to the stage. Lin Dongqing looked at the people below the stage arrogantly and said, "A bunch of trash. You don't even have the courage to step forward. You will become trash after you enter Lu Tian Academy. Remember, when you enter the academy in the future, you will all be obedient in front of me, Lin Dongqing." After saying that, he flew back into the void without giving anyone a chance to react. After he left, the cultivators who were preparing to participate in the selection were naturally unhappy. Some of them secretly made a mental note of Lin Dongqing and were prepared to defeat him in the future when they were successful in their cultivation. He just entered Lu Tian Academy a few years earlier. What's there to show off? Night Devil, your talent is much better than his. Don't bear grudges because of some words today. After Lin Dongqing flew into the void, Bao Tutian transmitted his voice to Night Sorrow. He was afraid that Lin Dongqing would take it to heart. Generally speaking, cultivators had a Taoist heart. If they were attacked, it was very likely that it would become a knot in their hearts. Bao Tutian was afraid that Night Sorrow would have such a knot in his heart. Moreover, He would not be able to defeat Lin Dongqing in a short time, which would affect his future cultivation. Speaking of which, he had already regarded Night Sorrow as one of his own. Hearing that, Night Sorrow smiled and transmitted his voice to him, "Don't worry. In my eyes, he's nothing. He won't affect me at all." "That's good. Because such a person is not worth it." Bao Tutian continued to comfort him. Night Sorrow smiled and said, "With the ancient coffin, I'm confident that I won't be defeated on the stage. I didn't do it because I don't want to be in the limelight, so I don't have any burden in my heart." "I'm relieved to hear that. The selection is about to begin, and it will be very cruel. You have to take care of yourself," Heavenly Supreme Bao Tu said in a serious tone before patting Yi Shang's shoulder. Originally, he had only found Night Sorrow to make up the numbers. He did not expect to receive such a pleasant surprise today. He was very much looking forward to Night Sorrow's results, but he did not say it out loud. "I know what you're thinking. I'll try my best to enter Lu Tian Academy. Let the city governor follow dazzling." Night Sorrow glanced at Bao Tutian. He was one of the targets he was going to purify, so he did not treat him as someone from the foggy area. Hearing that, Bao Tutian beamed and said, "It's too polite to call me the city governor. If you don't mind, just call me brother in the future." "Sure. Brother Bao Tutian," Yi Shang called out casually. He didn't call him elder brother directly because he felt that it was too intimate and inappropriate. At this time, Bao Tutian was about to say something. However, at this moment, an old man from Slaughter Heaven Academy suddenly started explaining the rules of Slaughter Heaven Academy's selection competition. It turned out that the selection of Lu Tian Academy was taking place in the mountains they had passed by. The rules were extremely cruel. Over 200,000 cultivators would have to go through a cruel battle, and the remaining 10 would enter Lu Tian Academy in the end. Over 200,000 cultivators, and only 10 would survive in the end. The Slaughter Heaven Academy selection competition was really brutal. The top academy in the foggy area is indeed not a place that ordinary people can enter. Night Sorrow could not help but feel his scalp turning numb after hearing the rules. It felt like Lu Tian Academy was not selecting geniuses, but killing gods. On average, each cultivator would have to kill about 20,000 cultivators before they could enter the Slaughter Heaven Academy. This was simply enough to make one shudder in fear. Hearing that, Bao Tutian transmitted his voice to Night Sorrow and explained, "That's not right. The rules were not so cruel in the past. If it were so cruel, I wouldn't have let you take part in it." Clan M. Chapter 31-35. Brother Bao Tu, you don't have to explain. I know that the Lu Tian Academy must have changed the rules at the last minute. Night Sorrow had not participated in the Lu Tian Academy's selection. However, after recalling the conversation between Supremacy Bao Tu and Enling Tian, he could tell that the rules were not like this in the past. Yes. Although the previous selection was difficult, it was definitely not as cruel as this. Supreme Bao Tutian explained. He then added, "How about this? Bao Tu City will give up. Only 10 out of 200,000 people will advance. It's too difficult. No need. Let's observe first." Night Sorrow said and looked at the others with Supremacy Bao Tu. At this time, the others were also in an uproar. No one had expected the rules of the Lu Tian Academy selection to be so bloody. The Lu Tian Academy elder paused for a moment. Someone immediately shouted, "Why did you suddenly change the rules? Isn't this disregarding human lives?" Yes. Lu Tian Academy is the #1 cultivation holy land in the foggy area. If it's not the #1 evil place, why did you make so many people bleed? Yes. Why did you treat us like we're not human? Hearing their thunderous shouts, a helpless expression appeared on the old man's face. He turned to look at Lin Dongqing. Because today's rules were made by Lin Dongqing on the way here. Lu Tian Academy's original intention was to carry out the selection as usual. However, Lin Dongqing's younger brother had amazing talent. If there were no accidents, he should be able to advance to Heavenly Supreme in the battle. It would not be a problem for him to enter the top 10. He hoped that the rules would change to glory for 10 people and ruin for the rest. This way, the rewards would all go to these 10 people. His younger brother could also get a lot of rewards because of this, and Lin Dongqing would also get a lot of rewards. I'll do it. Lin Dongqing immediately stood up after being stared at by the elder. He looked at the crowd and said, "This time, not only the rules are changed. The rewards will also be changed. Only the top 10 will get the rewards. If you don't have the guts to participate, withdraw now. Lu Tian Academy doesn't need cowards like you. Do you understand?" Boom. After Lin Dongqing said that, the crowd was in chaos again. It turned out that after the old man had explained the rules, everyone still had some ideas about the results. After all, this was related to the honor of many cities. But now that Lin Dongqing had changed the rules, only the top 10 cities would be rewarded. The other cities would all be in a mess. This caused many people with average strength to have thoughts of withdrawing. After all, to them, there was simply no need to give up their lives for no reason. This isn't too good. As soon as Lin Dongqing finished speaking, the old man who had just announced the rules transmitted his voice to him. "If that's the case, I'm afraid not only will a large number of cultivators withdraw from the city, but the city will also be affected. It would also affect the future luck of each city. Things will get out of hand. It's all right." The so-called providence was given to them by the Killer Heaven Academy. What can they do if we don't? Lin Dongqing did not take the old man's words to heart. After replying, he looked at the crowd and said, "Now, I announce that the selection competition this time has begun. Those who participate will enter the mountain range directly. Those who don't participate will be kicked out of the Killer Heaven Academy's qualifier forever, along with their cities." Kicked out forever. If I am kicked out forever, then I will be kicked out forever. None of us will participate. Let's see what he can do. As soon as Lin Dongqing finished speaking, many angry cultivators began to shout loudly. Many of the cultivators present chose to withdraw and not participate in the competition. Instantly, the number of cultivators who withdrew increased. At this moment, Lin Dongqing looked at his clan brother in the crowd and transmitted his voice, "Donghai. The rules were changed for you. You know what to do. Don't worry, clan brother." Lin Donghai replied with a voice transmission and flew in the direction of the mountain range. Just as he was about to enter, he roared coldly, "All rules are fair. You bunch of cowardly trash. If you don't dare to participate, just say so. Why do you have to criticize the rules? That's right. You have no chance of entering the Killer Heaven Academy in the first place. What difference does it make whether you withdraw or not?" After Lin Donghai spoke, another person in his clan also followed suit. After shouting that, he immediately flew towards the mountain range. Naturally, there were more than 2 participants from the Lin clan. Soon, a few more people flew over. Seeing that there were people flying towards the mountain range, some powerful cultivators from the other large tribes who were confident in their own strength also flew over. As time went by, the commotion grew bigger and bigger. Soon, 1 to 200 cultivators flew over. "Look! It's all because you can't do it. If you have the strength, you can speak with your strength. Complaining is the most useless thing in the world." Seeing that there were about 200 cultivators flying into the mountain range, Lin Dongqing immediately smiled. The old man, who had returned to stand behind him, sighed softly. Lin Dongqing noticed the old man's sigh and snorted coldly without saying anything. As for the other cultivators present, they completely realized that complaining was useless, so they simply stopped protesting. In such an environment, some cultivators who were confident in their strength began to fly towards the mountain range. About 2 hours later, the number of cultivators who walked out was about 1,000. At this moment, there were no more cultivators flying out. Knight Sorrow felt that it was about time. He looked at Bao Tutian and said, Brother Bao Tutian, if you want to achieve more, you must enter the Killer Heaven Academy. Wait for my good news here. This Night Demon. Bao Tutian had wanted to persuade them to let it go. However, he saw that Night Sorrow had made up his mind. He said softly, "It's useless to say anything else. Elder brother, I wish you success. When you come back, let's drink for 3 days and 3 nights. Night Sorrow responded and flew out of the crowd towards the mountain range. Wow! There are even lower earthly sovereigns who dare to choose to participate. Lin Dongqing, who was floating in the air with his hands behind his back, saw Night Sorrow and shouted, "Look! Even lower earthly sovereigns dare to participate. This is a real warrior. Our Killer Heaven Academy likes such unyielding geniuses." In fact, at this moment, those who dared to fly towards the mountain range were at least upper earthly sovereigns. In Lin Dongqing's opinion, Night Sorrow was courting death. In fact, it was not only him. The other heavenly sovereigns and earthly sovereigns who gave up on the competition also felt that Night Sorrow was being foolish. Heavenly Sovereign Enling, who was hiding in the crowd, said to the masked man beside him, "I think that Night Demon has a chance to enter the top 10. Hearing this, the masked man sneered, "More than a chance." Clan M. Chapter 31-36. The masked heavenly sovereign had a deep impression of the combat prowess Night Sorrow had displayed during the battle with Heavenly Sovereign Enling. He also knew that Night Sorrow had the ancient coffin with him. That was something that even earthly sovereigns and heavenly sovereigns could not touch. As long as he took it out, no one in the mountain range could hurt Night Sorrow. Therefore, there was no doubt that he would survive until the end. Therefore, the masked heavenly sovereign felt that as long as Night Sorrow used the ancient coffin, he would definitely appear. Heavenly Supreme Enling nodded and said, "If he were to take out the ancient coffin, he would be chosen without a doubt. But I think that he will try his best to hide the fact that he has the ancient coffin. No one would want their secret to be exposed in front of Lu Tian Academy. Because if the Academy finds out, it will be difficult to determine who it belongs to." That's true. What you said makes sense. But I think that this Night Devil will have great achievements in the future no matter what. He gives me a very unusual feeling. Unfortunately, we have already offended him, so it's not good to let him join the organization. Heavenly Sovereign Enling nodded and said, "We can't control him indeed. But don't forget that our organization has people in the academy. As long as we report it, even if he enters Lu Tian Academy, there is a chance that he will be used by us. What we need to do is to completely control him before anyone discovers him. Let him be used by the organization." Yes. If we discover this genius, we will definitely be heavily rewarded by the organization. Besides, there is still that strange ancient coffin. I just hope that he won't use that terrifying ancient coffin in the selection this time. The masked heavenly sovereign continued to transmit his voice to Enling, "No. This matter cannot be delayed. I will report it. You stay here and block the Night Devil's every move." "All right. Go ahead." Heavenly Sovereign Enling said and looked in the direction of the mountain range. However, even though he was a heavenly sovereign, he could not see through the fog in the mountain range. After Night Sorrow walked into the fog, he had completely lost his vision. At this time, Lin Dongqing and the 4 elders beside him took out a few bronze mirrors and looked at some of the images in the mountain range through them. Just as everyone expected, when these people entered the mountain range, they were affected by the fog. Everyone became incomparably excited. He kept looking for an opponent. Even Lin Dongqing's clan brother, Lin Donghai, had bloodshot eyes as he searched for a target. Once they discovered the presence of other cultivators, they would immediately attack. As for the other cultivators, their reactions were similar to his. They all went mad in an instant. At this moment, due to the uniqueness of the mountain range array formation, every cultivator could sense the cultivator closest to them. Therefore, the battle quickly became extremely intense. Among the more than 1,000 cultivators who had entered, none of them were simple. Other than Yi Shang, the one with the lowest cultivation was an upper earthly sovereign. Moreover, he was in a state of excitement, and the way he fought was extremely crazy. His momentum was also incomparably huge. Knight Sorrow was the last to enter the mountain range. Therefore, his battle had started relatively late. It only started after some cultivators had fought 2 or 3 rounds. His opponent was an upper earthly sovereign, the three-eyed dire wolf. It had been stimulated by the fog and had become extremely manic. Not long after Knight Sorrow entered the mountain range, before he was affected by the fog, it suddenly rushed out to attack him. My first opponent. Good timing. Knight Sorrow was not affected by the fog, but he had already realized that his opponent's state was somewhat special. It must have been unable to withstand the impact of the fog and had become extremely ferocious. Moreover, it only knew how to use its strength in battle, and no longer paid attention to techniques. Under such circumstances, Yi Shan only needed to casually use a few of his ultimate techniques to kill him. Seeing this scene, an elder from Lu Tian Academy suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, "The only lower earthly sovereign is quite powerful. He can actually kill an upper earthly sovereign so quickly. Moreover, he doesn't seem to be affected by the fog. This kind of talent is really rare. In my opinion, Dongqing, you can make an exception and recruit him into Lu Tian Academy." Oh. Elder Su, do you think that the lower earthly sovereign is qualified? You should know what it means to make an exception and recruit him into Lu Tian Academy. When Lin Dongqing heard Elder Su's words, he immediately looked at him in surprise. At the same time, he looked at Knight Sorrow in the bronze mirror. At this moment, after Knight Sorrow had killed the three-eyed dire wolf, he had kept its spatial device. After a brief investigation, he continued to look for his next target. Although he was not affected by the fog too much, he still had an endless fighting spirit. The feeling of wanting to fight was simply unstoppable. Soon, Knight Sorrow met his next opponent. It was a female practitioner who was a half-step to Heavenly Sovereign. On the surface, this female practitioner looked similar to a woman from the human race. But after fighting with Knight Sorrow, his ears immediately changed, and a vertical eye appeared on his forehead, causing people to feel a chill down their spines. This eye looked like it contained thousands of small eyes, and it gave off an extremely evil feeling. This is a female practitioner from the Hassa clan. I heard that this female practitioner's cultivation method is extremely vicious. After defeating her opponent, she will absorb her opponent's eyes. She will also strengthen her pupil technique. This female practitioner has already cultivated the 1,000 illusion eyes and is a half-step to Heavenly Sovereign. If this lower earthly sovereign can kill her, she will definitely be recruited. She is definitely qualified to be recruited into the academy. Elder Su said as he watched the battle in front of him. Hearing this, Lin Dongqing nodded and said, "Let's finish watching this battle first." "All right." Elder Su replied. Then, he and the other elders fixed their gazes on the bronze mirror. Due to the fog's influence, the battle in the mountain range progressed very quickly. Knight Sorrow and the female practitioner from the Hassa clan had fought for less than 30 breaths, but both of them had already exhausted themselves. At this point in the battle, Knight Sorrow and the woman were almost evenly matched. At this moment, the woman snorted and said, "I didn't expect a lower earthly sovereign like you to have such strength. If you had cultivated to the upper earthly sovereign level, no one here would have been able to defeat you. However, you made a mistake by coming too early. Die." After shouting the word "die," the female practitioner from the Hassa clan immediately rose into the air and released her pupil technique. 1,000 illusion eyes. After the 1,000 illusion eyes was used, the thousands of eyeballs in her vertical eye all flew out. In the air, small black holes formed. Upon closer inspection, these black holes were actually eyes, but a casual glance at them revealed that they were actually eyes. However, after a casual glance, Knight Sorrow realized that these eyes were not simple. He felt as if his spiritual soul was trembling. Clan M. Chapter 31-37. Is it a mental disgust, or do these eyes have a physical attack? Night Sorrow glanced around and muttered in his heart. These eyes were not ordinary. They made his soul tremble slightly, making him feel very uncomfortable. However, he did not feel any physical attack. Are you trembling? Standing behind the thousands of black holes, the female cultivator from the Hassa clan sneered and suddenly howled like a banshee, thousand illusory demonic light. Slash. Following her voice, those black holes that gave people goosebumps all started to emit a dark, cold light. Without exception, these black lights all shot towards Night Sorrow. It doesn't seem to have any attack power. What kind of attack does it contain? No matter what, let's dodge it first. Seeing these black lights shooting towards him, Night Sorrow used the sea serpent's eye to observe them, but he could not see their nature. Under the condition of activating the 33 Heavens Battle Mystic technique, he used a powerful movement technique and shuttled through the black lights. Seeing Night Sorrow shuttling through the black lights, Elder Su of the Outdoor Academy could not help but nod and say, for an Earth Supreme, this is already a top-notch movement technique. Not bad at all. It's just so. Lin Dongqing, who had seen Night Sorrow's performance, did not seem to care at all. He even showed disgust. Sigh. Elder Su glanced at Lin Dongqing and could not help but shake his head. He knew very well. Night Sorrow's performance in these aspects was even close to Lin Dongqing's when he was a half-step Sky Supreme. It was this potential that made Lin Dongqing jealous. Therefore, it should be very difficult for him to get an exception from Lin Dongqing. Among the few people present, except for Lin Dongqing, no one else had the qualifications to make an exception for him. This method is not bad. Just as Elder Su was sighing, Lin Dongqing, who had been extremely cold, suddenly exclaimed. Elder Su and the other 3 elders looked over. Night Sorrow was shuttling freely through the black lights. However, after shuttling through for a while, these black lights suddenly became solid. It was like a spider's web. After these webs appeared, they immediately connected into a dense and three-dimensional black net. After the intersecting black net appeared, it immediately formed countless small spaces. Although Night Sorrow's movement technique was very good, he was still trapped in one of the small worlds. It was all of this that caused Lin Dongqing to applaud. This female cultivator from the Hassa clan is indeed extraordinary. Based on previous years' experience, she should be able to advance to the top 10 with this method. Elder Su continued to speak as he watched the battle. Not bad. On this point, I agree with Elder Su. As for this night demon, in my opinion, he won't be able to survive in the hands of Dancing Woman. Lin Dongqing said with a playful smile as he watched the battle. He had felt a sense of pressure from Night Sorrow's performance. Now that he saw Night Sorrow's setback, he was delighted. But at this moment, Night Sorrow, who had been trapped in the small world by Dancing Woman, suddenly broke through the barrier and rushed out. Suddenly, he shuttled through the crisscrossing black net. How is this possible? Dancing Woman, who had thought that Night Sorrow would be trapped to death by the Thousand Illusion net, was shocked when she saw Night Sorrow break out of the net. Until now, no earthly sovereign cultivator had been able to break her Thousand Illusion net. After thinking for a moment, Dancing Woman suddenly came to a realization and said, I understand. Although your realm is at the lower earthly sovereign level, your attack power has reached the level of a heavenly sovereign. That's why you can break my Thousand Illusion space. Your talent is indeed extraordinary. I'm sure your eyes are also very good. If you want my eyes, you have to protect your eyeballs first. After Yishan escaped, he let out a loud roar and roared at Hassa Woman, a dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry. After the dragon roar and phoenix cry appeared, he suddenly blasted out a fiery demon-subduing spear. It caused layers of flames to burn in the void. These flame attacks, coupled with the dragon roar and phoenix cry, immediately destroyed a portion of the Thousand Illusion net. Basically, Dancing Woman's Thousand Illusion net had been broken. I didn't expect you to be able to break my Thousand Illusion net. But after saying that, Dancing Woman controlled all the eyeballs and made them merge into one. They formed a huge sphere. After this black sphere appeared, it immediately floated above Dancing Woman's head. Then, the giant black ball on her head suddenly opened its eyes and looked at Yishan. Being stared at, Knight Sorrow suddenly felt a sense of danger, as if he had been locked on by an ancient beast. It was a very bad feeling. This is one of the strongest eye techniques of the dancing tribe, the descent of all evil. There's no way to dodge it. This night demon is going to be unlucky. Seeing Dancing Woman's performance, Lin Dongqing, who was originally unhappy because the 1000 illusion net had been broken, immediately praised her. This move is indeed not simple. The cultivator who is locked on will be entangled by bad luck. Elder Murong from Lu Tian Academy exclaimed in admiration when he saw Lady Whirling Sua perform this move. Why do I feel like I've been completely locked on? At this moment, Knight Sorrow, who was facing this move, had an indescribable feeling in his heart. It was extremely uncomfortable. He could imagine that this move was definitely not simple. However, the only way he could think of to break it was to use the power of merit. If he used the power of merit, Dancing Woman's attack would be nothing. However, at this moment, in front of everyone's eyes, he could not use the power of merit at all. Therefore, it was really difficult to deal with. At this moment, Xiaowu, who was in the space grotto heaven, suddenly said, I've seen this move used by others before. There's no way to dodge it. The person who is hit will be entangled by bad luck and will be extremely unlucky. If you're hit and continue to fight, you'll definitely be at a disadvantage. Oh. Then is there no way to break this move? Knight Sorrow asked through voice transmission. Because this descent of all evil consumes a lot of energy. Basically, she can only use it once in a battle with you. If you want to dodge it, you can let others be hit. That's the only way to successfully neutralize this move. Xiaowu continued to remind him. That's right. That's a good idea. However, there doesn't seem to be any other cultivators around us. Dancing Woman's descent of all evil had already been used. Knight Sorrow had no time to look for other cultivators to block it. At this moment, Xiaowu smiled and said, That's easy. Didn't you just take the three-eyed dire wolf spatial device? Just summon its divine artifact and use it to block the move. Use a divine artifact to block it? I don't think I can block it. As Knight Sorrow replied to Xiaowu, he also summoned the three-eyed dire wolf spatial device. Chapter 31-38. After summoning the three-eyed dire wolf spatial artifact, Knight Sorrow immediately took out an earthly sovereign artifact called the Coiling Dragon Scissors. He wanted to use it to block the descent of all evil. However, the reality was that Little Five had misjudged. The Coiling Dragon Scissors in front of him was not within the attack range of the descent of all evil. After taking it out, the descent of all evil bypassed it and continued to chase after Knight Sorrow. If not for Knight Sorrow's good movement technique that allowed him to fly far away in an instant, he would have been hit by the descent of all evil. Not bad. It's actually faster than an absolute art. However, in front of absolute strength, this night demon is still not enough. Lin Dongqing laughed heartily when he saw Yishang's reaction. In his opinion, although Knight Sorrow could temporarily escape from the descent of all evil's pursuit, he would not be able to last long. Anyone with eyes could see that the descent of all evil had a tracking attribute. In a short while, he would be hit by the descent of all evil and become a god of misfortune. This swaying woman is really not bad. Her methods are very good. Elder Su, who was at the side, could not help but sigh when he saw Knight Sorrow running non-stop. He was optimistic about Knight Sorrow and naturally hoped that Knight Sorrow could win the battle. However, from the looks of it, this dancing lady's descent of all evil was somewhat special. While they were watching the battle, a cold smile appeared on Dancing Lady's face and she said, It's useless. In front of the descent of all evil, no matter how you run, you will be hit in the end. I know that once the descent of all evil is used, it will definitely hit. However, you can't control who it hits. Knight Sorrow, who had adjusted his speed to the maximum, suddenly teleported to Dancing Woman's side as he ran away like a madman. When they were only 100 feet away, Xianxia used the Divine Essence Dragon-locking Array to lock him and the swaying woman in a sealed space. If you continue to attack with the Descent of All Evil, we will all be hit. Let's see if you are willing to let yourself be attacked by the Descent of All Evil. After being trapped, Whirling Woman clearly wanted to attack and break the Divine Essence Trapping Array. But at this moment, Night Sorrow directly engaged in close combat with her, not giving her a chance to break through the sealed space. Once the Descent of All Evils is unleashed, there's no stopping it. If you continue like this, both of us will be affected at the same time. At this moment, Swaying Woman said with a displeased expression. 2 people getting hit at the same time is better than me getting hit alone. Xianxia didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. He continued to attack Dancing Woman. Facing the evil that was about to attack, Hasa Woman frowned and said coldly, "You will regret it." "You're wrong. I won't regret it. It should be you who will regret using such a move," Night Sorrow said unhurriedly when he saw the arrival of all evil. At this moment, he and Dancing Woman had no chance to dodge. Suddenly, he was hit by the Descent of All Evil. After being hit by the Descent of All Evil, Night Sorrow immediately felt a black aura appear between his eyebrows. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. As for Dancing Woman, she escaped from the sealed space. After escaping, Dancing Woman glanced at Xianxia and said coldly, "Just wait to be plagued by bad luck and die in the mountain range." After saying that, she left without hesitation. She had no intention of continuing to fight with Night Sorrow. "I still got hit. But 2 people getting hit at the same time is better than me getting hit alone. Being killed," Night Sorrow said as he felt the black aura between his eyebrows. Then, he prepared to find a quiet area. He set up a concealment array and then used the power of merit to purify the black aura. However, as soon as Dancing Woman left, 2 cultivators appeared in front of Night Sorrow. These 2 cultivators obviously came from the same city. Their clothes and auras were similar. They saw that Night Sorrow's aura was unstable, as if he had been poisoned. One of them, a burly man with a curly beard, said with a smile, "This cultivator is the sovereign I told you about. I didn't expect him to have broken through to the lower earthly sovereign level. Looking at him, he must have been poisoned. This is a good opportunity for us to enslave him." "Ha! I understand what you mean. Let's capture him immediately." The other male cultivator had delicate skin and tender flesh. However, when he spoke, he sounded very feminine, which made people feel uncomfortable listening to him. This is a pair of perverts. It seems that this Descent of All Evil will really bring bad luck to people. Night Sorrow heard their conversation and immediately understood that he had met a cultivator with a penchant for homosexual acts. He cursed his bad luck in his heart. However, at this time, he had already been hit by the Descent of All Evil. His chi and blood were affected and he needed to recover for a while before he could fight again. It would not be easy to take down the 2 people in front of him. Therefore, Night Sorrow immediately used the technique to get up and escape. This Descent of All Evil was very strange. He felt that if he was in this state, it would be difficult for him to fight against the 2 of them. He could only choose to escape. "Ha! Want to run? Let's see where you can run to." Seeing that Night Sorrow wanted to escape, the bearded man shouted and immediately laughed out loud. As for the feminine cultivator, he pinched his throat and said, "You are no match for us at all. You should choose to join us." Bah! Facing 2 male cultivators with a penchant for homosexual acts, how could Night Sorrow choose to join them? He used his movement technique to escape into the distance. "Run? Do you think you can run?" Night Sorrow began to escape, and the 2 of them immediately chased after him. "I see that Night Devil is hit by the Descent of All Evil. He obviously can't escape the misfortune in front of him. He is about to be caught." Night Sorrow was completely unlucky in the process of escaping. No matter how he escaped, he would meet people. Seeing this scene, Lin Dongqing could not help but laugh. He had originally thought that Night Sorrow was a threat, but now he felt that he was just so. Don't force me to kill you too. Night Sorrow was completely enraged by the two's persistent pursuit. In your current state, I can suppress you alone. I think you should choose to surrender so that you don't suffer a lot. Seeing Night Sorrow, who was in a bad state, the bearded burly man roared in disdain. It's impossible for me to surrender without putting up a fight. You guys should pay attention to your own lives. Night Sorrow replied and gave up on escaping completely. That was because he realized that he was so unlucky right now. If he continued to escape, he might be even more unlucky. He stood on the spot and prepared to fight the pair of men with a homosexual act. After fighting for about 50 breaths, not only was Night Sorrow not at a disadvantage, he was even vaguely suppressing the two of them. Although the bearded burly man and the feminine man gave off a strong feeling, that was not the case in reality. Against Night Sorrow, who was enveloped by the descent of all evil, they were completely suppressed. The two of you don't have any ability at all. Why bother coming in? After suppressing the two of them, Night Sorrow said disdainfully. Clan M. Chapter 31-39. Night Sorrow's words meant that he couldn't figure out why the two male cultivators, who had homosexual fetishes, would enter such a bloody azure field without much strength. After all, out of more than 1,000 people who entered, only 10 would survive. What should we do? This lower earthly sovereign is quite powerful. Although he has bad luck, he's not easy to deal with. With Night Sorrow taking the initiative, the sissy said softly. Hearing this, the bearded man laughed and said, what else can we do? Combine and use your ultimate move. Okay. After the bearded man finished speaking, the sissy responded and threw himself into the bearded man's arms, sitting on his shoulder. What kind of trick is this? Their actions stunned Night Sorrow, and he felt goosebumps all over his body. What do you know? At this moment, the sissy and the bearded man's voices fused together and scolded. Then, the two of them actually completed the combination. In the void, they formed a huge fig tree. The fig tree has become a spirit. It turns out that you are a male and a female. Seeing the two of them combine and form a huge fig tree, Night Sorrow suddenly understood. The two of them must have been born as a male and a female, but they usually fought separately. You'll soon understand why we've entered this azure field. When the two of them combined under the fig tree said this, they transformed into male cultivators again. At the same time, they shot countless darts made of leaves at Night Sorrow. After combining, my strength is indeed much stronger. If Night Sorrow was at his peak, he would definitely be able to catch these darts easily. But at this moment, he had bad luck, and although he was careful to deal with them, he was still pierced by a few green leaves. When these leaves cut through his skin, they immediately sucked a large amount of blood from Night Sorrow's body. They looked similar to leeches. Very good nourishment. We like you. You should be prepared to become our nourishment. After absorbing the blood, the male cultivator, who had transformed from the fig tree, licked his lips with his tongue and said evilly. Where is your confidence? Night Sorrow pointed his golden heavenly halberd at the other party. Right now, because the golden heavenly halberd had absorbed a large amount of ancient coffin's black gas, it looked completely black. No one would be able to tell that it was actually a divine artifact from the eternal supreme realm. Ha! How could he still be confident? Don't you feel that there's poison on our leaves? The male cultivator looked at Night Sorrow sympathetically and said, it won't be long before you can't move at all. At that time, we'll be able to kill you effortlessly and absorb you as nutrients. TSK, once we absorb you, we should be able to advance to heavenly sovereigns. Deadly poison. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Yishang's face. If the other party hadn't reminded him of this matter, he really wouldn't have noticed it. After discovering this, he immediately circulated the power of virtue in his body, allowing the power of virtue to purify all the toxins. Lin Dongqing, Elder Su, and the others who were watching from the outside didn't notice anything strange because the merit power was circulating in his body. What's going on? Something doesn't seem right. On the other hand, the hermaphrodite male cultivator felt that something was amiss. However, they didn't expect that Night Sorrow was from the Eternal Supreme Realm. They were only wondering why Night Sorrow hadn't been paralyzed after several breaths. There's no need to wonder. Your poison has no effect on me. Night Sorrow said and then roared, "Eat my divine spear." Then, he used the golden heavenly halberd to attack the male cultivator in front of him. Your attack power is not bad, but your technique is too bad. Facing the divine spear, the hermaphrodite male cultivator didn't show any panic. He took out something that looked like a tree root from his spatial artifact and easily blocked the attack. You're very strong. Could it be that my bad luck is to continuously encounter experts? The divine spear was easily blocked by the other party. Night Sorrow immediately determined that the hermaphrodite male cultivator in front of him was not simple. At the very least, he shouldn't be weaker than the whirling woman who had fought with him. After thinking for a moment, Night Sorrow immediately cast a divine essence trapping formation on the male cultivator. This time, he used a large amount of ancient coffin black gas in the divine essence trapping formation. It made the trapping formation incomparably dark. Then, he used the fire beacon smoke diagram. In this kind of dark aura, the hermaphrodite male cultivator was confused by the fire beacon smoke diagram. He really fell for it and was trapped for a short period of time. What kind of formation is this? We don't seem to be able to identify the direction. In the ancient coffin black gas, the fire beacon smoke diagram played a miraculous role. It made the hermaphrodite male cultivator feel a little confused. Under such circumstances, Night Sorrow was prepared to seize the opportunity and kill the other party in an instant. However, at this moment, Yi Shan, who was about to unleash an attack, suddenly stopped. Before he could make a move, he felt a chill on the back of his neck and immediately broke out in cold sweat. He knew that this was because he was too engrossed in the battle just now and was ambushed. Night Sorrow subconsciously flew forward, wanting to dodge this attack. Boom! However, things did not go as he wished. The attacker, who was already prepared, would not give him a chance and sent him flying with a palm strike. If not for the fact that Night Sorrow's body had reached the level of a heavenly supreme, his head would have been smashed. Cough cough. Night Sorrow, who was sent flying in the void and slammed into the mountain, couldn't help but cough a few times after getting up. Then, he swallowed 3 pills in a row before gradually recovering. However, at this moment, the hermaphrodite male cultivator who was originally trapped by the fire beacon smoke diagram had successfully escaped. The fire beacon smoke diagram was obtained by the cultivator who ambushed him just now. Night Sorrow used the sea serpent's eye to take a closer look and realized that the cultivator who ambushed him was Lin Donghai. Thinking of Lin Dongqing's eyes, although Night Sorrow did not know Lin Donghai's name, he guessed that there must be a relationship between them. A lower earthly sovereign dares to come in and seek death. You are really overestimating yourself. After sending Night Sorrow flying, Lin Donghai immediately showed a trace of disdain. However, he was very surprised by Night Sorrow's body strength. According to his estimation, although he did not use his full strength, that strength was more than enough to kill a lower earthly sovereign. Who are you? What is your relationship with Lin Dongqing? Night Sorrow, who was secretly recovering, asked. He wanted to sound out the other party's intentions. Hearing this, Lin Donghai's face showed a strange smile and said, "My relationship with him? When you are about to die, I will tell you. It seems that I have no chance to get an answer from you." Night Sorrow looked at Lin Donghai and said calmly. A strong fighting spirit burst out from his body. Clan M. Chapter 3140. From Night Sorrow's point of view, if bad luck befell him, he would only encounter a few masters. That was nothing. Seeing Night Sorrow's fighting spirit rise, Lin Donghai's face immediately showed a trace of disdain. He then sneered, do you really think that you can withstand my attack? Die. After speaking, he did not give Night Sorrow a chance to react and struck again. This time, although Lin Donghai did not use any weapons, he used a secret skill. Dark Shadow Sun Palm. The shadow in his left hand and the sun in his right. With two completely different auras, they struck toward Night Sorrow. This is the Dark Shadow Sun Palm, one of the secret skills of the Lin clan. It looks ordinary, but its power is amazing. I'm afraid that this lower earthly sovereign will be killed. Lin Donghai, who was outside, looked at the image in the bronze mirror and sneered. Elder Su and Elder Murong did not speak. However, Elder Su could not help but frown. He obviously did not agree with Lin Donghai. He felt that with Night Sorrow's potential, even if he could not defeat Lin Donghai, he would not be killed in one move. At that moment, Night Sorrow, who was facing the Dark Shadow Sun Palm, looked at the two lights, one dark and one bright. He formed a seal with his left hand and waved the golden heavenly halberd with his right hand, striking out with the divine finger and the divine spear. The two attacks cooperated well with each other and struck out at the two lights. Boom! Boom! When the two loud noises were heard, the four lights had already collided. In the end, it was a tie, and the four lights were annihilated in the void. The void, which was originally blooming, calmed down once again. I knew it would be like this. Although Elder Su did not speak, he muttered to himself. In Lu Tian Academy, an ordinary elder like him did not have a higher status than a genius like Lin Donghai. Hence, he did not have much right to speak in front of Lin Donghai. Seeing that Night Sorrow had withstood Lin Donghai's attack, Lin Dongqing, who had predicted that he would be killed in one move, suddenly became gloomy. He felt that he had been slapped in the face. He immediately took out a sound transmission stone and said, Donghai, immediately kill the night demon in front of you. If you can't even deal with a lower earthly sovereign, it will be difficult for me to help you fight for your position. Don't worry, clan brother. I will kill him immediately. Lin Donghai, who received Lin Dongqing's message, revealed a trace of viciousness. He knew that his performance was being watched by the people from Killer Heaven Academy. He immediately took out his divine weapon from his spatial artifact. Devil Sky Halberd. After the Devil Sky Halberd was taken out, it immediately released endless black gas. It gave off an extremely evil feeling. A half-step heavenly sovereign divine artifact. Luckily, it's not a real heavenly sovereign artifact. After using the sea serpent's eye to observe for a moment, Night Sorrow confirmed that the divine weapon in the other party's hand was not a heavenly sovereign divine weapon. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, the androgynous male cultivator who had been standing to the side and watching the battle for a while silently left. Because they judged that they were no match for Lin Donghai, they didn't want to be unlucky. Seeing the male cultivator who had been eyeing him covetously leave, Night Sorrow, who was facing Lin Donghai alone, relaxed a little. However, at this moment, Night Sorrow suddenly felt an indescribable sense of danger. This sense of danger was not something he could sense from Lin Donghai. Therefore, he used the sea serpent's eye to look at his surroundings. He immediately discovered that he and Lin Donghai were actually surrounded by more than 20 half-step heavenly sovereigns. None of those people's auras were stronger than Lin Donghai's individually, but together, they were impressive. At the same time, Night Sorrow saw that none of these people seemed to have appeared in his memory. This was very abnormal. This was because every cultivator who had entered the area of the mountain range had walked out in front of him. With Night Sorrow's eyesight and memory, he could easily remember everyone. How dare you be distracted when fighting me? At this time, Lin Donghai did not notice anything unusual. The surrounding cultivators were too cleverly hidden. It was as if they had become one with the mountain rocks, and they did not release any aura. If Night Sorrow did not have the sea serpent's eye, he would not have been able to see them clearly. Stop! Lin Donghai, who had taken out the demonic sky halberd, did not realize that he and Night Sorrow were surrounded and were preparing to attack. Night Sorrow, who sensed that something was wrong, immediately sent a voice transmission to him. What? Are you going to beg for mercy? If you choose to submit, I can bring you into the Heaven-Slaying Academy. Lin Donghai was a little surprised when he received Knight Soro's voice transmission. Then, he also sent a voice transmission. Don't be so smug. Right now, there are about 20 half-step heavenly sovereigns around us. They have already locked on to the two of us. I guess they are waiting for us to fight and injure each other. Knight Soro continued to tell him the situation around them through voice transmission. You are afraid that I will attack with all my might and kill you. Is that why you are making up lies? When Lin Donghai heard Knight Soro's words, he immediately released his soul power to check the surroundings. However, he did not find any clues. Then, he looked at Knight Soro with disdain. I am not afraid of you, so there is no need to make up lies. Why don't you try and attack me 10,000 miles to the east? In my opinion, they are coming for you. Although Knight Soro was not afraid of Lin Donghai, he was wary of the 20 half-step heavenly sovereigns around them. Those people had let the male and female cultivator go, but they had been watching him and Lin Donghai. This meant that their target was either Knight Soro or Lin Donghai. After pondering for a while, Knight Soro felt that they were not targeting him. Because he was not worthy of an ordinary organization dispatching so many half-step heavenly sovereigns. In other words, these people were most likely targeting Lin Donghai. He was just unlucky to have been implicated. Thinking up to this point, Yishang thought to himself, this misfortune really does exist. I guess that swaying woman is not any better. Coming for me. Lin Donghai frowned and thought for a while. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Lin Dongqing. Brother, take a look and see if there are other cultivators lying in ambush around me and this ant. Okay. After Lin Dongqing responded, he used the bronze mirror to check everything around them. After a while, he did not find anything amiss. So, he said, there is nothing around you. Humph. I knew it. After receiving Lin Dongqing's answer, Lin Donghai looked at Knight Soro with disdain. How dare you trick me? Die. Then, he waved the demonic sky halberd and said, Demonic sky soul severing slash. A fool like you should die here today. Of course, Knight Soro was not afraid of Lin Donghai's attack. However, he did not want to be implicated, so he chose to run away immediately. Where do you think you are going? Lin Donghai, who did not realize that he was surrounded, immediately chased after Knight Soro when he saw that he was trying to escape. Chapter 3141. Lin Donghai, who was chasing after him, looked like a victor. He really thought that Knight Soro had escaped because of him. You really are an unsalvageable fool. If I were you, I would contact Lin Dongqing and ask him to send someone to save you. Knight Soro, who was in front of him, roared. Lin Donghai, who did not believe Knight Soro at all, said nonchalantly, you should be the one asking for help, not me. You're hopeless. Knight Soro said. Then, he unleashed his full speed, trying to distance himself from Lin Donghai. After all, according to his judgment, the other party was most likely here for Lin Donghai, not him. Go. However, the cultivators who were lying in ambush started to move. From their point of view, Knight Soro and Lin Donghai looked like they were running away. Hence, they launched an all-out attack. Around 20 half-step heavenly sovereigns appeared, and Knight Soro and Lin Donghai were both intercepted. We can't escape. If we can't, we can only summon the ancient coffin to block them. After being intercepted by so many cultivators, Knight Soro immediately distanced himself from the shocked Lin Donghai. He knew that if he got closer to the other party, he would definitely encounter more ferocious attacks. Lin Donghai was completely dumbfounded when he realized that so many cultivators had appeared. In his shock, he immediately sent a voice transmission to Lin Dongqing. Brother, I've been ambushed. Save me. I saw it. But you have to hold on for about 30 breaths. As Lin Dongqing replied, he had already flown toward the mountain range with the 4 elders of the Lu Tian Academy. In fact, they had already seen the cultivators when they appeared. There was no need for Lin Donghai to say anything. 30 breaths. Lin Donghai was completely dizzy when he heard this number. He had no confidence in fighting against at least 10 cultivators of the same level alone for 30 seconds. Reality was crueler than he had expected. Around 20 half-step heavenly sovereigns had appeared and judged Night Sorrow and Lin Donghai's strength. Only 4 of them were sent to deal with Night Sorrow, while the rest surrounded Lin Donghai. It's over. 30 breaths. I can't hold on for that long. Lin Donghai glanced at Night Sorrow and saw that there were only 4 cultivators attacking him. He immediately felt envious. If there were only 4 of them, then it wouldn't be a problem for him to hold on for 30 breaths of time. However, reality was so cruel that he had no choice but to lower his head. Under the suppression, although Lin Donghai was constantly brandishing the Devil Sky Halberd, he suffered heavy injuries every moment. There were simply too many of them, and he had no ability to resist at all. In the process of resisting, Lin Donghai could be said to have used all his means, taking out all the divine artifacts and secret treasures in his spatial artifact. But there was no way to defend against it. Who are you? Why did you come after me? Lin Donghai, who was soon beaten to the point where he could not fight back, asked the cultivators who were eyeing him covetously. At this moment, his bun was already disheveled and his mouth was full of blood. He looked very ferocious. You don't need to know who we are. You only need to know that you are about to die. After Lin Donghai asked this question, one of the cultivators who had killed him replied coldly. However, this cultivator's voice was masked, and it was impossible to tell if he was male or female. Damn it! My brother won't let you off. Only about 10 breaths of time had passed. Lin Donghai knew that he could not continue to hold on and roared. Thank you for worrying about us. The cultivator who had just spoken replied coldly. Then, he attacked and prepared to kill Lin Donghai. Stop! Otherwise, none of you will be able to leave. At this moment, Lin Dongqing, who was flying while paying attention to the bronze mirror, roared from hundreds of thousands of miles away. Stop! Dream on! Kill! None of the cultivators who heard Lin Dongqing's roar showed fear. A few of them attacked one after another and completely destroyed Lin Donghai. Damn it! All of you deserve to die. Seeing that Lin Donghai was killed, Lin Dongqing threw away the bronze mirror and sped up towards their location. Let's hurry up too. It doesn't matter if one of us dies, but we can't let them kill all the cultivators participating in the selection. Elder Su, who took the bronze mirror, looked at the other 3 elders and said. Yes, we can't let this get out of hand. Elder Murong nodded and sped up with the others. However, compared to Lin Dongqing, who was burning his bloodline, they were much slower. Just as they were heading towards the extreme pole, Night Sorrow had already escaped far away from the pursuit of 4 cultivators. Of the cultivators just now, only 4 had been sent to deal with him. This made Night Sorrow very happy. Against these half-step heavenly sovereigns, he could easily escape from their encirclement. In fact, he was not afraid of the 4 of them at all if he fully unleashed his power. However, if he was entangled by them, he would be surrounded by more than 20 cultivators. Then, it would be difficult for him to protect himself. At this moment, he was frantically flying in the direction of Lin Dongqing and the others. He felt that these people who surrounded him and Lin Donghai either had a grudge against the Lu Heaven Academy or the Lin family. Escaping in this direction was the best choice. Lin Dongqing. While being chased, Night Sorrow quickly saw Lin Dongqing. Seeing Lin Dongqing, the rock in Yishang's heart was immediately lifted. This was because Lin Dongqing was a true heavenly sovereign. The people chasing him were all half-step heavenly sovereigns. There was a huge gap between the 2 sides. Lin Dongqing is here. Follow the plan. When the 4 cultivators who were chasing Night Sorrow saw Lin Dongqing, they immediately stopped and fled in another direction. trying to escape. All of you stay here and pay for my brother's life. Seeing that the cultivators were trying to escape, Lin Dongqing roared maliciously and chased after them. When he passed by Night Sorrow, he said coldly, Dong Hai has already died in battle. You shouldn't continue to live either. As he spoke, he struck out a palm at Night Sorrow. Although this palm strike wasn't a secret technique, it was still an attack from a heavenly sovereign. Its power was immense. As for Lin Dongqing, after unleashing this palm strike, he no longer paid any attention to Yishan and continued to chase forward. It was as if Night Sorrow was already a dead man. What a powerful attack! Lin Dongqing is indeed the top genius of the previous cohort. Lin Dongqing's attack was much stronger than that of an ordinary lower heavenly sovereign. Night Sorrow felt that this attack was at least 10 times stronger than the one that heavenly sovereign and Ling had struck out. It would be very difficult for him to defend against it. Under such circumstances, Night Sorrow, who had no way of dealing with it, took out the ancient coffin from his spatial artifact. Clan M. Chapter 3142. After taking out the ancient coffin, Night Sorrow immediately placed it in front of him. Lin Dongqing's attack landed on the black gas surrounding the ancient coffin. It did not even cause a ripple before it was annihilated. It was like a stone that was thrown into a lake but did not cause any ripples. I wonder what's going on with this ancient coffin. This level of defensive power is simply astonishing to the extreme. Seeing the ancient coffin blocking the opponent's attack again, Night Sorrow suddenly had a thought. He was wondering if the ancient coffin contained the corpse of an extreme state. If so, perhaps the next time he returned to the eternal supreme world, he could let the supreme longevity and the coiling dragon spear study it. But then, Night Sorrow thought to himself, the attack of an ordinary heavenly sovereign can't even cause a ripple. The two seniors probably can't even open this ancient coffin. This matter needs to be considered at length. What is this? An ancient coffin? Its defense is so amazing. This night demon is also someone with an inheritance. Just as Night Sorrow was pondering, Elder Su, who was holding the bronze mirror, happened to see this scene and secretly speculated. In the foggy area, the three major experts were lofty existences and basically never showed their faces. But below them, there were many forces and families. Usually, these forces and families fought fiercely. Elder Su felt that Night Sorrow must have come from a major force or family. The ancient coffin in his hand was proof, but he was not as high profile as the Lin brothers. He secretly made up his mind to befriend him and felt that he should help him keep this secret. So he did not publicize it. And at this time, the few elders beside him were all doing their best to hurry on with their journey and did not notice this at all. You actually didn't die. When everyone flew nearby and saw Night Sorrow, Elder Murong immediately exclaimed in surprise. In his and the other elders' opinion, Night Sorrow must have died like Lin Dong Hai. Good luck. Saved my life. That person is chasing inside. When Night Sorrow saw Elder Murong and the others, he immediately pointed in the direction Lin Dongqing had gone. He did not want to see these people attacking him like Lin Dongqing had done. After all, even though the elders before him were not as powerful as Lin Dongqing, their strength should be on par with him. How is he going to deal with it? Elder Murong said after Night Sorrow finished speaking. In his opinion, Night Sorrow was a suspect, and he was definitely related to Lin Donghai's death. At this time, Elder Su, who understood Elder Murong's meaning, stood out and said, in my opinion, he was a lucky man to be able to survive in that kind of environment. We should make an exception and enroll him into the academy. Hearing this, Elder Murong immediately sent a message to Elder Su. Elder Su, could it be that this lad is related to you? Why are you speaking up for him again and again? What can I possibly have to do with him? Elder Su replied and continued, I can only tell you that he received Lin Dongqing's full-force palm strike and was unharmed. He took Lin Dongqing's full-powered palm strike and came out unscathed. How did you do it? When Elder Murong heard this, he immediately looked at Night Sorrow curiously. However, He did not see anything special about Night Sorrow. He stared at Night Sorrow for a while, then asked, "How did you receive Lin Dongqing's attack? Did you use the secret treasure that your family gave you?" These elders don't know that I used the ancient coffin." When he heard Elder Murong's question, Night Sorrow was first surprised, then said, "I did not use any secret treasure. I was just lucky. If you don't want to say, then forget it." Seeing that Night Sorrow had admitted that he had blocked Lin Dongqing's attack, Elder Murong did not ask further. He agreed with Elder Su's suggestion. He said, "I agree with your suggestion. Let's help mediate the situation later." In his opinion, Night Sorrow must have someone backing him up. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to receive Lin Dongqing's full-force attack with the strength of a lower earthly sovereign. Elder Murong, who had no background, did not want to offend such an existence. Hence, he agreed to help mediate the situation. "I agree too." Seconded. After Elder Murong had agreed, the other two elders also agreed with Elder Su's suggestion. After getting the other people's approval, Elder Su smiled at Night Sorrow and said, "We will help you apply for a place to enter Killer Heaven Academy directly. You don't have to continue fighting. I think it's better to forget about it. Isn't that person in charge of your group? He doesn't have a good impression of me. I'd better continue fighting." Seeing that no one wanted to continue questioning him, Night Sorrow said and turned to leave. Seeing Night Sorrow's back, Elder Su smiled and shouted, "Then we'll meet in the academy." In his opinion, Night Sorrow had the ancient coffin to protect him, so he would not be threatened in the mountains. It was certain that he would advance to the top 10. "Okay." Yishang turned his head to look and made a sound of acknowledgement. At this time, Elder Su continued, "I will help you keep your ancient coffin a secret." As for the others, they did not see it at all. "Thank you, Elder Su." Hearing that, Night Sorrow was shocked, but he calmed down immediately. This Elder Su's behavior was clearly to befriend him. In that case, he would not casually reveal the ancient coffin. "See you later," Elder Su said again and flew in the direction that Lin Dongqing had gone with the other three elders. Soon, they saw Lin Dongqing. At this time, Lin Dongqing was standing in front of a destroyed teleportation portal, cursing something angrily. There were no signs of fighting around him. Clearly, no one had caught up to him. The people who killed Lin Donghai should have escaped. "Young Master Qing. He's already dead. My condolences." Seeing that Lin Dongqing was ready to explode at any time, Elder Murong went forward to persuade him. "Someone is definitely targeting our Lin family on purpose. The Lin family will not let this matter rest." Lin Dongqing said coldly, then said, "Follow me to check the entire mountain range to see if there are any fish that escaped the net. As for the selection, continue as usual." "Okay." Elder Murong said, then followed Lin Dongqing to check the entire mountain range with the other elders. After checking 3 to 4 times and witnessing dozens of battles, they did not find anything at all. At this time, Lin Dongqing said, "It seems that their target was Donghai. Now that they have achieved their goal, they have all escaped. This matter is not only targeted at the Lin family, but also a challenge to the Killer Heaven Academy. When we go back, we will report it." Elder Murong looked at Lin Dongqing and said. Hearing that, Lin Dongqing nodded. "Thank you, Elder Murong." Just as he said that, his expression changed. He looked in a direction and said, "What? You're not dead." Clan M. Chapter 3143. Why would I die? Yishang sneered in the void as he looked at Lin Dongqing. He could feel that he was very unlucky. He had been deliberately avoiding Lin Dongqing, but he had not expected to meet him. If Lin Dongqing attacked him, his ancient coffin would be exposed. If Lin Dongqing discovered the ancient coffin, it would cause a huge commotion. That would be awkward. A cold smile appeared on Lin Dongqing's face when he heard Yishang's words, "You were actually able to receive my attack. Not bad. However, you still have to die." Lin Donghai has been ambushed and killed. You fought with him. Only by being killed can you prove your innocence. Otherwise, you will still be his sinner. We were ambushed together. He was killed because he was not strong enough. What does that have to do with me? If I can withstand the attack of a heavenly supreme like you, why would I be killed by some half-step heavenly sovereigns? Night Sorrow hovered in the air and looked at Lin Dongqing expressionlessly. There were 4 elders beside Lin Dongqing. He had to make the situation clear. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to enter the Lu Tian Academy. You are twisting words and forcing logic. Die. After Night Sorrow finished speaking, Lin Dongqing agreed with him. If Night Sorrow could withstand his full-powered attack, he would definitely be able to withstand the attack of a half-step Heavenly Supreme. After shouting, Lin Dongqing raised his hand and was about to attack. At that moment, Elder Su suddenly said, "Hold on. I have been observing this night demon through the bronze mirror. I believe that he has nothing to do with the spies. If he uses the secret treasure on him, he can kill Lin Donghai instantly. There is no need for the spies to attack." Secret treasure? Lin Dongqing looked coldly at Night Sorrow and said, "Hand over your secret treasure." Why? Night Sorrow looked at Lin Dongqing and said disdainfully. Ever since he had started cultivating, he had never bowed his head to anyone. Naturally, he would not compromise now. There is no why. If I ask you to hand it over, you have to hand it over. Lin Dongqing continued to speak unyieldingly. At the same time, he was already preparing to attack. Yang Kai was very interested in artifacts that could resist true qi attacks. Are all the genius students of Killer Heaven Academy trash like you? If that's the case, then I don't mind not joining. I don't want to become trash myself. Night Sorrow mocked Lin Dongqing, who was trying to rob him. Naturally, he would not give up on joining the Killer Heaven Academy, but he was very displeased with the person in front of him. You're courting death. After being mocked by Night Sorrow, Lin Dongqing roared and took out his divine artifact. He was ready to kill Night Sorrow and take his secret artifact for himself. According to his judgment, if he didn't use the divine artifact, he definitely wouldn't be able to kill him. At this moment, Elder Su stood out once more and said, "No. Lin Dongqing, as the invigilator of this selection competition, you made a huge mistake by changing the rules at the last minute. No matter what, you can't attack a contestant who didn't make a mistake. Do you really think that the higher-ups of the academy don't pay attention to this place? Then, how do you think this matter should be resolved since he insulted me?" Lin Dongqing looked at Elder Su with his cold eyes. He was very displeased that Elder Su was protecting Night Sorrow. However, when he thought of the higher-ups that Elder Su mentioned, he suppressed the urge to attack and asked coldly. "I think we need to return to the academy and let the higher-ups decide what to do about this matter. If there's a problem with his identity, the higher-ups won't let him off. If there's no problem with his identity, he'll be punished accordingly for offending the invigilator." Elder Su said, giving Lin Dongqing a way out of this embarrassing situation. Hearing this, Lin Dongqing said, "How about this? If he can enter the final top 10, we'll bring him back to the academy. If he can't, then he'll die in the mountain range. There's no need to say anything." "That's good too." Elder Su immediately agreed when he saw that Lin Dongqing had no intention to continue attacking. Then, he looked at Night Sorrow and said, "Did you hear Invigilator Lin's words?" "I heard it." Night Sorrow replied. He knew that Elder Su was definitely helping him, so he didn't refute. Continue participating in the selection competition. If you successfully advance, don't think about escaping. Elder Su said again and let Night Sorrow leave. When Night Sorrow left, Lin Dongqing thought sinisterly, "You'd better die in the selection competition. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble when you enter the academy." Night Sorrow could actually think of this, but he wasn't afraid. He continued to wander in the mountain range. This mountain range was very special, and it was very difficult to set up a formation. Otherwise, Night Sorrow could easily appear if he stopped to set up the 5-bull formation. After traveling for a long time in the mountain range, he didn't encounter any contestants. Knight Sorrow judged that this was because the number of contestants had decreased after a period of battle. Just like that, he flew in the mountain range for 3 days and 3 nights, but he didn't encounter any opponents. Moreover, he didn't hear any movements around him. At this moment, Bai Mei Sanren transmitted his voice to Knight Sorrow. In my opinion, most of the remaining people should be breaking through. They're preparing to advance to Sky Supreme before coming out. What do you think? That should be the case. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so quiet. Knight Sorrow replied. He felt that Bai Mei Sanren's analysis made sense. Then, he casually found a place in the mountain range and waited quietly, no longer actively looking for opponents. After all, in the selection competition, as long as there were 10 people left, they would advance. However, soon, Knight Sorrow realized that his bad luck wasn't over yet. Because during the 2 days he waited here, a deafening roar sounded near him. Then, an overwhelming tribulation cloud arrived. Someone had actually successfully advanced to Sky Supreme nearby and attracted the lightning tribulation. Knight Sorrow looked up and cursed inwardly. Because he happened to be in the middle of the lightning tribulation, he would definitely be attacked by the lightning tribulation. This was very awkward. Why don't I have someone cultivating beside me? When the lightning tribulation condensed into a lightning tribulation energy body, many lightning bolts flew over to bombard him. Knight Sorrow thought unhappily. Logically speaking, with the sea serpent's eye, he should have been able to detect someone cultivating right under his nose. But that was the truth. He didn't detect the other party. Boom. 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 While Knight Sorrow was feeling unhappy, the lightning bolts began to bombard him fiercely. The lightning tribulation at the Sky Supreme level continuously bombarded him. That feeling was very uncomfortable. However, after being bombarded for a while, a thought suddenly flashed through Knight Sorrow's mind. He thought to himself, although this is bad luck, isn't it also an opportunity? I can use the lightning tribulation in front of me to temper my body. Clan M.
Chapter 2759. The Myriad Realm Beast was indeed very powerful. With a physique cultivator like Lin Fei restraining it, Xianxia and the others had a much easier time. It was not as difficult to deal with it as they imagined. In the first wave, Lin Fei injured the Myriad Realm Beast, and the rest were easy to deal with. Very soon, they went to find the next wave of Myriad Realm Beast. In this layer of space, the Myriad Realm Beast would take the initiative to come out from that Jianghu after a certain period of time. To the teams, they would either guard the Jianghu or try their luck. Perhaps they might get a Myriad Realm Heart the next time they killed the Myriad Realm Beast. Following the appearance of the Myriad Realm Beast, the teams in the entire space started moving. There were teams attacking the Myriad Realm Beast everywhere. Compared to the team of Sacred Martial, it was not so easy for the other teams. They used all their treasures and secret techniques to barely defend against the attacks of the Myriad Realm Beast. Move! Xianxia and the others did not search for long before they discovered a group of Myriad Realm Beast. There were already people attacking it, and it seemed they were having a hard time. Without a word, they immediately attacked. Mountain River World. Mu Ibai used a Mountain River World secret technique to trap those people. Infinite Gravity. This was Xianxia's offensive technique. It was gravity in the weight branch. It would definitely be a nightmare when used in the surrounding area. Lin Fei was a physique cultivator, so he naturally acted as the vanguard. A large amount of life energy could not be wasted, and he would plunder as much as he could. Naturally, they could not defend against the attacks of Lin Fei and the others. Very soon they were wiped out. The Myriad Realm Beast was also replaced by them. It was a pity that their luck was not good this time. They did not find the Myriad Realm Heart, and it was a huge blow to everyone. The number of Myriad Realm Hearts is limited. It isn't that easy to kill a dozen or so Myriad Realm Beasts and obtain the Myriad Realm Heart. Xianxia reminded everyone. Sect Master Senior Brother, there seems to be some movement over there. Chan Yi suddenly pointed to the distance. In the distant place, a lump of purple appeared in the sky. It was exceptionally eye-catching. That fellow's luck is not bad for him to obtain a myriad realm heart. But any myriad realm heart that appears has to last for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before it will belong to you. Xianxia said. An incense stick's worth of time. Doesn't that mean we have to face the combined attacks of countless people? This group battle test is really difficult. Mu Yibai was shocked. The other junior brothers also had the same expression. The treasures left behind by the master of the Myriad World's palace are not that easy to obtain. How can it be possible without paying a price? Senior brother sect leader, should we go over? Xianxia shook his head. Let's not go for now. It is just a myriad realm heart, and we still have 900 years or so. Wait until 900 years have passed before we go snatch it. Xianxia was very familiar with this method. Meanwhile, when the first heart of myriad realms appeared, countless teams swarmed over to snatch it. None of these teams were the strongest. More and more people died in the melee. In this place, no one would be merciful. Every move was a killing move, not giving anyone a chance. Ha ha ha, I got it. A great emperor expert had just gotten it when he was drowned by all sorts of attacks. After vomiting a large mouthful of blood, he threw the heart of myriad realms out. He could not hold on any longer. The heart of myriad realms kept changing owners, and no one could hold on. Such a scene became the most common in the next few hundred years. In the 20th year, when the sacred martial team killed a myriad realms beast, a heart of myriad realms was dropped. Great, a heart of myriad realms. Chen Yi was relatively excited. In the 20 years, they had killed a total of thousands of myriad realms beasts. There were a few times when they were attacked by more than 10 myriad realms beasts, yet not a single heart of myriad realms had dropped. Second junior brother, you take the first heart of myriad realms. Mu Yibai had the protection of the mountain river world. As long as he was properly protected, there was a chance that he could hold on. All right. Mu Yibai did not hesitate. He immediately picked up the heart of myriad realms. Just like the others, after the heart of myriad realms was kept, a lump of purple light appeared on top of Mu Yibai's head. It was extremely eye-catching. Let's go. Xianxia was very experienced with this. Dao friend Lin, when those people surround us, I'll execute the infinite gravity, and you will be the main attacker. Xianxia transmitted to Lin Fei. All right. As for the heart of myriad realms, Lin Fei was confident of getting it. Naturally, he was not in a rush. Even though his fleshy body and energy were restricted, he had a large amount of life energy. In addition, Proud Heaven was far stronger than other emperor physiques. Lin Fei was very confident when facing the encirclement. More importantly, there was still the infinite gravity of Xianxia. Not long after they left, the teams closest to them caught up. Hong hong hong. Many light pillars suddenly rushed into the sky, sealing off the region spanning billions of kilometers. Everyone be careful. This is a forbidden space treasure. Xianxia activated the infinite gravity, causing the ground to slightly sink. Gravity pervaded the surroundings. Xianxia, long time no see. Who would have thought that we would meet here? Are you going to obediently hand over the heart of myriad realms, or should our team do it? Within the sealed space, a stream of water condensed into a middle-aged figure. He seemed extremely tyrannical, and his fierce gaze was directed at Xianxia. Great Emperor Chu Feng, your tone is quite big. Xianxia chuckled. That year, you ran very fast. It has only been 1,000 years, yet you have forgotten about it. After Great Emperor Chu Feng heard that, he felt extremely displeased. Humph, previously, it was a one-on-one battle, and I admit that I am inferior to you. This time, we are a team, and it is uncertain who will be the one fighting. Great Emperor Chu Feng gave a savage grin. Since you do not plan on handing it over, then let's do it. The 8 members of Great Emperor Chu Feng brazenly attacked. Any time a heart of myriad realms appeared, the nearest team would fight over it. The battle would be abnormally intense, and they dared not delay for too long. If they did not hand it over, then they would directly act. Mu Yibai stood at the center. The infinite gravity of Xianxia protected him. The moment the people of Great Emperor Chu Feng rushed in, their figures became slightly sluggish. They were suppressed by the infinite gravity. Great Emperor Chu Feng said to someone by the side, leaving Shan Tianshui to me. That person inside should be his junior disciple brother. You go and act. Roger. The person by the side was a body refinement cultivator filled with explosive energy. The infinite gravity suppressed a body refinement cultivator, and it was slightly weaker than that of an Emperor Intent expert. It could only be maintained at around 50%, and his combat power was not greatly restricted. Great Emperor Chu Feng had a good plan. Letting the body refinement cultivator kill while he went to delay Shan Tianshui. That way, snatching the heart of myriad realms would not be that difficult. Kill. The body refinement cultivator shot over like a cannonball. Chapter 2760. This body refinement cultivator had cultivated an emperor physique. As he charged forward, even the infinite gravity seemed to loosen. Body refinement cultivators had a considerable advantage in close combat, especially in this space. The strength of Emperor Intent experts was suppressed, and when their attacks landed on the body of a body refinement cultivator, they were not unstoppable. The other party easily charged in. Great Emperor Chu Feng revealed a victorious smile. Shan Tianshui, you can't stop us. Who asked you to not have a body refinement cultivator? Alright, I heard that the only one who cultivated an emperor physique in your ancient desolate world is that ancient desolate beast Great Emperor Gu Yan. It's a pity that he isn't on the same side as you. Shan Tianshui squinted. Your information is quite clear, but it's a pity that your information is wrong. Pang. Just as that body refinement cultivator was about to reach Mu Bai, Lin Fei charged over. His speed was even faster. Similarly, having an emperor physique, Lin Fei's proud heaven was extremely tyrannical. With a single clash, the victor was decided. One could see many cracks appearing on the body of that body refinement cultivator. His expression changed completely. Even though his emperor physique wasn't a very powerful one, it was reduced to such a state after a single clash. Lin Fei made his move for the second time. It was still such a simple clash. Under the infinite gravity, the other party was restricted, and Lin Fei's attack was executed perfectly. Hualala! The body refinement cultivator turned and left. Spatial oscillation. The body refinement cultivator suffered 2 attacks, and his emperor physique was heavily injured. Under the spatial oscillation, his entire fleshy body dissipated. Just as he was about to condense again, Lin Fei opened his mouth and plundered everything. Lin Fei was relatively satisfied with the life essence of a body refinement cultivator. Come down. Lin Fei dealt with one and rushed towards Great Emperor Chu Feng. He came above him and stomped down violently. Cracking sounds could be heard as Great Emperor Chu Feng spat out blood. Shan Tianshui condensed a huge hammer and hammered down. The timing was very appropriate. It was when Great Emperor Chu Feng was injured. Great Emperor Chu Feng's fleshy body was shattered by the hammer. Lin Fei followed up with another attack, robbing his opponent of everything. The team members brought by Emperor Chu Feng weren't as strong as them. They were originally there to restrain the enemy. Now that the 2 of them were dead, the group became leaderless. Lin Fei took the opportunity to kill them. After wiping out a team, Shan Tianshui led everyone in changing directions. After beating back the 3 teams, the first heart of myriad realms was in his hands. The guiding power had also disappeared, and he was temporarily safe. After putting away the heart of myriad realms, no one would know where it was. The first heart of myriad realms took 20 years. The second heart of myriad realms took 60 years, which was the 80th year. The third heart of myriad realms appeared on the year 180. The duration of each heart of myriad realms grew longer and longer. The 7th heart of myriad realms took 800 years. When the second destructive black wind arrived, the sacred martial team finally gathered 8 hearts of myriad realms and endured through the second 1,000 years. During the past 1,000 years, Lin Fei had not plundered a lot of life force. However, it was enough. He had also accumulated quite a bit of it. At the same time, he also gained a better understanding of this level suppression. Under such circumstances, the close combat advantage of body refinement cultivators was very obvious. Almost every team would have a body refinement cultivator. They became the vanguard. There were also some people who invited 2 body refinement cultivators. Coupled with powerful weapons, they could simply sweep through all kinds of experts. Almost no one could persist. The third round began. Compared to the previous round, they still had to snatch the heart of myriad realms. After 2 rounds, there were still more than 10,000 teams in the space. The rankings in the sky did not change at all. All the teams were immersed in the mission of killing the Myriad Realms Devil. Compared to the previous level, everyone clearly discovered that the power of the Myriad Realms Devil had increased significantly, and the drop rate of the Heart of Myriad Realms had decreased significantly. This also increased the difficulty imperceptibly. Lin Fei and Xianxia had been working together for 2,000 years, and their experience had become extremely rich. Under the activation of the limitless gravity, Lin Fei was the main attacker. The other sacred martial disciple brothers would restrict the other party for a while, allowing Lin Fei to easily defeat the other party without any difficulty. The 4th round, the 5th round, the 6th round, all the way to the 8th round, the sacred martial team completed it. From the 7th round onwards, Xianxia and Lin Fei began to deal with some teams they encountered, plundering their hearts of Myriad Realms. Otherwise, they would not have enough time. The 8th round was also the most difficult. They almost failed to gather the heart of Myriad Realms. Fortunately, their luck was good in the end. Several teams fought fiercely, and they became the fishermen. The ranking of the sacred martial team was also rising. But there was still a certain distance to reach 10,000. Finally, it's the final round. Xianxia felt very emotional. The moment the destructive black wind ends, the most intense stage will begin. Everyone had experienced it. In the previous few rounds, they had all experienced the cruelty of the group battle. Fortunately, their luck was not bad, and they did not encounter any formidable teams, allowing them to persevere until the final round. Lin Fei was very interested in the final theory. In the first 8 rounds, Lin Fei did not encounter any formidable opponents. Even body cultivators could not withstand the power of Proud Heaven. Basically, after 3 to 5 clashes, the other party's emperor body would start collapsing. Lin Fei was really looking forward to meeting even more formidable opponents in the final round, especially body cultivators. The life essence he could plunder from them would be terrifying. We will definitely persevere until the end. Lin Fei laughed. This time, we really have to thank you. Without you, a body cultivator, we would be in much more trouble. Xianxia was clear that Lin Fei played an unimaginably important role in this group battle. Xianxia's unbounded gravity was very formidable, but in this space, its power was restricted. It could only threaten Emperor Intent experts. But body cultivators were different. They had formidable offensive capabilities. Whether they could persevere through the final round and enter the top 10,000 would still depend on Lin Fei. Hoo. The destructive black wind finally passed. The space once again welcomed a new round of competition. One could see that the competition this time was more intense and cruel than any other. There were 10,000 rankings, and as long as one entered, he would be able to obtain a certain reward. This attracted many people. Everyone, welcome to the 9th minor trial. The vast and ancient voice once again sounded in everyone's mind. Chapter 2761. All the teams listened attentively. The changes in the final round caught everyone off guard. Originally, they thought they would have 1,000 years to prepare. But now, it seemed like there would not be 1,000 years. Time was suppressed infinitely. Regardless of those who took the stable path or those who took the aggressive path, they had no choice but to accept the reality. This was going to be a very fierce battle. 80,000 hearts of Myriad Realms were released at once. The competition would be intense. This was only one of the reasons. It was not too important. More importantly, they had to endure for 3 days and 3 nights. That was the most taxing task. Those teams that did not get it would definitely attack the teams, increasing the pressure. After all, everyone knew that the moment they could not get the hearts of Myriad Realms, they would be eliminated within 3 days. That was something no one could accept. One did not need to think to know how intense the competition would be. Hua. After the sound faded, space fluctuated. The Myriad Realms Devil appeared once again. Different from the previous round, there were more than 100 of these Myriad Realms Devil beasts. In the entire space, there were a total of more than 800 Myriad Realms Devil beasts. The moment the Myriad Realms Devil beasts appeared, they charged at the teams. Any team that was attacked would find it hard to deal with 7 or 8 Myriad Realms Devil beasts. Furthermore, the current 100 Myriad Realms Devil beasts would be wiped out without leaving a single survivor. This scene made the scalp of those watching from afar turn numb. It was too crazy. This was forcing everyone to fight against the Myriad Realms devil beasts and obtain the hearts of Myriad Realms at the same time. The difficulty had increased by 100 times. Dao friend Lin, we'll have to rely on you this time. Xianxia, who had infinite gravity, felt the pressure. If he was at his peak, there was nothing to worry about. But now that he was being suppressed, the pressure from more than 100 Myriad Realms devil beasts was extraordinary. Lin Fei nodded. Let's act. After a short moment of shock, everyone regained their senses. It would be too late if they did not act. The competition for the 10,000 slots was relatively intense. After all, every single one of the teams left behind was considered an elite. Regardless of which aspect it was, they were incomparable to those who had died. Pluck the stars and grab the moon. Lin Fei chased after it. He directly used his Saint Spirit secret technique to grab the Myriad Realms devil beasts. Lin Fei did not have the courage to charge in alone. This move was quite useful. When Lin Fei displayed the body tempering style, he instantly caught 6 Myriad World beasts. As he spoke, he was about to take them out. The 10,000 world demon beasts struggled intensely. A huge power assaulted over, shaking Lin Fei to the point that he almost couldn't hold on to them. He cursed in his heart. If he was at his peak, he could crush them with a single hand. Burn the Emperor will fragment. This was the beast closest to Lin Fei and the others. If he didn't gather them here, it would be much more difficult later on. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei was also worried about the burning of the Emperor's will fragment. Fortunately, there were no changes, so he relaxed. Infinite gravity. Mountain River Realm. As soon as Lin Fei returned, he left the 6 Myriad World beasts behind, and everyone immediately surrounded him. Space Tremor. The Myriad Realm demon beast that was about to counterattack was sent flying. This tremor was of limited threat to the Myriad World demon beasts. They turned around and rushed over ferociously, displaying their fierceness. Xianxia controlled the infinite gravity to condense many black hammers that attacked the Myriad World demon beasts. Those that were hammered away would fly back again in a tyrannical manner. The Myriad World demon beasts of the 9th round are much stronger in both offense and defense. Everyone, don't resist them head-on. Xianxia did not dare to underestimate them. He continued controlling the infinite gravity to suppress them. Fortunately, it was the infinite gravity that suppressed the Myriad World demon beasts. I can only risk it. Lin Fei did not expect the Myriad World demon beasts to be so hard to deal with. After executing the space tremor, Lin Fei followed up with the finger piercing. In close combat, he could only leave behind many imprints on the bodies of the Myriad World demon beasts. He could not heavily injure them. Lin Fei could not heavily injure them. Instead, he was injured by them, leaving behind many scars on proud heaven. Dao friend Shan, it is best for everyone to gang up on one of these Myriad World demon beasts. Under such a team battle, it was hard for the Myriad World demon beasts to be killed. Lin Fei alone would have a hard time. He transmitted over. Xianxia had actually realized how strong these Myriad World demon beasts were. Under such an offense, it was truly difficult. We will just attack one. Within the infinite gravity, many independent spatial zones were formed. They temporarily trapped the Myriad World demon beasts. Xianxia revealed a strand of fatigue. It was relatively difficult to block all the Myriad World demon beasts at once. Lin Fei directly rushed up. All of you use your Emperor will to restrain the Myriad World demon beasts. I'll kill them. This was by far the best solution. Alright. Within the spatial zone, the team battle had reached an intense stage. Currently, all teams were killing the Myriad World demon beasts. They would either work together temporarily or pull out the Myriad World demon beasts to kill them one by one. Dang! Lin Fei controlled the plucking star-taking moon technique. He slapped the Myriad World demon beasts flat with a palm, and when he got close, he pierced through the head of the Myriad World demon beast with a finger. After a green smoke appeared, a Myriad World heart was left behind. The frenzied attacks made Lin Fei feel a strand of tiredness. He was truly a fellow with thick skin and flesh. Keep it well. Lin Fei threw out the Myriad World heart to replenish his life energy. He then continued attacking the Myriad World demon beasts. And at this moment, Xianxia's attacks became powerless. Using the emperor will of infinite gravity like this consumed a huge amount of energy. More importantly, these myriad world demon beasts were not vegetarians. They were struggling fiercely. Every time they struggled, they would consume a large amount of energy from Yingshan Tianshui. Naturally, Yingshan Tianshui's attacks became weaker. Lin Fei became more energetic as he fought. These myriad world demon beasts that were killed contained energy within their bodies. This made Lin Fei feel great. This did not appear in the previous few rounds. Under Lin Fei's excitement, he guessed that this was refined by that mysterious master of the Myriad World Palace to provide the energy source for the Myriad World Demon Beasts. This method was truly sharp and shocking. Under the repeated attacks, the Myriad World Demon Beasts were able to display such formidable defensive capabilities. Under Lin Fei's frenzied attacks, the Myriad World Demon Beasts were killed one after another, causing many Myriad World Hearts to drop out. Very soon, he obtained 6 Myriad World Hearts. The Sacred Martial Team also took an important step forward. Again, the Sacred Martial Team that Lin Fei was in could be considered the one with the fastest efficiency. Other teams would have to replenish their energy after killing a Myriad World Demon Beast. Only Lin Fei's team needed to restrain the Myriad World Demon Beasts, and he would be the main attacker. He did not know fatigue and did not even need to rest. Come over. Lin Fei once again executed the plucking star-taking moon technique, capturing 2 Myriad World Demon Beasts. Chapter 2762. Within the space, there were Myriad Realm Beasts being killed everywhere. This round of Myriad Realm Beasts had an increase in power and defense. At the start, everyone was caught unprepared, and many experts died under the attacks of the Myriad Realm Beasts. Some formidable teams were about to complete the mission of killing 8 hearts of Myriad Realm. The Sacred Martial Team that Lin Fei was in was the fastest in this region. Too crazy. What body cultivation technique did that person cultivate? He is too tanky. Our 2 body cultivators are not even as strong as the other party. They seem to have gathered 8 hearts of Myriad Realm. The surrounding teams were all paying attention to this. The Sacred Martial Team had the most stunning performance so far. Especially the body cultivator, Lin Fei. He was the one who attracted the most attention. Being able to kill Myriad Realm Beasts continuously while acting as the vanguard, it was hard for others not to pay attention to him. In this stage, the body cultivator made everyone the most vigilant. Their advantage was displayed to the maximum. In close combat, they were at a disadvantage, yet they could not do anything to stop it. Now that a formidable body cultivator appeared, he naturally became the target of vigilance. Could it be that he would kill his way over? After killing the final Myriad Realm Beast, Lin Fei obtained the final heart of Myriad Realm. Everyone in the team had a heart of Myriad Realm, and it was considered to have completed the first step. Next, they had to persevere for 3 days and 3 nights. Senior Disciple Brother Sect Master. Our ranking has increased. As the last heart of a Myriad Realms was obtained, the ranking on the list also changed. It directly jumped from the top 10,000 to the top 100. Let's go. Yingshan Tianshui transmitted. Boundless gravity shrunk and enveloped everyone. Lin Fei, how are you? Do you need to rest for a while? Yingshan Tianshui asked worriedly. The 8 hearts of Myriad Realm could be said to be obtained by Lin Fei, and he had contributed half of it. Lin Fei shook his head. I'm fine. Now, we have to stay far away from those teams and find a place with fewer people to prevent ourselves from being surrounded by them. All right. Yingshan Tianshui was clear of the current situation. Currently, there were still tens of thousands of teams left in the space. In other words, there would be tens of millions of teams that didn't have the opportunity to enter the top 10,000. They would definitely besiege them, and not just one. This also depended on luck. If one was lucky, there would be a few. If one was unlucky, there would be more than 10. There really weren't many people who could endure a continuous battle. Before Lin Fei and the others could find the place, they were attacked. As the top few hundred out of the tens of thousands, they naturally received a lot of attention. The bright red color above their heads was the most eye-catching. This time, we're in big trouble. We're actually surrounded by 5 teams. Yingshan Tianshui frowned too. Yingshan, how long can your unbounded gravity last? Lin Fei turned around and asked. If it's just maintaining it, it isn't hard to maintain it for 3 to 5 days. It's just that we can't attack. Yingshan Tianxue said. 3 to 5 days should be enough. Lin Fei wanted to make use of the infinite gravity to bring out his physical body's greatest strength. Release the infinite gravity. Let's have a good fight with them here. Yingshan Tianxue could see the intense fighting spirit being emitted from Lin Fei. All right. Without any hesitation, Yingshan Tianxue released the infinite gravity. All of you go and protect Yingshan. No matter what, you have to maintain the infinite gravity. Leave the rest to me. Lin Fei turned around and said to his junior disciple brothers. Under the infinite gravity, no one could unleash their combat power better than Lin Fei. This time, they did not have any objections. Under such a situation, only Lin Fei could defend against them. Even though they were still worried in their hearts, even with his powerful emperor body, he could not last for too long when facing the attacks of so many teams. But currently, they had no way of defending against the attacks of the various teams. That's the infinite gravity. That's Yingshan Tianxue from the ancient desolate world, sacred martial sect. His strongest technique is the infinite gravity. Even though it's still at the elementary stage, the gravity cannot be underestimated. As long as he breaks the infinite gravity, they're doomed. That's right. Everyone, attack Yingshan Tianxue together. Break his infinite gravity. Yingshan Tianxue was quite famous. Soon he was recognized by others. Body cultivator, go. Everyone was clear about the horror of the infinite gravity. The moment they fell into it, the waves of gravity would be extremely hard to deal with. The teams that surrounded them had great emperors attack Yingshan Tianxue first. Countless attacks entered the infinite gravity region. Even so, a portion of the attacks still landed on the mountain and river world, and a minority landed on their bodies. The impact was not huge. Every team sent out a body cultivator. In such a place, body cultivators were the most suitable to act. As for the body cultivators from the sacred martial team, they did not care about them. They were merely arrows at the end of their flight, and could not last long in their hands. Spatial oscillation. The moment they entered, they felt the suppression of gravity, though it was only about 50%. Lin Fei unleashed his spatial oscillation. Waves of energy had already struck their bodies. Caught unprepared, the 6 body cultivators were shaken and on the verge of collapse. The body cultivators that entered were divided into strong and weak ones. Not all the body cultivators that entered had an emperor body. Basically, their fleshy bodies were either at the 10th or 11th rank. Pluck the stars and seize the moon. Spreading his fingers, he grabbed them. 2 Saint Spirit secret techniques, one from the front and one from the back, crushed their fleshy bodies and absorbed their life energy. In a single exchange, the body cultivators were all killed. This is great. Chen Yi was elated. Yingshan Tianxue's expression was solemn. It's a pity that this place restricts one's combat power. Otherwise, how many people here can withstand the power of a level 7 Saint Spirit secret technique? The fact that Lin Fei had killed a body tempering style expert had given the teams outside quite a fright. What's there to be afraid of? A body cultivator. We'll definitely make him die a horrible death. The team leader tried his best to calm himself down. Is that so? Lin Fei's lips curled up. He turned into a stream of light and charged out. Pang pang pang. Wherever the stream of light passed, all the experts were sent flying. The black stream of light followed. Pu piu piu. The black stream of light kept extending its finger, tapping on the bodies of the experts. Regardless of whether they had a powerful fleshy body or an expert who cultivated emperor will, they were extremely weak before that finger. Yingshan Tianxue could not help but sigh at how tyrannical Lin Fei was. This time, it's all thanks to Lin Fei. Lin Fei, who chased after them, felt satisfied. He kept unleashing his spatial oscillation. If the first time did not work, he would use it a second or third time. He did not feel anything at all. But it was different for these enemies. They could not endure it. Their fleshy bodies were on the verge of collapsing. When they suffered a finger and fist from Lin Fei, their fleshy bodies would collapse on the spot. After some time, the surroundings became empty. Chapter 2763. Lin Fei kept using the first move of the Saint Spirit secret technique, space oscillation. This Saint Spirit secret technique consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, he had life energy to replenish it, allowing him to maintain his peak combat power at all times. Countless teams were suppressed the moment they came. In the end, they could only escape with a few people. They could not get close to the sacred martial team. Just the infinite gravity was too much for them. And this was under the situation where they were weakened. Retreat! Who exactly is that brat? Where did such an expert come from in the ancient wasteland world? Everyone was frightened by Lin Fei's killing spree. His fleshly body was so strong that even an emperor's physique did not have such power. It was hard for them not to remember him. He is Lin Fei, a physique cultivator who rose in the heart of the ancient wasteland world. It is rumored that he is a substitute examination disciple of the Dark Shadow Palace. It was unknown who released the news. Dark Shadow Palace substitute examination disciple. These few words undoubtedly stimulated everyone. Dark Shadow Palace. That was a peak existence in the Saint Spirit world. Being able to become a substitute examination disciple, he had a certain amount of potential. Some teams with insufficient power gave up on attacking the sacred martial team and turned to attack other teams. It was obvious that this team would not be able to take them down. An infinite gravity, a powerful physique cultivator, and an existence that cultivated an emperor's physique. They would just be sending themselves to death if they went up, so they might as well try their luck elsewhere. There were also some who did not believe it. In the end, they ended up the same as the previous teams. Lin Fei stopped them before they could even charge in. The 3 sacred spirit secret techniques were displayed back and forth. They were extraordinarily ferocious. No one could withstand this kind of attack. For the time being, they do not dare to come. Lin Fei clapped his hands, closed his eyes, and rested. Continuously using the Saint Spirit secret technique, fortunately, he could replenish his energy. Otherwise, it would consume a lot of energy. Lin Fei was really grateful to the system. Without this, it would not be so easy for Lin Fei to threaten the others.
Lin Fei, it has been hard on you.
Xianxia was very grateful. Maintaining infinite gravity continuously consumed a lot of energy. However, compared to Lin Fei, it was much easier. He had to admit that he was inferior to Lin Fei's abnormal recovery ability. And this was under the condition that their strength was restricted.
Without your infinite gravity, I can't scare them,
Lin Fei said with a smile. Those who are weak probably won't dare to come. What we have to guard against are those extremely powerful teams. This was something everyone needed to worry about. 80,000 hearts of myriad realms were given out in one go. There were bound to be some people who couldn't get their hands on the hearts of myriad realms, and it was inevitable that they would attack the team. Lin Fei had killed countless teams. Most of them had average strength, and the body-tempering style powerhouses weren't very strong either. Their physical bodies were only around the 10th or 11th step. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 emperor body-tempering style powerhouses, but it wasn't difficult to deal with them.
Good heavens, they actually held on.
In another part of the space, there was currently a group of people paying attention to the sacred martial team that Lin Fei was in. Xianxia's infinite gravity is indeed worthy of its reputation. Coupled with Lin Fei's close combat strength, they might be able to hold on for 3 days and successfully advance.
Great Emperor Thousand Hangs said with a dark expression.
That might not be the case. Great Emperor Ghost Flame shook his head. This is just the beginning. The strongest in the sacred martial team are Lin Fei and Xianxia. The moment either of them were defeated, it would be as hard as ascending the heavens for the sacred martial team to advance. I reckon there will be formidable experts targeting them soon. Great Emperor Ancient Yen coldly snorted. It's a pity that we can't act. The 3 of them formed a team. Their luck was not bad. They had paid a huge price to form an alliance with several teams. If nothing unexpected happened, they would definitely be able to advance to the next stage. They still had some thoughts about why Lin Fei did not join their team. Hence, they had been paying attention to them. The more outstanding Lin Fei's performance was, the more uncomfortable they felt in their hearts. This originally belonged to them, but now, it was given to the sacred martial team. Time passed second by second. The number of myriad realm beasts became lesser and lesser. The heart of myriad realm had also been divided. Many teams did not obtain the heart of myriad realm, and thus, they targeted the teams with the heart of myriad realm. Another intense battle began. Many teams were being besieged. There were at least 2 or 3 teams, and at most, 7 to 8 teams. This was also their only chance. If they did not attack now, it would be too late. The teams were constantly changing, and the number of teams was also decreasing. The team of Sacred Martial Team was also within the range of attacks. No matter how one looked at it, the team of Sacred Martial Team seemed easy to bully, especially when they only had one body cultivator. On the side of Lin Fei, the pressure was multiplied. At one time, 7 to 8 body cultivators would surround and attack him. There were even a dozen of them attacking him at the same time. At the same time, the Emperor Intent experts were attacking from afar. Wave after wave of attacks drowned Lin Fei. Kill him! Without this brat, we can kill them and snatch their heart of Myriad Realm. The infinite gravity can't attack someone for a long time. Once we eliminate this brat, we will win. There were still many intelligent people. The weakest aspect of the team of Sacred Martial Team was the lack of a body cultivator. It was not easy to maintain the infinite gravity. Furthermore, it was an attack. Everyone could see the weakness of the team of Sacred Martial Team, that black-haired brat at the front. As long as they eliminated that brat, victory would be theirs. But it was a pity that they met the wrong opponent. Lin Fei did not stop executing the Saint Spirit secret technique. Wave after wave of secret technique swept out. His entire figure was moving at a rapid speed, trying his best to prevent the enemies from rushing in. Whoever was the closest to Xianxia would be killed by Lin Fei. Under the influence of the infinite gravity, Lin Fei's speed was the fastest, faster than anyone else. The killing moves of the Saint Spirit secret technique were extremely frightening. In this region, its power was controlled to the maximum. First, it was spatial oscillation. Next, it was picking stars and moon. With these two killing moves, almost everyone could not endure it. Furthermore, Lin Fei could continuously execute the spatial oscillation. Come on, continue. When Lin Fei stopped, he consumed his life energy to replenish his energy. His essence, spirit, and spirit had recovered to its peak. This made the team attacking him suffer. Everyone, let's attack together. He can't hold on for much longer. The leader of the team gritted his teeth before launching another attack. Just a little bit more. One team after another came and went. Everyone fell because of this black-haired brat. With the help of the infinite gravity, the other party had a perfect advantage. He was continuously killing their body cultivators. During this period, Lin Fei had once encountered 3 body cultivators with Emperor body. Lin Fei fought for 2 hours and paid a huge price before killing them. The members of the team of Sacred Martial Team were also injured as a result. Fortunately, they persevered in the end. Time passed by the minutes and seconds. Lin Fei did not stop at all. He was continuously blocking the attacks of the various teams. His fleshy body was heavily injured many times, and he almost exploded every single time. The huge price he paid was exchanged for the rewards. Lin Fei's crazy and ferocious strength constantly scared the people who came. Everyone knew that if they wanted to besiege the team of Sacred Martial Team, they had to get past the black-haired brat. However, this black-haired brat was not easy to deal with. Many people besieged him again and again, but they were blocked time and time again. Everyone was blocked outside the infinite gravity. This brat had become an invincible god of war. 2 days later, there were almost no teams besieging the Sacred Martial Team anymore. This was a hard bone that could not be bitten off. Many body cultivators had fallen because of it. In a head-on confrontation, the black-haired brat's indestructible body and powerful recovery ability were the most terrifying and fatal. This left countless body cultivators dumbfounded. What kind of emperor body could be so tyrannical? They had never encountered it before. This must be at least a 7-star emperor body. Someone exclaimed, not daring to believe that someone in the boundless universe could cultivate a 7-star emperor body. According to the quantity and quality of the emperor body, there was a total of 1-star emperor body to 9 stars emperor body. 1-star emperor body was the lowest, and 9 stars emperor body was the highest. Generally speaking, the emperor body was at most 4-star or 5-star, which was also very terrifying. Any emperor body that reached 5-star and above was quite terrifying. Therefore, some people suspected that Lin Fei's emperor body was a 7-star emperor body. On the last day, the attacks were very crazy. The Sacred Martial Team that Lin Fei was in was relatively calm. No team dared to waste time here. Everyone knew that Lin Fei was a tough bone to chew, especially after the news about the 7-star emperor body spread. No one was willing to come. They could not afford a war of attrition. Therefore, Everyone went to besiege other teams. They would rather go to other teams and try their luck than do useless things on the sacred martial team. We succeeded. Chen Yi cried tears of joy. When a Jingguang rose, the sacred martial team persevered till the end. Everyone was brought away from this place. When they appeared again, they were already in a starry sky. They were all standing on a circular platform in the starry sky. There were a total of 10,000 similar circular platforms in the entire starry sky. Every platform was emitting a faint light, and the situation inside could not be seen. Everyone in the sacred martial team was very excited. Who would have thought that we could get through the first stage? I am so happy. The team battle in the Great War of the 10,000 Realms had always been the most cruel and bloody. Every time there was a team battle, many heroes would die in it. Nobody dared to guarantee that they could not survive. We really made it. Shan Tianshui sighed. Back then, he had participated once with his senior. That time, it was also very intense, but it was far less intense than this time. If it wasn't for Lin Fei blocking the attacks of most of the people, they would definitely have died in this trial. That's right, we passed. Lin Fei nodded. This great war of the 10,000 realms is much more dangerous and cruel than we imagined. We should be able to have a good rest now. Even though Lin Fei had a large amount of life energy to replenish himself, he still frowned slightly. His strength was restricted in this space, so he was more or less restricted, unable to display his true strength. Congratulations to all of you lucky ones. You have successfully passed the first stage. A majestic voice came from all directions. As a team that has successfully passed the first stage, every team will obtain a chance to obtain a reward. After that, you will have 50 years to rest before going on to the second stage. I wish everyone good luck. After the voice stopped, at the center of every stone platform, 8 portions of unique spiritual liquid appeared out of thin air. They floated in midair and emitted an incredibly alluring aura. Chapter 2764. When Shan Tianshui saw the milky white liquid, his expression became excited. He stared at the liquid. Senior disciple brother, what is this? It seems to be very good. Chen Yi felt that it was extraordinary, yet he did not recognize it. Shan Tianshui calmed his emotions. Our luck is good this time. Who would have thought that the reward for the first stage would be this? This is the primordial energy god liquid, a top-notch item that does not exist in the Great Thousand Cosmos. Only the Saint Spirit World would produce such an item. The primordial energy god liquid in front of us is just a single drop, yet it is priceless. If we were to sell it, it would fetch a price of more than 100 million heaven crystals. A price of more than 100 million heaven crystals was indeed an astronomical figure. It was priceless. Senior disciple brother has heard of this item from other places in the past. Shan Tianshui said, the primordial energy god liquid is rumored to be produced in a place called Origin Palace. After consuming this liquid, it can raise the grade of Emperor Intent. At the same time, it is a top-notch body cultivation item that can raise the fleshy body by a realm. Do you think it is precious or not? So formidable. Mu Yibai said with shock. Shan Tianshui nodded. The primordial energy god liquid is indeed a top-notch item. You can keep it or refine it. If I were you, it would be best for me to refine the primordial energy god liquid because the competition in the second stage is very intense. Only by improving our combat power will we be able to last longer. During the 9,000 years in the first stage, everyone could feel the terrifying danger of death. The following second stage would definitely be more dangerous than the first. Brother Shan, what is the second stage's test? Lin Fei, who had been looking at the primordial energy god liquid, asked. It's also a life and death battle. The 10,000 teams will be divided into 100 regions. In each region, there will be 100 teams. In each region, there will be 10 teams. They will enter the third stage. In other words, there will be 100 teams entering the third stage. Everyone understood the cruelty of the second stage after hearing it. On the stone platform in the starry sky, Lin Fei felt his fleshy body regaining its normal strength. That suppression had completely disappeared. Lin Fei did not plan on keeping the primordial energy god liquid. He directly refined it. This thing was really good stuff. Under Ao Tion's fourth tier, after consuming the divine energy liquid, the energy contained in it was incomparably vigorous. It was no wonder that it could increase the level of his corporeal body. But for Lin Fei, who had cultivated Aotion 12-tier tyrant body, the increase wasn't very big, but it was still more than usual. Great. I'm only a little bit away from Aotion 5th layer. Lin Fei could clearly feel that his physical body had become much stronger. I wonder if I can break through to the 5th level after refining the life force in the system. The next test was even crueler. Lin Fei realized that this was an opportunity. Plunder like crazy. He didn't know when such an opportunity would present itself. In the span of 50 years, everyone was cultivating. With the assistance of the divine essence liquid, some people strengthened their emperor's will, while others strengthened their physical bodies. Everyone's strength increased greatly, especially those who cultivated the body refinement school. Many people cultivated the emperor's body, and treasure light shone brightly. The rewards of the first stage were so generous that countless people were looking forward to the rewards of the second stage. This was definitely an opportunity for him to soar into the sky. Still a little bit more. On a round platform, Lin Fei closed his eyes and cultivated. A huge amount of life force had been refined, and the current system space was empty. Apart from the Emperor's will fragments and the complete Emperor's will, there was nothing else in the system space. Aotion is really hard to cultivate. This Aotion 4th layer requires too much energy to break through to the 5th layer. I thought I could break through to the 5th layer, but now it seems that I still have to give it a try. Lin Fei slowly opened his eyes. Although he didn't break through to the 5th layer of Aotion, Lin Fei's physical body was getting stronger and stronger. His blood and qi flowed like thunder, and it scared the experts of the sacred martial sect quite a bit. Brother Lin, your physical body is getting more and more domineering, Chen Yi said in fear. It can't really be the 7-star emperor's body, right? Mu Yibai asked cautiously. In the past 50 years, they had personally witnessed Lin Fei's physical body getting stronger and stronger. Every time his blood and qi flowed, it was like a horrifying monster, constantly stimulating them. They weren't fools. This kind of physical body definitely surpassed the First Order Emperor realm, and it might even be the Second Order Emperor realm, or even the Third Order Emperor realm. That was a feeling that they couldn't shake. Lin Fei controlled the flow of his blood and qi and restrained his aura. Only then did everyone feel more comfortable, and the pressure wasn't as great as before. They felt that they were powerful, and in the past 50 years, they had personally witnessed Lin Fei's strength. It's all right. Lin Fei said casually, you guys have also improved a lot. Everyone, work hard. Maybe you can pass the second stage and get a better reward. Xianxia opened his eyes. Among those present, he was the only one who could withstand the terrifying aura produced by the physical body. Naturally, he was clear of how powerful Lin Fei was. In his heart, he was glad that he had invited Lin Fei. Just like what was mentioned, they might really pass the second stage. Lin Fei's physical body was truly too powerful. At least a Third Order Emperor's physical body. As for the heavenly god's body, Xianxia didn't even dare to think about it. In the Great Thousand Worlds, there had never been anyone who could cultivate the heavenly god's physical body at such a young age. That would truly be an unparalleled existence, at least in the Great Thousand Worlds. Did you hear that? When the second stage begins, everyone has to listen to Lin Fei's arrangements. Xianxia said, Lin Fei, in the second stage, we will have to face the joint attacks of many teams. We don't have many allies, and the pressure will be relatively huge. I plan to hand over the command of the second stage to you. From the start of the first stage, Xianxia had this thought. If not for Lin Fei blocking the majority of the people, they would not be able to pass the first stage. Hence, Xianxia was prepared to let Lin Fei lead the team. Especially after the changes in the past 50 years, he himself felt terrified. It was as if there was a terrifying demon king beside him. He had once seen this aura from the old ancestor. All right. Lin Fei did not hesitate. In the second stage, you and I still have to work together. Your junior disciple brother will protect you. Under the activation of the infinite gravity, we will have the advantage. From the second stage onwards, everyone's combat power would not be restricted. Lin Fei could also attack without any restraints. With the cooperation of Xianxia, killing the enemies would be much easier. Nobody had any objections. Lin Fei's ability spoke for itself. If the first stage was just an appetizer, Then the second stage would be the true life and death battle. Hua hua hua. When the 50 years' time was up, in the starry sky, many golden light pillars appeared. Every light pillar brought a team into an unknown region. The second stage began. The sacred martial team that Lin Fei was in was also enveloped by the light pillars. They were then brought into an independent space. This independent space was not very big. It was smaller than the previous space. After they entered the space, the light pillars did not let them go. Instead, they wrapped around everyone and remained in midair. The number of light pillars kept increasing until 100 light pillars appeared. Hua! The light pillars dissipated without any warning. The 100 teams could feel the Emperor's intent coming from the other teams. Kill! All the teams reacted very quickly. They immediately attacked the surrounding teams. There were 5 teams surrounding the sacred martial team. All of them were not weak. Xianxia's infinite gravity was unleashed. This was extremely terrifying even among the Emperor's intent. Everyone's body became sluggish. Within the gravity field, many black metal hammers came smashing over. With a single hammer, they would either be heavily injured or have their fleshy bodies crumble. The other members of the sacred martial team were also frantically attacking. There were many who were being killed. The most ruthless one should be Lin Fei. After 50 years of cultivation, he had almost reached the limit of the proud heavenly body stage 4. He was just a step away from the proud heavenly body stage 5. Spatial oscillation. Once again unleashing the spatial oscillation, Lin Fei immediately felt the horrifying power brought about by the spatial oscillation. Hua hua hua. As the power spread out, pung 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 sounds could be heard. As Lin Fei charged out, those who were weaker were all turned into a mist of blood. None were spared. My current spatial oscillation power should be at the Saint Soul level 4. Every time my proud heavenly body improves, the power of my Saint Soul technique would also improve. Lin Fei's entire body became a stream of light. His fleshy body was constantly trembling. Wave after wave of power was sent out. Many people were dying. Lin Fei took the chance to plunder the life energy essence, injecting it into his body to improve proud heavenly body. Brother Lin is still the most formidable. This power is at the Saint Soul level 4. Quickly look, that is a great Emperor expert. He exploded with a single finger. Too powerful. Lin Fei was like a nightmare for his enemies. He was constantly killing his way in and out. Xianxia maintained the unbounded gravity to suppress their speed. Under this kind of coordination, the surrounding teams were the first to be defeated. None survived. At this moment, there was basically no need for the sacred martial sect to do anything. 5 teams were eliminated. Lin Fei, what should we do next? Within a short period, 5 teams were eliminated. The sacred martial sect was extremely excited. Of course, we will continue the encirclement. Even if we don't attack them, they will still attack us. Only by killing them until they are afraid will they not dare to find trouble with us. Lin Fei said in a low voice. In reality, Lin Fei wanted to plunder the life essence. If they were killed by them, that would be a loss. Lin Fei and Xianxia acted as the vanguard. With the enveloping of the unbounded gravity, Lin Fei charged forward. Every time he attacked with a Saint Soul level secret technique, someone would immediately fall. The cooperation between the two could be said to be a powerful combination. Lin Fei was also exclaiming in satisfaction. Those who could reach this stage all had abundant life energy. It was a small amount, but it was a huge amount. They were constantly replenishing their life energy. After killing over a dozen teams, Lin Fei did not encounter any formidable teams. He could not last more than a few rounds against them. Very soon, there were only 50 to 60 teams left in this spatial zone. Quite a few of these teams had begun forming alliances. The teams over there are so ferocious. They have eliminated so many teams. Why don't we eliminate them first? Otherwise, none of us will have a good time. That's right, let's eliminate them. This spatial zone wasn't very big. The sacred martial sect was rampaging about, and it was hard for others not to notice them. Chapter 2765. The sacred martial team immediately became the target of all the teams in this small space. Exterminating over a dozen teams in a single move was unbelievably savage. If this continued, how could these teams survive? No matter what, They had to encircle the other party first. Everyone, attack that black-haired brat together. Kill that brat. The remaining people are nothing to be afraid of. We have to deal with the physique cultivator first. Many teams recognized that black-haired brat. He was the one in the last round of the first stage. He was unbelievably savage, blocking the attacks of countless people. The number of experts that died in his hands was no less than 1,000. This time, with 20 to 30 teams surrounding him, they did not believe that they could not kill that black-haired brat. Limitless gravity. Xianxia's limitless gravity swept over, enveloping everyone, causing them to sink. Plucking the stars and moon. Lin Fei did not hesitate to unleash his ultimate move. There was no need to take it slow against them. He had to defeat them in one go. His arm expanded, his fingers like a mountain. Peak Saint Soul level 7 power, causing the entire space to turn dark. Saint Soul level 7 power. What the hell? Retreat. Countless teams panicked. His 5 fingers closed. His inner world was as firm as a mountain. No matter how they attacked, they could not escape. Pang! A loud sound rang. Countless screams could be heard. Lin Fei merely displayed a single move, plucking the stars and moon. An attack at the Saint Soul level 7 power killed almost all the teams surrounding him. Using his fleshly body to display a killing move at the Saint Soul level 7 power. Unless someone could break through Lin Fei's First Order Heavenly God Realm fleshly body, they could only accept their fate. Those who were fortunate enough to not surround him turned pale when they saw this scene. There were not many powerful Saint Soul attacks in the Great Thousand Worlds, especially those at the Saint Soul level 7 and above. Which one of them was not controlled by the top sex? But now, a black-haired brat displayed a Saint Soul level 7 attack. Everyone's eyes turned dark. This was too much of a bully. With the cooperation of Xianxia, no one could escape from Lin Fei's attack. Lin Fei plundered the life essence energy, continuously refining it. He had a wide smile on his face. Now that his physique was comparable to a first-order heavenly god realm, absorbing a large amount of life essence had become a walk in the park. He no longer had to worry about the consequences, nor did he need to spend a lot of time refining it. I'm afraid there are less than 50 teams left in this space. If I kill a few more teams, it should be enough. Lin Fei looked at the fleeing teams. Lin Fei's secret technique of the 7th level of the Saint Spirit Realm had scared the hell out of everyone in this space. This was really a ferocious tiger among a flock of sheep. It really wasn't easy to block a secret technique of the Saint Spirit level 7. The most frightening thing was that his opponent was a body transformation type expert, making it even more difficult to deal with. Run! We can't beat that team. He must be a genius groomed by a top force in the Great Thousand Domains. Retreat! All the teams fled. Xianxia was still relatively calm. The others who saw this scene could no longer remain calm. So powerful. No wonder the stronger a body transformation type expert is, the more terrifying they are. Especially those who have learned the Saint's secret technique. Chen Yi sucked in a breath of cold air. Among the teams that surrounded them, there were quite a few experts who were on the same level as them. But in the hands of Lin Fei, they were all killed with a single Saint's secret technique. Chase after them while they're victorious. Lin Fei did not stop and chased after them. In this space, of the 100 teams, there were only a few that were strong. Lin Fei killed them with a single move. After chasing after them, he eliminated the remaining teams one by one, leaving behind a dozen teams. He did not make a move, allowing them to do as they pleased. Killing them all will only benefit them. Lin Fei did not chase after the remaining people. Now, we just need to wait for the 10 teams to appear. After plundering a large amount of life essence, Lin Fei was satisfied. He was just a strand away from Proud Heaven level 5. Lin Fei believed that in the next stage, he would be able to level up. At that time, he could casually use spatial oscillation, and its power would be at the Saint Soul level 5. This was the benefit of Proud Heaven level. Other body transformation techniques would not affect the power of the Saint's secret technique because of this. Lin Fei's Proud Heaven level 12 tyrant body was as tyrannical as its name suggested. Very soon, the 10 teams appeared. When the Sacred Martial team did not chase after them, the remaining teams acted against each other. None of them wanted to miss the final chance, so they fought together in a chaotic battle. Finally, 9 teams appeared. Every one of these 9 teams had suffered heavy losses. There were a few teams that had less than 5 people left. They looked at Lin Fei with fear in their eyes. Their emotions were complicated. If not for Lin Fei killing the majority of the teams, it would not be easy for them to advance. Lin Fei did not care about this. When the 10 teams appeared, the ball of light appeared once again. It brought them out. It was still the stone platform in the starry sky. The same position. We are almost there. Many of the stone platforms in the starry sky had become empty. Lin Fei swept his gaze. The majority of the arenas were empty. The 10,000 teams turned into 1,000 teams, and those who remained were definitely elites. There are still people who came out before us. Shan Tianshui noticed a stone platform in the distance. The people over there also noticed this, and their expressions became graver. Who would have thought that they are participating too? Lin Fei also noticed the transformation of Shan Tianshui. They are the subordinates of Limitless Paragon in the Saint Spirit world. Shan Tianshui took a deep breath. My limitless gravity originates from the lineage of Limitless Paragon. If not for his senior disciple brother, Long Yu, Lin Fei would not know what a paragon was. At most, he would think that it was an expert, and he would not know what level it was. Paragon was a myth realm expert. Only those who reached the 8th order Heavenly God realm were qualified to become a paragon. 9th order Heavenly God realm were great paragons, and 10th order Heavenly God realm were hierarchs. In the entire Saint Spirit world, there were only 3 10th order Heavenly God realm experts. The number of great paragons could be counted with one's fingers. There were slightly more paragons, but they did not exceed 100. These people were the true peak experts of the Saint Spirit world. A heavenly deity at the supremacy level would at least grasp a sacred spirit level 10th level killer move. They would even cultivate a peak absolute art. Great paragon Heavenly God realm experts would have to grasp an 11th level Saint Spirit secret art. A paragon Heavenly God realm expert was enough to move anyone. That cheap teacher of his was a paragon lord, an 8th order Heavenly God realm expert. It was impossible for Lin Fei not to know about him. From Shan Tianshui's expression, it seemed that the sacred martial sect had some enmity with this person. Chapter 2766. At the same time, the people on that stone platform also noticed the starry sky stone platform where Lin Fei was at. They turned their gazes over. Senior disciple brother Zhang, that person seems to be that Shan Tianshui from the ancient desolate world. A thin young man said to an impressive-looking middle-aged man by his side. That's right. He is Shan Tianshui. Who would have thought that he actually got through the second stage? Interesting. The middle-aged man said. His face was filled with disdain. That's because they are lucky. If they met us, we would directly wipe them out. The young man added. What plaything is this? The impressive-looking middle-aged man said. Shan Tianshui. Long time no see. Your luck is not bad for you to come over. His voice directly resounded on the starry sky stone platform, reverberating in the ears of everyone from the sacred martial team. I don't like seeing you. Shan Tianshui coldly said. It's best not to meet someone like you in this lifetime. If this is the last time we meet, that's for the best. Zhang Qiu's expression did not change. I'm afraid we won't have the chance to meet each other for the last time. But I can send you on your final journey. I really hope we can meet each other soon. It's good enough for someone like you to hide in the sacred martial sect. Now that you are thinking of getting a ranking in the Myriad Realms team battle, I'll not let you do as you wish. Shan Tianshui said, that depends on who has the capability. That's good too. Let us wait and see. Ha ha ha. The two of them cut off the transmission. Zhang Qiu, the third-generation disciple under Limitless Paragon Master. Shan Tianshui said, my teacher was an outstanding talent amongst the second-generation disciples under Limitless Paragon Master in the past. Later on, he was pushed out and established his own sect in the ancient desolate world. Forefather once said that the sacred martial sect and Limitless Paragon Master will not rest until one of them is dead. Lin Fei finally understood why Shan Tianshui would have such a huge hatred previously. Even though he did not know the reason, Lin Fei was currently a member of the sacred martial team. Based on what the other party said, it seemed he would act against the sacred martial team, making him an enemy. If it were during ordinary times, there might not be any chance. But now, it is uncertain who will kill who. Yingshan Skywater said, even if Paragon Master Limitless knows about it, he won't act. He can only blame his disciples for being inferior. Brother Yingshan, that person is an enemy of yours, and also an enemy of mine. By then when we meet him, I will have to kill him. I will definitely teach that fellow a lesson, capture him, and hand him over to you personally. Lin Fei did not like the arrogant attitude of the other party. It was as if he was going to be eaten alive. What the hell? One team after another appeared on the starry sky stone platform. None of the teams that appeared were simple. Taking this chance, Yingshan Tianshui started introducing. Among these teams, there were still many famous teams. It was impossible not to know about them. Yingshan's Celestial Water Sect was not a small sect. Naturally, he knew some of the leaders of the teams. He would not stop talking about them. He knew that quite a few formidable teams had the shadow of a superpower behind them. They actually made it through. Lin Fei soon discovered the 3 supreme emperors of the ancient wasteland world. Lin Fei was also a little surprised to be able to pass the second stage. Their ability was really not simple. They actually managed to find helpers. Their strength could not be ignored. The 3 great emperors are really willing to sacrifice their face. Yingshan Tianshui noticed over here. They know how to curry favor with the people from the Dark Court. No wonder they could make it through. In the past, they would leave after the first stage ended. Dark Court? This was the first time he heard of it. Yingshan Tianshui explained, the Dark Court is very capable. Even though they are not as strong as the 3 apex existences, the Dark Court has quite a few experts overseeing it. They have built a nation, and they are also the superpower behind your old enemy. Tianji Hall? To be an old enemy, Lin Fei immediately linked it to Tianji Hall. That's right. It is Tianji Hall. Yingshan Tianshui nodded. Tianji Hall is supported by the Dark Court, and can be considered as a member of their nation. You have to be careful. The people of the Dark Court are all vicious and merciless. The 3 great emperors working together with them might be plotting something. That time when Lin Fei got rid of Tianji Hall, he knew that there was a superpower supporting him from behind the scenes. Otherwise, there would not be a factor of Zhanrong and the 8 great elders being at odds with each other. Lin Fei was not startled by the appearance of the Dark Court at all. If they dare to come, I will dare to kill them all here. Lin Fei's proud heaven was about to break through to the 5th realm. Unless a myth expert acted, ordinary great emperors would not be able to shake him no matter how many of them there were. That brat is Lin Fei, the one who destroyed the arrangements of our Dark Court for Tianji Hall? And the one who killed Zhanrong? On another stone platform, the 3 great emperors were currently talking to one of them. That person was wearing a black armor that was flashing with cold light. His scarlet eyes were flashing with an evil light. This person was someone from the Dark Court. His blood qi is dense. He is an expert of the physique tempering school. The black-armored burly man narrowed his eyes. No wonder he could destroy Tianji Hall. He does have some ability. Even if the 3 of you join hands, it won't be easy to deal with that brat. His physique is at the peak of the 3rd Order Emperor realm, and his Emperor physique is quite extraordinary. At the very least, it is at the 7-star Emperor physique. With just a glance, the black-armored burly man had already seen through Lin Fei's strength. Peak of the 3rd Order Emperor realm? The 3 great emperors narrowed their eyes. Huang Xiaolong was even more powerful than they had imagined. They had always thought that Lin Fei's physique was at the peak of the 2nd Order Emperor realm. They had never expected him to be so powerful. Peak of the 3rd Order Emperor realm. They sighed at their own inferiority, especially Great Emperor Gaian. As the only ancient desolate beast in the ancient wasteland world, his powerful physique was something he was proud of. Now that a junior had caught up to him, he didn't know where to put his face. It must be his physique tempering technique, a peak emperor-ranked cultivation technique. Great Emperor Gaian immediately thought of something. The black-armored burly man was quite interested in Lin Fei. At such a young age, he had the physique of a peak of the 3rd Order Emperor realm, and he had even mastered a powerful Saint Spirit stage level 7 secret art. In any country in the Saint Spirit world, he would be a slightly famous expert. He was worth recruiting. This kid ruined Tianji Hall. If you meet him in the 3rd stage, I will help you get rid of him. Even the sacred martial gate has to behave, not to mention a brat. The three great emperors were overjoyed. With a peak Third Order Emperor realm cultivation, even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to take down Lin Fei. It would be great if they had this expert from the Dark Court. They were used to the three great emperors controlling the ancient wasteland world. Suddenly, a brat appeared and stood in the same position as them. They felt a little uncomfortable. 1,000 teams came out very quickly. Compared to before, there were many changes in the number of team members among these 1,000 teams. There were less than 100 teams that remained intact. The second stage of the assessment was also fierce and cruel. Hua hua hua. After the 1,000 teams came out, the rewards followed closely. Just like the previous time, it was the same God Yuan energy liquid. The difference was that previously, it was one portion, and this time, there were two portions. It was equivalent to 200 million heaven crystals. This item could not only be used for cultivation, but it could also be used to recover from injuries. It could recover one's combat power to its peak state in an extremely short period of time. This is really good stuff. Lin Fei loved this kind of thing the most. Without any hesitation, he swallowed the God Yuan energy liquid and started refining it. He did not waste any time. So fierce. Xianxia and the others shook their heads helplessly. Such a domineering method was something they could not do. Fortunately, they had 30 years to refine it. Still lacking a little bit. After refining the two God Yuan energy liquid, Lin Fei's prideful heaven stage 5 was still lacking a little bit. This time, it was really just a little bit. As long as I kill another 10 or so great emperors, I will definitely break through. By then, my prideful heaven stage will be at the 5th stage, and all my Saint Spirit secret techniques will be strengthened. Within the Myriad Realms Palace, every time his combat power increased, Lin Fei would be relatively happy. Others might improve a little, but their improvement was limited. But when it came to Lin Fei, he could not be judged by the standards of ordinary people. Lin Fei's breakthrough would cause his combat power to rise in an earth-shattering manner. I wonder if those people would keep the God Yuan energy liquid on them. Lin Fei looked out into the starry sky. He did not believe that those people would be willing to refine it. It would not be easy to refine everything in 30 years. The God Yuan energy liquid is really good stuff. Mu Yibai laughed heartily. It's really worth it to pay such a huge price. The others nodded. This item did not exist in the ancient wasteland world, and they could not buy it even if they wanted to. The next third stage will be the truly dangerous one. Xianxia said, "Fortunately, we have the right to leave the third stage. It is worth it to obtain 3 portions of God Yuan energy liquid. Such a good thing was not so easy to come by. It's fine if you can't hold on for the third stage." Xianxia was very open. Don't force yourself. Lin Fei, you too. Lin Fei was becoming more and more confident in himself. As long as he could absorb more life energy, prideful heaven would enter the 5th stage. His fleshy body would at least reach the 2nd order heavenly god realm, and he would be able to cultivate prideful heaven stage 5 secret techniques. Even if it was not as strong as the Saint Spirit stage 9, it was still the power of the Saint Spirit stage 8, and it was enough for him to look down on everyone. Lin Fei was really looking forward to the start. The 30 years' time was up. Everyone woke up from their cultivation. A voice that came from the starry sky woke everyone up from their cultivation. Chapter 2767. Out of the 1,000 teams, only 50 teams remained. The difficulty this time was much higher than the previous time. Currently, the remaining teams had a frightening combat power. They could be called the true elites of the Great Thousand Worlds. While everyone was excited, there was a solemn look on their faces. This third stage was not as easy as they imagined. If they did not do well, they might have to stop at this stage. Fortunately, they could leave during dangerous moments. This was a good treatment. Hua hua hua. During these 30 years, all the teams had recovered to their peak state. The only difference was the number of people. Some teams had 3 to 5 people, while others had 7 to 8. Many light pillars came over. The teams on the starry sky stone platform were drawn into the space. It was the same for the sacred martial team. Very soon, they appeared in another space. At the same time, another 99 teams appeared. They were all wrapped in light. Ha ha ha, Xianxia, we have finally met. This time, I'll definitely make it hard for you to escape. Even the heavens have given me a chance. As the light dissipated, laughter could be heard. Xianxia, a third-generation disciple under Limitless Paragon, discovered Shan Tianshui at the first moment. He could not help but reveal a joyous look. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. At this moment, there were a few dozen teams between the Sacred Martial Team and Xiao's team. The disciples of Paragon Master are handling matters. Scram. The team that Xianxia brought was made up of disciples under Limitless Paragon. All of them were extraordinary.
The words Paragon Master handling matters was sufficient to make others feel fearful.
Your Paragon Master handling matters has to make way. Who knows if it's real or fake? Everyone, let's go together and eliminate them first. A team leader had a doubtful look on his face. He waved his hand and attacked. 5 to 6 attacks came over. During this period, there were even treasures being used. It was as if they wanted to destroy this team in a single strike. Reckless. Xianxia sneered. He punched out across space.
Hua hua hua. Everyone could only hear the sound of tumbling seawater.
Pang pang pang. The closest team began to distort. One by one, they exploded into a mist of blood. The area in front of them became empty. Kill them all. Yes. The disciples brought by Xianxia killed their way over. The 7 of them formed a huge sword array. Wherever the sword array passed, heads would fall and corpses would be strewn everywhere. Nobody could stand against this team. Lin Fei's team was also under attack. Shan Tianshui, who had recovered, suppressed all attacks with an unbounded gravity. All of you, be careful. That is the 7 Slaughter Sword Array. It has the power of a level 6 Saint Soul, and is unstoppable. Shan Tianshui reminded, it is best not to resist it head-on. In this space, Xiao's team should be the most powerful one. As soon as the 7-kill sword formation appeared, sword light revolved and sword intent suffused the air, forcing everyone to not dare to approach it. Passive defensive attacks were unable to do anything to the 7-kill sword formation. Xianxia stepped over. His eyes were staring at the distant Shan Tianshui. A bunch of ants that overestimate themselves. With every step he took, someone would die. The formless energy strangled the other party. Strong. He was ridiculously strong. Several teams joined forces to attack Xianxia. However, none of their attacks could get close to him. Xianxia flipped his hand, and the sound of crashing waves could be heard. In an instant, the enemies were drowned. Shan Tianshui, I am here. Xianxia struck out with his palm. The sound of crashing waves could be heard. Shan Tianshui did not dare to underestimate his opponent. This was the 3rd-generation disciple under Limitless Paragon Master. The unbounded gravity formed a wall that blocked in front of him. The huge impact caused Shan Tianshui's expression to change. You can't block it. Xianxia chuckled. Your unbounded gravity can only bully Emperor will experts. If you entered the next realm, I might be slightly afraid of you. But now, you are far weaker and not my opponent. You can only accept your fate. You can only blame your teacher for betraying Sir Paragon Master. Pang pang pang. Shan Tianshui's unbounded gravity was forcefully broken apart. Xianxia penetrated through the unbounded gravity. Mu Yibai, Chen Yi, and the others rushed over. Go down. Xianxia waved his hand. A ferocious force came crushing down. All of them were forced back, spurting out mouthfuls of blood. At the moment he acted, a heavy hammer came smashing down. It was like beating on a huge drum.
Xianxia raised a single hand, causing a bright light to erupt, repelling the black hammer condensed from the unbounded gravity.
Unbounded strength. Sacred strike. Coming from the lineage of Limitless Paragon Master, Xianxia's combat power was formidable. He was quite famous even in the Saint Spirit world. He was not someone Shan Tianshui could compare with. Xianxia pointed out with his finger. Unbounded energy condensed into a single point. It was tyrannical and ferocious. Shan Tianshui, you can't block it. That single point of energy penetrated through the unbounded gravity. Shan Tianshui could not block it at all. It penetrated through Shan Tianshui's body, causing him to explode. When he condensed once again, his expression was pale, and his aura was greatly weakened. Senior disciple brother sect master. The others flew over. They were extremely worried. Xianxia stood with his hands behind his back. Xianxia, this is the gap between us. I can still use this power twice. Do you think you can withstand 2 more attacks? This third-generation disciple was far stronger than what Xianxia imagined. Furthermore, it was not just by a little. Even if you want to kill someone, you have to ask first. Lin Fei arrived in front of Xianxia. That frightening strike previously increased his strength and unleashed an unbounded might. It truly broadened Lin Fei's horizons. The disciple of Limitless Paragon Master was not simple at all. Lin Fei became even more excited. The more powerful a person was, the more unimaginable the life energy they possessed. This person who came from the Saint Spirit world had undoubtedly become the target that Lin Fei wanted to kill the most. Lin Fei, hurry up and leave. This person is extremely powerful. You aren't his opponent. Xianxia did not wish for Lin Fei to be involved in this matter. Previously, when they exchanged moves, he realized the gap between them. Whether I am his opponent or not, I will only know after we fight. Lin Fei rushed over. Spatial oscillation. Xianxia did not care. Body cultivators cannot even withstand a single blow.
With a casual wave of his hand, a huge force came surging over.
It felt like any existence would be smashed into pieces by this force. The power of this strike was horrifying and could not be underestimated. What a strange energy. The power produced by my spatial oscillation was dissipated by the other party's energy. No wonder he is so arrogant. Lin Fei thought. He felt even more excited in his heart. He is actually fine? The heavy force landed on Lin Fei's body. It did not turn into a bloody mist as usual.
Lin Fei's body merely shook as if he had accidentally stepped on something while walking.
This is strength. Try mine then.
Lin Fei slapped out with his palm.
Pluck the stars and grab the moon. Chapter 2768. The moment the 7th level Saint Spiritual Soul Realms killing technique was unleashed, the sky darkened. Even Xianxia, a 3rd-generation disciple under limitless supremacy, felt immense pressure. It was rare for a kid to display such an attack. In the Saint Spirit world, only disciples from large sects were qualified to learn it. So what if it's a 7th level Saint Spiritual Soul Realms secret technique? Hua hua hua. Xianxia's long hair fluttered in the wind as he punched out. A thunderous boom resounded, and the ground trembled slightly. Under his giant palm, special runes flickered. The power of this punch was extraordinary, but it only managed to shake Xianxia's palm. Body refinement killing technique, 7th level Saint Spiritual Soul Realms power. Xianxia's face tightened. This was definitely a high-level existence. Saint Spiritual Soul Realms secret techniques were divided into the Body Refinement Saint Spiritual Soul Realms Killing Technique and Emperor Intent Saint Spiritual Soul Realms Killing Technique. Each had its own merits. When it came to power, it had to be the Body Refinement Saint Spiritual Soul Realms Killing Technique. Most people cultivated the Emperor Intent Saint Spiritual Soul Realms Killing Technique. Body Refinement Saint Spiritual Soul Realms Killing Technique was much rarer. These Body Refinement Saint Spiritual Soul Realms Killing Techniques were almost all in the hands of powerful sections. Very few of them were found in the outside world, even in the Saint Spirit world. Lin Fei's attack gave Xianxia a certain amount of pressure. At such a young age, a Body Refinement Saint Spiritual Soul Realms Killing Technique was already powerful enough.
Moreover, it came from the hands of a young man.
Limitless power. Xianxia leaped into the air, and 100 punches crashed down like a tidal wave. Obstructed. This was the first time Lin Fei was obstructed. Before the other party's overwhelming strength, his star-plucking moon move was unable to advance any further. This surprised Lin Fei.
Limitless power is indeed powerful.
Lin Fei's heart sank. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful Emperor Realm Master. His control of strength was not ordinary. As a disciple of an 8th Order Heavenly God Realm High Lord, his strength was naturally not low.
Let's see who's afraid of who in terms of strength.
Lin Fei encountered some obstruction, but he didn't think much of it. Kid, your body-tempering Saint Spirit secret art is very powerful. Are you interested in becoming a disciple of the High Lord? Xianxia suddenly said, as long as you become the disciple of the High Lord, you will have the opportunity to learn the killing moves of the Saint Soul Level 8 or even the killing moves of the body tempering style.
In the future, your name will definitely spread far and wide. Talent. Apart from being a third-generation disciple, Xianxia also had another responsibility, which was to recruit geniuses. This body-tempering schoolfellow was undoubtedly a genius. If he could be pulled under the High Lord's tutelage, he would definitely be a valiant general in the future. It would not be a problem for him to charge and break through enemy lines. Outsiders might not know the specifics of body-refining experts, but Xianxia did. Once a body-tempering expert like this stepped into the Heaven God realm, coupled with a powerful secret skill-killing move, he would really become famous in the Saint Spirit domain. The opportunity was right in front of him, and Xianxia did not want to miss it. Ha ha ha, I'm not interested in becoming a disciple of the High Lord.
Lin Fei narrowed his eyes.
I'm very interested in killing you.
Arrogant. Xianxia was furious.
This guy was too much of AB****. How dare he say such words? I don't know if your limitless power can block my incessant attacks. Lin Fei laughed loudly and raised his hand to slap through the air. Boom, 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 boom. The huge palm slapped down again and again. This time, the surrounding experts suffered. Huge energy fluctuations came crashing over in waves. It was really unbearable. Those with low strength were killed by these energy fluctuations in just a few moves. After more than 100 attacks, even Xianxia himself could not bear it. How can his physical body be so strong? He can withstand more than 100 attacks.
Xianxia still knew a thing or two.
For example, this kind of body-tempering Saint Soul secret skill-killing move. The more powerful it was, the more one's physical body realm was required to coordinate with it. There was also a limit to the number of times it could be used. However, Lin Fei's continuous attacks were actually able to withstand it with his physical body. This was really unbelievable. Attack him.
Xianxia called for his disciples.
The huge sword formation came rolling over like a wheel. Swish! Swish! Before it arrived, the sharp sword intent cut through the void. Everyone felt a chill down their spine. The power of the 7 slaughter sword formation was extraordinary. The sword intent in the air was already unbearable. The ice-cold sword intent pierced over.
Lin Fei did not need to block it.
This power was not a threat to him. Unlimited strength. Sacred strike. Xianxia took advantage of the time when the 7 slaughter sword formation was dealing with Lin Fei to use another killing move. It was a terrifying killing move at the 8th level of the Saint Soul realm. The terrifying power of the finger pierced through the palm that could pluck the stars and the moon. The broken palm could not recover for a moment. The power kept tearing at the wound. PFFF. Lin Fei's powerful fleshly body was pierced through by the other party, leaving behind a huge bloody hole. Swish! Swish! As the bloody hole appeared, the terrifying tearing power also tore at his body. The area of the wound became bigger and bigger. Your Saint Soul Realm 7th level killing move is very powerful, but it still can't block my unlimited strength.
Xianxia was very confident.
In the Great War of 10,000 Realms, there were not many who could block his attack. This was the power of the 8th level of the Saint Soul Realm. He could rely on this secret technique to become famous in a region. This is bad.
Xianxia's heart sank.
Ordinary people could not block the unlimited strength. Its power was like the tide, coming wave after wave. No matter who it was, they would not be able to withstand it. The 7 slaughter sword formation condensed into a sharp sword light that pierced over from afar. Xianxia was injured, but he still used the unlimited gravity on the 7 slaughter sword formation. The moment he used the unlimited gravity, he spat out blood. His wound became bigger, and the effect of the gravity was greatly reduced. Since you are not willing to join the Paragon Master, there is no point in keeping you alive.
Xianxia was decisive in killing.
Those who were not useful to him, he would kill them all. Being heavily injured, Xianxia did not believe that the other party could block the attack of the 7 slaughter sword formation. Even though it was only at the 6th level of the Saint Soul Realm, its true power was at the peak of the 6th level. The sword light was as fast as lightning. You want to kill me with just this bit of power? Lin Fei's wound was continuously expanding. But when it reached a certain area, it was vaguely suppressed, and he could no longer move. Pluck the stars and moon. Lin Fei grabbed out with a single hand, and the entire space seemed to be sucked into his palm. The disciples who used the 7 slaughter sword formation
as well as the entire sword formation, fell into Lin Fei's control. Even if I am injured, it is not your turn to behave atrociously. The huge sword formation continuously attacked the palm. The sharp sword intent attacked from all directions, and only densely packed clanking sounds could be heard. All of this was futile. Gotcha! Lin Fei exerted his strength and squeezed, causing the huge sword formation to dissipate. The disciples that Xianxia brought over were all killed. With a squeeze, they were all turned into meat patties, and their life energy was plundered. As expected of the Paragon Master's disciple. His life energy is so dense. How satisfying! The 7 slaughter sword formation was destroyed, and Xianxia almost blacked out. He had never thought that the other party, who was heavily injured, could still easily kill the disciples he brought over. How was he going to account for this? This time, Xianxia was purely here to temper himself and obtain some benefits. Such incidents were extremely common in the Saint Spirit world. If one wanted to obtain resources, they had to temper themselves. When his disciples died, Xianxia was completely enraged. This was unforgivable. Go and die! Xianxia unleashed another terrifying strike. Unlimited power. Sacred strike. The power of the 8th level of the Saint Spirit realm was invincible. At the very least, there were not many people on this level who could withstand such an attack. Lin Fei was straightforward. Take it. Facing any attack, he just had to endure it. The other party's unlimited power was not truly unlimited. Even though it could affect his fleshly body, it was negligible to him who had reached the heavenly god realm. Even though Lin Fei was in a sorry state, he did not suffer any injuries. He was merely experiencing the power of the 8th level of the Saint Spirit realm. Lin Fei had some understanding of the killing move of the 8th level of the Saint Spirit realm now. This was something that could threaten a third-order Emperor realm expert's physical body. It was reasonable that Xianxia could not defend against it. After all, not everyone could defend against such a killing move. To be able to survive the attack of unlimited power was already a feat. In front of my limitless power, you will definitely die. Xianxia was furious. No matter what, he had to kill this brat today. Lin Fei laughed out loud. His fleshly body trembled and waves of power surged out, affecting the power of this attack. 80% of the attack's power was lost and the remaining 80% landed squarely on Lin Fei's body. Just like the previous time, his body was pierced, and the hole expanded endlessly. The power of the 8th level of the Saint Spirit realm can only threaten the body of a third-order Emperor realm expert. It is still difficult for a heavenly god like me. Lin Fei experienced the attack of the 8th level of the Saint Spirit realm. It is time to try out the killing move of the 4th level of the secret technique. Lin Fei had purposely injured himself. It was too exaggerated that a heavenly god realm expert had appeared in the Great Thousand Worlds. Lin Fei decided to restrain himself. Thunderclap leap. Lin Fei roared with laughter as he transformed into a streak of black light. This streak of light was like a thunderbolt, and it was majestic. When Xianxia felt that the other party would kill him, a streak of light flashed out without any warning. It brought along a terrifying aura of death, and it pierced through his body. Yes, it pierced through him. Even if Xianxia activated his armor artifact, he could not stop the terrifying power from piercing through his body. This power, Xianxia opened his mouth, and with a look of disbelief, his entire body was obliterated. Cough, cough, cough. Is this the secret technique of the 8th level of the Saint Spirit realm? Lin Fei was shocked. This is completely ignoring defense and directly crushing it. Unless your physical body is strong enough. Compared to the star-plucking moon-seizing secret technique, the power of the 4th level, Thunderclap Leap, was much stronger. However, it had a flaw. He could not use it many times a day. According to his previous estimation, he could only use it 5 times a day at most. His body would not be able to endure any more, unless he was willing to consume his life force. Such a flaw didn't affect Lin Fei much at all. Chapter 2769. Following that was the rich life energy plundered from Xianxia's body. This life energy entered his body continuously, strengthening his flesh cells and improving his fleshy body realm. Just a bit more. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He felt extremely unhappy that his advancement had stopped. Without caring about anything else, he charged towards a group of people not far away and grabbed them with his palm. Pang, pang, pang. Those who were grabbed instantly turned into endless life energy that entered Lin Fei's body. Since these people came, it was either you die or I die. There was nothing to be merciful about. He died just like that. Yingshan Tianxue watched blankly as Lin Fei charged into the group. He was still immersed in that scene. The third-generation disciple of unbounded supremacy was killed just like that? Killed. It was truly unimaginable. If not for him personally witnessing it, Yingshan Tianxue would not dare believe that it was real. A third-generation disciple was killed just like that. Was that a Saint Soul Level 8 technique? Yingshan Tianxue recalled. That attack was truly too fast. It had surpassed the speed of the naked eye. By the time it ended, this great Emperor Xianxia was already dead. He should not have a Saint Soul Level 8 secret killing technique at his age. Yingshan Tianxue knew some secrets. After reaching the 8th level of the Saint Spirit secret technique, it was very rare for the Saint Spirit secret technique to be found in the outside world. Especially the Saint Spirit secret technique of the body training style. Every level was extremely valuable. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Yingshan Tianxue shook his head. He must have used some one-time consumable treasure. It must have been tough on that brat. Yingshan Tianxue would rather believe that he used a treasure than a Saint Soul Level 8 secret killing technique. Lin Fei kept activating the Saint Soul Level secret killing technique. With a hoo-hoo palm, a head fell to the ground. Large amounts of life energy surged into Lin Fei's body. Accumulate and accumulate. The teams present had never seen such a powerful body cultivator. Their attacks and treasures could not threaten this black-haired brat at all. Instead, it was them who had to defend against his fleshy body, which was extremely taxing. The most frightening thing was the Saint Soul Level 7 secret killing technique. Every time the killing technique was unleashed, quite a few of them would die. This caught them off guard. The defense of the other party's physical body was ridiculously strong. No matter how they attacked, they were still able to withstand it. However, they were not so lucky. Success. Lin Fei suddenly burst into laughter. After absorbing the last bit of life energy, stuck at the 4th level of Proud Heaven's celestial stage, he finally broke through. Proud Heaven had broken through to the 5th stratum. There was no movement, just a jingguang that was invisible to the naked eye. It circled around his body and then disappeared. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and enjoyed it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It was like the sound of waves. Lin Fei's flesh kept wriggling and strengthening. This was an extremely fast process. Lin Fei's Ao Tian had stepped into the 5th level. In between breaths, boundless power was about to burst forth. It was incomparable to when Ao Tian was at the 4th level. With my current strength, I can easily slap a martial Emperor Realm expert to death. Lin Fei looked at a great Emperor expert in the distance. He jabbed his finger across the air. That great Emperor struggled on the verge of death. But with a casual finger from Lin Fei, that great Emperor expert exploded with boundless power. All his life energy was instantly plundered. My strength has indeed increased by several times, suppressing the other party's chance of revival. Lin Fei experienced the power. Killing a great Emperor expert with a finger shocked those who were surrounding him. Was this an eruption? No one else acted. Everyone had retreated. They could not care so much. They immediately chose to leave this place and survive first. When Lin Fei regained his senses, he was shocked to find that other than them, there was no one else in Sangij's space. This is too fast. Lin Fei planned to find a few more people to test it out. You broke through again? Yingshan Tianxue came with complicated emotions. It was normal for a level 7 secret technique to kill a great Emperor expert. After all, it was a level 7 secret technique. But a casual finger with an ordinary strength could easily kill a great Emperor expert. Furthermore, that great Emperor expert was not the weakest. Instead, he had a certain level of strength. Even Yingshan Tianxue might not be able to do it so cleanly. Yingshan Tianxue immediately guessed that Lin Fei had broken through. My luck is not bad. I managed to break through. Lin Fei did not hide it. Congratulations. With your current strength, you can kill any great Emperor expert you meet, unless it's those veteran Apex experts. Yingshan Tianxue was not speaking nonsense. Great Emperors were very strong. But when meeting body cultivators, especially those powerful ones, or even Apex existences, It was a one-sided suppression. Xianxia had heard of such things many times. Who would have thought that he would see it here today? On the starry sky stone platform, Lin Fei's team came out. Looking over, Lin Fei discovered that his team was the first to come out. The fierceness of killing a great emperor with a finger had stimulated those teams to the point that they did not dare to stay any longer. They would rather go back than stay. They had personally witnessed how terrifying the disciple of some paragon master was. Even such an expert was killed, much less them. Who would have thought that we would be the first to come out? Xianxia sighed. At the third stage, Xianxia had already accepted his fate. It was not that easy to get through. After experiencing a soul-stirring experience, Xianxia discovered that his team had arrived. Congratulations! The first to get through the third stage will obtain a level 8 secret technique and a peak stage emperor treasure. That aged voice sounded again. Xianxia and the others were startled. Following that, they became wild with joy. A level 8 secret technique and a peak stage emperor treasure. This was definitely a generous reward. With a peak stage emperor treasure, it was not difficult for them to move unhindered in the Great Thousand Worlds. Lin Fei was not interested in this. Level 8 Saint Soul secret technique? He already had Thunder Leap, and now he had a level 5 secret technique. Even though he had not seen it before, it was at least a level 8 Saint Soul secret technique. Peak stage emperor treasure? Lin Fei was not too interested. His current fleshy body was not only powerful, it was also the sharpest weapon. It was stronger than even a peak stage emperor treasure. Hua hua! A level 8 Saint Soul secret technique fell down. Other than that, there was another peak stage emperor treasure. It was a golden saber named 8 Desolate Great Union Saber. The peak stage emperor treasure emitted a frightening and dangerous aura. Brother Shan, hurry up and refine it, lest something bad happens? Lin Fei said. You don't want it? Xianxia was very surprised. This is a peak stage emperor treasure. If not for you, let alone a level 8 Saint Soul secret technique, you can forget about getting it. Therefore, this peak stage emperor treasure should belong to you. Even though Xianxia really wanted the peak stage emperor treasure, he was clear that if not for Lin Fei, they could not have gotten it, much less own it. A level 8 Saint Soul secret technique was something he was very satisfied with. Lin Fei shook his head. Actually, a peak stage emperor treasure is not useful to me. To us body cultivators, a powerful fleshy body can sweep through everything. This item is really unnecessary. It is better for you to take it. If you feel bad about it, just treat it as owing me a favor. After several rejections, Xianxia accepted the peak stage emperor treasure. As long as he refined it, he would be an apex existence amongst great emperors. A peak stage emperor treasure could indeed increase his combat power by a huge amount. Let's see this level 8 Saint Soul secret technique. Lin Fei was not interested in weapons, but he was quite interested in level 8 Saint Soul secret techniques. Our luck is pretty good. This is a Sacred Spirit level 8 life-saving secret technique. Lin Fei took a look at it and smiled. It's a very powerful defensive technique, the Myriad World Barrier technique. Lin Fei liked this secret technique too. If he did not use it, he could give it to others. The Myriad Worlds Palace's Saint Soul secret technique did not have any restrictions. That's right. Good stuff. Xianxia and the others chuckled too. This was a protective technique. If not for their luck, they would not have gotten it. Even though it was a simple protective technique, if it was placed outside, it would be worth at least 500 million heaven crystals. It was a true life-saving technique. It was originally given to Xianxia. Lin Fei got Little Devil to make a copy of it. It was easy for him to learn it. Brother Lin Fei, I reckon we will not be going to the next level. Xianxia said, we are not as strong as you. We will only be a burden on the next level. I'm sorry. Xianxia felt apologetic. He left after benefiting from it. He was clear that even if he had a peak emperor artifact, it would not be of much help if he did not completely refine it. He might even become a burden. After thinking about it, he decided to leave the Myriad Worlds Palace. It's fine. Lin Fei did not mind at all. Now that Proud Heaven was at the 5th level, Lin Fei's combat power had increased greatly. Xianxia's help was negligible. Just like what he said, Proud Heaven was a burden by his side. The team did not limit the number of people. Thus, even if it was Lin Fei alone, he could continue. If he had not broken through, Lin Fei did not have much confidence in getting that heavenly water of life. Now he had confidence. A second-order heavenly god realm physique. It was enough to sweep through everything. Thus, Lin Fei decided to risk it. If he could get his hands on it, Proud Heaven might be able to break through to the 6th level. At that time, he would be able to face many dangers. The Dark Court, as well as the appearance of other forces, put Lin Fei in danger. Only when Proud Heaven advanced another level would Lin Fei be at ease. Perhaps at the 6th level, he would be able to grasp a 9th-level Saint Soul stage killing technique, which would be enough to threaten 1st or 2nd-order heavenly god realm experts. Lin Fei did not believe that their physiques would be as strong as his. Dual cultivation was not that easy. The Myriad Worlds Palace's team battle. Heavenly gods were not allowed to participate. Chapter 2770. Yingshan Tianxue and the others left. The 4th stage was not something they could persevere through. They were relatively satisfied to be able to obtain a Saint Soul 8th level secret technique killing technique and a peak stage emperor treasure. Lin Fei sat cross-legged on the starry sky stone platform. He was slowly experiencing the changes brought about by the prideful heaven 5th stage. At the same time, he was learning the Myriad World Body Protection Technique, which was a life-saving secret technique. Teams began coming out one after another. This time, we will definitely be the first team. A team was teleported out. The members of the team were filled with smiles. They finished off the enemy in a relatively short period of time. According to logic, they were the fastest team out of the 5. Looking at the empty starry sky stone platform, these teams had smiles on their faces. Others might not know the details, but they did. If they could be the first to come out, the reward would definitely be quite good. At the very least, they would be rewarded with a Saint Soul 8th level secret technique killing technique. Before they could rejoice enough, an untimely voice rang out. "There's someone over there." Lin Fei sat cross-legged on the stone platform just like that. Many teams came out. They discovered that there was a lone team at the very first moment. It was hard for them to imagine that the other party could advance. Very soon they discovered something. Only 46 teams were able to advance out of the 50 teams. There were still 4 teams missing. That person seems to be a body cultivator. I heard that he is the first one to arrive here. Number 1, are you for real? How could it be him? It's absolutely true. I heard that the first to come out would obtain a special reward. Usually, it would be a peak stage emperor treasure. Doesn't that mean that Brat has a peak stage emperor treasure on him? The moment the news spread, everyone could no longer remain calm. That was a peak stage emperor treasure. As long as one had a peak stage emperor treasure, he would be an apex existence in the great emperor realm. A peak stage emperor treasure could solve many problems, like increasing one's combat power. That fellow is really lucky. Unless Yingshan Tianxue and the others are dead. Great Emperor Thousand Hangs frowned. Otherwise, why would they leave behind a Lin Fei? It must be a fight. Great Emperor Ghost Flame had an answer. I just took a look, and it seems that Limitless Supremacy's 3rd-generation disciple, Xianxia, isn't here. Both sides must have been injured in the melee. And judging from Lin Fei's appearance, he must be healing. I really admire this kid's luck. What a lucky bastard. Great Emperor Ancient Yen said sinisterly. He might have a peak emperor artifact and a Saint Soul level 8 secret technique. If it's a life-saving secret technique, then he's really lucky. The eyes of the 3 flickered. Among the sacred spirit secret techniques, the most precious were the life-saving techniques. A life-saving technique was enough for him to escape at a critical moment. For a body cultivator like Lin Fei, a powerful physical body coupled with a powerful life-saving technique would allow him to walk unhindered in the boundless world. So what if he has a peak emperor artifact? The black-armored brawny man laughed. Xianxia is a peak existence among great emperors. If both sides are injured, Lin Fei won't be able to take advantage. Xianxia's limitless strength isn't that easy to handle. When he returns to the ancient wasteland world, will he have a chance? The only thing you have to worry about is whether this kid will participate in the 4th round. The 4th round. The expressions of the 3 changed. More than 40 teams were recovering from their injuries. Some were taking elixirs, while others were taking Yuanli divine liquid. However, many people's eyes were on Lin Fei, a body cultivator from the ancient wasteland world. With so many teams, it wasn't difficult to find out about one person. The disappearance of Limitless Supremacy's third-generation disciple, Xianxia, also attracted people's attention. They couldn't help but associate it with Lin Fei. For a moment, everyone's eyes were on Lin Fei. A Peak Emperor artifact and a Saint's Soul Level 8 secret technique were worth everyone's attention. The 3 rounds have passed. You are the peak existences of the vast thousand world. Congratulations! The voice sounded again. Next, you will be in the 4th round, which is also the last round, the Battle Royale. The team that persists to the end will each receive a portion of Divine Water of Life. The 2nd place will receive a Saint's Soul Level 10 secret technique, the 3rd place will receive a Peak Emperor artifact, and the remaining 7 places will receive 5 portions of Yuanli divine liquid. When the rewards were announced, everyone looked at each other with eyes full of Emperor intent. To the people of the vast thousand world, a Saint's Soul Level 10 secret technique was enough to give them a chance to become a supremacy. To the experts from the Saint Spirit world, their goal was the Divine Water of Life. They would be reborn, transcend, and achieve a glorious future. The Divine Water of Life could only be found in the Myriad World Palace. Heavenly God experts naturally wouldn't fight for it. Which great Emperor expert wouldn't want to improve? Even exchanging it for treasures was very worthwhile. In the Myriad World battle, the most eye-catching item was the Divine Water of Life. If there were 8 people, that would mean 8 portions of Divine Water of Life. They would definitely be rich. More than 40 teams battled. It was definitely the most exciting and intense one. Everyone wanted to enter the top 10. No matter how difficult it was, they had to make it to the top 10. The time of the 4th round was set to be 10 years later. 10 years was not enough time for those with serious injuries to recover much. This time, there was no divine energy divine liquid. Relying on elixirs to recover would still take some time. Ancient Wasteland Brat, you're the first to come out. As long as you hand over the Peak Emperor artifact and the Saint's Soul Level 8 secret technique, the Sky Wolf team can protect you. The treasures were tempting. Some people also had their eyes on Lin Fei. Especially when they saw that Lin Fei had no intention of leaving, they were immediately overjoyed. The Sky Wolf Great Emperor stared at Lin Fei coldly. This was also a piece of fat meat. They definitely couldn't let it go. Sky Wolf, how arrogant of you. With just the few of you? Another team came, going tit for tat. Brat, our Nighthawk team is much stronger than them. As long as you join us, I guarantee you'll get out alive. Otherwise, you won't be able to pass the 4th round. You might even lose your life here. Our 5 Tiger team is the strongest. We have 3 great Emperor experts and one of them is a body tempering expert who has cultivated an Emperor body. Another team came up. Every team was eyeing him covetously. In their opinion, there was something wrong with Lin Fei's brain. If he left, they really wouldn't have a chance to go to the ancient wasteland world? That was a huge price to pay. Once they went, their strength would be suppressed and they might even be killed. But now that he didn't leave, didn't that give them a chance? Peak Emperor artifact, Saint's Soul Level 8 secret technique killing move. Either one was worth their attention. They used the simplest method, roping him in. If they roped him in, they would be able to do whatever they wanted. There were no experts in the ancient wasteland world, so no one dared to stand out. With this thought in mind, no one was willing to be snatched by the enemy. Among the 40 teams, only a few did not make a move. A Peak Emperor artifact and a Saint's Soul Level 8 secret technique killing move were of no interest to them. Should we go and rope in Lin Fei? We might have a better chance than the others. Thousand Hang's Great Emperor said. They coveted the things on Lin Fei more than anyone else. Especially that special physique cultivation technique. I think we can. We haven't done anything with Lin Fei. If we can capture Lin Fei alive, that would be the best. The 3 of them whispered to each other, their eyes sparkling. The black-armored man didn't stop them. He didn't care about those things, but he was very interested in Lin Fei. To be able to secretly support a physique cultivator and cultivate an extraordinary physique, he definitely had a powerful force behind him. He had to be uprooted, and Lin Fei was a very good breakthrough. You guys are too much. Do you really think there's no one in the ancient wasteland world? Thousand Hang's Great Emperor shouted angrily. That's right.
Lin Fei is from the ancient wasteland world. We will naturally protect him. If you have the ability, come and try. Ghost Flame Great Emperor became extremely arrogant. You'd better give up on that idea. The ancient wasteland world isn't big, and there are many who dare to fight. I will accompany you any time. Ancient Yen Great Emperor said in a low voice, his sharp eyes sweeping around. The appearance of the three ancient wasteland world experts really put pressure on them. When they saw the black-armored man, these teams opened their mouths, but they didn't dare to say anything. That was someone from the Dark Court. No matter how they tried, they could not compare to that black-armored brawny man. In the future, when they went to the Saint Spirit domain, they might have to go to that country to make a living. Moreover, the Dark Court had a few supremacies, and even a great supremacy. If they went there, they would be annihilated. Everyone quieted down. They had indeed ignored the three from the ancient wasteland world, but when they saw the black-armored man standing in front of them, they all lost their temper. Fight! To hell with it! They didn't have the guts, and they didn't want to die early. Brother Lin Fei, if you want to go to the 4th round, follow us. The few of us will protect you. Great Emperor Ghost Flame said in a very friendly manner. If it's for training, the few of us will help you. Great Emperor Qianhang said. We will guarantee your safe return. At this moment, the three were very enthusiastic. If not for Shan Tianshui's reminder, Lin Fei might have had other thoughts. But at this moment, he didn't have such thoughts. To be able to follow behind someone from the Dark Court, he must have some connections. After reaching the 5th stage of the Proud Heaven Realm, Lin Fei had the ability to surpass everyone else. Protection? What a joke. Lin Fei opened his eyes and soared into the sky. His gaze landed on the black-armored man from the Dark Court. The three of you, I want to know if the people from the Dark Court will act against me? Lin Fei said. I don't believe that Tianji Hall, who destroyed the Dark Court and supported them, will be so kind as to sit with me. What do you think? The three of them instantly felt awkward. The black-armored man had been recognized by Lin Fei. Chapter 2771. Those who had originally given up immediately realized that their chance had come when they heard this. That guy was too good at talking. If possible, they really wanted to applaud him. The Dark Court. That was a place that had its own nation. Lin Fei had recklessly destroyed the Tianji Hall. They were really shocked. A branch established by the Dark Court was destroyed. That guy was too bold. If it were them, they wouldn't have dared to do that even if they had 100 guts. That kid's death is near. Once the people of the Dark Court make a move, there's no way for that kid to survive. If it were me, I would obediently choose to surrender. That way, I wouldn't have to live a hard life. That kid is the guy who destroyed the Tianji Hall branch. I heard that a disciple of the Zhan family was killed. How bold, but there's something wrong with his brain. Is he really going to participate in the last round? It's not worth it at all. On the starry sky stone platform not far away, a young man in green frowned slightly. I think it's a guy called Lin Fei. He seems to be very capable. The person next to him whispered. The big shot of the Dark Court has a good relationship with various forces. At the same time, he's also from the Temporal Temple, one of the 3 top forces. I wonder if that kid ate a bear's heart or a leopard's gall. It's rare for an interesting person to appear. It's really rare to see someone who dares to ignore the Dark Court. The young man in green laughed. Are you planning to help that kid? It depends on luck. Ha ha ha, why don't you just surrender? That way, I won't beat you to death later. Lin Fei laughed out loud as he spouted arrogant words. Boom. The black-armored brawny man's aura erupted. The starry sky stone platform trembled slightly. The 3 most powerful imperial capitals subconsciously resisted. Do you know who I am? Even across the starry sky stone platform, they could still feel the black-armored brawny man's domineering aura. The Dark Court is indeed the Dark Court. Any one of them is a peak Great Emperor. If they have a peak Emperor artifact, that would be even more terrifying. Someone secretly said. It's not enough to throw your weight around. If you have the ability, then come and kill me. I'll admit that you have the ability. Lin Fei didn't think much of it. Everyone knows how to show off. You're just from the Dark Court. What's there to be proud of? They're afraid of you, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of the Dark Court.
You're just showing off in the Saint Spirit realm. Hearing these words, many people felt relieved. Good. The black-armored man glared at him. You're dead meat. No one in this world can help you. I'll wait. The Dark Court was a colossus. Lin Fei was well aware of this. As a colossus, Lin Fei was similarly clearly aware of one thing. In a high-level place like the Saint Spirit dimension, every single power paid attention to face and paid attention to rules. A big shot wouldn't make a move on a small fry. As long as it wasn't a big shot making a move, Lin Fei really had nothing to fear. If he could get the holy water of life, it wouldn't be impossible for him to reach the 6th level of proud celestial body. At that time, he would be able to refine the ancient wasteland world and become a material world lord. On this point, Lin Fei was still very confident. When I was at the 4th level of proud celestial body, it gave me the lightning warp, which had the power of the 8th level of the Saint Spirit realm. I wonder what the 5th level of proud celestial body gave me. Lin Fei shielded his surroundings. He focused on studying. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. The most intense final round had arrived. More than 40 teams, as long as they persevered to the end, they would be able to obtain the rewards of the Myriad World Palace. Even the elemental energy divine liquid was a good thing. If they brought it out, they could exchange it for many things or even treasures. The harvest was still very rich. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. No matter who it was, they were instantly sucked into a huge battlefield. The majestic sound of metal clashing could be heard, and the vague shadows of the army could be seen. It was clear that this was once a battlefield. More than 40 teams came to the battlefield at almost the same time. It was completely fair. Attack! When everyone landed, the teams closest to Lin Fei used their killing moves and treasures one after another. These teams were quite strong. Each of them had a great Emperor Realm Master and a Body Transformation Realm Master, so sweeping through the ancient desolate world was not a problem. However, if they wanted to enter the top 10, they were still a little lacking. They had their eyes on Lin Fei. If they could kill Lin Fei and snatch the Peak Emperor artifact and the 8th level Saint Spirit Realm secret technique, this trip would be very worthwhile. Let's try the Myriad World Protective Technique first. Lin Fei had already mastered the Myriad World Protective Technique, a powerful 8th level Saint Spirit Realm secret technique. This kind of secret technique would be exposed sooner or later. Lin Fei did not intend to hide it. The sky was filled with attacks that drowned Lin Fei. Ha ha ha, everyone, let's work together. This guy is dead for sure. With so many teams attacking together, it will be difficult for him to survive. It seems that we don't need to do anything. That Lin Fei is also everyone's target. The black-armored brawny man sneered. That brat is really lucky. The black-armored brawny man represented the Dark Court. This time, there were still a few opponents. They were all from the Saint Spirit realm. Whether they could obtain the divine water of life or not, they had to defeat these people. In the eyes of the black-armored brawny man, Lin Fei was just a small fry. Now that someone was going to kill Lin Fei, it could not be better. Kill! The black-armored brawny man charged at someone. The entire battlefield quickly became a mess. The power that filled the sky dissipated. The attacking teams were all prepared to snatch it. A Peak Emperor artifact and an 8th level Saint Spirit Realm secret technique were enough for them to go crazy over. When the power dissipated, they saw Lin Fei smiling at them. He didn't have a single wound on his body. He's fine. How is that possible? When we attack, even a Peak Great Emperor Realm expert has to be careful. Could it be that he has cultivated a secret technique to protect his body? Lin Fei really wanted to cheer. The power of an 8th level Saint Spirit Shield secret technique was indeed extraordinary. The attacks of these teams could not penetrate the defense of the secret technique. Lin Fei stood there motionless, and they could not break through the defense. This secret technique was really worth it. It was a really good life-saving secret technique. In the Saint Spirit realm, it was quite a good life-saving secret technique. Kill! Lin Fei rushed out. His body shook, triggering the space. Ripples of power swept out and slammed into the bodies of these people. Hua hua hua! These forces were impossible to guard against. Those whose bodies were not at the Great Emperor realm were turned into a bloody mist on the spot. Those who were at the Great Emperor realm also vomited mouthfuls of blood. Waves of power continued to attack, and no treasure could stop the invasion of power. Too strong. Let's go! In just a few breaths of time, there were only a few people left. The leading expert's eyes were filled with fear. Want to leave? It's too late. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and pointed, and power burst out. Bang 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 sounds were endless. In an instant, the 4 or 5 teams that besieged were all dead. Naturally, this scene was also noticed by others. How is this possible? 4 or 5 teams are all dead at once. This is too crazy. Lin Fei was like a big dark horse charging out. No matter who it was, they were all shocked. Lin Fei flew in the direction of the black-armored brawny man. Serious team, you seem to be quite interested in me. The members of Serious team began to tremble. In the sky, a huge hand slapped down. After a loud bang, everyone was smashed into meat patties, and they couldn't be more dead. Your 5 Tigers team seems to be interested too. Another palm came down, and the team was wiped out. Without exception, Lin Fei had taken action against all those who had been asked. With one palm, they were all wiped out. In just a short while, 10 teams were wiped out. The remaining teams looked at Lin Fei with fear in their eyes. Wiping out a team with one palm, this was the strength of a peak great emperor. His strength had increased too quickly. After Lin Fei wiped out a few teams, he faced the black-armored brawny man who was fighting with others. He's actually so strong, but it's impossible for him to be so strong. The black-armored brawny man noticed. The power of that palm was purely the power of the physical body, and it could destroy everything. Qian Hang Gui Yen, you two stop Lin Fei. The black-armored brawny man couldn't get away, so he ordered the 3 great emperors to attack. At this moment, the 3 great emperors' faces were pale. The power that could wipe out a team with one palm was constantly provoking them. They thought that they were on the same level, but who would have thought that his strength was even more terrifying than theirs? The black-armored brawny man was from the Dark Court and had a high status. The 3 of them gritted their teeth and decided to attack. Lin Fei, I've always wanted to test whether your physical body is stronger or mine is stronger. Today, my wish has finally come true. Ancient Yen Emperor's powerful aura soared into the sky. Ancient Yen Emperor's original form was an ancient desolate beast. His physical body was naturally strong, and he had always been the overlord of the ancient desolate world. Lin Fei was a physique cultivator, and his realm was higher. Ancient Yen Emperor had always felt uncomfortable. Ancient Yen Emperor was here. The purest power. If the 3 great emperors weren't with the Dark Court, Lin Fei wouldn't have bothered to attack them. Since they didn't know what was good for them, Lin Fei didn't mind fulfilling their wishes. As you wish. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and pointed. It was a very casual action. Lin Fei, you've gone too far. The ancient Yama Emperor was enraged. How could he use a single finger to deal with him? He was an ancient desolate beast, a former overlord. Although Lin Fei's finger movement wasn't very fast, it still landed on ancient Yama Emperor Lord's body easily. Boom, boom, boom. Boundless overbearing power exploded on ancient Yen Emperor's body. This is my power. Are you satisfied? Ancient Yen Emperor couldn't stop the power from exploding. This was a boundless tyrannical power. Even the body of an ancient desolate beast could not withstand the eruption of such power. So strong. Ancient Yen Emperor was reduced to ashes with one finger. Now that Proud Heaven had reached the 5th level of his 12th-fold tyrant body, the power of a casual attack would be unstoppable. Ancient Yen Emperor was an ancient desolate beast, but his defense was limited. He couldn't withstand Lin Fei's finger, especially when it was at full strength. Thousand Horizontal Emperor and Ghost Flame Emperor were dumbfounded. Chapter 2772. Back then, the 2 of them had joined forces to fight against Great Emperor Gu Yen for a long time. The other party had relied on the powerful physical body of an ancient desolate beast to remain undefeated. Even now, the 2 of them could not defeat Great Emperor Gu Yen even if they joined forces, unless they had a Pinnacle Emperor artifact. Unfortunately, they did not have one. However, such an old opponent had been killed by a single finger strike from Lin Fei. They could not believe it. Great Emperor Gu Yen did not cultivate any cloning techniques, so it did not matter if he died. Brother Lin Fei, this is a misunderstanding, really a misunderstanding. The 2 of them turned and ran. It was too terrifying. Even Great Emperor Gu Yen could not withstand the power of a single finger from Lin Fei, let alone them. Not running? Idiots! At this moment, they truly regretted it. He should not have sided with the Dark Court back then. Now, Lin Fei had come to kill him. Lin Fei still had some impression of these two people. After all, if not for these two people supporting the ancient wasteland world, the human tribe would have long been controlled by Great Emperor Gu Yan. The human tribe would have been enslaved and lived in dire straits. Come here. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed. Great Emperor Qianheng and Great Emperor Gu Yan turned pale with fright. Lord, save us. Save us. Lin Fei grabbed, and the two great emperors were caught. No matter how hard they struggled, they could not escape. On account of the fact that you were once heroes of the human race, I will spare your lives. However, you cannot escape punishment. For the rest of your lives, contribute to the ancient desolate domain. Lin Fei kept them. In the blink of an eye, one of the three great emperors of the ancient desolate domain was dead and two were captured alive. Trash. The black-armored brawny man's heart sank. Lin Fei's strength seemed to have exceeded his expectations. You guys go and stop them. The black-armored brawny man instructed the others to attack Lin Fei. Zhan Rongguang, it seems that you have offended an impressive person. The one fighting with the black-armored man was a green-robed young man. He used a long spear, and his spear techniques were sharp and fierce. He constantly gave off a dangerous aura. The black-armored man, Zhan Rongguang, was a member of the Zhan family. His status was slightly higher than Zhan Rongguang's, which was why he hated Lin Fei so much. He's just a kid from a child world. Do you think he can threaten me? Zhan Rongguang sneered. It won't be too late to kill him after I defeat you. The green-robed young man kept brandishing his spear. Every time he did so, he would attack Zhan Rongguang's vital spots. He's coming. Suddenly, the azure-robed young man put away his spear and left, opening up space. Your men are all dead. Lin Fei stepped forward. The other teams didn't dare to make a move. 11 or 12 teams had died at the hands of Lin Fei. As long as they were not fools, they would not rush forward, especially when they saw that they were up against the Dark Court. Only fools would make a move. If the two of them fought and both of them were injured, that would be the best. I've still underestimated you. Zhan Rongguang narrowed his eyes, secretly cursing the green-robed young man for being shameless. However, there was nothing he could do to stop him. Lin Fei's strength was beyond his expectations. However, no matter how strong you are, you will still die today. Swoosh. Zhan Rongguang grabbed at the void, and a long saber as thin as autumn water fell into his hand. Peak Emperor Artifact Autumn Water Saber. The green-robed young man was slightly shocked. So this is your trump card. With a Peak Emperor grade secret treasure and his strength, he was truly invincible. Han Shui, I originally left this for you. What a pity. Zhan Rongguang held the autumn water saber and pointed it at Lin Fei. Lin Fei, eat my saber. Swoosh. Lin Fei was hit in the chest. Too fast. Everyone was shocked. What a terrifying Peak Emperor artifact. They couldn't even catch the saber's trace, and the other party was already injured. The green-robed young man frowned slightly. That kid is in trouble. No matter how strong a body-tempering cultivator is, it will be very difficult for him to face a Peak Emperor artifact. Unless he has an 8-star Emperor body, or even a 9-star Emperor body, or has cultivated a powerful protective secret technique, then he can block it. A Peak Emperor artifact was also a treasure worth 1 billion celestial crystals. This saber of mine, do you feel comfortable? Zhan Rongguang laughed. Since I obtained a Peak Emperor artifact, I have never used it. You are lucky to die in the hands of my Peak Emperor artifact. With a Peak Emperor artifact in his hand, Zhan Rongguang was in high spirits. Lin Fei suddenly flicked his clothes. A Peak Emperor artifact's attack is only Oso. It can't even cut my clothes. Nonsense. Zhan Rongguang's heart sank when he saw the unscathed Lin Fei. I clearly hit you. If one saber doesn't work, then two. Swoosh swoosh. Zhan Rongguang was absolutely confident in his strength. With the support of a Peak Emperor artifact, his strength had reached the peak. In front of a heavenly god expert, he was invincible. 1 saber, 2 sabers, 3 sabers. Lin Fei was walking over. Every saber strike from the Peak Emperor artifact landed on Lin Fei. However, none of the attacks affected Lin Fei at all. Lin Fei appeared to be very relaxed. Thus this strange scene played out. This is a protective secret technique. Some Saint Spirit World's geniuses exclaimed. Heavens, that kid actually mastered a protective secret technique that can block a Peak Emperor artifact's attack. This protective secret technique has at least the power of a Saint Spirit level 7 expert. It's too heaven-defying. The value of a protective secret technique was imaginable. It was also very difficult to cultivate a protective secret technique. But now, a young man not only had a first-class physical body, but also cultivated a protective secret technique. With two complementary techniques, its power was extraordinary. In the Great Thousand Domains, he was really invincible. This is impossible. Zhan Rongguang went crazy. How could a brat learn a protective secret technique so quickly? Moreover, it was at least a Saint Spirit level 7 expert. This was simply unimaginable. Even Zhan Rongguang himself didn't have the opportunity to learn a protective secret technique. With such a protective secret technique, coupled with Lin Fei's third-order Emperor Realm physical body, it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat Lin Fei even if he had a Peak Emperor artifact. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens if he relied on himself. After a series of attacks, Lin Fei was getting closer and closer. Han Shui, Unruxing, Tianyan, if I die here, don't even think about getting the divine water of life. At that time, you can only give it to someone else. Zhan Rongguang shouted. At this crucial moment, Zhan Rongguang thought of asking for help. The green-clothed man was Han Shui, and his background was shocking. Unruxing was a handsome young man with a pale face. His swordsmanship was sharp, and his sword moved like a dragon. His strength was also at the peak of the Emperor realm. Tianyan was a burly man wearing beast skin clothes that exposed his muscles. He carried a huge blade the size of a door. The three of them had brought experts with them, and their teams were extremely powerful. All three of them were here for the divine water of life. In their eyes, the other teams from the Great Thousand World weren't worth mentioning. In the end, the divine water of life would be decided by the few of them. But now, there was a variable called Lin Fei. Yes, a variable. Alright. Han Shui was the first to agree. As they were from the same world, even if they didn't get along normally, they knew that Lin Fei was their greatest enemy. Just a protective secret technique was enough to make them feel pressured. Zhan Rongguang's eyes lit up. If they attacked together, even if Lin Fei had a protective secret technique, it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat them. The best outcome would be to leave this place. Kill Lin Fei? Zhan Rongguang didn't dare to think about it. Any Emperor Realm expert that cultivated a protective secret technique at the 5th layer of the Saint Soul Realm would be extremely difficult to kill. Not to mention, Lin Fei was able to block the attack of a Peak Emperor artifact. It was very likely that he had cultivated a protective secret technique at the 7th layer of the Saint Soul Realm. Join forces? Lin Fei had noticed these teams from the very beginning. Any team was extremely powerful. He didn't need to guess to know that these people were from the Saint Spirit World. That place wasn't the Great Thousand World. There were many resources, so naturally they were powerful. In the Great Thousand World, you wouldn't be able to find many Peak Emperor artifacts, and any Peak Emperor artifact was extremely expensive. Even if we join forces, you'll be the first to die. Since Tianji Hall was destroyed and he had offended the Dark Court, Lin Fei didn't mind thoroughly offending them. As long as he became a disciple of the Dark Shadow Palace, the Dark Court wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Thunderclap leap. Lin Fei laughed. Everyone could only see a flash of lightning in their eyes. Zhan Rongguang's entire body collapsed when the lightning flashed, but he could reform it at the crucial moment. His expression was extremely ugly. Saint Soul Realm Level 8 Secret Technique. Zhan Rongguang's eyes widened. A protective secret technique was already terrifying, and now there was a Saint Soul Realm Level 8 Secret Technique. The most terrifying thing was that he couldn't dodge it. His physical body wasn't considered powerful, so he couldn't block a single attack. Not bad. You can block one of my attacks. I wonder how many times you can block it. Lin Fei was slightly surprised. Xianxia, a disciple of limitless supremacy, was killed with a single thunderclap leap. This black-armored muscular man had blocked it, but there was still a huge difference in strength. Lin Fei's Saint Soul Realm Level 8 secret technique had severely injured Zhan Rongguang, and the others were agitated. Another powerful Saint Soul Realm Level 8 secret technique.
It's at least at the 8th level. I can't catch it. It seems to have broken through the physical body. Let's go. Zhan Rongguang blocked a Saint Soul Realm level 8 secret technique, and he knew how terrifying the other party's attack was. At this moment, all his thoughts were gone. Only one person was left. If he didn't leave, he would die. Die! Just as Zhan Rongguang was about to leave, a special force enveloped him. However, a bolt of lightning flashed past and crushed his body. No! Zhan Rongguang screamed miserably. His entire body collapsed, and all the Peak Emperor artifacts fell into Lin Fei's hands. 2 thunderclap leaps killed Zhan Rongguang. Lin Fei played with the Peak Emperor artifact Autumn Water Saber in his hand. It gave off a peculiar sharp aura, as expected of a Peak Emperor artifact. Only he could play with it like this. Do you guys still want to make a move? Lin Fei smiled as he looked at the 3 teams present on the scene. Daoist Lin Fei, since you can kill Zhan Rongguang of the Dark Court, you can naturally kill us. We don't want the first place. Han Shui shook his head. I and Ruxing don't want it either. I don't want it either. The 3 of them were completely stunned. Zhan Rongguang's strength was about the same as theirs, and he had a Peak Emperor artifact in his hand. Yet, he had been killed in 2 moves by Lin Fei. They didn't dare to guarantee how many more times this Saint Soul Realm level 8 secret technique could be used. No one dared to risk it. Giving up the first place was the best choice. Chapter 2773. The Big Dark Horse. No one had ever seen a team suppress everyone with the strength of a single person. That Zhan Rongguang from the Dark Court was powerful. Even with a Pinnacle Emperor artifact, he was still killed by the opponent. Even a Pinnacle Emperor artifact had fallen into the opponent's hands. Anyone could see the terrifying strength of Lin Fei. Monster. Monster. That was the only word they could use to describe him. Lin Fei suppressed the Saint Spirit Domain's geniuses with 1 move, forcing them to give up on the idea of getting first place. The rest was simple. Yes, very simple. Without Lin Fei needing to act, Han Shui and the others moved and cleared out the teams present. With their cooperation, the other teams left one after another. No one dared to stay. Do you think this Lin Fei was born and raised in the ancient wasteland domain? Han Shui asked. Not likely. And Ruxing said. One of them is at least at the 7th level of the Saint Soul Realm, and the other is a secret killing technique at the 8th level of the Saint Soul Realm. As someone from the same world, if he didn't come across a great opportunity, it would be impossible for him to successfully learn them. I even suspect that he might be the disciple of that exalted lord. Yes, I feel the same way too. Tianyan still had a lingering fear in his heart. The most frightening thing is that his Saint Spirit secret art seems to be a body transformation Saint Spirit secret art killing move, and its power increases imperceptibly. Zhan Rongguang, that unlucky bastard, lost his main body, and his vitality is greatly damaged. All his treasures are gone. The few of them felt lucky. If they had really fought, a few of them would definitely have been left behind. Even though they had doppelgangers, they needed time to cultivate, just like the main body. They understood this in their hearts. The divine water of life was gone, but they were still alive. At least they were lucky. That monster is invincible in group battles. I'm afraid he is invincible in individual battles too. Han Shui said. I originally wanted to participate in the individual battles, but I think I should give up now. Meeting this monster, it's useless no matter who goes. In the vast 1,000 domains, he is probably invincible. I'm afraid only the Lord of the Material Domain can suppress him. One team after another was cleared out. Han Shui and the others tactfully left. In the end, Lin Fei was the only one left, and he naturally won first place in the 10,000 Realms group battle. Congratulations, you've won first place in the 10,000 Realms group battle and a portion of Heavenly Water of Life. On the Starry Sky Stone platform. As he wished, Lin Fei obtained a portion of Divine Water of Life. The moment the Divine Water of Life appeared, Lin Fei felt a vast and boundless aura through the seal. His entire body shook violently. That was a body that needed to be refined. Good stuff, really good stuff. Lin Fei was fascinated. As long as I refine the Divine Life Water, I'll definitely step into the 6th Order Prideful Heavenly God Realm. And my physique might even advance to 4th Order Heavenly God Realm. At that time, not even the Material World Lord would be able to do anything to me.
In the Great Thousand Worlds, the strongest existences were the material world lords. I should be able to easily pass through the path to heaven that Master left behind. Becoming an inner disciple is not a problem, or even a direct disciple. I just don't know if the Water Moon Divine Tree will be able to pass through. Thoughts flashed through Lin Fei's mind. If only I can get another portion of divine water of life. Lin Fei had his eyes set on the individual battles. Outside the Myriad Worlds Palace, in other words, the Yan Huang world. A crazy piece of news spread. In the Battle of the 10,000 Realms, an invincible expert emerged from the ancient wasteland world, who came from a child world. He crushed his way through and even killed the experts from the Saint Spirit world and the Dark Court. He won first place and obtained the divine water of life. When the news spread, everyone went crazy. Invincible expert? There wasn't a single person in the Great Thousand Worlds who didn't know the significance of these 4 words. In the Great Thousand Worlds, those who could truly be called invincible were the material world lords. They were invincible existences, and even a peak third-order Emperor realm expert was not a match for them. Everyone felt that the news was exaggerated. No matter how strong one was, how could he be called an invincible expert? More people were interested in the divine water of life. That was a unique item in the world, and only the Myriad Worlds Palace would have it. Senior brother sect leader, Lin Fei got first place. Chen Yi ran in from outside, unable to conceal the excitement on his face. First place. Shan Tianxue and the others were dumbfounded. First place in the team? What kind of concept was that? The first place could obtain the divine water of life. It's true. The news has already spread. Lin Fei suppressed all the geniuses and obtained first place. I even heard that he killed an expert from the Dark Court, and he even had a peak emperor treasure. Chen Yi was shocked when he heard the news. Shan Tianxue was in a daze. His power has actually reached such a level. Shan Tianxue had never thought that Lin Fei would obtain first place. How did he kill someone from the Dark Court? Shan Tianxue could not help but reveal a strand of worry. The Dark Court is from the Temporal Temple. They might come down. Lin Fei returned to the Yan Huang world continent. When he appeared again, Lin Fei was immediately recognized by others. Everyone looked at him in a different way. The news has probably spread. Lin Fei did not stop them from spreading the news. This matter could not be stopped. Lin Fei did not care. If it spread, then let it spread. As long as those material realm masters did not cause trouble, he had nothing to worry about. May I ask if you are Sir Lin Fei? The moment Lin Fei came out, someone immediately came to welcome him. My old ancestor wishes to invite Lin Fei to my humble home as a guest. The person who came was respectful without the slightest bit of arrogance. Your old ancestor? Yan Huang ancestor. The person said. An invitation from a material realm master. This caused everyone's eyes to turn red. Yan Huang ancestor was the strongest expert in the Yan Huang world continent, and an invincible expert in the Jianghu world. He usually did not care about worldly affairs. To be invited by an invincible expert was a great honor. An invincible expert's invitation. Lin Fei did not reject it. I just returned from the 10,000 realm battlefield. Let me rest for a few days before I personally visit. I hope old ancestor can forgive me. Lin Fei said indifferently. The person who came didn't dare to say anything. This was the first place winner of the 10,000 realm group battle. He had a peak-level emperor treasure and a protective secret technique. Only an invincible expert could suppress him. All right, I will pass the message. Yan Huang Palace. Under a pavilion. Old ancestor, that brat is too untactful. You are an invincible expert, and he actually wants to rest for a few days before coming. He really thinks too highly of himself. He really thinks that he is an invincible expert. A middle-aged man said with a sullen face. Sitting in the pavilion was a white-haired old man, leisurely drinking tea. Your mentality is not good. Yan Huang ancestor laughed. He was able to kill Zhang Rongguang, who had a peak-level emperor treasure, and even has a protective secret technique. He is not an invincible expert, but he is still an invincible existence. Do you think that invincible expert would put down his face to deal with a junior? It is normal for him to be a little arrogant. The middle-aged man was the patriarch of this generation, Yan Hua. Hearing the old ancestor's words, Yanhua had to admit that the other party had a strength that surpassed everyone else. He knew that he could not kill an expert with a peak-level emperor treasure. The ancient wasteland world is really lucky. Yanhua was still slightly uncomfortable. Such a genius has appeared. The white-haired old man put down his cup and said indifferently, "You still can't understand why the old ancestor would invite him over as a guest." Yanhua really did not understand. "Old ancestor, please enlighten me. You have a small view." Yanhuang ancestor laughed. "Lin Fei is only a step away from being an invincible ranker. If we old fellows don't make a move, not many people can compete with him. This is not the main point, you must know. The ancient wasteland realm does not have a material realm master. With his strength, maybe in the near future, our boundless world will have another invincible ranker of the material realm master. Do you understand now?" Yanhua did not think that far ahead. "I was wrong." Lin Fei returned to the courtyard of the inn. Yingshan Tianshui brought people out. "Dao friend Lin Fei, you have really put on a show for everyone." Yingshan Tianshui's emotions were complicated. The other party had already walked in front of him. "Lack." Lin Fei laughed. Yingshan Tianshui did not ask about the 10,000 world group battle. "I have already arranged for a banquet. You are now a great contributor to the ancient wasteland world." Yingshan Tianshui said passionately. To be able to control the sacred martial sect, Yingshan Tianshui was clear that not long from now, perhaps in 10,000 years, the ancient wasteland world would have a material realm master. Lin Fei smiled and accepted Yingshan Tianshui's invitation. After eating and drinking, Yingshan Tianshui took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Lin Fei. "I thank you on behalf of the ancient wasteland world. Not long from now, our ancient wasteland world will also become a peak subworld within the Great Thousand Worlds." Lin Fei was very clear why the Yanhuang ancestor came to invite him. The ancient wasteland world would have a material realm master. This matter was not difficult for Lin Fei. No matter how difficult it was to go to that place, the fleshy body of a heavenly deity would naturally go there. Refining it was not difficult either, and becoming a material realm master was something that was set in stone. That year, I wanted to take a step forward. What a pity, after so many years. The three great emperors, including the generations of our sacred martial sect. But now, with your appearance, no one has ever become the master of a material realm. Now that you have appeared, the entire ancient wasteland world has seen hope. With a material realm master overseeing it, the ancient wasteland world is no longer a subworld. Yingshan Tianshui sighed. "The pressure placed on me has lessened too." The sacred martial sect was still very useful in the ancient wasteland world. Great Emperor Gu Yan could sign a treaty with other great emperors because of the sacred martial sect. At that time, Great Emperor Gu Yan was extremely powerful, and they were evenly matched. If the sacred martial sect did not act, the other party would not lower their heads and agree. "I have already killed Great Emperor Gu Yan," Lin Fei said. "Good kill. That fellow relied on his identity as an ancient desolate beast to wreak havoc in the ancient wasteland world for such a long time. If he does not die now, there will be someone who will kill him in the future." Yingshan Tianshui clapped his hands in praise. "The ancient wasteland world will be overseen by me in the future." Yingshan Tianshui was very satisfied. Chapter 2774. The individual competition of the Myriad Worlds Palace had yet to begin. A batch of super dark horses appeared before everyone's eyes. Newcomers comparable to undefeatable experts. This was a huge pressure for any genius who wanted to participate in the individual competition. Their opponents had protective secret techniques and pinnacle treasures. How could they fight? Many people guessed that once Lin Fei participated in the individual competition, he would take first place. No one would be able to stop him. Countless people felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. First place in the individual competition. Dark Horse. Yanhuang World Continent. In a courtyard, a few people looked at the news they had gathered, and their faces darkened. Now they were in big trouble. "What do we do now?" Number 68 frowned, his expression uncertain. How did that kid's strength skyrocket at such a crucial time? Number 68 had always placed great importance on matters related to himself, so he personally came to oversee things. Unexpectedly, the news was like a blow to his head. Lin Fei's strength had skyrocketed, and it would be easy for him to take first place. He would become the most dazzling existence in the Dark Shadow Palace. A tall tree attracts the wind.
Pinnacle Emperor Treasure. Dark Court. Number 68 sneered. Let's wait and see. Lin Fei stayed for a few days. During this period, there was an endless stream of people who came to visit. They left a gift and left. Almost all the famous forces in the Yanhuang world continent had come. It would be a waste not to visit and befriend such an expert with a bright future. Lin Fei could not be bothered with these things. He let others take care of these small matters while he busied himself. For example, he modified the Thousand Horizontal Emperor and Ghost Flame Emperor. After these two great emperor experts were modified, they became his most loyal servants. Lin Fei taught them the Myriad Worlds protection technique. He did not give them Pinnacle Emperor treasures for now. After transforming the two monarchs, Lin Fei went into seclusion. He used the limited time to refine the divine water of life in case something unexpected happened. A portion of heavenly water of life almost made Lin Fei explode. For a full 10 days, Lin Fei refined day and night before completely refining the heavenly water of life. Proud Celestial Body's 6th layer was also completed. Compared to the first 5 levels, the 6th level was very different. The surface of the body had a gray energy revolving, similar to the Myriad Worlds barrier art. It was also a type of defense. Lin Fei's physical strength skyrocketed. His physical strength rose to 5th order Heavenly God realm. This realm had completely exceeded Lin Fei's imagination. It was a level higher than what he had expected. This realm of the physical body could allow him to run amok in the Great Thousand World. Outyen is really amazing. His physique has the defensive strength of a 5th order Heavenly God realm, yet his aura didn't change in the slightest. This has saved us a big trouble. If Lin Fei exposed his 5th order Heavenly God realm physique and strength, the whole Great Thousand World, perhaps even the Saint Spirit world, would be in an uproar. This rate of improvement was too fast. It was like riding a rocket. After the 6th layer of Proud Celestial Body, Lin Fei was completely relieved. At this moment, there really weren't many people in the vast thousand worlds that could be his match. An invincible expert of the material world master? Lin Fei could easily defeat the other party, but it was still difficult to kill the other party. The other party was already connected to the realm continent. Unless the entire realm continent was destroyed, no one could kill him. To be able to defeat the material world master and suppress the other party, Lin Fei felt that it was enough. Lin Fei did not believe that an invincible expert of the material world master would not be able to recover so easily once he was heavily injured. After coming out, Xianxia told Lin Fei that the Yanhuang ancestors' people had come a few times. Material world master, invincible expert, it's time to pay a visit. Lin Fei was still very interested in the material world master. He was so sincere, if he did not make a trip, it would be too unkind. When Lin Fei went to visit the Yellow Flame Palace, the patriarch of the Yellow Flame Palace personally came out to welcome him, causing countless people to widen their eyes. Lin Fei's battle had shaken the Great Thousand World. The Flame Emperor would not casually come out to welcome anyone. This is treating Lin Fei like an invincible expert. Someone exclaimed. The Flame Emperor looked at the young man in front of him, who was the same age as his son, and his heart twitched. Brother Lin Fei, you really have a good method. You became famous in a single battle, and the entire world knows about it. Countless geniuses have lowered their heads and lamented their inferiority. The Flame Emperor's tone was very enthusiastic. Lin Fei laughed. It's all right. The Flame Emperor flattered. Lin Fei was modest, as if they were old friends. This was the first time the disciples of the palace had seen the patriarch treat a young man like this. The ancestor is right in front. Lin Fei saw the invincible expert's material world master. The other party had a head of white hair and a rosy face. He sat under the pavilion and was slowly brewing tea. Want a cup? Yanhuang ancestor laughed. I'm just thirsty. Let's taste the ancestor's tea. I'll have a lot of face if I say it out loud. Yanhuang ancestor laughed. With just a few words, the Yanhuang ancestor was already to his liking. This kid is pretty good. The Yanhuang ancestor was an invincible rancor. Even though it was nothing in the Holy Spirit realm, it was not something that anyone would dare to offend. A material world master, unless it was a rancor of the High Lord, no one would be able to kill him. The only thing that would die would be a clone, and the enemy would fall into a nightmare. Ordinary people really wouldn't be able to talk and laugh in front of the Yanhuang ancestor.
Lin Fei did it. In Lin Fei's eyes, the Yan Huang ancestor could not see any fear, only confidence on his face. Good tea, this is really good tea. After Lin Fei drank a cup, he said, the aftertaste is endless. Then let's have another cup. Lin Fei was not in a hurry either. You have a cup, I have a cup, and they chatted about everything. From time to time, laughter would come out, and it was impossible to tell that this was the first time the two experts had met. Brother Lin Fei, you've become famous in one battle. You have to be careful. When Lin Fei stood up and left, the Yan Huang ancestor said indifferently. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Thank you for your reminder, ancestor. Sigh, there are always some people in this world who are not afraid of death. I am not afraid of the heavens or the earth, but I have never killed an invincible rancor before. I don't know what it feels like to be beaten up. Ha ha ha. With a laugh, Lin Fei left the Yan Huang palace. What? Is it out of your expectations? The moment Lin Fei left, the Flame Emperor came in with suspicions and nodded. He really looks very ordinary. It's hard for people to associate him with that. The Yan Huang ancestor laughed. In a new era, there will naturally be a new look. That brat's strength is even stronger than this old man thought. I'm afraid those people are going to suffer a huge loss. I wonder if those old friends will vomit blood afterwards. This is impossible. The Flame Emperor frowned. Those are all invincible rancors. You'll know soon. The Yan Huang ancestor said with a mysterious expression. Lin Fei returned to the inn's courtyard. I really became famous in a single battle. The news has spread throughout the boundless world, and I've been noticed. From what Yan Huang said, someone should be making a move soon. I'm afraid that the people from the Dark Court have invited help. After going to the Yan Huang palace, Lin Fei did not gain anything. The Yan Huang ancestor revealed a lot of information. The boundless world, as a subworld of the Holy Spirit realm, is bound to have connections. The Dark Court controls a country, operates in all directions, and invites the invincible rancors of the subworld. It's not difficult at all. Lin Fei was really looking forward to the appearance of an invincible rancor. Plundering some life energy from their bodies would definitely be abnormally rich. He just didn't know which invincible rancor would make a move first. Lin Fei couldn't help but look forward to it. Yan Huang World Land. Outside the starry sky. Are we going to kill our way in just like that? The Yan Huang ancestor will not stop us. Outside the starry sky, two people stood, one tall and one fat. They were dressed in black robes and did not have any aura fluctuations, as if they were ordinary people. In reality, these two mysterious black-robed men were both invincible rancors. The overlord of a subworld. That's true, let's work together and attack. Even if that brat has a protective technique, he might not be able to block our combined attacks. If the Yan Huang ancestor does not interfere, we will definitely be able to kill Lin Fei within 10 moves. Then let's make our move. If that brat hasn't refined the god's water of life, we'll split it in half. This deal is worth it. The two of them looked at each other and then disappeared. Yan Huang World Land. It was night time. As the individual competition had not yet begun, the Yan Huang World Land was also very lively at night, especially those big cities. Every single one of them was brightly lit, and it looked very lively. Yan Huang Palace. Under the pavilion. The Yan Huang ancestor opened her eyes with a complicated expression. In the end, he still made his move. Even an overlord can't defeat a single sentence from him. I wonder what kind of surprise that brat can bring. The two mysterious people, one tall and one fat, entered the Yan Huang World Land. There was no need to search. The two of them arrived above Lin Fei's city. Do it. The tall mysterious man took out a treasure that emitted a terrifying peak aura. It was a peak emperor treasure, and it was a string of things that looked the same. Ding ding dang dang. This was a bracelet. Following the clanging sounds, a terrifying sound engulfed the entire city. No matter how strong an expert was, under this sound, as soon as they reacted, they immediately fell into a deep sleep. The entire city became silent. In the courtyard of the inn, Xianxia and the others also reacted. But this voice was extremely tyrannical. They did not have time to resist and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the room, was immediately attacked by the sound. Endless darkness enveloped him, drowning him in circles, as though it wanted to pull him into a deep sleep. Brat, die! A fat figure appeared in the room. When Lin Fei was resisting the attack of the deep sleep, the two of them were quite cooperative. The fat figure did not care about a fellow who rose up in the 10,000 Realms group war. To be able to make the two of them attack together, it could be said that they had given the brat enough face. Even the soul-suppressing bell can't block it. It really is an undeserved reputation. Unparalleled expert. Humph. You are far too lacking. The fat figure slapped his palm onto Lin Fei's body. Hua. This palm was like flowing water, its power extraordinary, comparable to the power of the 7th level of the Holy Spirit realm. No matter how strong your fleshly body is, you can forget about blocking the power of this palm. If the other party had activated the protective secret technique, the fat figure might have been worried, but now that the other party had fallen into the sound of the soul-suppressing bell, he could deal with it with a single palm. And at this time, Lin Fei's eyes suddenly opened, and the corner of his mouth raised. Thunderclap! A purple light passed through the fat figure's body. Chapter 2775. A mocking voice rang out. You didn't fall for it. The fat figure retreated a few steps, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The power of a Saint Spirit level 8 secret technique, especially a sound wave attack, is indeed hard to defend against. Lin Fei shook his head. Unfortunately, this is useless against me. With a wave of his hand, he punched out. Proud Heaven level 6 erupted. Hua. The fat figure did not expect the other party's physical strength to be so strong. Like a monstrous wave, the fat figure was crushed into pieces. In terms of physical strength, no one in the Great Thousand Worlds could compete with him. If these two invincible experts were in their own world, their physical bodies would not have collapsed so quickly. But this was the Yanhuang world, and the one who came to kill Lin Fei was only a clone. This was already a great honor for Lin Fei. The fat figure reformed, and his face was filled with shock. How can he be so strong? He can destroy my physical body in one move. For an invincible expert like him, as long as he had life energy, he could hold on. But a casual attack from the other party had used up 20% of his life energy. This damage was too terrifying. The fat figure turned and ran. What a joke. He had used up 20% of his life energy in one move. If he did it a few more times, this clone would be wasted. You want to leave? Have you asked for my permission? Lin Fei waved his hand again, and with a loud rumble, he pressed forward. The fat figure collapsed again. If he was in someone else's territory, Lin Fei would not have the ability to do so. But in other world continents, Lin Fei had the ability to destroy heaven and earth with a wave of his hand. The moment the fat figure collapsed, Lin Fei plundered it wantonly. He was indeed strong. In the sky above the city, the tall man activated the soul-calming bell. This pinnacle emperor treasure, combined with the tall man's strength, could release the requiem and kill the other party without a sound. In the Yanhuang world, they did not dare to act recklessly. No one was willing to offend an invincible expert, and at the same level at that. If they did, the world they were in would definitely be in chaos. The tall man only hypnotized them. He blocked it. The tall man's requiem was aimed at Lin Fei so that others could kill Lin Fei quietly. Let's go. The fat figure rushed out. He was in a sorry state and his face was pale. Leave. The tall man was startled. They were invincible experts. What was there to be afraid of? Could a mere Lin Fei eat them? Pang. As soon as he finished speaking, the fat figure exploded. What's going on? The tall man's heart skipped a beat. His eyes widened as a bad premonition arose in his mind. Could it be that the Yanhuang ancestor made a move? The tall man continued to activate the requiem. It can't be him. Yanhuang ancestor doesn't dare to offend them. Let me help you. The fat figure fled for his life, not caring about anyone else. Otherwise, this clone of his would definitely die. To a material world lord, losing a powerful clone was still an extremely heart-wrenching thing. Destroy! Another wave of terrifying power swept over and engulfed the fat figure once again. This time, the fat silhouette did not condense its body, and the remaining life energy was completely plundered. It's your turn. In the air, Lin Fei's figure walked out. You actually killed him. The tall man understood that this Lin Fei was even more terrifying than he had imagined. One of the invincible expert's clones was killed just like that, without any ability to resist.
You dare?
Why wouldn't I dare?
Lin Fei shook his head.
Hua hua hua. Endless power crushed over, passing through the tall man's body, causing him to sway.
Thunderclap. Lin Fei passed through.
The tall man's body collapsed. This is definitely not the physical strength of a third-order great emperor. It's impossible. The tall man cried out. Just as he was about to condense it, another wave of energy crushed over, causing it to collapse once again. After 5 times, the tall man's figure completely disappeared, leaving behind a pile of things on the ground. Not bad, not bad. Another peak emperor treasure. Lin Fei waved his hand and kept all of them. The clones of invincible experts should all have the strength of a peak great emperor. On their own realm continent, they should be able to continuously absorb energy, but on other people's realm continent, they should be suppressed. The power of my prideful heaven stage 6 is not inferior to a powerful secret technique killing move. No wonder they can't block it. Lin Fei shook his head and turned to return to the inn's courtyard. Yan Huang Palace. Under the pavilion. Yan Huang ancestor sucked in a breath of cold air, her scalp going numb. After a long time, she regained her senses. The clone of an invincible expert was killed just like that. His power is too strong, destroying his body in a single move, and at the same time, there seems to be other secret techniques involved. The clone of 2 invincible experts were destroyed just like that. It's really hard to imagine. From the moment they met, Yan Huang ancestor had felt that Lin Fei was very dangerous. This was the intuition of an expert. The only thing he did not expect was that Lin Fei's strength was far beyond his imagination. He did not even need to make a move to cause the clones of the 2 invincible experts to suffer. They were probably going to vomit blood right now.
Old friend, you guys have suffered a huge loss.
Each of you has a clone, and you have to spend a lot of resources to cultivate it. You even lost a peak emperor treasure, so they won't be able to kill Lin Fei in the future. Yan Huang ancestor could see it clearly. The clone of the invincible expert was no longer a match for Lin Fei. The main body made a move? He might not be able to kill Lin Fei. The divine water of life is indeed magical. The reason why Lin Fei has such a powerful physical body is probably because of the divine water of life. I really wonder what kind of body training technique he is cultivating. That night, everything was calm. The exchange between the 3 of them was too fast. No one noticed the fall of the 2 invincible experts' clones. When Xianxia woke up the next day, he thought about the surprise attack last night and broke out in a cold sweat. Only after checking did he feel completely at ease. Seeing the spirited Lin Fei, Xianxia was relieved. Maybe he had been affected. Xianxia thought like this, so he naturally did not ask Lin Fei. In the next few days, Lin Fei was not attacked again. 2 invincible experts and 2 peak emperor treasure S. Lin Fei's harvest was not small, but it was a pity that no one dared to come again. It was a pity that there were a few less peak emperor treasure S. Those invincible experts did not come, but the people from the Yan Huang ancestor came and brought a piece of news. They want to redeem the peak emperor treasure. Lin Fei laughed. The 2 peak emperor treasure S both had special uses. If an ordinary person were to use them, they would only be able to unleash 50% of their power, but in the hands of a true person, they would be able to unleash 100% of their power. Tell them to come and talk among themselves.
Lin Fei sent them away. The peak emperor treasure was useless to Lin Fei.
Now that his proud heaven had reached the 6th realm, his strength was astonishing, and any random attack was not any weaker than the peak emperor treasure. When the Yan Huang ancestors' men returned with a message. Below the pavilion sat 2 people. One was tall, the other was fat, and their expressions were ugly. You guys, you've suffered quite a bit this time. Yan Huang ancestor laughed. I lost a clone for nothing. If word of this were to spread, the entire boundless world would be in an uproar. The dark court tricked me. Zhan Rongguang tricked me. The tall man was a middle-aged man called the Xianxia ancestor. He had originally thought that it was a small matter, but who would have thought that it would be a huge pit? At this time, the Xianxia ancestor hated the dark court. The boundless world was a subworld. Cultivating a clone would consume countless resources, so it was fine. However, That soul-suppressing bell was something he had obtained from the Holy Spirit realm. He had paid a huge price and no matter what, he had to get it back. After all, it was very difficult to find a suitable peak emperor treasure. The fat figure beside him was a round fatty. He looked like a Maitreya Buddha and was called the Thunder Sound Ancestor. That brat sure has guts. Does he want us to go personally? The two of them were not happy with the Dark Court, and were also not happy with Lin Fei. Even if he was unhappy, he had no choice but to come to the Yan Huang ancestor's place, wanting the Yan Huang ancestor to be the middleman. The last time they attacked Lin Fei at night, the two of them had suffered heavy losses and had nowhere to cry to. Fortunately, the news did not spread, and if they were to go and ask for treasures again, they would not dare to go even if they had 100 guts. Lin Fei's power was too tyrannical. Their clones couldn't even withstand a few hits before they were finished. Right now, they could only look for the Yan Huang ancestor to be the middleman and try to persuade Lin Fei. Lin Fei is not a person who is easy to talk to. The Dark Court is such a big power, he killed them just like that. You guys are really something. Yan Huang ancestor shook her head. You guys have to make a trip there personally. However, don't worry. This old man will accompany you. That brat will still give me face. Yan Huang ancestor said with a serious expression on her face, but she was secretly laughing in her heart. These old friends of hers, all of them had their eyes on the top of their heads. This time, they had finally tasted what pain was. Revenge? Their clones didn't have that ability at all. Unless that day, Lin Fei would go to their realm continent. At that time, relying on the power of his original body, the power of the realm continent would be able to defeat Lin Fei. It was difficult now. Thank you, fellow Taoist Yan Huang. The two of them cupped their hands in thanks. There's no time to lose, let's go over now. Yan Huang ancestor stood up. The three of them arrived at the inn's courtyard. Fellow Taoist Lin Fei, this old man is here. The three of them appeared in the courtyard and restrained their auras. Lin Fei's courtyard was very quiet. With Lin Fei's current status, no one would disturb such an expert. What kind of wind is this, to have blown fellow Taoist Yan Huang here? Lin Fei came out with a smile, choosing to ignore the tall and fat duo. Yan Huang ancestor laughed bitterly. This old man is here to be the peacemaker. This is the Xianxia ancestor, and this is the Lei Yin ancestor. Lin Fei laughed mischievously. The two of you are quite fast. If you were a little later, I would have brought those things to the Dark Shadow Palace to sell. I heard that the Peak Emperor treasure is quite popular. You dare! The Xianxia ancestor shouted. Aya, you're threatening me. Come at me. Do you believe that I won't let this clone of yours stay here? Lin Fei sneered, a cold light flashed. I don't believe that without this clone, you can still continue to create it. No matter how many resources you have, you won't be able to withstand this kind of consumption. Chapter 2776. The reason why the Yan Huang ancestor brought two invincible rankers here was to redeem the Peak Emperor treasure. If this thing was in the Dark Shadow Palace and they wanted to buy it, they would have to spend a lot of money. Especially now that they had lost one of their doppelgangers, it would be very costly to cultivate it again. If they were not careful, they would suffer great losses. The two of them suppressed their anger. In this place, they really did not dare to make a move against Lin Fei. As mentioned earlier, even if the two of them worked together, they would only be sending themselves to death. This was especially so since they had lost their Peak Emperor grade secret treasures. They would not be able to withstand more than a few attacks from Lin Fei. Let Yan Huang ancestor make a move? Whether or not he could suppress Lin Fei was still an unknown. Yan Huang ancestor might not agree to such a request. It's easy to get the Peak Emperor artifact back. I need something similar to the divine water of life that can strengthen one's physical body. Bring 10 portions to me each. I don't want to know the price, but I want every portion to be equal. As long as I'm satisfied, I can return the Peak Emperor artifact to you. Shen Qian Leizu and Sonic Thunder ancestors' expressions darkened. This was extortion in the form of eating fruits. Each of these rare treasures would definitely be worth more than 100 million heaven crystals. 10 of them would cost 1 billion heaven crystals, and that was just a small number. Yan Huang ancestor became a transparent person. You guys chat, I won't talk. In the battle that night, Yan Huang ancestor had clearly seen that within this seemingly ordinary body, there was a terrifying power.
Think about it carefully. If you don't get it within a month, I'll put it up for sale in the Dark Shadow Palace. Yan Huang Ancestor and the other two left the courtyard. Sigh. Looking at their departing figures, Yan Huang Ancestor shook her head. This is not a small price to pay. Who asked you to not know what's good for you and lose a doppelganger? Serves you right. Yan Huang Ancestor believed that the two of them would swallow it even if they broke their teeth. They could not afford to lose a peak Emperor-grade secret treasure. Just as the Yan Huang Ancestor had thought, even though the two of them had a lot of resentment, in order to redeem the peak Emperor treasure, they had no choice but to lower their heads. They were invincible experts of the material realm lord, and the doppelganger technique could only cultivate a clone. Now that he had lost a clone, he had to cultivate a new one and accumulate a large amount of resources. This time, they really went for wool and came home shorn. The two of them had no choice but to collect rare treasures. They had no choice but to agree to Lin Fei's conditions. It was rare to see a peak Emperor-grade secret treasure. One had to pay a price to obtain one. The peak Emperor-grade secret treasures of the two unparalleled experts were very suitable for them. If they did not bring them back, their strength would be greatly affected. This was something they could not bear. Each person had 10 sets of rare and precious body tempering materials. Lin Fei believed that they would. If they did not come in a month, he did not mind sending them to Dark Shadow Palace. It would not be a problem for him to get 1 billion heaven crystals. Once they were in Dark Shadow Palace's hands, not everyone could buy them back. Sure enough, when the 1-month deadline was approaching, the two of them arrived. He had brought 10 sets of rare and precious body tempering materials. Lin Fei personally inspected them and returned the 2 peak Emperor-grade secret treasures. I don't mind if you guys come again. I'll be waiting for you at any time. Lin Fei said to the two, leaving with a smile. Bastard! The two of them almost fell down. One more time? Forget it. When they thought about Lin Fei's terrifying strength, they realized that their physical bodies weren't weak either. However, in front of his strength they were like ants. 1 year later, the Yan Huang world was still very lively. The day of the individual competition was approaching. Almost every individual competition would be a year after the 10,000 realm team battle. No one knew the exact date, but everyone knew that it was approaching. Taoist Lin Fei, this time, the first place of the individual competition is definitely yours. Number 130 came early. After Lin Fei made a name for himself in that battle, number 130 was all smiles. The Palace Master of the Dark Shadow Palace branch already knows your name. As long as you pass the test, you will immediately be a disciple of the Dark Shadow Palace. With this identity, no one will dare to touch you. To be able to single-handedly defeat countless teams in the last round and obtain first place, one's strength would make him an unparalleled expert in the vast thousand worlds, even if there was a gap. Number 130 now valued the individual competition more than anyone else. This was something he had unearthed himself. I heard that some geniuses from the Saint Spirit realm gave up on the individual competition after hearing that you killed Zhan Rongguang of the Dark Court. Number 130 said excitedly. In this individual competition, no one can pose a threat to you. The individual competition of the Myriad Worlds Palace begins today. The majestic voice instantly spread throughout the great thousand worlds. Everyone stopped what they were doing. They looked in the direction of the Yan Huang world. Who knew how long they had waited for this day? Even though many people had lost confidence in first place, they were still very motivated for the following rankings. They could not fight for first place, but they could fight for second, third, or even the top 10. The individual competition rewards were placed at the 50th place. This was also an opportunity. Beams of Jingguang shot out and landed on the Yan Huang world continent. All the cultivators participating in the individual competition were lured into the Myriad Worlds Palace. On a huge starry sky plaza. Those who were lured stood on the starry sky plaza. Before long, the starry sky plaza was filled with experts from the vast thousand worlds. Everyone was very vigilant, as though they would fight at the slightest sign of trouble. There are more than 10 times more people participating in the individual competition than the 10,000 worlds team battle. Lin Fei glanced around and had a rough idea of the number of people. With so many people here, I wonder how many can last till the end. I'm afraid many will be sent away in the first round. Lin Fei understood the individual competition. The first round was the elimination round,
An assessment from the Myriad Worlds Palace. No matter how many people came, after the first round, only 10,000 would be left. These 10,000 would be the elites of the vast thousand worlds, and they would have a chance to fight for first place in the individual competition. It's here. Not long after, a cold and familiar voice sounded. In the first round, the 10,000 who can last the longest will successfully enter the second round and begin the long challenge tournament. As the cold and emotionless voice fell, a Sanskrit sound was played. As soon as the Sanskrit sound came out, everyone on the Starry Sky Plaza changed their expressions. Those who used treasures began to resist the invasion of the Sanskrit sound. Waves of Sanskrit sound followed closely, and its power continued to increase. Hua hua hua. One by one, the seats became empty. After falling down, they were teleported out, losing the chance to participate in the challenge tournament. This Sanskrit sound is really not simple. Its power is also increasing. I'm afraid it will eventually reach the Saint's Soul level 9, or even the Saint's Soul level 10. The Sanskrit sound could not get close to Lin Fei, as it was shattered the moment it got close. Half a day later, more than half of the people were teleported out. For example, the area around Lin Fei had become empty. The power of the Sanskrit sound was also increasing, and now it had the power of the Saint's Soul level 7. As long as one could not withstand it and fell down, they would be teleported out immediately. Lin Fei observed for a while. There were still many experts in the vast thousand worlds, and many of them could withstand the invasion of the Sanskrit sound without relying on treasures. The power of the Saint's Soul level 8 secret technique is coming. Another wave of Sanskrit sound came. Oh, I can't lose. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Just a little more soon. Everyone tried their best to resist, but still could not withstand this wave of attack. Ha ha ha, I'm in the 10,000th place, ha ha ha. One person was teleported out. Just as he was unwilling to give up, he noticed that he was teleported to another space square. At the same time, his name appeared on a ranking list, at the 10,000th place. Tears of joy rolled down his cheeks. The duration of this test would determine the fate of countless people. Lin Fei activated a protective barrier, so it wasn't too strenuous for him to withstand the attacks. After this wave, there are less than 2,000 people left. Lin Fei looked around, but it was not over yet. The next test came. The power of the Saint's Soul level 9. After this wave, less than 30 people could endure. There were only 28 people left. Everyone's expression was solemn. Even though it was a test, they still gave it their all. Could it be that they want to take the first place? Maybe there's a reward? Lin Fei thought to himself, joy rising in his heart. If it's true, I'll gladly accept this first place. Proud Heaven was a fifth-order heavenly god realm cultivator. Even without a protective barrier, Lin Fei could endure it. However, he didn't want to expose himself, so he could only use a protective barrier to deceive them. This should be the last wave. The power of a Saint's Soul level 10. Lin Fei faced it head-on. Circulating his physical strength, he shattered the Brahmin hymn, but some of it still entered his mind, forming the silhouette of a towering figure. When the others encountered the Saint's Soul level 10's Brahmin hymn, they barely lasted a few breaths' time before they were teleported out. The top 28 names were announced. That's Lin Fei, right? Too strong. If he can endure a little longer, he'll be in the top 5. Last 2. He's in the first place. Lin Fei was paying close attention to the results. When the second person was teleported out, Lin Fei gave up resisting and was teleported out as well. First place, Lin Fei. On another public square, 10,000 people revealed joyful expressions because they had passed the first round and had a chance to obtain the rewards left behind by the Myriad Worlds Palace. Lin Fei appeared on the public square. More than a dozen powerful divine senses swept over him. These people were the ones who persisted till the end. They had already regarded Lin Fei as their strongest opponent. His fame had spread across the great thousand worlds. In the first round, no one doubted his ability to last till the end. The power of a Saint's Soul level 10 expert wasn't easy to withstand. One of them had eyebrows as sharp as swords, one black and one white. His sword intent was overbearing as he stared fixedly at Lin Fei. Lin Fei, I'll defeat you. That person transmitted his voice. Lin Fei ignored him. That person's aura was powerful, but how could he compare to an unparalleled expert? Brother Flying Snow, What level do you think that brat's strength has reached? I don't think he has the combat strength of a heavenly god. Not far away, a white-robed middle-aged man transmitted. You have considerable attainments in the soul level. I never thought that he would be able to last longer than you. The young man with the overbearing sword intent was none other than Nangong Feishue. He was a sword cultivator who had grasped a powerful sword Dao Saint Spirit secret technique. His combat strength was second to none, and at the same time, he was quite outstanding in the Dao of Soul. Humph, he's just a little luckier than me. Nangong Feishue felt that he was just lacking by a little. The first round is nothing. The following arena competition is the most important. Nangong Feishue did not really care about not being first. Even though Lin Fei's fame was huge, and even Yan Huang ancestor had come to invite him, Nangong Feishue did not care. He was just an unparalleled expert, so what was that? He was just arrogant in this world. He was a disciple of Single Sword Paragon. Brother Flying Snow will definitely get first place. How can the fleshly body of a great emperor not withstand the might of your sword? That person continued transmitting. The individual competition of the Myriad Realms Palace was very fair. Nangong Feishue was not worried at all that a celestial god ranker would come in. The Great Thousand World would not allow a celestial god ranker to exist either. As long as Lin Fei met him, he would definitely use the sword in his hand to defeat a person who came from a small place. In the sky above the starry sky plaza, many arenas appeared. There were a total of 5,000 arenas, one after another. Every single one of them had a defensive array. Lin Fei was still cursing in his heart. There's actually no reward for first place. How stingy. It's good to have a few drops of Origin Energy Divine Liquid. After cursing in his heart, Lin Fei looked at the arena above. This fellow who created the individual competition of the Myriad Realms is not a slow person either. He condensed 5,000 arenas in one go. Interesting, I like it. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth raised. He thought that he would waste time here. This time, he was only here to get the first place God Water of Life. Streams of energy guided everyone onto the stage. No one knew how they matched up. Lin Fei's opponent was not a great emperor, but a physique cultivator with a rank 11 physique. Without Lin Fei making a move, his opponent left obediently. What a sharp sword technique. He killed his opponent with a single strike. How ruthless. Lin Fei noticed that the person in second place was called Nangong Feishue. Nangong Feishue killed his opponent with a single strike of sword chi. When Lin Fei looked over, Nangong Feishue also looked over. There weren't many battles like Lin Fei and Nangong Feishue that ended so quickly. Every time a battle ended, one could rest for a year. Such a battle would consume a lot of energy. Lin Fei calculated that it wouldn't take long for the individual competition to end. He wasn't too interested in it now. First place, Lin Fei second place, Nangong Feishue third place, Kong Ming, one by one, the rankings came out. Every time Lin Fei fought, he was fast. One punch, one palm, all done. No one had forced him to use his defensive technique. Lin Fei maintained his position as number one. Nangong Feishue was in second place. He always killed with a single sword. No one could defend against his sword. It was extremely strange, but it was also extremely domineering. With a single slash, it could destroy all life. It seemed to possess the aura of destruction and death. The third place didn't change. It was still Kong Ming. Chapter 2777. Myriad World Palace. Individual competition. On the banner, Lin Fei was the leader. With a punch and a palm, he swept away all the experts in the Great Thousand World. Among the 10 positions behind him, Nangong Feishue was always in second place. He only used one sword to kill people. Kong Ming was in third place. The 4th to 10th places were constantly changing. The following 100 names were also changing all the time. The highlight of this individual competition is Lin Fei, Nangong Feishue, and Kong Ming. Whoever loses a match will definitely lose their ranking. Yeah, I wonder who will last till the end. I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's most likely Lin Fei. Lin Fei became famous after one battle. A genius who defeated his opponent by luck. Everyone's attention was on the 3 of them. One move was enough to determine the winner. How powerful were they? They secretly prayed that they wouldn't meet the three of them. If they met them, they wouldn't have any chance of winning. If they met Lin Fei, they could still survive. If they met Nangong Feishue, they would really lose their lives. Lin Fei became the most benevolent person in the individual competition week. Although he lost his spot when he met Lin Fei, he could still survive. Although they didn't like Lin Fei, they still liked meeting Lin Fei. At the same time, they felt disgusted with the ruthless Nangong Feishue. The individual competition continued. Lin Fei was always in the lead and ranked first. During this period, he met several people in the top 100. When he met Lin Fei, he used all his strength but was still defeated with one punch. The power in the arena was unstoppable. Time passed year by year. The number of people who could stay to participate decreased year by year. Everyone was getting closer and closer to the top 100. Everyone was persevering. Soon, the 100th place appeared. I'm finally in the 100th place. That genius from the Great Thousand World cried tears of joy. At this point, even if he couldn't advance any further, he would still be able to obtain the Divine Yuan Energy Liquid as a reward. He left. If he continued, he would definitely die. The rankings came out one by one. Everyone was filled with joy. They finally made it to the top 100. Another round began. Lin Fei arrived at the arena. Over the years, no matter who Lin Fei faced, he would only attack once. There were even times when he didn't need to attack, as his opponent would take the initiative to admit defeat and give up. Lin Fei, you cannot defeat me. Before Lin Fei made a move, the opponent said arrogantly, I'm a candidate for the Dark Shadow Palace. If you let me go, I can give you a generous reward. Then you'd better leave. Lin Fei shook his head, and his power surged out. The opponent would be obliterated by the power. The Dark Shadow Palace's assessment disciple is really bold. His ranking had risen to 30. There was almost no change in the top 10. In the next round, he would meet a powerful opponent. One more round and he would be in the top 15. Lin Fei was the calmest person on the scene. Now that his strength had skyrocketed, there wasn't much to see in this individual competition. No one could stop him from taking first place and obtaining the divine water of life. A new round began. Lin Fei's opponent was very powerful. No matter how powerful his opponent was, he was defeated by Lin Fei's star-plucking moon. On the other side, Nangong Feishue also killed his opponent with a single sword strike. One by one, the contestants were eliminated. His ranking dropped all the way to 10th place. Lin Fei faced Kong Ming, who was ranked 3rd. I really want to know the gap between us. Kong Ming was very calm. Sure. Lin Fei used Thunderclap Leap and Kong Ming admitted defeat. I hope that the next time we meet in the Saint Spirit Domain, you will be stronger than me. Kong Ming left, leaving behind these words. At this point, the winner of the final round had already been decided. Lin Fei versus Nangong Feishue. An expert from the Great Thousand Cosmos, a genius from the Saint Spirit Domain, and a disciple of a supremacy. We're finally facing each other. Nangong Feishue laughed. Originally, I thought that it wouldn't be difficult to take first place. I didn't expect you to be a dark horse. It's really surprising. Here's your chance. If you defeat me, you'll be first. Lin Fei laughed. If you lose, you'll really become a joke. I won't lose. Nangong Feishue's entire body was like a sharp long sword. Bas! The long sword was unsheathed. The entire arena was filled with layers of sword shadows. Myriad World Protection Technique. Nangong Feishue's attacks were all blocked by a faint layer of flowing light. It's indeed very powerful. You're still lacking if you want to break through my Myriad World's Protection Technique. Lin Fei had to admit that the sword technique of this disciple of his High Lord was very powerful. It was no wonder that he could defeat his opponent with a single sword strike. Myriad World Protection Technique. Nangong Feishue's expression changed. You're really lucky to have obtained a protective secret technique. Sword Light Drill. Another sword stab came, forming a revolving force. It was like a sharp awl, smashing into the flowing light, continuously shattering the protective flowing light and opening up a hole. This fellow actually grasped a sword technique at the 9th level of the Divine Soul. It's rather destructive and terrifying. Lin Fei had the Myriad World's protection art on the surface, but in reality, his physical body was the strongest. Lin Fei, you won't be able to block this move. Nangong Feishué revealed a look of joy. The defense of Nangong Feishué's myriad world protection technique wasn't very strong. How could it block a killing move at the 9th level of the Divine Soul? Is that so? The sword light drill broke through the surface of the flowing light, but its power did not diminish. At this moment, Lin Fei extended his hand and made an ordinary grabbing motion. The sword light drill exploded with terrifying power and continued to produce destructive power. However, Lin Fei's palm was as hard as a boulder. The surface of his body was not damaged and he easily blocked Nangong Feishué's strongest killing move. Lin Fei casually threw a punch and his arm expanded. Nangong Feishué's heart skipped a beat. He unsheathed his sword and slashed at Nangong Feishué's arm. The flowing light on the surface of his body blocked the attack. Nangong Feishué attacked dozens of times but was still unable to block the attack. Boom! His fist landed on Nangong Feishué's body. You have a protective technique, but so do I. Nangong Feishué's body also produced a flowing light that formed a defensive barrier. Nangong Feishué revealed a proud look. You're not the only one in this world with a protective technique. But your protective technique isn't good enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Feishué's protective technique was broken with a single punch. The punch landed on Nangong Feishué's body and destroyed his entire body. All the life energy stored in his flesh and cells was also plundered by Lin Fei. My strength isn't something that you can contend against. Do you really think that you can defeat me with just a protective technique and a secret skill at the 9th level of the Saint Soul level? Chapter 2778. Yan Huang World. Everyone was paying attention to the latest news. The last round, Lin Fei versus Nangong Feishué. I wonder who will win. After the appearance of the dark horse, Lin Fei, everyone was certain of one thing. Lin Fei had a high chance of taking first place in the individual competition. The power displayed by a physique cultivator was rather terrifying. Especially this physique cultivator who had a pinnacle emperor treasure and a defensive skill. With the perfect combination, who could be a match for him? Nangong Feishué isn't out. Lin Fei doesn't seem to be out either. Congratulations. You've won the individual competition. After defeating Nangong Feishué, Lin Fei heard the voice as he wished. First place. A surge of power pulled Lin Fei away. Lin Fei was used to it and gave up resisting. Under the guidance of the power, he came to a palace. Kid, you're not bad. You've won first place this time. Before Lin Fei could stand still, an unfamiliar voice sounded in his ear. Who are you? Lin Fei looked around. Under the system scan, he could not find any trace of the other party. It was as if he did not exist. Who I am is not important. The voice was calm. You are the most talented person in the Great Thousand Worlds in the past 1,000,000 years. Every talented champion will come to the Myriad Worlds Palace. Lin Fei was on guard and secretly looked around. The palace door was empty. Soon, Lin Fei saw something different. On the left and right sides of the palace, there were statues of different shapes. However, they all had one thing in common. They were all majestic and domineering. The statues here are the previous Myriad Worlds Palace Masters. The voice said. As for why they're here, one day in the future, perhaps you will be qualified to know. Hua! Lin Fei was sent out of the Myriad Worlds Palace and appeared in the starry sky. Heavenly Water of Life. Along with it, a portion of Heavenly Water of Life appeared. Your talent isn't bad. 1 portion of Divine Water of Life and 1 portion of Origin Silver Sand. Lin Fei waved his hand and put away the gifts. The extra gift surprised him. Was this gift given to him because he had a good impression of him? Doubts flashed through Lin Fei's mind. After Lin Fei came out, the huge golden palace disappeared from everyone's sight. No one knew where the Myriad Worlds Palace went. There were even people who specifically locked onto the Myriad Worlds Palace. But at this moment, all connections were lost. Yes, all of them disappeared. The Myriad Worlds Palace had completely disappeared. Lin Fei won. In the Yan Huang world, countless gazes fell on Lin Fei in the starry sky. At this moment, Lin Fei became the most dazzling existence. In the courtyard of the inn, Xianxia was very happy. Our ancient wasteland world has finally produced an amazing genius. The champion of the Myriad Worlds Palace. Lin Fei is going to be a hot commodity soon. No one knew better than him that to be able to obtain first place in both the group battle and the individual battle was something that had never happened before. The Myriad Worlds Palace had never had such a champion before. Any faction would take a liking to such a body transformation powerhouse, and they would definitely try to recruit Lin Fei. In the future, he would definitely become a top-tier powerhouse, and it was quite possible that he would become a Supreme Lord powerhouse. That's great! Double champion in the Myriad Worlds Palace. Number 130 was extremely excited. It was unimaginable that such a talent had appeared in his hands. Number 130 had never thought that such a good thing would happen to him. Double champion in the Myriad Worlds Palace for 1,000,000 years. What an honor that was. After being happy for a while, Number 130's face suddenly tensed up. I have to inform the Palace Lords of the Myriad Realms Palace immediately. Since the Myriad Realms Palace is ranked first twice, Lin Fei's contract has been broken. Those forces from the Saint Spirit domain are probably eyeing Lin Fei now. Number 130 immediately took out his communication device. Palace Master, Lin Fei, who I am in charge of, has obtained first place in the team competition and first place in the individual competition in the Myriad Worlds Palace. The Myriad Worlds Palace disappeared. But everyone's eyes were on Lin Fei. This time, the most monstrous existence in the Myriad Worlds Palace. All the geniuses from the Saint Spirit world had been killed. Lin Fei's name once again spread throughout the boundless world. It was simply unimaginable for a single person to obtain 2 portions of God's water of life. One portion was extremely precious, and now it had become 2 portions. After the Yan Huang ancestor disappeared from the Myriad Worlds Palace, she held a grand banquet for Lin Fei, the newcomer, to celebrate the appearance of an extraordinary genius in the boundless world. Lin Fei did not refuse. Since the Yan Huang ancestor had released her good intentions, Lin Fei naturally gave her face as well. During this period of time, several invincible rankers patriarchs came. Everyone chatted happily, and countless people went crazy. Lin Fei was now in the same position as the invincible rankers. After the banquet ended, when Lin Fei returned to the ancient wasteland realm, the Yan Huang ancestor personally came to send him off, giving him enough face. After returning to the ancient wasteland realm, Xianxia invited Lin Fei to stay in the sacred martial school for a short period of time. Lin Fei tactfully rejected and returned to the Emperor's Peak. Congratulations, you are now famous in the boundless world. Returning to the Emperor's Peak, Lin Fei saw Qin Lan. The current Qin Lan was a very popular person in the Demon God Empire. As Lin Fei's position continued to rise, even an ordinary great emperor like the Demon God Emperor had to flatter Qin Lan. Hee, your man is the strongest. A mere double first place is nothing. Lin Fei hugged Qin Lan. Dark Shadow Palace. Number 130 was also summoned back at the first possible moment. Inside the Dark Palace, the Palace Master's expression was solemn. He really wanted to slap number 130 to death. You clearly know that Lin Fei has potential. Why didn't you report it in advance? Why did you have to tell me after he displayed his divine might? Palace Master Luo Xian was extremely unhappy. The news that a powerful genius had appeared in the Myriad World Palace began to spread throughout the Saint Spirit world and enter the ears of the big sections. Especially since he was a body refinement expert. 2 portions of God's water of life could completely create a heavenly God stage expert. If the potential was a little better. In the Dark Shadow Palace, experts were as common as the clouds, but they were all experts in the aspect of Emperor intent. The number of body refinement experts on the side was indeed not many. A body refinement expert like Lin Fei would be liked by any sect. If he grew up, his killing power would be extremely shocking. Everyone was clear about this point. Now, their Dark Shadow Palace branch had missed an opportunity. Palace Master Luo Xian didn't know what to say. The higher-ups would definitely blame him, and he really couldn't say anything. Number 130 lowered his head and trembled. Palace Master, I really didn't do it on purpose. I didn't expect it either. Palace Master Luo Xian snorted coldly. Remember this first. If Lin Fei is snatched away by other sects, you will be punished by the higher-ups. Now, tell me about Lin Fei. I want to know everything. Chapter 2779. Ancient Wasteland. Emperor's Peak. Ever since returning from the Yan Huang world, Lin Fei had been staying on Emperor's Peak. During this time, Lin Fei had refined the godly water of life and successfully raised his prideful heaven 6th layer to prideful heaven 7th layer. Just his physical defense alone had reached the 6th order heavenly god realm. Other than refining the godly water of life, Lin Fei had also studied the special reward, the godly Yuan Force Sand. Back at the Dark Shadow Palace, he had scanned through all the books. This was a very special resource in the universe. Other than the top sects, it was not popular outside. The one in the Myriad Worlds Palace was definitely a top existence in the Saint Spirit world. The greatest use of this thing was to temper one's physique. Lin Fei did not use the godly Yuan Force Sand. This thing was too precious. It was by far the most precious thing he had. Now that his physical body was strong, he did not need to refine it. Not long after refining the godly water of life, number 130 arrived. Fellow Taoist Lin Fei, this is our Dark Shadow Palace's Hall Master Luo Xian. After exchanging greetings, number 130 went straight to the point. Greetings, Hall Master Luo Xian. Lin Fei cupped his fists. Hall Master Luo Xian smiled. Fellow Taoist Lin Fei, you are really young and promising. You won first place in the Myriad Worlds Palace twice. You are the strongest generation in the Great Thousand World. You are too kind. Lin Fei chuckled. Hall Master Luo Xian had personally met Lin Fei, and he was envious. He was too young. A peak 3rd Order Emperor Realm physique, a defensive secret skill, and a pinnacle Emperor artifact. Any one of them was worthy of envy. Such a person must be pulled into the Dark Shadow Palace. Hall Master Luo Xian secretly sized up Lin Fan. A physique cultivator has limitless potential. It should not be difficult for him to become a core disciple in the future. Hall Master Luo Xian could not bear to give up such a beautiful piece of jade. Fellow Taoist Lin Fei, let's cut to the chase. Hall Master Luo Xian did not delay any further. I would like to invite you to join the Dark Shadow Palace. With your talent and potential, as well as the heritage of our Dark Shadow Palace, there is a high chance that you will become a supremacy of the body tempering sect in the future. The other sects do not have that many body tempering sect techniques. Lin Fei was not in a hurry and listened slowly. Palace Master Luo Xian didn't think that Lin Fei would agree with just a few words. He continued, as long as you join the Dark Shadow Palace, the Dark Shadow Palace will give you a Stage 2 Heavenly Divine Weapon. At the same time, you will be allowed to choose 3 Saint Soul Level 9 secret skills, all of which are body tempering Saint Soul secret skills, as well as the Dark Shadow Palace's 10 Great Divine Physique Cultivation Techniques. Number 130 also took a deep breath. This treatment was really good. Secret techniques of the 8th layer were easy to obtain, but killing techniques of the 9th layer weren't so easy to obtain. Rewarding 3 secret techniques of the 9th layer at once was truly rich and overbearing. A Stage 2 Heavenly Divine Weapon was also relatively valuable, surpassing a pinnacle Emperor treasure. Most importantly, he could learn the Dark Shadow Palace's 10 Great Divine Physique Cultivation Techniques. This was the most important thing. Lin Fei did not reject, nor did he agree. He directly said that he needed to think about it. Palace Master Luo Xian relaxed and left his contact details before leaving. Palace Master, they're here too. They had just left Emperor Peak. Another group of people had arrived. Space-Time Court. Palace Master Luo Xian narrowed his eyes. The Space-Time Court is most proficient in the Space-Time Dao. They aren't proficient in the body tempering sect. Even if they offered better treatment, they might not be able to recruit Lin Fei. Palace Master Luo Xian was very assured about this. Brother Luo Xian, how have you been? The person who came also knew Palace Master Luo Xian. Brother Misery C, I didn't expect you to come. Misery C Palace Master was also the Palace Master closest to the ancient wasteland domain. His status was the same as Luo Xian's, and they had some interactions, but they weren't particularly familiar with each other. That's for sure. Lin Fei displayed his prowess in the Myriad World Palace and obtained first place twice. Furthermore, he did so as a body-tempering sect master. Even the Saint Spirit domain knows about this. Such a good seedling must definitely be recruited. From the looks of it, Brother Luo Xian, it doesn't seem to be going too well. That's a pity. Misery C Palace Master said with a look of pity, but he was laughing in his heart. If not for the Dark Shadow Palace's branch, they wouldn't have gotten such an advantage.
Palace Master Luo Xian's face darkened. He could naturally hear the sarcasm in the other party's words. This time, it was indeed the Dark Shadow Palace's fault. They had lost a good seedling. The only thing that allowed Palace Master Luo Xian to remain calm was that Lin Fei wasn't recruited that easily. Humph, Lin Fei is a good seedling, but who can guarantee that we will succeed in recruiting him? Palace Master Luo Xian snorted. Perhaps it's you, perhaps it's me. Who knows? All right, I still have matters to attend to. I'll make a move first. I won't disturb you in recruiting Lin Fei. Misery Sea Palace Master looked at Luo Xian's departing figure and snorted. If he's recruited by the Space-Time Court, your Dark Shadow Palace will be humiliated. Your position as Palace Master will probably come to an end. The Dark Shadow Palace had arrived. The Space-Time Court had arrived. The Massacre Court had arrived. The Saint Spirit Domain's top 3 factions were all interested. Apart from that, the Saint Spirit Domain's top sects had also arranged for people to come. The conditions they offered varied, but they weren't as daring as the top 3 factions. Lin Fei directly eliminated all the factions that weren't the top 3 factions. From Lin Fei's point of view, if he wanted to join, he should join the best faction. The top 3 factions were the best choice. The benefits they offered were also relatively generous. Actually, joining any one of them wouldn't be a huge loss to Lin Fei. His proud heaven had formed his own lineage, and Lin Fei wasn't too interested in the heaven divine physique cultivation technique they mentioned. The Space-Time Court likes geniuses who specialize in the Space-Time Tao. My physique cultivator might not be popular there. Under the bright moon, Lin Fei sat in the courtyard and allowed the breeze to blow past him. He narrowed his eyes and pondered. The Massacre Court is indeed very suitable for me. I'll constantly go on expeditions and walk out from the midst of massacres. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. My plunder technique allows me to constantly plunder. The expeditions on the battlefield will also improve my physical body very quickly. Lin Fei was very tempted, but he held back in the end. The Dark Shadow Palace is rather chaotic internally. They recruit all sorts of experts. Lin Fei recalled the Dark Shadow Palace's records. Among the top 3 factions, the one that values me the most is the Dark Shadow Palace. It's not impossible for me to choose the Dark Shadow Palace. The Dark Shadow Palace was very influential. The most obvious thing was that when they came to invite him, Hall Master Luo Xian was very sincere. The other 2 factions' attitudes were average. They just thought that he was a good seedling and was dispensable. Of course, there was no guarantee that they didn't want to use him to mock the Dark Shadow Palace. Chapter 2780. In the ancient wasteland world, as more and more forces came to visit Lin Fei's influence reached its peak, surpassing the 3 Emperor Realm experts. Especially the 3 top forces, any one of them was a colossus. The branch hallmasters coming personally was giving Lin Fei enough face. Everyone was guessing which power Lin Fei would join. Regardless of which power it was, he would be able to reach the heavens in a single step. His future limitless. At this time, Lin Fei silently snuck into the ground. Hua hua hua. Now that Lin Fei had the ability to refine the ancient wasteland world, if he wanted the Dark Shadow Palace to value him more, he had to give them another generous gift. Even though Lin Fei's performance was outstanding, he wasn't that important in the Dark Shadow Palace's eyes. If he became the lord of the physical world, it would be a different story. His trump cards would be even better. Ancient wasteland world. The heart of the world. This was the strangest thing in the world. In the depths of the earth. One couldn't get close to the heart of the world even with treasures in hand. With Lin Fei's current 6th order heavenly god realm physique, he was confident he could get close enough to refine the heart of the world. Master, the heart of the world is 1,000,000 li below you. The little devil locked onto the heart of the world. As Lin Fei got closer and closer, the pressure increased. He activated his protective art and advanced several 100,000 li. Even the myriad worlds barrier art couldn't withstand it. Proud heaven. Light flowed on the surface of Lin Fei's body. There was pressure, but it was much lighter. According to his calculations, the remaining 1,000,000 li would take at least 10 days to half a month. This was a test. At the same time in a vast world, there were many countries. The Dark Nation was one of them. As the Dark Kingdom established by the Dark Court, it was considered a very powerful country in this world. It also had the support of 3 top forces.
The three top forces are trying to recruit Lin Fei. Once he joins them, killing him will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Zhan Rongguang had lost his main body in the 10,000 World Group battle, so his hatred for Lin Fei was immense. Before he makes a decision, I have to kill that brat no matter what. I have to vent this anger. The 10,000 Realm Group battle wasn't a dangerous place. Zhan Rongguang had never believed that he would be killed. He never imagined that he would actually be killed by a junior. Right now, Zhan Rongguang had become a big joke in the Zhan family. A dignified person from the upper realm was killed by a person from the lower realm. How humiliating was that? Zhan Rongguang would never forget this. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If I want to kill that brat Lin Fei, I have to ally with someone. World Heart. Deep underground. The lava was boiling, and the flames were raging. The raging flames here were not inferior to the power of the 9th layer of the Saint Spirit realm, and were infinitely close to the power of the 10th layer. Lin Fei moved forward very slowly. Come down from above. It took a total of 13 days. Every day was a painful ordeal. Lin Fei finally understood why no one could persevere to the end. It was difficult. If it was an Emperor Intent expert, no matter how strong his Emperor Intent was, unless he stepped into the Heavenly God realm, he wouldn't be able to withstand the continuous attacks. Lin Fei's great success Emperor physique was also strenuous. That was a restriction of the heaven and earth. As long as one was in this heaven and earth, everyone had to follow this rule. At this moment, Lin Fei saw that violet crystal. That was the World Heart. Ancient desolate world, the most unique existence. Everyone wanted to refine the World Heart. Experts from the outside world tried to refine it with treasures, but the moment they entered the underground, they would be mercilessly killed by the heaven and earth energy. As time passed, no one dared to risk their lives. It wasn't difficult for local experts to refine the World Heart, but it was truly difficult to persevere for 13 days. Unless there was a heavenly prodigy. Not in the Heavenly God realm, but with Heavenly God combat power. This vague concept was extremely difficult. It was unknown how many people were stuck at this step, unable to advance. Lin Fei withstood the attacks of the raging flames, getting closer and closer to the World Heart. At this distance, the World Heart erupted with terrifying power, causing towering flames to press down. Madness! This was the World Heart's final counterattack. Lin Fei grabbed out with a single hand. His figure expanded explosively and grabbed the World Heart. Hua hua hua! A powerful force slammed into the World Heart. Lin Fei bellowed, "Open for me!" A 6th order Heavenly God realm's powerful defense was activated to the limit. No matter how hard the World Heart tried to resist, it couldn't break free from Lin Fei's grasp. Although Lin Fei had the World Heart in his grasp, he had to constantly block the World Heart's counterattack. Let's fight for time. Who's afraid of who? Dark Shadow Palace Branch. Hall Master Luo Xian had been waiting for Lin Fei's reply. Half a month had passed, but there was still no response from Lin Fei. Did he agree to join the Space-Time Court and Slaughter Court? Hall Master Luo Xian was slightly worried. In his opinion, the forces that could make Lin Fei join were the Saint Spirit World's top 3 forces. Hall Master, bad news. Number 130 rushed in. Recently, his days had improved, but he was still on tenterhooks. As long as Lin Fei did not agree, he dared not relax. What happened? Did Lin Fei agree to join the other forces? Hall Master Luo Xian frowned. No. Number 130 shook his head. Just now, there was news from above that a heavenly god is coming to the ancient wasteland world, seemingly to deal with Lin Fei. What? Hall Master Luo Xian stood up, his expression uncertain. Give it to me. Number 130 took out the information from above. Hall Master Luo Xian's eyes narrowed. What a dark court, what a Xianxia, what a Nangong Feishue, are they trying to destroy Lin Fei? Hall Master Luo Xian felt a headache coming on. The Dark Shadow Palace's intelligence network was spread all over the world. Even the slightest movement from the Dark Court would be immediately known. These people are not to be trifled with. After reading, Hall Master Luo Xian did not know what to say. The Dark Court alone had the backing of the 3 top forces. In addition, Xianxia was a disciple of Limitless Supremacy, and Nangong Feishue was a disciple of Supremacy One Sword. These were all people with great backgrounds. If Lin Fei was from the Dark Shadow Palace, They naturally would not dare to do so, at least not so openly. No one dared to not give face to the Dark Shadow Palace. Hallmaster, is there a problem? Number 130 asked cautiously. Indeed, there is trouble. Hallmaster Luo Xian could not think of a solution. A heavenly god expert is coming to the ancient wasteland world to kill Lin Fei, and not just one, but 3. Even if their strength is suppressed, their physical bodies are still heavenly god bodies. If the 3 of them attack together, Lin Fei will definitely not be able to block them. It is a pity that the ancient wasteland world does not have a material domain master. Hallmaster, you must help Lin Fei. Hallmaster Luo Xian shook his head. It will be difficult. Lin Fei is not from our Dark Shadow Palace. No one will help him. We must give face to the 2 supremacies and the Dark Court. Send a message to Lin Fei and inform him in advance. A Material Domain Master. Chapter 2781. Ancient Desolate World. On this day, 6 figures appeared stealthily in the ancient desolate world. As they descended, the world energy pressed down on them. The 6 of them sank, but they soon stabilized themselves. This is indeed a material world. It has an innate suppressive ability. No matter how strong one is, it can be suppressed to below the Great Emperor realm. Only the 3rd order Great Emperor fleshy body is better. The one who spoke was a burly man. His eyes were brimming with vigor. He stretched his body, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. This was the heavenly god invited by Zhan Rongguang and the others. The material world can suppress one's strength. Even so, the fleshy body is still strong. That Lin Fei might have obtained the life god water, but refining it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Who knows, he might still be refining it. If the 3 of us act together, that person will definitely die. Killing intent flashed across the 3 people's eyes. The 3 of them praised the 3 people in front of them. They could not afford to offend any one of the 3 people. Lin Fei is on the Emperor Peak. Find him and kill him. There are no material world masters in the ancient desolate world, so no one will act against you. Zhan Rongguang chuckled. We can only say that that fellow is too foolish. He wants to raise the price. What wishful thinking. If Lin Fei joined any of the factions, Zhan Rongguang would have a headache. At that time, they would not dare to act recklessly. Fortunately, Lin Fei did not join any of the factions. Through acquaintances, he knew that Lin Fei was still considering. At that time, Zhan Rongguang knew that his chance had come. This time, no matter what, that fellow will die. Xianxia chuckled. After killing Lin Fei, we can destroy the sacred martial sect too. Xianxia always remembered the sacred martial sect. Lin Fei deserved to die. So did Shan Tianxue of the sacred martial sect. Ha ha ha, we just have to watch. Nangong Feishua was very calm. After they appeared in the ancient desolate world, the representatives of the 3 superpowers knew about it. They chose to remain silent about this matter. In their opinion, Lin Fei was quite talented. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the strongest generation in the Great Thousand World. As long as he did not choose to join their superpowers, they would not act. They had always understood this rule. If 3 heavenly gods descended, even if they were suppressed by the material world, they would still be able to easily kill heavenly emperors. If it was a material world lord, it would be a different story. This time, Lin Fei was really doomed. The 3 divine realm experts descended above the Capital Institute. That's the Emperor Peak. One of the heavenly gods snickered coldly and struck out with his palm. There was a loud rumbling sound. The Academy's formation was broken, and the monarch peak erupted with a devastating light, but it still could not withstand the might of the heaven god expert's palm strike. Their mission this time was to kill Lin Fei. Other than the material realm master, no one else was worth fearing. One palm. The monarch peak was torn apart, and dust was flying everywhere. No one's here. One of the heavenly gods frowned. Search. Even if we have to turn the entire ancient wasteland world upside down, we have to find him. It's highly likely that he went to refine the divine water of life. The 3 of them immediately took action. Ancient wasteland world. Deep underground. The realm heart floated in front of Lin Fei. Ever since that day, Lin Fei had been refining the realm heart. Even though he had a certain level of understanding, the realm heart was much more difficult than he had imagined. At the start, It constantly exploded with terrifying energy waves, destroying his physical body. Lin Fei did not dare to be distracted. Soon. The difficulty of refining the realm heart was really beyond imagination. Lin Fei could only focus on refining the realm heart. Compared to the start, the resistance of the realm heart was much weaker now. According to his estimation, it would take at most half a year to completely refine it. Ancient wasteland world. With the arrival of the three heavenly gods, all the forces, big and small, lowered their heads. One by one, the forces were subdued. They were all sent to search for traces of Lin Fei. Everyone in ancient wasteland world was searching for one person. At the start, these people were not happy. After the three heavenly gods attacked and killed a few heavenly emperors, they completely gave up. The three of them were like demons. If one day is not enough, then 1 year. Ancient wasteland world is only so big. He will show up sooner or later. A world continent without a physical realm lord. Zhan Rongguang was not worried at all. He thought he could easily find Lin Fei, but he had disappeared. After destroying a few forces, he still could not find his exact whereabouts. Search, we must create him. 1 month. 2 months. 3 months. Lin Fei seemed to have really disappeared. If we can't find Lin Fei, then we will force him out. I don't believe he can hide forever. Zhan Rongguang was a little anxious. The god water of life was no joke. If Lin Fei refined a portion, his strength would increase greatly. The three heavenly gods might not be able to suppress Lin Fei. This was Zhan Rongguang's biggest worry. I heard that the demon god empire's saintess Qin Lan is Lin Fei's woman. Capture her first. And the expedition empire's princess too. And sacred martial sex Xianxia. He seems to have a good relationship with Lin Fei. Capture her too. The ancient wasteland world was under the despotic power of the three heavenly gods. Especially after knowing that the three of them came from the saint spirit world, all of them lost their temper. The entire ancient wasteland world was not a match for them even if all of them worked together. They could only follow the three heavenly gods' orders and search for Lin Fei's whereabouts. The three top forces and some of the first-rate sects were just there to watch the show. A dark court and 2 supremacies. They had to give face to anyone. They could only say that Lin Fei was unlucky. His performance in the 10,000 Realms team battle was too outstanding. A tall tree attracts the wind. Anyone would have the thought of obtaining 2 portions of God water of life. Things are not looking good. Dark Shadow Palace branch. Hall Master Luo Xian became curious. The Demon God Empire's woman, the Expedition Empire's woman, and Sacred Martial Sex Xianxia have all been captured by them. Will Lin Fei continue enduring? Recently, the biggest commotion was the 3 heavenly gods attacking the Sacred Martial Sect. The Sacred Martial Sects had always been mysterious. Almost no one knew about them. The 3 heavenly gods killed their way in, and both parties engaged in a huge battle. Afterwards, Xianxia was defeated, and the Sacred Martial Sect was activated. The moment the Sacred Martial Sect was activated, it killed the 3 heavenly gods with a single sword, heavily injuring them. Finally, Xianxia was captured alive by the 3 heavenly gods. The secret killing technique of the Sacred Martial Sects had shocked the spectating superpowers. If not for its power being suppressed, the 3 heavenly gods would have died for sure. Hallmaster, do you think he went to refine the realm heart? Number 130 said carefully. Material Realm Master? Chapter 2782. Half a year passed. Lin Fei never appeared again. After the 3 heavenly gods suffered a huge loss at the Sacred Martial Sect, they hated Lin Fei even more. Every day, they would torture the great emperors of the Sacred Martial Sect, especially Xianxia. In a prosperous area of the ancient desolate world, the 3 heavenly gods would torture the people from the Sacred Martial Sect until they were hovering between life and death. But even so, that Lin Fei still did not appear. Some even suspected that Lin Fei had left the ancient desolate world. If he did not receive the news beforehand, why would he not be in the ancient desolate world? In half a year, the ancient desolate world had risen by 3 feet, yet they could not find Lin Fei. Zhan Rongguang and the others began to feel anxious. Lin Fei must have gone to refine the life god water. Other than this explanation, there was no other explanation. Since he is refining the life god water, we will force him out. Xianxia had an idea, We will use the execution of Yingshan Tianxue, Qin Lan, and the others to force Lin Fei out. Half a year passed. Lin Fei had been fighting against the realm heart. As time passed, the scales of victory started tilting towards Lin Fei's side. Success! Half a year later, Lin Fei laughed out loud. He refined the realm heart in one fell swoop. After refining the realm heart, Lin Fei seemed to have connected with the entire ancient desolate world. The realm heart had also entered his body as if it was born with him. Lin Fei's thoughts covered the entire ancient desolate world. At this moment, the ancient desolate world had become his body. It was no longer affected. This is the master of a material world. It was impossible to cover the entire ancient desolate world with a thought in the past. But now he did it. It was effortless. No one could sense that Lin Fei's thoughts covered the entire ancient desolate world. Yingshan Tianxue. As his thoughts covered the world, a large amount of information entered his mind. Lin Fei blocked the information within. Soon, he noticed something, causing his expression to sink. Such guts! Lin Fei's eyes turned cold, and a chill flashed past. Even though Lin Fei had just taken control of the ancient wasteland world, he could use the power of the physical realm master. Before he became the physical realm master, Lin Fei felt that the entire world was under his control. No one's power could exceed the control of the ancient wasteland domain. South Cloud Continent. South Cloud City. Ever since the three heavenly god powerhouses appeared, everyone in the South Cloud Continent had been struggling at death's door. To the three heavenly god powerhouses, if there was any slight dissatisfaction, they would take it out on the South Cloud Continent's forces. The entire South Cloud Continent would suffer countless casualties. Today was the last day. Ever since half a month ago, when the three heavenly deities released the news that they would execute Yingshan Tianxue and the others a month later, there would be people coming to torture the people from the sacred martial sect every single day. The three heavenly gods even forced the people of the Southern Cloud Continent to come and watch. His intention was very obvious. He wanted everyone to spread the news and let everyone know that if Lin Fei didn't appear, then these people would be executed. In the eyes of the three heavenly gods, those who were not convinced would have to die. If Lin Fei dared to be a coward, then someone would have to pay the price until Lin Fei himself appeared. And today was the last day. The three heavenly gods sat on the high platform. Yingshan Tianxue, you are also a great emperor expert. As long as you tell us where Lin Fei is hiding, I can leave your corpse intact. Seated in the middle, the heavenly god Gu Tian said with a cold voice. For the sake of a little fellow, they had stayed in the ancient wasteland domain for half a year, enduring the suppression of the ancient wasteland domain every single day. This feeling was extremely unpleasant. It's the same for all of you too. Qinlan, I heard that when Lin Fei returned, you went to the Emperor Peak. As long as you are willing to tell us where Lin Fei is, seeing that you are a beauty, I can spare your life. Furthermore, I can return your freedom. South Cloud City on the public square. On many wooden frames, special chains were pierced through everyone's shoulder blades. Their strength was sealed, and they had to endure the torture every single day. Among them, Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu were slightly better off as they did not suffer much. You can forget about it. If you are capable, kill us. My man will take revenge for me. Qin Lan's black hair was messy, and there was no sign of compromise on her face. My man is the most formidable. All of you can only act while he is not around. The moment my man comes, the three of you will be killed even if you work together. Fan Luoyu scolded. Well scolded. Yingshan Tianxue was covered in wounds. The moment Dao friend Lin Fei returns, all of you will definitely die. What a pity. The true body that you cultivated with so much difficulty is going to land here. Oh right, maybe you don't even know the avatar technique. You might really die here. The expressions of the three heavenly gods sunk. Beat him up ruthlessly. Even at death's door. He still dares to spout such arrogant words. Gu Tian sneered. Just like what he said, even though the three of them were heavenly gods, in a place like the Saint Spirit world, they were not considered much. Avatar technique? Such a powerful secret technique was not something they could learn. Yingshan Tianxue cursed them to die here. Naturally, he had hit their soft spot. This time, they readily agreed. Dealing with a little fellow was also a way to curry favor with the three great masters. As long as they could rely on them, they were willing to wipe out the entire ancient desolate world. A world continent without a material world master was not something anyone would care about. Even if those above knew about it, they would not say anything. There were at least 400 to 500 similar world continents in the Great Thousand Worlds. These world continents would never have a material world master if no accidents happened. Wanting to become a material world master was as difficult as ascending the heavens. They did not believe that Lin Fei could become a material world master and control the ancient desolate world. Even though Lin Fei's fleshy body was very strong, and could even be close to a first-order heavenly god. But this was far from enough. They were waiting for Lin Fei to appear. Today was the final day. Lin Fei would definitely come out. Time passed second by second. Qinlan, do you think Big Brother Lin will come? Fan Luoyu turned and asked Qinlan. Qinlan looked at the sky. He will. He will definitely come. Their nightmare is about to appear. Nobody can save them. They are indeed despicable. They even injured my father. Fan Luoyu was furious. They will definitely die a horrible death. Over at Shan Tianshui's side, someone was continuously whipping him. Losing the protection of his energy, Shan Tianshui gritted his teeth and endured the torture. It was not just on his flesh, but on his soul too. Gu Tianyin, you will regret it soon. Did I hurt you? Even if you are experts, as long as Lin Fei comes, you will definitely die. Ha ha ha. The three heavenly gods were resisting the urge to slap the other party to death. If Lin Fei really comes, it will be us who will kill him. Gu Tianyin's voice was cold to the extreme. Didn't you want to find me? Now I am here. A black stream of light appeared in the horizon. Gu Tianyin looked up. Chapter 2783. Ancient Wasteland World, South Cloud Continent, Public Square. During the days when the three heaven gods were in the South Cloud Continent, the entire South Cloud Continent had changed greatly. Forces that disobeyed orders were all annihilated. Those who were acquainted with Lin Fei but could not tell Lin Fei's whereabouts were all annihilated. You're finally here. The black flowing light condensed into a figure in the distance. Gu Tianyin and the other two stood up too. The three of them were not afraid of Lin Fei, but they were worried that Lin Fei would leave the ancient wasteland world. The world was vast, and if he really wanted to hide, it would not be so easy to find him. The three people who had been in the void all this time also revealed smiles. He's dead for sure this time. All three of them came from factions with powerful backgrounds. One of them was from the Dark Court, while the other two were under the High Lords. Hiring people to kill Lin Fei was already very shameless. If they swaggered out like this, they might become a laughingstock if word of this got out. The three of them were enough. It's his true body. Nangong Feishue laughed. It's impossible for Lin Fei to grasp a Saint Spirit secret technique like the Avatar technique. He only has one true body. If he dies, he's dead. He can't come back to life. What we want is for his true body to come. The entire South Cloud Continent still remembered Lin Fei's domineering battle in the past. Nobody dared to forget Lin Fei's savagery. In the ancient wasteland world, more than 10 great emperors died in the hands of Lin Fei. Big Brother Lin, hurry up and leave. They are heaven gods from above, and they're here to deal with you. Qinlan and Fan Luoyu shouted. Heaven gods were people they would never have the chance to see in their entire lives. Even if their strength was suppressed, they were still heaven gods, and they could sweep across those of the same realm. Dao friend Lin Fei, you shouldn't have come. Shan Tianxue laughed bitterly. They are invincible even after suppressing their strength. The foundation of the sacred martial sect could not withstand the attacks of three heaven gods. Lin Fei, if you surrender now, they will suffer less. Gu Tianyin pointed at the person on the wooden frame. Now that their strength has been sealed, they won't be able to take more than a few hits. You better think this through. Gu Tianyin was unbridled in the ancient wasteland domain. It would be best if he could make the other party surrender easily. Who knew if he had completely refined the divine water of life? Gu Tianyin and the other two were arrogant and unbridled, but that didn't mean that they were brainless. Having hostages in their hands was also a form of insurance. If things went wrong, they might be able to force Lin Fei to not dare to make a move. The three of you are really shameless. Lin Fei floated in the air. Using hostages to threaten me, you are too timid. This doesn't match your statuses.
You guys are celestial deity powerhouses at any rate. Could it be that you're still scared of a nobody like me? Bastard! A heavenly deity beside Gu Tianyin snorted. Do you really think you're amazing? You still dare to be so impudent here? Let me kill you first. The heavenly deity charged forward, using his palm as a blade, slashing down. Everyone says that you're very powerful. Then let me see for myself. How powerful exactly are you? You're just someone from a small world. What right do you have to be so impudent? The people from the 3 top forces were also paying close attention. When there was no one around, they didn't mind being gossipers. If Lin Fei won, then everything would be fine. It was enough to prove his potential, and they would definitely bring him back, even if they had to pay a higher price. On the other hand, if Lin Fei was killed by them, they wouldn't mind taking action and splitting the divine water of life. Everyone who saw it would get a share. Such a good thing didn't happen often. Xianxia, second-order heavenly god realm, has grasped a 9th-level Saint Soul realm killing technique. On top of that, he cultivates the thick earth technique, specialized in defense. Using him to deal with Lin Fei is the best choice. Hall Master Luo Xian looked at the South Cloud Continent Square from afar. Looking at Lin Fei's appearance, there isn't much change in his aura, so he probably hasn't refined the world heart yet. That's right, not everyone can refine a world heart. Once an outsider enters, the world heart's power will be able to kill them. Even native experts have to go through layers of tests. Then Lin Fei is in big trouble. A heavenly god whose strength was suppressed could still suppress Lin Fei by relying on a terrifying physique. Xianxia used a wide black blade, and with a swing of the blade, it tore through the void. I heard that your body is very strong, but I don't know if you can withstand my deity blade. Xianxia laughed heartily as he unleashed his blade technique. Every blade attack was aimed at Lin Fei's vital parts. Hua hua hua! Blade light streaked across the sky. Lin Fei started to retreat. His opponent's speed was very fast. As the blade swept past him, it left white marks on his body. Heavenly God Blade, specialized in breaking Emperor physiques. Enjoy! Xianxi's attacks became faster, slash after slash. The entire world was covered in blade light. The terrifying sharp aura caused everyone in the South Cloud continent to tremble. Is this the might of a heavenly god? Any expert felt a sense of helplessness. Just one blade light was enough to kill him. There was no need for many, just one blade light was enough. Zhan Rongguang and the other 2 laughed. A single heavenly god blade was enough to make Lin Fei flustered and lose his rhythm. Xianxia killing him will be as easy as flipping his palm. Zhan Rongguang laughed. We also have to make preparations. When Lin Fei dies, we have to snatch the storage ring at the first possible moment. It's the heavenly water of life. We have to get the heavenly water of life. With our background and status, they should turn a blind eye. At most, we'll just give them a portion of the heavenly water of life. We won't lose out. Xianxia laughed. Whoever dares to take my portion, don't blame my sword for being merciless. Nangong Feishue said coldly. The 3 of them were unwilling to give up on the heavenly water of life. Even if they could obtain a third of the heavenly water of life, it would still be worth it. On the surface, Lin Fei retreated. In truth, he was experiencing the strength of a heavenly god. The heavenly god blade looks sharp enough to cut through an emperor's physique, but it has no effect on a 5th-order heavenly god realm and above. It's far from being able to break through my proud heaven. Lin Fei was a little disappointed. A heavenly god's strength wasn't that great, Lin Fei, do you only know how to dodge? Xianxia felt powerless. Even with the heavenly god blade in his hand, he was unable to leave a single wound on Lin Fei's body. Then I don't mind landing my next attack on your friends. I don't believe they can withstand a single strike from the heavenly god blade. Heavenly god Xianxia had learned his lesson. Lin Fei stopped. Actually, I feel that it's about time. A heavenly god doesn't seem like much. Since you want me to make a move, you better prepare yourself, lest you say that I didn't give you a chance to prepare. Chapter 2784. Gu Tianyin's expression was uncertain. Xianxia, what's he doing? Why can't he take down Lin Fei? Even if Xianxi's strength was suppressed, with the help of the divine weapons in his hands, no matter how strong Lin Fei's physical body was, he would still be able to defeat Xianxia. They were divine realm experts after all.
In the ancient wasteland world, where there was no physical master, they were invincible. Bullying a little guy like Lin Fei was just a matter of a thought. Brother Gu, Lin Fei's the arch body is indeed extraordinary. It can withstand the sky god blade's sharpness. No wonder he can be so fearless. Beside him, Empyrean Godling said, he's not slow either. Once he fights with brother Xianxia head-on, he'll be at a disadvantage. Even though it looked like he had no advantage now. Everyone saw Empyrean god Xianxia using the sky god blade to suppress Lin Fei. Lin Fei has been tricked. He's fighting head-on. On the battlefield, the situation began to change. Even the blade of heaven has come out. It's a divine soul level 9 killer move. Empyrean god Xianxia used a divine soul level 9 killer move. Even though its power was greatly reduced, it was still invincible when used with the sky god blade. This blade was strange and unpredictable. It merged with heaven and earth, making it the most difficult to defend against. With this blade, Empyrean God had killed a divine realm expert who was one level higher than him. Ordinary divine realm experts of the same level did not dare to fight him, for they could not withstand the attack of this blade. Whoosh! The blade of heaven slashed out. It was indeed mysterious and unpredictable. Somehow, this blade also contained the power of heaven and earth, causing one to be dazed for a moment. Their minds went blank. The blade of heaven attacked head-on. It looked like Lin Fei was about to be hit. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu both cried. Using the power of heaven and earth to affect a person, followed by a sudden blade attack. What a good idea! Lin Fei shook his head slightly. He calmly reached out a hand and lightly swiped at the blade. The terrifying power of the blade was silently erased by Lin Fei. The entire world regained its peaceful aura. Ha ha ha, that's great, he blocked it. Qin Lan was overjoyed. Empyrean God Arcanum's heart sank. The other party easily resolved the crisis. This seemed too inconceivable. Empyrean God Mystic Oddity hadn't sensed any energy fluctuations. In other words, Lin Fei hadn't used any power in his attack just then. So how had he blocked it? Furthermore, he had easily nullified the Blade of Heaven's attack? Originally, I was planning to find a few heavenly gods to hold the fort. Since you're here, you can stay here and be my guardian imperial weapons. Heavenly God Xianxia was enraged. You're too arrogant. Lin Fei walked toward Heavenly God Xianxia, one step at a time. Watch how I cut you down. Heavenly God Xianxia was just about to strike with his saber when an invisible special force pressed down on him, rendering him immobile. No matter how much force he exerted, he was unable to move. Brother Gu, save me. There's something wrong with him. Gu Tianyin and Empyrean God Coldwinter both realized that something was wrong. The two of them attacked at once, and two 9th-level Saint Spirit killing techniques shot out. Lin Fei waved his hand, and all the attacks dissipated. If I want you to be my imperial weapon, no one can stop me. Lin Fei's finger pierced through Heavenly God Xianxi's forehead, instantly destroying everything. He left behind a complete body, which he put away with a wave of his hand. This scene was simply too unexpected. A heavenly god expert's consciousness was wiped away just like that, leaving behind an empty body. I really want to feel the power of heaven and earth. It seems like only the power of heaven and earth can nullify attacks so casually. Could it be? The three supreme factions shuddered, and a terrifying thought flashed through their minds. Xianxia. Gu Tianyin and Empyrean God Coldwinter realized that they were in big trouble. Nullifying their own attacks with a wave of his hand was extremely normal in the Saint Spirit world. However, this was a subworld, and there was only one possibility for him to be able to nullify two 9th-level Saint Spirit attacks. The Master of the Material World. You guys can go and accompany them now. Lin Fei casually struck out two gusts of wind, condensing two finger seals. Senior Lin Fei, we're convinced. Don't kill us. The moment the finger seals appeared, they discovered that they could not move at all. They were truly suppressed by the power of heaven and earth. The two of them instantly turned pale. If they could move, they would definitely kneel down and beg for mercy. Even if they were beaten to death, they would never come to the ancient desolate world. Material Realm Lord. An unparalleled existence that controlled the power of the world. Whoever came would die. Zhan Rongguang, you guys tricked us. The finger seals pierced through the forehead of the two heavenly gods, leaving behind only their fleshly bodies. The changes happened too quickly. Xianxia and the others were all shocked as they watched. In the blink of an eye, 3 heavenly gods had fallen. Even if their bodies remained, they had lost their consciousness and were completely useless. Material Realm Lord. Hall Master Luo Xian could no longer remain calm. How is this possible? He grasped the realm heart so quickly, controlled the power of the world, and became the Material Realm Lord. Hall Master Luo Xian had seen many geniuses before. Among them, Lin Fei's performance was very stunning. But compared to those geniuses from the Saint Spirit world, he was still slightly lacking. He was not as sharp as them. After the Dark Shadow Palace branch knew of Zhan Rongguang's plan, they did not stop them. The 2 supremacies were from the same country, and they had to give them some face. But now that Lin Fei had grasped the realm heart and become the Material Realm Lord, he became stunning. Unless it was a peak expert like a hierarch, basically no one could kill Lin Fei. Unless the ancient desolate world itself was destroyed. As long as the ancient desolate world existed, Lin Fei could not be killed. No one would bully the weak to deal with a little fellow. I've really misjudged him. Temporal Temple. Massacre God Court. These 2 people in charge had their mouths wide open. They were completely shocked. Material Realm Lord. To be able to dissolve it so easily, formless and colorless, only a Material World Lord could do it. From today onwards, the ancient desolate world finally had a Material Realm Lord. Lin Fei has become a Material Realm Lord. Xianxia cried tears of joy after being dazed for a moment. Material Realm Lord. Xianxia's voice spread out. Everyone's breathing quickened as they looked at Lin Fei, who had defeated 3 heaven god experts. Material Realm Lord. It was such an unattainable thing, but it would one day appear before everyone's eyes. This was an invincible Material Realm Lord. The power of heaven god experts could be sealed, and he could be killed with a flick of his hand. This was a true Material Realm Lord, able to defeat strong enemies with one hand. Come out! Lin Fei waved his hand, and the power of heaven and earth surged out. After grasping the realm heart, Lin Fei could continuously control the power of heaven and earth of the ancient desolate world. Zhan Rongguang, Xianxia, and Nangong Feishue were forced out by the power of heaven and earth. At this moment, the 3 of them had extremely ugly expressions. Chapter 2785. The ancient wasteland domain had a physical realm master. The young man whom everyone thought would never become a physical realm master in such a short period of time, had secretly controlled the power of the realm continent and became an invincible expert in the vast 1,000 domains. Zhan Rongguang and the other 2 were imprisoned by the power of heaven and earth. Anyone in the ancient wasteland domain would be imprisoned by the power of the physical realm master. You actually became a physical realm master. Zhan Rongguang's eyes widened. In front of the invincible power of the realm continent, they had no ability to struggle. This was something they did not expect. Even if Lin Fei had the god water of life, they did not think that he would succeed. Refining the god water of life required time, not to mention 2 portions. Lin Fei was far stronger than they had imagined, and his movements were fast. He easily refined the realm heart and became an invincible and indestructible existence. Unless the ancient wasteland domain reached its end one day. You did not expect this, right? Lin Fei smiled. I have to thank you for sending 3 sets of good materials for refining imperial weapons. The 3 of them sank. I am Supremacy 1 swordsman. If you dare to touch me, my senior brothers will definitely not let you off. Nangong Feishue said while suppressing her fear. You cannot kill me. I am Supremacy Limitless Man. Xianxia also brought out his backing. If you touch me, you will become Supremacy Limitless Enemy. Lin Fei listened and looked up at Zhan Rongguang. What about you? Zhan Rongguang felt very uncomfortable. He did not expect to suffer such a huge setback in the ancient wasteland domain. Physical Realm Master. Even in the Saint Spirit domain, he was a famous figure. A physical realm master who cultivated the doppelganger technique was almost unkillable. He could continuously cultivate doppelgangers and cause great trouble for anyone. No one could bear such a loss. Why are you not saying anything? Bring out the dark court. Lin Fei clapped his hands lightly. You dare to cause trouble here and cause great harm to the ancient wasteland domain. The three of you will not escape death. No. Lin Fei raised his hand and slapped the three of them. The three of them disappeared on the spot. Lin Fei didn't have to worry about the three of them. No matter which one it was, they wouldn't act against him for the sake of a puny material world overlord. That would be too easy for others to mock him. Material Realm Lord Mighty. Master of the Material Realm, show your might. In the southern cloud continent, everyone prostrated themselves on the ground, expressing their utmost sincerity. From today onwards, the entire ancient wasteland world would no longer have to worry about being defeated by an expert descending upon them. This was because the physical realm master was their strongest backer. The entire South Cloud continent echoed with the words Material Realm Lord. Lin Fei lightly waved his hand, and the people whose powers had been sealed regained their freedom. Boundless life energy poured into their bodies, and their injuries instantly healed, making them as good as new. Thank you for your hard work. Xianxia was full of smiles. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that in my lifetime, I would finally see the physical realm lord. The ancient wasteland world is finally back on the stage. I'm so happy. So what if I suffer a little? Big Brother Lin, we can't let them escape. They are all traitors, helping a heavenly god to commit crimes. Qin Lan pointed at the people fleeing in the distance, filled with hatred. The days of offending you women are really not easy. Lin Fei guffawed. With a wave of his hand, the world energy was unleashed. Those escaping experts, some of which were great emperors, melted in the hands of Lin Fei. They were completely annihilated. The ancient wasteland world had produced a physical realm lord. This news rapidly spread across the Great Thousand Worlds. After everyone knew it was that Lin Fei, the top forces of the Great Thousand Worlds all had their mouths agape. They did not dare believe it was true. This was too fast. Just when everyone was doubting the reliability of the news. Even the physical realm lords of the Great Thousand Worlds went to congratulate him. Only then did everyone realize that the news was true. That strongest generation expert of the ancient wasteland world had successfully become the physical realm lord. After the top forces confirmed it, they all brought generous gifts to visit Lin Fei. Everyone knew that the Great Thousand Worlds had one more unparalleled expert, and the situation would definitely change. Congratulations! Young and promising. One by one, the physical realm lords came to visit him. Such a young physical realm lord would not need a long time to become a heavenly god and head to the Saint Spirit world to train. Moreover, Lin Fei was the target of recruitment by the three top forces. Lin Fei's future was boundless. If they did not visit him now, it would be a huge loss in the future if they became familiar with him. The two physical realm lords that once acted against Lin Fei in the Yanhuang world personally came to apologize with their true bodies. At the same time, they sent generous gifts. They regretted it. Lin Fei received the visiting physical realm lords one by one. As for the rest, he left them to his subordinates, Thousand Horizontal Emperor and Ghost Flame Emperor to handle. He spent half a month working on it. After Lin Fei settled everything, Hall Master Luo Xian came and sent a generous gift. Congratulations, Dao friend Lin Fei. The Great Thousand Worlds has another unparalleled expert. Hall Master Luo Xian did not expect that Lin Fei would become the physical realm lord. He had been in the ancient wasteland world for so long and had seen countless geniuses, but none had successfully grasped the power of the realm heart. Hall Master Luo Xian did not think that Lin Fei could become the physical realm lord. If he wanted to become the physical realm lord, Hall Master Luo Xian felt that Lin Fei had a chance of becoming the physical realm lord. The possibility was not very high, at most 20 to 30%. Hall Master Luo Xian regretted it and wanted to slap himself. The price he had to pay was even greater. Sit! Lin Fei greeted. When Hall Master Luo Xian saw Lin Fei again, his emotions were extremely complicated. Before this, he still felt that Lin Fei was a fellow with limitless potential. But now that Lin Fei had become the physical realm lord, Lin Fei's status was not lower than his. We sincerely invite Dao friend Lin Fei to join our Dark Shadow Palace. Hall Master Luo Xian said, the higher-ups have decided that if you are willing to join our Dark Shadow Palace, you will directly become a personal disciple of our Dark Shadow Palace. You will be able to learn the power of a killing technique at the 10th level of the Saint Spirit realm. You will also be able to learn one of the 3 supreme cultivation techniques of our Dark Shadow Palace, the Darkness Clone. This is a top-notch life-saving technique of our Dark Shadow Palace.
Our Dark Shadow Palace is absolutely sincere. Lin Fei listened quietly. From senior brother Long Yu, Lin Fei learned about the situation of the Dark Shadow Palace. Moreover, it was a rather detailed one, which allowed Lin Fei to have a very detailed understanding of the Dark Shadow Palace and was no longer confused. The status of a personal disciple is not bad. Senior brother Long Yu said that the Dark Shadow Palace has a very strict hierarchy. First are the outer disciples, then the inner disciples, and then personal disciples. Other than the elders and deacons, personal disciples have a high status in the Dark Shadow Palace. Lin Fei continued to recall senior brother Long Yu's words. Senior brother Long Yu said that the Dark Shadow Palace has 3 supreme cultivation techniques. One of them is the Darkness Clone. This is a top-notch life-saving technique. Once it is executed, no one can break it. Dark Shadow Palace disciples must be a personal disciple in order to learn it. At the same time, it requires 1 million contribution points. Chapter 2786. After a while, Lin Fei spoke. Actually, I have a good impression of the Dark Shadow Palace, and joining them is not a problem. However, I need 50 kilograms of God Elemental Force Sand. Hall Master Luo Xian revealed a serious expression. 50 kilograms of God Elemental Force Sand. Hall Master Luo Xian said, "Do you know the importance of this item? It is not an ordinary item, and only supremacies can excavate it." "I know." Lin Fei nodded. "As long as I can satisfy this condition, I will join the Dark Shadow Palace. I need to report this." Hall Master Luo Xian could not decide, so he turned and left. This matter required the approval of the higher-ups. After Hall Master Luo Xian came, the Massacre God Court and the Temporal Temple also came. The benefits they offered were much more than the previous time. After all, the identity of a material world lord was very important. When they heard that Lin Fei wanted 50 kilograms of God Elemental Force Sand, they could not agree on the spot, and could only return to report the situation. "I really did not expect that I, prideful heaven god, will need supplementary materials from the 7th level. I wonder who is willing to offer 50 kilograms of God Elemental Force Sand." This item was priceless. Although Lin Fei had obtained a portion from the Myriad World Palace, it was not enough. This time, Lin Fei directly asked for this item, and whoever offered would join that side. It was good to have a strong backing. He understood. The Temporal Temple did not move. The Massacre God Court did not move either. Lin Fei knew that they were not willing to take out such a resource for him. The price was too high. Lin Fei felt that there should be people who would agree to his conditions. If the Dark Shadow Palace does not move in the end, can I count on those first-rate sects in the Saint Spirit world? Lin Fei frowned. If no one is willing to offer, I can only slowly accumulate. Lin Fei did not know that prideful heaven god would need supplementary materials again. This was really a scam. Lin Fei was very anxious. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would get it again. He had heard from senior brother Long Yu that there were huge merchant associations in the Saint Spirit domain. If he wanted to get it, he would have to pay a huge price. What's more, there might not even be one. Fellow cultivator Lin Fei, the Dark Shadow Palace agrees to your conditions. When Hall Master Luo Xian came again, he brought a piece of good news. A portion of 50 kilograms of Origin Energy God Sand was not a small sum. In the Dark Shadow Palace, one had to have a high status to exchange for it. 1 million contribution points was not easy to obtain. In an impossible situation, the higher-ups actually agreed. Palace Lord Luo Xian could only say that Lin Fei's luck was simply too good. The upper echelons viewed Lin Fei with extraordinary importance. But when he thought about it, the Dark Shadow Palace truly didn't have many material world overlords. As for those as outstanding as Lin Fei, it was even rarer. From now on, we are brothers of the same sect. Hall Master Luo Xian smiled. When are you free? Make a trip to the Dark Shadow Palace's headquarters. The things you want are all there. In 3 years, Lin Fei said. I still have some small matters to settle. All right, in 3 years, I'll wait for you at the Dark Shadow Palace branch. After Hall Master Luo Xian left, he released the news. Lin Fei had joined the Dark Shadow Palace. Once the news was out, it immediately spread throughout the vast 1,000 domains.
This is a meteoric rise. The Dark Shadow Palace is one of the 3 top forces. In the future, who would dare to offend this realm Lord Lin Fei? No one in the ancient wasteland domain would dare to offend him. Everyone was envious of the ancient wasteland domain. In the vast 1,000 domains, there were many material world overlords. However, there were not many who were qualified to join a top sect. Entering the Dark Shadow Palace would mean a bright future. Your luck is not bad. The Dark Shadow Palace will agree to your conditions. In the Aquamoon Grotto Heaven, Long Yu was all smiles. The Dark Shadow Palace has put in a lot of effort. It should be because they lack a strong general. You obtained first place in the Myriad Realms Palace, a double first place, and even cultivated a powerful emperor body. With a little nurturing, you will become a powerful sky god. If you become a supremacy, you will have a great advantage. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that this reason was very likely. Junior brother has become a material world lord. Senior brother can also leave with peace of mind. Long Yu laughed. As one of the 3 top forces in the Saint Spirit domain, the Dark Shadow Palace each has a hierarch expert. The internal competition is very intense. If you want to establish yourself from below, you have to be more outstanding than them. As long as you continue to suppress them, you will obtain more resources. Lin Fei was startled. Senior brother, you're leaving. Yes, this is all thanks to junior brother. The Aquamoon Grotto Heaven is suppressed by the power of the realm continent. Junior brother is a material world lord, so everything is simple. After so many years, it's time for me to go out and take a look. Long Yu said. The Aquamoon Grotto Heaven will be handed over to you in the future. Now that you are strong enough, you can try. Master has left behind many good things. Lin Fei sent senior brother off personally. Let's meet in the Saint Spirit domain. I hope that by then, you will already be an overlord. Long Yu walked into the passageway and easily left the Aquamoon Grotto Heaven, heading for the Saint Spirit domain. Another one left. Lin Fei shook his head. He could understand senior brother's feelings. Under the pressure of the material world, living in the same place all the time, it was good enough that his mind did not collapse. Now that senior brother has left, I am in charge of the Aquamoon Grotto Heaven. In the future, I can cultivate in the Aquamoon Grotto Heaven. There was no safer place in the entire ancient wasteland Grotto Heaven. Path to Heaven. Lin Fei was now an outer sect disciple. He needed to constantly take tests to raise his status. Coming to the path to heaven again, there was no pressure at all. Lin Fei passed the test easily, passing the inner disciple assessment, passing on his master's voice, and receiving a series of rewards. After becoming an inner disciple, Lin Fei once again ascended the path to heaven. This time, the difficulty was slightly higher. He encountered a heavenly god realm master, and was defeated in 2 or 3 moves. Lin Fei's identity changed from an outer sect disciple to a personal disciple. 5th Order Heavenly God Realm Weapon. 5th Order Heavenly God Realm Armor. The personal disciple's rewards were much more generous. 2 5th Order Heavenly God Realm artifacts were at least good life-saving items. There's also a Grade 9 Saint Spirit Realm killing technique. For a personal disciple to obtain such good things, it could be considered reaching the heavens in a single step. Lin Fei planned to leave them for his subordinates. Even if they couldn't display the full power of a heavenly god, they were still more powerful than a peak emperor artifact. After passing through the path to heaven, Lin Fei arrived at the deepest part of the Aquamoon Grotto Heaven. The enormous water moon divine tree once again appeared in front of Lin Fei. This time, you won't be able to stop me. Lin Fei flew toward the water moon divine tree. Compared to the last time, Lin Fei's physique was more than 10 times stronger. The pressure from the water moon divine tree no longer had any effect on him. Lin Fei easily passed through. Chapter 2787. Standing under the water moon divine tree, the power from the tree fell on his body. Lin Fei's feet were slightly apart, as though he was rooted to the ground. He was as steady as a rock, and the light on his body constantly blocked the tree's terrifying invading power. Divine tree, you can't stop me this time. Lin Fei smiled as he sized it up. This was the first time Lin Fei had stood under the divine tree, and the pressure was immense. Lin Fei felt refreshed, and all his worries disappeared. Soon, a pool appeared in front of Lin Fei. The last time he stood outside, Lin Fei did not see it clearly. The space seemed to be folded, and so he did not see it. Water Moon Spirit Pearl. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Even though the effect of the Water Moon Spirit Pearl is not as good as the Heavenly Water of Life, the Heavenly Water of Life is not everywhere. Having the Water Moon Spirit Pearl is already good enough. Lin Fei tried it himself, and quickly realized something. The Water Moon Divine Tree has other uses. If I use the Water Moon Spirit Pearl here, the effect of refining will increase. It's even better than I imagined. Lin Fei laughed. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Good stuff, really good stuff. Lin Fei began to refine the Water Moon Spirit Pearl under the Water Moon Divine Tree. 3 years passed in a flash. The status of the ancient wasteland world had changed greatly. Everyone could feel the benefits of being the master of the physical world. When Lin Fei was in seclusion in the Water Moon Cave, the ancient wasteland world was left to Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu to handle. The entire ancient wasteland world was well managed. Lin Fei returned to the abandoned land, and brought his wives over. With the treasures that Lin Fei had left behind, the Lin family developed very quickly. After a good reunion, Lin Fei began to refine the Water Moon Spirit Pearl. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under the Water Moon tree, Lin Fei's body was flowing with light, and he looked extremely divine. Success! Light flowed around Lin Fei's body, and a lofty heavenly deity's aura burst forth from him. He looked down on the world with disdain, his domineering aura towering into the sky. He has the heaven divine body. If the people from the Dark Shadow Palace knew about it, they would be dumbfounded again. In these 3 years, Lin Fei had been refining the Water Moon spiritual bead, and when he was done, he took some time to advance his third-order Emperor Realm physique to first-order Heavenly God Realm. Lin Fei's every move exuded the might of a heavenly god. Now that I can use my first-order Heavenly God Realm physical strength in broad daylight, it won't look so out of place. Once I reach the Dark Shadow Palace, I can continue breaking through, and everything will become natural. Lin Fei smiled happily. Dark Shadow Palace Branch. When Lin Fei arrived at the entrance of the Dark Shadow Palace's branch in the form of a streak of light, Hall Master Luo Xian personally came out to welcome him. The moment he saw Lin Fei, his eyes narrowed. He has broken through from the Emperor physique to the Heavenly God physique. He has the might of a heavenly god. The gap between the Emperor physique and the Heavenly God physique was not a small one. After breaking through, the sky would be the sea. If he couldn't, he would be stuck at this for the rest of his life. Many people were stuck at this step. Hall Master Luo Xian had thought that it would take at least 1,000 years for Lin Fei to break through to the Heavenly God physique, and that was the fastest. What a monster! You can't treat him like an ordinary person. Hall Master Luo Xian was slightly surprised, but he quickly came up to greet. Congratulations, junior brother Lin Fei, you have achieved the Heavenly God physique. Your physique has officially stepped onto the stage. Amazing. The people of the Dark Shadow Palace sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard that. This speed was really fast. There were many Heavenly God Realm cultivators in the Saint Spirit world, but those who cultivated the physique cultivation path to the Heavenly God Realm were not that common, and it required a huge amount of resources. Someone like Lin Fei who reached First Order Heavenly God Realm in such a short time was rare. First Order Heavenly God Realm. Lin Fei nodded. I know that reaching First Order Heavenly God Realm is just the beginning of the physique cultivation path. Hall Master Luo Xian had a deep understanding of this. The physique cultivation path is a powerful path. In our Saint Spirit world, the number of physique cultivators who reach 9th Order Heavenly God Realm, even perfection 10th Order Heavenly God Realm can be counted on one hand. The most powerful one is none other than God Slaughter Godhead, the strongest physique cultivation path. It is said that one person can fight against 2 godheads. Junior brother Lin Fei, your potential is limitless. There is a chance you can reach that level in the future. In Lin Fei's eyes, a 10th Order Heavenly God Realm physique cultivation was not that far away. In 3 years, Lin Fei had refined all the Water Moon spirit beads. Currently, his proud heaven physique was stuck at the 7th Order Heavenly God Realm. As long as he could get his hands on the Divine Essence Sand, he would be able to break through to the 8th Order Heavenly God Realm. At that time, even a venerable lord would not be able to kill him. This was Lin Fei's greatest source of confidence. I will. Then let's go. Hall Master Luo Xian said, thanks to you, I can finally leave the ancient wasteland world. The higher-up said that I have made a great contribution, so when I return to the Dark Shadow Palace,
I can enter the Elder Board. Lin Fei cupped his fists. Congratulations! The position of the Dark Shadow Palace's Elder Board was above everyone else. According to the ranking system, it belonged to the second level, while a personal disciple like Lin Fei belonged to the third level. Hall Master Luo Xian's face was full of smiles. The competition within the Elder Board is fierce. It seems like the leisurely days in the ancient wasteland world are gone forever. Even though Hall Master Luo Xian said so, he did not feel any pressure. Lin Fei and Hall Master Luo Xian went straight to the Temporal Temple. From the ancient wasteland world to the Saint Spirit world, other than going through the Temporal Temple, there was no other way. It really isn't cheap. To go to the Saint Spirit world, it would take a month. At the same time, one would have to pay a considerable amount of money, a total of 1 billion heaven crystals. Using Hall Master Luo Xian's words, it was just 1 billion heaven crystals. However, coming down from the Saint Spirit domain was not something that could be done with just 1 billion heaven crystals. Tens of billions of heaven crystals were needed at every turn, and not many people could afford it. Normally, no one would be willing to come to the vast 1,000 domains. Not only would their strength be suppressed, they would also have to pay a few billion heaven crystals. The Temporal Temple really earns money. They are a scammer. No matter who it is, they have to be honest and fork out the money. Hall Master Luo Xian said humorously. Scammer, that's a good name. It suits them too well. Lin Fei almost clapped and cheered. A month later, Lin Fei stepped into the Saint Spirit world for the first time. Hua. Although he had learned about the Saint Spirit world from Senior Long Yu and the records left behind by the Aquamoon Heavenly Cave, when he really stepped into the Saint Spirit world, Lin Fei felt very small. How is it? Isn't it very shocking? Lin Fei sensed the boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It's indeed huge. In the Saint Spirit world, it's best if you don't release your divine sense to check. You don't know when you will offend those heavenly gods. Most heavenly gods are fine, but they are afraid of offending some veteran heavenly gods. There are also some fellows with bad tempers who kill according to their whims. Lin Fei's potential was limitless. Hall Master Luo Xian did not mind reminding him to leave a good impression. If one day, Lin Fei became an 8th order heavenly god, he would be a High Lord. Moreover, he would be a High Lord who walked the path of body cultivation. Let's go, they should be waiting for us outside. They came out of the Temporal Temple. A golden war chariot appeared in front of them in a streak of light. The beast pulling the chariot was actually a heavenly god beast that exuded the aura of a heavenly god. Get on the chariot. This is my man. Chapter 2788. The Saint Spirit world was huge. Lin Fei stood on the war chariot, admiring the scenery for the first time. Just as Hall Master Luo Xian had said, the Saint Spirit world was filled with heavenly divine beasts. He had lost count of how many they had encountered along the way. Heavenly divine beasts were very fast, especially the 5th order heavenly god realm heavenly divine beast on the war chariot. Speed was its forte, passing through one world after another like the wind. The worlds below are all mortal worlds. Although they are called mortal worlds, their strength is not something the great 1,000 worlds can compare to. They are all ruled by countries. Everything you see belongs to the Dark Shadow Palace. The Dark Shadow Palace rules over more than 1,000 countries, and each country is overseen by an expert from the Dark Shadow Palace. Each expert is an elder of the Dark Shadow Palace, and they have to be at least 5th order heavenly god realm. Lin Fei listened quietly. He had a very clear impression of the Dark Shadow Palace in his heart. Every country he passed through was bigger than the ancient wasteland. The Dark Shadow Palace was really full of talented people. It was all thanks to his outstanding performance. Senior brother Long Yu is right. In a place like the Dark Shadow Palace, the more outstanding you are, the more they will value you. After passing through several hundred countries, an enormous floating city appeared in Lin Fei's sight. Majestic. This was Lin Fei's first impression. That's the City of Shadows. Hall Master Luo Xian said. Don't be fooled by its size. You will only know how big the city is when you are inside. The entire City of Shadows was shrouded in white fog. Lin Fei tried to look, but his vision was blocked by the white fog. He could barely see a part of the buildings below. There's no need to look. That was specially arranged by the Dark Shadow Palace. Unless you are a Reverend Lord expert,
You won't be able to see it clearly. Hall Master Luo Xian smiled. Lin Fei laughed dryly. Although Hall Master Luo Xian was an elder, he was here to take up his new post. He had yet to receive an elder's token. He could only enter through the city gates. As a disciple of the Dark Shadow Palace, he could enter faster than others. After entering the City of Shadows, Lin Fei saw towering buildings that stretched as far as the eye could see. On the streets, heavenly god experts could be seen everywhere. There were also a few great emperor experts. This was a place where emperor realm experts could be found everywhere. Even heavenly god realm masters were too common here. Although most of the people here were first order to third order heavenly god realm, they were all heavenly god realm masters. Let's go to the headquarters. Dark Shadow Palace headquarters. It turned out that it was in the inner city of the City of Shadows. The City of Shadows was divided into the outer city and the inner city. Most people could go to the outer city. However, they could not enter the inner city. They had to be from the Dark Shadow Palace. Anyone who entered would be killed without mercy. Hall Master Luo Xian and Lin Fei finally entered the inner city after going through all sorts of checks. What a tight security! Lin Fei's heart palpitated when he was examining the patient just now. A 7th or 8th order heavenly god realm master's gaze swept over him. If a heavenly god realm master had killed someone, that would only limit their strength. But when these heavenly god realm masters attacked, their power was truly astonishing. The power of an 8th and 9th order Saint Spirit realm master was absolutely terrifying. Brother Luo Xian, congratulations on your promotion. Just as they entered the inner city, a chubby man came up to greet them. He had a wide smile on his face, giving off a friendly feeling. I haven't seen you for 300 years, but your way of talking is still so lousy. Heavenly God Luo Xian said as he disembarked from the war chariot. The chubby heavenly god laughed. Your words are really disgusting. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come. You must be joking. Heavenly god Luo Xian introduced to Lin Fei. This is heavenly god Yang, also an elder of the Dark Shadow Palace. He will bring you in to register. Junior Lin Fei greets Elder Yang. Lin Fei cupped his fists in greeting. Good heavens, he ran into a 7th order heavenly god realm master the moment he arrived. Heavenly god Yang looked at Lin Fei with a wide grin on his face. That pair of smiling eyes seemed to see through Lin Fei's body, causing his smile to become even brighter. Not bad, not bad. At such a young age, not only did you become a material world lord, your physique has also reached first order heavenly god realm. Among this batch of personal disciples, you should be able to enter the top 10. Heavenly god Yang was very satisfied. Heavenly god Luo Xian's face was also brighter than before. Hearing that Lin Fei would only be able to enter the top 10, he was a little unhappy. Fatty Yang, Lin Fei's potential is limitless. You actually dare to say that he can enter the top 10? I think entering the top 5 shouldn't be a problem. Lin Fei was bewildered listening to this. What are they talking about? Heavenly god Yang shook his head. Top 5, it's difficult. Do you know, maybe it's our Dark Shadow Palace's good luck this time, but there are quite a few geniuses appearing in our territory. For example, a genius disciple of the First Elder has condensed an emperor's heart at such a young age, and has even grasped a Saint Soul Stage 9th stage secret arts power. Heavenly god Luo Xian's expression flickered. They're really lucky, there are so many geniuses this year. The competition is a little fierce. Heavenly god Luo Xian and Heavenly god Yang chatted for a while. We're going in, do your best. Heavenly god Luo Xian patted Lin Fei's shoulder, sending Lin Fei off with his eyes. Heavenly god Yang led Lin Fei into the Dark Shadow Palace's headquarters. It was an enormous building that towered into the clouds, shrouded in white mist, obscuring its appearance. Elder Yang, you brought another newcomer. Heavenly god Yang led Lin Fei to a certain place within the palace. Lin Fei, personal disciple of the ancient wasteland realm's material realm master. This person had originally thought that Lin Fei was an ordinary disciple, but upon hearing that Lin Fei was a personal disciple, he couldn't help but be shocked. This was a very prestigious status. He hurriedly took out a storage ring with the name Lin Fei on it and took out a series of items. This is your proof of identity. As long as you drip your blood on it, you'll be able to refine it successfully. Heavenly god Yang said. In a place like the inner city without proof of identity,
You'll die without a doubt. Don't lose it, and don't let anyone else take it. Also, the things you want are in there as well. Check them yourself. Lin Fei dripped his blood and refined the token, and the name Lin Fei appeared on it. Inside the storage ring, 50 kilograms of Origin Energy God Sand was lying quietly. As for the cultivation technique you want, all you need is proof of identity, and you can go to the library to make a copy. Heavenly God Yangzhan led Lin Fei to a mountain peak in the inner city. This is where personal disciples cultivate. You can choose any mountain you want. No one will disturb you here. Only now did Lin Fei realize something. The inner city was a completely different world. There were many mountain peaks, and the heaven and earth spiritual qi was exceptionally dense. I'll take that one. Lin Fei casually chose a mountain peak. Heavenly God Yangzhan waved his hand, and a powerful force opened up the mountain peak. The two of them instantly arrived at the mountain peak. Later, 100 servants will be responsible for your daily life. Chapter 2789. After entering the mountain peak, Lin Fei officially became a personal disciple of the Dark Shadow Palace. Yangzhan Shen left after giving his instructions. Before he left behind a Dark Shadow Palace handbook, instructing him to understand the rules of the Dark Shadow Palace. The servants arrived very quickly. They were all mortals from the Dark Shadow Palace, and they were all strong and healthy. Without Lin Fei's instructions, they managed the mountain peak properly. Having just arrived, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to do anything. The sacred spirit domain was not a place like the ancient wasteland world. Although he had heard some things from senior brother Long Yu, he only knew how powerful the sacred spirit domain was after experiencing it for himself. For the rest of the time, Lin Fei stayed on his mountain peak and flipped through the Dark Shadow Palace handbook. The Dark Shadow Palace handbook recorded the various rules of the Dark Shadow Palace in detail. Compared to the ancient wasteland world, there were more rules here, and the hierarchy was more obvious. It formed a very three-dimensional triangular pyramid, and anyone who violated these rules would be severely punished. Lin Fei had to admit that the Dark Shadow Palace's rules were very good. The level of one's strength determined one's position in this pyramid. If one was strong, they could naturally be high and mighty. If one was not strong enough, they could only cultivate quietly. Personal disciple, I really have to deal with the Dark Shadow Palace assessment that happens once every 100 years. In the Dark Shadow Palace handbook, Lin Fei quickly saw the Dark Shadow Palace disciple assessment every 100 years. Regardless of whether one was an inner sect disciple or a personal disciple, everyone had to undergo an assessment. The first assessment was very important, especially for personal disciples, as it concerned the opportunity to become a disciple of the Divine Realm Elder. I'm new here, so I can't avoid the assessment. The next assessment will be in 10 years. According to the handbook, personal disciples can become a disciple of the Divine Realm Elder of the Dark Shadow Palace. If they're lucky, they can even become a disciple of a supremacy. It's not just me, but those who came in with me are also rubbing their palms together, wanting to show off. The status of a personal disciple in the Dark Shadow Palace was very high. Any personal disciple was qualified to become a disciple of a Divine Realm Elder. Even more personal disciples were proud to become a disciple of a supremacy. High Lords and Heavenly Gods. That was an 8th Order Heavenly God Realm Master that had mastered a 10th level Saint Spirit Realm Secret Technique, whereas the Great Sovereign Lord had mastered an 11th level Saint Spirit Realm Secret Technique, not to mention that he had a peak level Heavenly Divine Weapon. Lin Fei actually did not have too many requirements to become a disciple of that Heavenly God Elder. Even if it was a top-notch technique, the heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body that he cultivated would be too far off. There seemed to be 12 supremacies in the Dark Shadow Palace, and they're all taking different paths. There isn't a single supremacy who is a body-tempering cultivator. In the Saint Spirit domain, once a body-tempering cultivator becomes a supremacy or a heaven god, he's quite popular. Lin Fei continued to read the Shadow Palace's handbook. 10 years later, during the Dark Shadow Palace's disciple assessment, my physique will advance to 2nd Order Heavenly God Realm. This kind of cultivation speed isn't slow. Lin Fei began to plan. My heaven-defying 12 layers should be a top-notch Heavenly God Realm body-tempering cultivator cultivation technique. I think I should hide this technique, and learn another body-tempering cultivation technique to conceal it. That way, no one will suspect me. Although Lin Fei wasn't afraid of others robbing him, the Saint Spirit world was different from the ancient wasteland world.
It was better to be safe than sorry. The Dark Shadow Palace's library should be very big. I can scan through the Dark Shadow Palace's cultivation techniques. At that time, I'll know what level my heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body is at. When Lin Fei arrived, he had already made up his mind. In a place like the Dark Shadow Palace, the more dazzling one's performance was, the more attention one would receive. Lin Fei did not forget Heavenly God Yang Zhan's words. It seemed that in this batch of personal disciples, each of them had a powerful background, and there were even a few with shocking talents. The competition would be fierce. Before going to the library, I should refine the God Origin Sand, and push heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body to the 7th layer. Lin Fei took out the God Origin Sand. This was a type of purplish gold sand, and each grain was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. Only a body-tempering expert like Lin Fei could easily hold it in his hands. If it was a heaven god expert, they would have long been exhausted. Refine. Lin Fei opened his mouth and swallowed. The purplish gold God Origin Sand turned into liquid and merged with his flesh and blood. He originally thought that the God Origin Sand would be easy to refine, but Lin Fei underestimated its power. It took a full 5 years to completely refine 100 kilograms of God Origin Sand. At the moment when it was completely refined, Lin Fei's body entered the 7th layer of heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body. The heavy aura on Lin Fei's body surged. Heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body has finally entered the 7th layer. When he was in the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace, Lin Fei's heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body could already break through to the 7th layer. He just lacked the necessary materials. I am now in the 7th layer of heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body. When the time comes, I will choose a heaven god body tempering technique in the library and smoothly enter the 2nd layer of the heaven god realm. No one will doubt me. Lin Fei could feel the strength of the 7th layer of heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body. Every single cell in his body was ridiculously strong. At the same time, he also had powerful regenerative abilities. 5 years later, Lin Fei came out of seclusion. Ever since Lin Fei took up residence in the mountain, he rarely left the mountain. As such, he became the one with the lowest influence among this batch of personal disciples. Almost no one knew of Lin Fei's name, unlike the other personal disciples who displayed their prowess and performed dazzlingly. After leaving the mountain, Lin Fei headed straight for the library of the Dark Shadow Palace. The library of the Dark Shadow Palace was located on a mountain peak. The top and bottom of the mountain peak were shrouded by a large formation. Lin Fei took out his identity token and the token opened up a shield, protecting Lin Fei as he entered the mountain peak. No wonder Elder Yang Zhan said that it's impossible to enter the City of Shadows without an identity token. Outsiders who enter the formation will die without a doubt. Walking inside the formation, Lin Fei felt the danger of death. This was the first time he felt the threat of death from the formation. This unknown formation can easily kill cultivators below 8th order Heavenly God realm. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. This was indeed a terrifying danger. After successfully upgrading his physique, Lin Fei's physical strength was roughly equivalent to an 8th order Heavenly God realm. To be able to make Lin Fei feel the aura of death, this formation was truly extraordinary. The library was located halfway up the mountain peak. At the entrance, Lin Fei saw an old man lying lazily on a chair. Right at this time, the old man's eyes snapped open, his sharp gaze sweeping over Lin Fei. Goosebumps rose all over Lin Fei's body, as if he was being stared at by a fierce beast. High Lord, this is a High Lord Master. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect to run into a High Lord Master on his first visit. The Dark Shadow Palace's inner city was truly filled with experts. Dark Shadow Palace personal disciple Lin Fei, here to pick a cultivation technique. This is my identity token. Lin Fei took a deep breath and said, "Oh." The old man retracted his gaze. "So you're that Lin Fei, This disciple is indeed Lin Fei." Lin Fei answered, "You may enter now." The old man waved his hand. According to the rules, you can pick a 9th stage Saint Spirit Realm killing technique, a complete shadow clone, and a Heavenly God body tempering school cultivation technique. This disciple understands. Chapter 2790. Lin Fei was inwardly shocked by the Dark Shadow Palace's strength. An 8th order Heavenly God realm venerable lord was really generous. Coupled with the array outside, Not many people dared to sneak into the Dark Shadow Palace's library. Little devil, will I be discovered when I scan the cultivation techniques here? Lin Fei contacted the little devil. With a venerable lord guarding outside, Lin Fei had no choice but to be careful. The Dark Shadow Palace's cultivation techniques could perfect his prideful Heaven 12th layer super physique. Lin Fei was not willing to miss such a good opportunity. The next time he came to the library, he would need contribution points. Without contribution points, his personal disciple identity was useless. Master, don't worry. That person outside is very strong, but the system is not to be trifled with. Master only needs to pretend to pick out the cultivation techniques. Leave the rest to me. The little devil said nonchalantly. Lin Fei trusted the little devil. The Dark Shadow Palace's library was huge. Every cultivation technique was sealed by a restriction. Looking at the huge library, Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the real library, ah. Lin Fei took a deep breath. If the little devil could copy all the cultivation techniques, his prideful Heaven 12th layer super physique would become even more perfect. Since the little devil said it was fine, Lin Fei did not disturb him. 9th level Saint Soul Stage secret technique. I'll choose one with a stronger attack. This was something Lin Fei had already thought of. 9th level Saint Soul Stage secret technique. He would choose one with a stronger attack. As for life-saving methods, the Darkness Doppelganger was undoubtedly the best method to protect one's life. Could he learn it? That was simple. The library's classification of cultivation techniques was very clear. Following the instructions, Lin Fei found the corresponding secret technique. So young, but his heart is quite big, ah. Finding a powerful secret technique, whether he can master it or not is another matter. If he doesn't master it, he might end up empty-handed. The old man shook his head, not saying another word. He was biting off more than he could chew. Although he could learn the 9th level Sacred Spirit secret technique, it was uncertain when he would be able to learn it. The Dark Shadow Palace's Sacred Soul Level 9 secret technique killing moves were numerous. 90% of them were related to Emperor intent. It was rare to see a secret technique killing move that matched Lin Fei's body tempering style. After all, most of the Heaven God experts in the Saint Spirit domain cultivated the Emperor intent. They had the most secret arts and killing moves in this area, and there were relatively few in the body tempering style. Lin Fei was very disappointed as he watched. Many of the killer moves were not as powerful as his own. Lin Fei guessed that most of these secret killing techniques of the body transformation school were found on the bodies of enemies, and finally placed in the library for disciples to practice. This could also explain why there was such a huge difference in power. The potential of a body tempering cultivator is limitless. If you want to reach that day, this path is much more difficult than that of an ordinary person. Lin Fei could not help but sigh. He still had to choose his body-tempering Saint Spirit secret art killer move. Lin Fei didn't believe that he would be able to find a suitable one for himself. It didn't matter if it wasn't powerful enough. In any case, he wasn't counting on it to kill enemies. This seems to be suitable for me. In a corner of the library, Lin Fei really found a body-tempering style killer move. It seemed to be quite powerful. Sealing Soul Severing Palm, a Sacred Soul Level 9 body tempering style killer move. This move was similar to Lin Fei's, picking the stars and moon. The only difference was that the power of this Sacred Soul Level 9 body tempering style killer move required a strong physical body to perform. Once it was performed, its power was extraordinary. It could seal space and involved a deeper level of use of the body tempering style's power. Lin Fei was very interested. The greatest limitation of the Sacred Soul Level 9 body tempering secret art is the physical body. Given my physical body, I can easily learn it without any problems. Lin Fei decided to choose the Sacred Soul Level 9 body tempering secret art killer move. Foolish guy, overestimating himself too much. Sealing Soul Severing Palm is not an ordinary Sacred Soul Level 9 body tempering secret art. There are 3 stages in total. The first stage requires a 3rd order Heavenly God Realm physique, the second stage requires a 6th order Heavenly God Realm physique, and the third stage requires a 9th order Heavenly God Realm physique. So far, only one person from the Dark Shadow Palace has reached the 3rd stage, the rest are stuck at the 1st stage. The old man harumphed. It's indeed powerful, but not everyone can learn it. For a body tempering style cultivator, it was difficult to advance each stage. Little did Lin Fei know that in the old man's eyes, He had become a fool who overestimated himself. With a sacred soul level 9 body tempering secret art, Lin Fei began to choose a body tempering style cultivation technique. Only 6th order heavenly god realm. No. 7th order heavenly god realm. No. 8th order heavenly god realm. No. Top 9th order heavenly god realm. Not bad. One after another, Lin Fei gave up on the body tempering style cultivation techniques. Lin Fei was even more disappointed when it came to the body tempering style cultivation techniques. No matter how hard he tried, there were only 5 techniques that could help him reach 9th order heavenly god realm, and none of them were top grade. Lin Fei reluctantly chose a heavenly god realm physique cultivation technique called the Sacred Cloud Dragon Traversing Physique. It could help him reach 9th order heavenly god realm as a disguise. The last one is the Shadow Doppelganger. This was what Lin Fei really wanted. It was the Dark Shadow Palace's top cultivation technique. Even though it was only the first 5 stages, Lin Fei was already satisfied. According to rumors, the Dark Shadow Palace's disciples and elders needed a large amount of contribution points to exchange for this Shadow Doppelganger. Obtaining the first 5 stages of the Shadow Palace's cultivation technique in one go was definitely a good deal for Lin Fei. Unfortunately, this kind of top-grade cultivation technique could not be taught to outsiders. When copying it, one would have to make a vow that only one person could learn it. Young man, don't be so magnanimous. When Lin Fei walked out of the library, he heard the old man's words, and he couldn't help but grin inwardly. I knew that Great Lord would keep an eye on me. Luckily, I didn't do anything out of line. I wonder if the little devil managed to copy it. Lin Fei said seriously. Disciple understands. The old man fell silent. In his eyes, this Lin Fei's achievements were limited. Back at his own mountain peak, Lin Fei set up a formation to conceal everything. Little devil, did you succeed? The little devil said proudly. Of course I succeeded. It's just that I didn't manage to copy the Dark Shadow Palace's top-grade cultivation technique. There's a hierarch's will on them, so I can't touch them. As for the rest, I copied them all, a total of 1,000,000 copies. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. So many. Lin Fei had thought that it would be around a few 100,000 copies, but it was far more than what he had imagined. That's great. Proud Heaven 12th layer will be even more perfect. Lin Fei couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. Although I didn't get a powerful cultivation technique, 1,000,000 copies will definitely make the Proud Heaven 12th layer overlord body reborn. That's for sure. The little devil smiled. Lin Fei prepared a lot of Emperor Will crystals and gave them to the system to calculate and analyze. There are still 5 years left before the Dark Shadow Palace's disciple assessment. I can also start cultivating. There were less than 5 years left. Lin Fei began to move. First, he cultivated the Sacred Cloud Dragon Traversing Body Tempering Cultivation Technique. According to the records, this cultivation technique came from a certain country in the Saint Spirit domain. The cultivation of the divine body is indeed complicated. Lin Fei was a little helpless. It actually requires all kinds of materials. This is a bit big. If one didn't have a certain amount of wealth, they could only watch helplessly. Chapter 2791. The Sacred Cloud Dragon Traversing Physique was divided into 9 stages, each representing a realm. Using Aotion to simulate the Sacred Cloud Dragon Traversing Physique, Lin Fei was very satisfied. It was exactly the same, and there was a faint dragon might around him. Lin Fei had simulated the 3rd stage, a 3rd-order heavenly god realm physique. In Lin Fei's opinion, the materials needed for the first 3 stages weren't that hard to buy. Lin Fei went out a few times. No one would pay attention to a personal disciple, especially when Lin Fei was the most inconspicuous one. Cultivating a physical body cultivation technique was easy. Lin Fei had also grasped the Soul Severing Seal, a 9th-level Saint Soul Killing technique. I was worried that using the 9th-level Saint Soul Killing technique at this realm would be a little scary. Luckily, this is a physical body cultivation technique, so everyone won't be too surprised. After all, this is only the first stage. In truth, Lin Fei had already grasped the first 2 stages of the Soul Severing Seal. The hardest to cultivate was the Shadow Clone, the top cultivation technique of the Dark Shadow Palace. There were a total of 10 stages to the doppelganger of Dark Shadow Palace, and each stage could produce a doppelganger. The doppelganger of Dark Shadow Palace was similar to the doppelganger art. One had to be cultivated by oneself, while the other could be cultivated directly. The aura of the doppelganger would be exactly the same, making it hard to distinguish the real from the fake. Other than that, the doppelganger of Dark Shadow could travel in the dark world, catching people off guard. The difficulty of each stage wasn't low. So far, the only one who could cultivate the doppelganger of Dark Shadow to the 10th stage was Hierarch Dark Shadow. 10 doppelgangers, combined with the main body, had terrifying battle power. Lin Fei could cultivate the first 5 stages, which meant that he could produce 5 doppelgangers. In these 5 years, other than a small amount of time spent on cultivation and secret techniques, Lin Fei spent most of his time comprehending the doppelganger of Dark Shadow. Even with the help of the system, it shortened the time. So far, Lin Fei had only cultivated 1 doppelganger of Dark Shadow Palace. He had cultivated a darkness clone in less than 5 years. If news of this spread in the Dark Shadow Palace, it would definitely be explosive. Normally, it would take 1,000 years to cultivate a dark doppelganger, and this was already the fastest. In 5 years, the dark clone's growth could no longer be described as monstrous. Lin Fei did not intend to reveal the dark doppelganger. That was a killing move. Come to the Dark Shadow Palace, direct disciples. A loud and clear voice rang in Lin Fei's ears while he was still meditating. Lin Fei stopped his meditation. 10 years really flies by. It's time for the direct disciple assessment again. Lin Fei stood up and left the mountain peak. He saw people continuously appearing on the various peaks, flying towards the Dark Shadow Palace. Dark Shadow Palace. Elder Su, you've come. Why didn't such a good thing come? It happens once in 100 years. I heard that among the direct disciples this time, there are many talented fellows. Our Dark Shadow Palace has another batch of fresh blood. Each generation is stronger than the last. I wonder who will be able to become the Supremacy's disciple this time. One by one, the Heavenly God Elders arrived at the Dark Shadow Palace. If there was nothing important, the Heavenly God Elders rarely appeared together. The Heavenly God Elders had always been very enthusiastic about the direct disciple assessment that happened once every 100 years. Every time the Heavenly God Elders encountered a satisfactory direct disciple, they would fight to snatch the disciple they wanted to inherit their lifetime's knowledge. The status of a direct disciple in the Dark Shadow Palace was still very high. Especially after they had a master, it was equivalent to having a huge backer. Fatty Yang, I heard that one of your disciples killed a demon recently and became famous in the Saint Spirit domain. Heavenly God Yang Zhan appeared with a smile. Some Heavenly God Elders came to flatter him. Recently, one of Heavenly God Yang Zhan's disciples had killed a demon in the Saint Spirit domain. He was very proud. Brother Luo Xian, you're quite lucky. You've actually been assigned to oversee a nation. Heavenly God Yang Zhan said with a smile the moment Luo Xian arrived. Luo Xian was all smiles. It's all right. The Heavenly God Elders of the Dark Shadow Palace love to go to the thousands of nations that the Dark Shadow Palace controlled. You're not the same. That disciple of yours killed a demon. Heavenly God Luo Xian said respectfully. Ha ha ha. The two laughed. How has that Lin Fei been lately? Do you know? It was all thanks to Lin Fei that Heavenly God Luo Xian was able to oversee a nation in one go. Since this was his first time out, he didn't have time to pay attention to Lin Fei. Heavenly God Yang Zhan said, that fellow Taoist Lin Fei of yours is really interesting. In the past 10 years, he hasn't gone out much. His group doesn't even know who Lin Fei is. He's so low-key. Ah! Luo Xian was startled. The other personal disciples have been going around and visiting their senior apprentice brothers. Their performances have been quite dazzling. That Lin Fei is simply too low-key. If I hadn't personally brought him in, I probably would have forgotten about him. Heavenly God Yang Zhan shook his head. The personal disciple trial is about to begin. If he works hard during the next 10 years, he might be accepted by a decent Empyrean god. But if Luo Xian understood what he meant. 10 years was the most important thing for a personal disciple. If they could use their connections to get word to an Empyrean god elder or even an exalt, they might have a good impression of them. If they performed well in the future, they might even be able to catch their eye, allowing them to ascend to the heavens. A good master was extremely important. Perhaps he's training hard. Luo Xian didn't know what to say. They're here. Someone suddenly said. A streak of golden light appeared off in the distance. It was like a blazing sun, and it was the first to appear in the Dark Shadow Palace. So it's him. Elder Alcade's eldest son, Empyrean God Cold Thrust. The Jingguang dissipated, and a handsome young man appeared. He was fair and clean, but he was already an Empyrean God. Behind him stood a Empyrean God Elder. Another one has arrived. He's known as Skyless. He's very powerful, and he's extremely domineering. One personal disciple after another appeared. During the past 10 years, they had done their best to display their strength. As soon as they appeared, quite a few Empyrean God Elders recognized them. This was exactly what they needed. If they could leave a good impression in the eyes of the Empyrean gods, they might even be able to catch their eye. Another one has arrived. A boundlessly powerful aura charged in from outside. A black wind howled, and ghostly wails could be heard as a muscular figure appeared within the palace. Quite a few personal disciples were unable to dodge in time and were sent flying by the black wind. Their faces were filled with rage. This person is so domineering. Chapter 2792. Dark Shadow Great Hall. The personal disciple assessment and the Heavenly God Realm Elders disciple selection together was a major event in the Dark Shadow Palace. This Hegemon King's personal disciple is really not bad. A third-order Heavenly God Realm physical body, cultivating the Emperor's heart energy at the same time. His future is limitless. A Heavenly God Realm Elder laughed, full of admiration. The moment this Heavenly God Realm Elder spoke, the other Heavenly God Realm Elders also began to flatter him. The fifth elder has spoken, that brat has a chance. I heard it has been a long time since the fifth elder personally praised a personal disciple. Being able to enter the fifth elder's tutelage is also a blessing. Within the Dark Shadow Palace, the Heavenly God Realm Elders were divided into upper and lower ranks. An elder like Luo Xian was at the bottom of the hierarchy. Unless he had endured for hundreds of millions of years, no one would take him seriously, or he had broken through to 7th order Heavenly God Realm and above. Then there were the elders who had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years. They had enough influence to accept disciples every time. Although they might not be the best personal disciple, they were still personal disciples. The last type of elders were the 10 Heavenly God Realm Elders. These 10 Heavenly God Realm Elders held great authority. Other than the High Lord, the Dark Shadow Palace was ruled by these 10 Heavenly God Realm Elders. Among the Heavenly God Realm Elders, the highest was the first elder, and the lowest was the 10th elder. What an honor it was for the 5th elder to speak up. Entering the 5th elder's tutelage meant that one's status was higher than the other Heavenly God Realm Elders. A third-order Heavenly God Realm Hegemon King's personal disciple exuded a domineering aura, causing some Heavenly God Realm Elders' eyes to light up. Following the 5th elder's words, all of them shut their mouths. Every time a Heavenly God Realm Elder selected a disciple, if there was no elder with a high status, no one would compete with you. However, once someone did, you basically had no chance at all. The 5th elder's chances of recruiting the Hegemon King as his personal disciple were higher than anyone else. Hegemon King, you've got guts, you dare to touch my people? Outside the palace, holy light suddenly shone resplendently, and a pure and holy aura surged over. A great sun appeared in the distance, and holy light shone all the way into the palace. Before the person arrived, his voice reached the hall. Under the great sun stood a silver-armored young man, his entire body as pure and holy as jade. This is the Holy Son of the Great Sun Nation, the Holy Son of Heaven, a Heavenly God Elder said. It is rumored that his strength can enter the top 10 of the personal disciples. As soon as the Son of Heaven arrived, his holy aura shone. Among the direct disciples, those who were slightly weaker all seemed to be enchanted. Their bodies leaned forward slightly as if they were about to prostrate on the ground. This kid is not bad. The 6th elder spoke. He was a very amiable-looking middle-aged man. It's not easy to cultivate a light-type cultivation technique to this level. In the future, it might not be difficult to cultivate Vairocana Mahavairakana. When that time comes, a single phrase from the Buddha will be the merciful arc of salvation. When the Heavenly God Elder heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. To be praised by the 6th elder, this Elysian son of heaven's future was limitless. Vairocana was a move created by a great supremacy in the Saint Spirit domain a long time ago. It was known as the Saint Spirit Mystic Killer move that was the hardest to block in the world. Under the power of this Vairocana Mahavairakana, everyone would submit to it. They would wholeheartedly do good and forcefully change themselves. Even the heavenly god elders did not dare to underestimate such a future expert. Heavenly god Yongzhan sucked in a breath of cold air. This time, many geniuses have appeared in the countries controlled by our Dark Shadow Palace. Even some of the more remote countries have some geniuses. At first, I thought that Lin Fei would be able to enter the top 10, but it looks like it'll be a little difficult. Heavenly god Yongzhan shook his head. As the person who had recommended Lin Fei, Heavenly god Luo Xian couldn't help but frown when he saw the personal disciples. Each and every one of them had limitless potential. The fifth order Heavenly god realm Luo Xian didn't even think that he could suppress these people. This is indeed a little troublesome. Heavenly god Luo Xian naturally hoped that Lin Fei could obtain a good result. At that time, he would be able to enter the tutelage of a powerful heavenly god elder. In the Dark Shadow Palace, a powerful master could provide a lot of benefits. With enough resources, no matter who it was, they would be able to cultivate extremely quickly. They aren't the strongest yet. Heavenly god Yongzhan suddenly said. I heard that this time, there's a personal disciple who is truly a dazzling talent. His name is Dugu Yijian, and he has cultivated the heart of the sword. He chose one of the Dark Shadow Palace's top cultivation techniques, the Sword Codex. Within 10 years, he will reach the entry stage of the Sword Codex. Heavenly god Luo Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. No way, right? He's almost at the entry stage of the Sword Codex? I heard that it's one of the few powerful cultivation techniques in the Dark Shadow Palace, but it's too difficult to reach the entry stage. One needs to cultivate the heart of the sword. There's even a rumor that once one reaches the entry stage of the Sword Codex and comprehend the supreme Tao of the sword, the power of each sword strike will be no weaker than a 7th-layer Saint Spirit Realm secret art. Everyone's publicly acknowledged number 1 among the personal disciples this time. Wang! The Elysian children and the hegemons stared at each other, their eyes blazing with fire. However, with a soft Wang sound, the two of them quickly looked outside the palace, and fear appeared on their faces. Dugu Yijian! The other direct disciples present also subconsciously revealed fearful expressions. Whoosh! Wind blew in from outside. What a sharp cutting aura. The sword chi is intimidating. The heavenly god elders were all astonished. This sword chi merged with the wind, and its power was extraordinary, not to mention that it was a personal attack. Our Dark Shadow Palace has taken in an impressive personal disciple this time. The 6th elder laughed. Just this move alone is enough for him to reach the next level. Ha ha ha. He's the number 1 among the personal disciples. I heard that Lord Supremacy is very interested in this Dugu Yijian. I'm afraid he's going to take him as his disciple. I also heard that Heavenly Sword Supremacy has come out of seclusion. He's the number 1 in the Sword Dao of our Dark Shadow Palace. It's rare to have a prodigy in the Sword Dao, and no one can compete with Heavenly Sword Supremacy. The 5th elder said with a smile. None of the 5 great supremacies are here this year? The 3rd elder asked. I don't think so. A white-haired old man, the 1st elder, shook his head. At their level, they won't be disturbed by such trivial matters. In their eyes, great supremacies were the Saint Spirit World's top masters, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Very few people knew of their whereabouts. These elders, if they did not have a certain fortuitous encounter, they would never be able to reach 9th order Heavenly God realm in their lifetime. Being able to enter the Supremacy realm, they were quite satisfied. Chapter 2793. Dugu Yijian's arrival stole everyone's limelight. Just by standing there casually, no one dared to stand there. Sharp sword intent cut through the void. If this was any other world continent, the void would have been torn apart long ago. The Saint Spirit world was a higher-level world. Its void was especially sturdy. No matter how the sword intent cut through the void, the other personal disciples were unable to withstand it. The personal disciples that appeared after him all showed off their abilities, but before Dugu Yijian's sword intent, all of them paled in comparison. Lin Fei was considered one of the late arrivals. Lin Fei had never had much interest in being in the limelight. What a sharp sword intent! Even though he's gone, there's still a sharp sword intent left in the air. Lin Fei's flying speed was not fast. The sharp sword intent was blocked by the light barrier around his body. This person is probably the strongest among the personal disciples. That sword intent's cutting power is so sharp. After 10,000 years, when his sword intent reaches major completion, just this sword intent alone is enough to kill. Lin Fei fell into contemplation. Lin Fei stepped into the great shadow hall. Powerful auras soared to the sky, akin to ancient heavenly pillars, standing tall between heaven and earth. These should be the heavenly god realm elders. Lin Fei took a look around. Most of them were around 7th order heavenly god realm. He did not see any 8th order heavenly god realm honorable lord masters. Who knows who this is? When Lin Fei entered, everyone was unfamiliar with him. The personal disciples all shook their heads as well, unable to recognize who this personal disciple was. He was extremely unfamiliar to them. I know who he is. He's a material world lord from the Great Thousand World. I think his name is Lin Fei. He was probably brought up here by the newly promoted elder Luo Xian. One of the heavenly god realm elders recalled. Material world lord? He has some ability. The words material world lord caused quite a commotion. Even in the Saint Spirit domain, the physical domain's master would still make people's eyes light up. He couldn't be killed, and this was a huge advantage. He was 100 times better than those personal disciples who cultivated cloning techniques. Such a material realm master would have a very good advantage in the Saint Spirit domain. Even if he died, there was no need to worry. At most, he could continue to come here. Formidable martial artists with the doppelganger art were different. Once their true bodies perished, the repercussions would be huge. If they encountered a formidable supremacy martial artist with a powerful sacred spirit-level mystic killing move, it was common for them to instantly kill all the doppelgangers in the sacred spirit domain. Material realm masters were different. A supremacy's ultimate move might not be effective against a material realm lord. Elder Luo Xian, you're quite lucky. I can't believe I met such a talent. I heard that he's a body tempering master. The elders beside Elder Luo Xian expressed their goodwill to him. Becoming an elder in the Dark Shadow Palace required a certain amount of luck and a certain backing. The position of an elder was very popular. Many people were jealous of Luo Xian's position. When Lin Fei arrived at the Dark Shadow Great Hall, he paid attention to someone. What a powerful sword intent. I'm currently simulating a 3rd order heavenly god realm physical body, but under this sharp sword intent, I actually feel a slight pain. In other words, just the sword intent that he's releasing can pass through my defenses and land on my body. Using Proud Heaven to simulate the sacred cloud dragon's traversing physique, his physical defense was much weaker. Lin Fei was slightly surprised. This time, he had really met his match. Among the heavenly god elders, Lin Fei saw Elder Luo Xian and Elder Yang Zhan. Both of them nodded at him. Lin Fei randomly found a place to stand. Now that he was standing there, he was not far from Dugu's sword. Lin Fei blocked it very easily, which made the eyes of many heavenly god elders light up. To be able to block the sword intent from Dugu's sword, he had some ability. Soon, all the personal disciples had arrived. This time, there were a total of 53 personal disciples present. Among them, the most outstanding were Dugu Yijian, Elysian's son, Overlord, and a few others. Lord High Lord is here. The first elder's gaze suddenly turned respectful. Above them, in a higher position, 6 figures condensed. All of them were the High Lord's avatars. The moment they appeared, their powerful auras were like a storm, suffocating everyone present. This aura was not released on purpose, but it was released automatically by their powerful bodies. This time, 6 High Lords had come for the personal disciple test, which exceeded the heavenly god elders' expectations. According to the past, the number of High Lords that came each time varied. Sometimes, 5 or 6 would come, and sometimes, 2 or 3 would come. It all depended on whether the High Lords had the time or not. To them, accepting a personal disciple was something that did not matter. If the High Lord did not come, then the heavenly god elders would be the ones to divide the personal disciples. This time, there were 6 High Lords. Everyone knew that they valued talent and placed great importance on this assessment. 6 High Lords. Elder Yang Zhan was shocked. It's going to be lively this time. Elder Luo Xian rarely had the chance to meet a High Lord, and it was even rarer for 6 of them to come at once. Who are they? Elder Luo Xian asked. This was Elder Luo Xian's first time participating in such a grand event. As for accepting a personal disciple, it would be 10,000 years later. Whether or not he could accept one would depend on his luck. Elder Yongzhan had been an elder for 100,000 years, so he was considered to be very knowledgeable. In the center, the one wearing a scarlet cloak is Zenith High Lord. On his left is the High Lord with 3 eyes. He's called Giant Eyes High Lord, and he's from a foreign race. Don't underestimate his 3rd eye. That eye can release an innate magical power. It's rumored that it has the power of a 10th stage sacred soul and is unstoppable. Elder Yongzhan whispered. On the right of Zenith High Lord, the one who looks similar to him is Heaven Heart High Lord. Both of them are blood-related and have a telepathic connection. Furthermore, they cultivate a secret technique of the Dark Shadow Palace. Anyone who faces one of them will have to face 2 of them at the same time. It's very difficult to deal with them. In addition, there's the purple-robed female High Lord called Zi Luo High Lord. There's also the one-eyed High Lord who was injured by a great High Lord. He hasn't recovered, so he still has 1 eye. He's called Demon High Lord Mental Demon. He's good at creating illusions and is also a powerful High Lord. The last High Lord with skin like stone is also from a foreign race. He's called Vajra High Lord, and he's best at defense. After Elder Luo Xian heard this, his horizons widened. He finally matched the information in his memory. The Dark Shadow Palace was huge, and there were many experts. Many people had heard of their names in their entire lives, but they had never seen them. The identity of a High Lord was not something they could meet. The appearance of the 6 High Lords caused a huge commotion that far exceeded the previous few times. Chapter 2794. When the 6 supremacies arrived, the heavenly god elders looked at one of the supremacies. Supremacy Firmament. Zenith Supremacy had the most seniority. He had been a High Lord for tens of millions of years. It was rumored that this supremacy had a chance of becoming a great supremacy. Perhaps it would happen in 10 million years, and the Dark Shadow Palace would have another great supremacy. 53 personal disciples, you've done well. Zenith Supremacy's voice was loud and clear. Since everyone is here, let's start the Legacy Disciple Assessment. I'm sure they're all anxious. Understood. A heavenly god elder took out a black medallion. After activating it, the massive Dark Shadow Palace began to fold up, revealing a black arena in the center of the Dark Shadow Palace. As the new batch of direct disciples, you are all geniuses from various countries. Some of you are even geniuses from the Great Thousand Domains. Next, you will face a devil battle. The Divine Elder introduced with a smile. Perhaps some people already know the meaning of the Demon War, but there are also some who don't. In that case, this Elder will explain to you all what the Demon War is. As the name suggests, the Demon War is a huge battle between you and the demons of the Saint Spirit Domain. As you all know, the Saint Spirit Domain is huge. In the vast Saint Spirit Domain, there are the infamous 6 great demon empires. In the Devil Country, there were big and small devils. They waged war and plundered the lives of billions of living beings to cultivate their techniques. Next, you need to kill the demons. Their strength will be completely unleashed. Your goal is to kill them. Remember, you can't kill them. They will kill you and gain their freedom. Elder Tianxin's words were very serious. There were many countries in the Saint Spirit Domain. Among them, there were 6 demon kingdoms in total. Every demon kingdom would give birth to big and small demons. No one knew where they came from, but every demon's goal was to destroy. Once they conquered a kingdom, they would destroy and enslave it. In the Saint Spirit Domain, the impact was very bad. However, no one could destroy the Devil Ancestors' 6 kingdoms because they had a godly venerable rank powerhouse guarding them. At the same time, they had a large number of demon generals under their command. He continued to wreak havoc on the Saint Spirit Domain. Hence, the Saint Spirit Domain's heaven god martial artists would join forces to kill the devils once they discovered that the devils from the Devil Empire had appeared in the outside world and were harming the lives of mortals. There were also some sects that would seal the devil's powers after capturing them and use them as a form of training for their disciples. It was the same for the Dark Shadow Palace. The test for personal disciples was to kill demons. Demon! Lin Fei immediately searched for information about the demon. There were millions of cultivation technique manuals in the library pavilion. Some of them were diaries about the Saint Spirit Domain, which recorded all sorts of things. Coincidentally, this was related to the demon motherland. According to the records, there were a total of 6 devil motherlands, and each of them controlled one of the Saint Spirit world's 5 great continents, which was the most remote one. Each devil motherland had a great sovereign lord guarding it, but this was not the scariest part. The scariest part was that there was a 10th order heavenly god realm hierarch guarding it. This hierarch of the devil motherland had used some unknown method to cultivate a lost cultivation technique of the devil motherland. He had connected himself with the great continent and formed a unique existence. As long as this hierarch of the devil motherland could not leave the great continent, his strength would plummet and he would die without a doubt. This was also the devil motherland's biggest backer. Lin Fei's interest was aroused. He had never seen a demon before. Whoosh! A golden shield appeared on the stage. A brawny man with a curved horn on his head was teleported to the stage. He was the demon that everyone in the Saint Spirit domain feared. The moment this demon appeared, his ferocious eyes shot out a murderous glint. The demonic flames behind him surged into the sky and continuously attacked the golden shield. Then, the flames turned into a black cloak on the brawny man's back. **Stods from the Dark Shadow Palace. I'll kill all of you one day." The strong man with the curved horn roared, causing ripples to form on the golden shield. A heavenly god realm elder stepped forward. This demon is a famous demon from the devil motherland, the black-horned demon. Your next test is to persevere. Whoever can last the longest against him will be the most outstanding. Whoever can kill the black-horned demon will receive 200,000 contribution points. Many heavenly god realm elders were slightly stunned when they heard this. This time's test was different from the previous ones. It sounded easy, but the difficulty was much higher. It was a test of everyone's combat ability. So, it's the black-horned demon. He's quite famous. Rumor has it that he massacred an entire country, with billions of people, just to refine an evil Holy Spirit secret art. The black-horned demon has the strength of a 5th order heavenly god realm, stronger than all the personal disciples present. This is also good. This can test the personal disciple's true strength. At the critical moment of life and death, he won't hold anything back. This is a better way to judge a person's potential. The demon is most proficient in physical defense, and he likes close combat. There's going to be a good show to watch. The heavenly god realm elders were excited. Especially this time, among the 53 personal disciples, there were some with outstanding talent, and their true strength could be seen. All of you can attack with your full strength. The heavenly god realm elder added, there's no need to worry about being killed, there are venerable lords here, they can control the great shadow hall to revive you. The personal disciples' eyes lit up. They were all 1st order heavenly god realm to 3rd order heavenly god realm. Each and every one of them was powerful. Even so, they could still feel the terrifying aura of danger coming from the black-horned demon. This was just a little demon from the devil country. If it was an 8th order heavenly god realm archdevil, then that would be the real terror. Who wants to go first? The heavenly god realm elder looked at the 53 personal disciples. The 53 personal disciples looked at each other, but no one dared to make the first move, especially those few who were looking at each other. Just a little demon, I'll go first. The hegemon laughed loudly, causing the void to tremble. He was about to step onto the battle stage. The black-horned demon is mine. Crash! The Elysian heavenly prince's holy light shone, blocking the hegemon's path. Scram! The hegemon took a step forward, his voice akin to thunder, shaking the holy light. After a few moments, the holy light shattered. Both of them were fighting to be the first to step onto the stage. There's no need to fight, this first one is mine. From Dugu Ijian's bright eyes, 2 sword intents shot out, slashing at the Elysian heavenly prince and the hegemon. The 2 sword intents forced the 2 disciples to retreat with solemn expressions.